Chapter 1. The Attendance System. In the year 2350, the streets of Bayun City thronged with people, a relentless flow of life. Maglev vehicles glided silently along elevated tracks, while towering skyscrapers flanked the thoroughfares like sentinels of a bustling metropolis. Amidst this seemingly vibrant yet somewhat indifferent environment, a forlorn youth of 17 or 18 wandered thoughtfully. This young man was Wang Chen, our protagonist, an accidental traveler from the distant blue planet. He possessed a somewhat slender frame and donned attire that appeared rather ordinary for this era, the hems of his garments swaying gently with each step, as if narrating his current sense of desolation and alienation. This damned world is worse than not having traversed at all, Wang Chen lamented inwardly as he strolled through the streets. Just 3 days prior, he had awoken to find himself in this world of martial prowess. Initially, he had felt exhilarated, dreaming of becoming an extraordinary being capable of soaring through the skies. Alas, reality dealt him a harsh blow. As he gradually absorbed the memories of this body, despair enveloped him. The original owner of this body shared his name, Wang Chen, but regrettably, the former was an unmitigated failure on the brink of the third-year martial examination. Yet still, merely a third-tier martial apprentice, in this world of martial excellence. Every individual began their training in martial arts as early as elementary school, with martial arts serving as the principal subject for all students. Upon graduating from high school, students would undertake the martial examination. Those who succeeded would advance to university to further their martial studies, while those who did not would be thrust into the workforce prematurely. Child labor was a concept unheard of here, as all were cultivators. Even teenagers possessed strength comparable to individuals in their 30s. Typically, by the time of high school graduation, students would have achieved at least the 5th or 6th tier of martial apprenticeship. Wang Chen's status as a mere 3rd-tier martial apprentice was indeed an anomaly. This circumstance led to his expulsion from school, and the earlier scene unfolded because he had just been unceremoniously ejected by the school's security guards. As he walked, he cursed inwardly, "A bunch of bastards. If you wanted to expel me, you could have just said so. Was all this theatrics necessary?" The reason for his expulsion ignited a surge of indignation within him. He had been attentively listening in class when the teacher at the podium suddenly bellowed, "Wang Chen, your incessant chatter during class, despite repeated admonitions, has led to your expulsion." In a state of bewilderment, 2 security guards stormed into the classroom, seizing Wang Chen and swiftly escorting him out. Within moments, they had hurled him outside the school gates. The entire ordeal transpired in less than a minute, as though it had been rehearsed countless times. As he continued his walk, he cursed the circumstances, fully aware that this world was far more brutal than his previous one, that this was a realm where power reigned supreme, where those with insufficient strength could scarcely ensure their own safety. Yulan Huayuan community, also known as the 10,000 people community, was the largest impoverished neighborhood in Bayun City, and it was where Wang Chen resided. Upon returning home, Wang Chen plopped down onto the sofa, gazing at the less than 30 square meter room before him. Momentarily engulfed in a sense of confusion, he was at a loss about what to do in the future. Even finding a mundane job seemed an insurmountable challenge. In a world where martial cultivation was the norm, even the commoners at the lowest rungs of society possessed the strength of 5th or 6th rank martial practitioners. Who would want someone with his 3rd rank martial prowess? In this realm, he was nothing but a fragile existence. Ding! The host soul has stabilized, binding the sign-in system. Sign-in system? Wang Chen was taken aback, and an indescribable ecstasy surged within him, nearly bringing him to tears. "I've finally waited for you. Do you know how I endured these past 3 days? Do you have any idea how despairing I was just now?" Ding! Binding of the sign-in system successful. "Hurry, please introduce your functions." Wang Chen eagerly inquired upon hearing the success of the binding. He understood that this was an essential system for any transmigrator. His very survival in this world depended on it. Esteemed host, the system boasts formidable capabilities designed to enable you to achieve greatness in a state of physical and mental bliss. The sign-in function has now been activated. A monthly sign-in will occur, and the system will periodically issue tasks. Completing these tasks will grant you additional sign-in opportunities. Then, what happens if I fail to complete a task? Ding! There are no penalties for failing a task, but Similarly, there will be no rewards. Ding. A new beginner's gift package has been detected for the host. Would you like to open it? Why wait? Open it immediately. Wang Chen exclaimed with impatience. Ding. Opening beginner's gift package. Ding. Beginner's gift package opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have signed in for the Martial King Realm cultivation. Would you like to accept the inheritance of the Martial King Realm? What Martial King Realm? Wang Chen was utterly bewildered. What was this Martial King Realm? He had never heard of it. Could it be the legendary pinnacle of national strength? System, could you elaborate on what the Martial King Realm entails? Dinged to respond to the host. The current world's cultivation levels are classified as martial practitioners, ranging from levels 1 to 9, martial masters, grand masters, and then the Martial King. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Wang Chen finally grasped the concept of the Martial King Realm. In his previous memories, he believed that Grand Master was the highest level of cultivation, with the only tier above being the national-level powerhouses. These powerhouses were the pillars of a nation, the supports of its very structure. This is what the system referred to as the Martial King Realm. It was said that the strongest individual in Baiyun City was merely a 9th-rank martial master, with no grandmasters to be found. Yet he had, on his very first sign-in, attained the cultivation of the Martial King Realm. This was indeed a meteoric rise. System, let us proceed. Grant me the inheritance of the Martial King Realm. Ding. The Martial King cultivation is now being bestowed. Before Wang Chen could fully comprehend the situation, an immense, boundless force surged forth from his dantian. At that moment, his dantian resembled an inexhaustible spring, with power gushing forth like a relentless tsunami. This force coursed through his limbs and bones, impacting his entire meridian system. Simultaneously, Wang Chen's realm began to ascend rapidly, surpassing the rank of martial practitioner, from 1st rank martial practitioner to 2nd to 3rd, martial master, grand master, and finally reaching the Martial King, with his realm continually climbing. Feeling the changes within his body, Wang Chen was utterly bewildered and astonished. He had ascended to the Martial King realm, yet his cultivation did not cease. It was only when he reached the pinnacle of the Martial King realm that the surging power within him finally subsided. As Wang Chen rose to his feet, he sensed the terrifying force within him. When he clenched his fists, the surrounding space seemed to distort in that instant, and the air was compressed, producing a sharp whistle that, is this what it means to be a martial king? This is astonishing. An incredulous voice escaped Wang Chen's lips. Brother Tong, is there no martial art or technique I should practice? Isn't it customary to cultivate martial arts? If I lack these, can I truly contend with others? Dinged in response to the host. Prior to becoming a martial king, one must cultivate martial techniques. However, upon reaching the Martial King realm, the need for such cultivation is rendered obsolete. A martial king focuses on the mastery of heavenly and earthly powers, and the inheritance of the martial king encompasses the experience of utilizing these forces. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing the system's reply, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, only to find an abundance of knowledge flooding his mind, understanding it instinctively and with remarkable proficiency. Indeed, if he were not adept, the sheer force emanating from his body during his breakthrough would likely have toppled an entire building. What about the martial arts? Brother Tong, surely I cannot bypass the cultivation of techniques as well. Wang Chen had yet to encounter martial arts and was rather ignorant in that regard, yet he was well aware that cultivating martial arts post-breakthrough was a universally acknowledged truth. Ding. In response to the host, the system's inheritance comes equipped with the most suitable martial arts. Thus, the host need not engage in further study. Please remember, dear host, the purpose of this system is to cultivate you into the strongest being while ensuring your emotional state remains joyous, with particular emphasis on the term joyous. Let the winds from all directions blow, the host shall shatter them with a single punch, without the need for further consideration. Upon hearing the system's words, Wang Chen could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Wow, Brother Tong, you are incredible. I shall henceforth refer to you as the strongest." Chapter 2. The First Task. What does it mean to ascend from hell to heaven? At this moment, Wang Chen finally comprehended it. Just a moment ago, he was in the depths of despair, and now he found himself in paradise. The overwhelming power coursing through him was truly intoxicating. From Wang Chen's understanding, The strongest individual in the entire Baiyun city was none other than the mayor, a level 9 martial master. In Wang Chen's previous perception, a level 9 martial master was an insurmountable being. Haha, now, let alone a level 9 martial master, with my current strength, even a mere glance from me could effortlessly annihilate that so-called level 9 martial master. Haha. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Wang Chen's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, culminating in a hearty laugh, brimming with self-satisfaction. Ding. Based on the host's current circumstances, you do not meet the criteria for a joyful state of mind. Thus, a system task has been issued. Please change your residence to one of no less than 1,000 square meters within 3 days to complete the task and receive one additional chance to sign in. What on earth? A residence of no less than 1,000 square meters? Brother Tong, isn't that a bit excessive? It is important to note that this is not the former world in this realm. Housing is incredibly scarce, and living space within cities is limited, due to the wilderness lying just beyond the city, which serves as the domain of monstrous beasts. Instances of these creatures besieging the city are frequent. If the city expands excessively, there will not be enough warriors to defend it in the event of an attack. Thus, in the interest of urban safety, many small cities are constructed to be compact, which inevitably leads to a housing shortage. For a typical family of 3, their living space should not exceed 60 square meters, unless they are exceptionally powerful warriors, in which case different standards apply. Otherwise, ordinary martial families are confined to the cramped confines of commoner communities. Ding, returning to the host, this is already the minimum requirement system. How can you say that? What do you mean by minimum requirement? I doubt there is a house in Baiyun City that exceeds 1,000 square meters. Ding, please complete the task promptly to earn an additional sign-in opportunity. Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen realized there was no room for negotiation. Although he had grown considerably stronger, the allure of the system's sign-in was too tempting to resist. It seems I must first venture into the wilderness to hunt monstrous beasts, then exchange their remains for money, and subsequently authenticate as a warrior. Only then will I be eligible to purchase a larger residence. Wang Chen contemplated, knowing that with his current strength, hunting these beasts would be a mere trifle. Ding, the host's thoughts have significantly diminished the system's prestige. It is advisable to consider alternative methods. What? What do you mean, system? I have finally devised a plan, and it is not acceptable? Ding, as a warrior of the king rank, is it not beneath your dignity to hunt beasts below the master rank? What am I supposed to do, system? This is merely a small city, and there are no major spatial conduits nearby. Where am I to find formidable beasts? Wang Chen felt quite vexed. Baiyun City was a modest urban settlement, where the strongest did not even reach the master-ranked. It was evident that there were no powerful beasts in the vicinity, otherwise the city would have long since fallen to their assault. In this world, monstrous beasts emerge from spatial conduits, which are categorized into 4 tiers. The first type is a large spatial conduit, stable and expansive, capable of accommodating beasts of the National Guardian rank. Worldwide, there are only 9 such conduits, 2 of which are located in the Dragon Kingdom. The second type is a medium spatial conduit, also relatively stable, allowing beasts of the Grand Master rank to pass. There are approximately 100 of these conduits across the globe. The third type is a small spatial conduit, permitting beasts of the Master rank at most, with a level of stability that is not very high. Should a beast or human of a higher rank enter, it could potentially trigger a catastrophic collapse of the space. The fourth type is a spatial crevice, smaller in size, allowing only those below the master rank to traverse. Unfortunately, only spatial crevices exist near Baiyun City, with not even a single small spatial conduit available, making it exceedingly difficult to locate beasts above the master rank. The system has detected the host's confusion. In the spirit of serving the host, a task guide has been generated. Haha. Thank you, system. You are truly remarkable. Upon hearing the task guide, Wang Chen couldn't help but shower praises upon the system. The task guide has been generated. Would the host like to open it? Ha! Quickly, let me see what I can do to acquire a grand house. An anomaly has occurred at the Dragon Nation's large spatial passage number 01. The host is to proceed immediately to spatial passage number 01 to aid in the defense of the Demon Suppression City. What? Upon hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen sprang to his feet from the sofa in astonishment. It is common knowledge that spatial passage No. 01 is the largest in the Dragon Nation. This is recorded in school textbooks. It is said that around passage number 01, there is a standing army of 100,000, along with the nation's formidable guardians stationed there. This is the largest and most crucial fortress of the Dragon Nation, and its loss would spell dire consequences. Brother Tong, what do you mean? What anomaly has occurred at spatial passage number 01? Ding the host is to proceed immediately to the Dragon Nation's spatial passage number 01. What the heck? At such a critical moment, you're not being clear? What exactly has happened? Has my sign-in task changed? Ding the host sign-in task remains unchanged. Assist the Dragon Nation in addressing the anomaly at spatial passage number 01. Surely the Dragon Nation would not neglect a formidable warrior like you. Is it too much to request a residence of over 1,000 square feet? Ah, so that's how it is. Brother Tong, your status is indeed high. I admire you through the system's explanation. Wang Chen realized that with his current strength, there was no need for him to undergo any martial artist certification. Who could certify a warrior? Who possesses the qualifications? Who would dare? There's no need to expend effort hunting demon beasts for a warrior at his level. Such pursuits would be a sheer waste of time. It's akin to a peace missile from a past life. Does it need to be launched? No. Its very existence is its greatest value. Wang Chen is now in that same position. What is a martial king, if not a national-level powerhouse? As long as the Dragon Nation recognizes Wang Chen's strength, he is akin to the peace missile of his former life. He merely needs to be well cared for. Any requests he makes, provided they are not excessive, the Dragon Nation would surely accommodate. Wang Chen's adversaries are demon beasts at the martial king level. Those below that threshold do not warrant his intervention. Brother Tong, let's move right away, but I don't know the way. Do you have navigation? Wang Chen dare not delay. Since the system indicated an anomaly at passage number 01, it surely was not a trivial matter otherwise. The system would not have summoned him. Even if it were not for the sake of completing the system task, upon learning of the situation, he would undoubtedly go. As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, it is his duty to protect it. Ding! Detecting the host request, the system map is now activated. Would the host like to lock onto the Dragon Nation's spatial passage number 01? Brother Tong, lock it in immediately. Hearing that the system indeed had navigation, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This would make future travels far more convenient otherwise, given the vastness of the Dragon Nation. There are places that one could hardly find alone. Without hesitation, he approached the window, flung it open, and, with a swift motion, soared into the sky like a beam of light, racing towards the horizon as a formidable being at the pinnacle of the martial king realm. Wang Chen wielded the power of the heavens and the earth, rendering him undetectable within the entirety of Baiyun City. None were aware that a superlative force had soared right above them. Now, even if Wang Chen were to pass by others, as long as he wished to remain unnoticed, no one could perceive his presence unless they were of a strength surpassing his own. This exemplifies the extraordinary prowess inherent in the martial king realm. Guided by the system's navigation, Wang Chen maximized his abilities, eager to experience the true might of the martial king realm while hastening towards the spatial passageway. Marked as number 01. Chapter 3. Space Channel number 01. Wang Chen, guided by the system's navigation, was aware that the distance from Baiyun City to the Dragon Kingdom's Space Channel No. 01 was nearly 155,000 kilometers. However, this distance was negligible for a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the martial king realm. He soared through the sky, the surrounding air compressed by an invisible force, producing a thunderous explosion. His figure resembled a streak of light, transcending all worldly comprehension, racing towards the horizon. His speed surpassed that of lightning by countless magnitudes, rendering the lightning before him akin to a sluggish snail, utterly insignificant. As Wang Chen swept through the high altitudes, the space he traversed appeared fragile, like a delicate mirror, manifesting fissures. Ding! The host is nearing the Dragon Kingdom's Space Channel number 01. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Wang Chen reduced his speed, concealing his form within the void, gradually approaching the Space Channel number 01. As he inched closer, the air seemed to be imbued with a desolate yet tense atmosphere. Suddenly, a colossal and majestic city came into his view. The city loomed like a slumbering beast. exuding an ancient and profound aura. Its towering walls, constructed from massive stones that shimmered with a mysterious luster, bore the marks of time, seemingly recounting untold stories of the past. Peering down from above, Wang Chen observed countless martial artists within the city, the majority clad in military uniforms. Indeed, it was confirmed. A legion of 1 million soldiers was stationed here. Huh? A martial king? In the heart of the city, Wang Chen sensed the presence of a martial king, who did not conceal his aura. It appeared to be a mid-stage martial king. Wang Chen was somewhat astonished. It was said that the Dragon Kingdom was guarded by 3 national-level powerhouses, one stationed within the kingdom, while the other 2 guarded 2 major space channels. It seemed that the one safeguarding the Dragon Kingdom was at least at the late stage of the martial king realm. Wang Chen mused to himself. Yet regardless of what transpired, he felt confident in his ability to handle it with composure due to his strength. Thus he bore no worries. System, what do you mean by unexpected events? Wang Chen observed but found no anomalies. With his current prowess, there should not be many matters that could elude him. Ding! The system refers to changes occurring at Space Channel number 01. Is this the Space Channel number 01? Upon hearing the system's words, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. System, what do you mean? Are you suggesting? Ding! Indeed, as you surmise, this is Zhenyao City, not Space Channel number 01. Realizing the system's statement, Wang Chen understood. Although Zhenyao City stood as a barrier directly facing Space Channel number 01, it was indeed not the channel itself. The actual channel was still quite a distance from Zhenyao City. Without hesitation, Wang Chen consulted the system's navigation and continued his flight towards Space Channel number 01. Having anticipated the impending upheaval, how could one refrain from investigating in advance? Before long, a colossal city emerged before Wang Chen's eyes, yet unlike before. This entire metropolis teemed with monstrous beasts. Gazing down at the grand city, Wang Chen attuned his senses, and indeed, he detected a formidable beast at the martial king level, specifically in the mid-stage of its realm. With a sigh, Wang Chen remarked, "Alas, there must be another city ahead." Following the emergence of the number 01 spatial passage, countless beasts surged forth, seizing 2 immense cities before the Dragon Kingdom could react, leading to the demise of all humans within at the jaws of these creatures. For years, the Dragon Kingdom has sought to reclaim these 2 cities, yet to no avail. The presence of these cities served as a significant buffer, granting the beasts immense advantages. Disregarding the city, Wang Chen continued his flight forward, and soon enough, another city came into view. Like the previous one, it was filled with beasts. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that this city lacked any martial king level beasts. This was hardly unexpected. Had there been 2 martial king beasts, the beast-suppressing city would have surely fallen. Wang Chen pressed onward, and after a brief flight, the number 01 spatial passage materialized before him. Gazing upon this passage, he felt a profound sense of awe. It was his first encounter with a spatial portal, having never even witnessed a spatial rift before. From a distance, the portal resembled a gigantic gateway to an unknown realm. Standing silently and exuding an aura of mystery and profundity. With a diameter of approximately 200 meters, the vast circular entrance seemed as though it had been forcibly carved into existence by a deity possessing the power to create worlds. Inside the passage lay a darkness so profound it instilled fear. This darkness was not merely the absence of light, but rather a force that appeared capable of devouring all illumination, sound, and even human thoughts, akin to the most enigmatic black hole in the cosmos. A mere glance into this abyss suggested an inexorable pull, threatening to draw one into an endless chaos. Wang Chen fixated on the spatial passage. Since the system indicated a disturbance, it must indeed be true, though everything within the passage eluded detection from the outside. Without hesitation, he summoned the forces of heaven and earth, enveloping himself in their power, and then boldly stepped into the portal. Inside the passage, darkness enveloped him. Wang Chen traversed the corridor, unaware of how long he walked until a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Surely, he had reached the realm of the beast. The other side of the spatial passage led to the world of beasts, a realm whose overall strength vastly surpassed that of the world Wang Chen inhabited. While many had proposed counterattacks against the beast realm, each attempt resulted in devastating losses, as the beast possessed not only superior strength, but also overwhelming numbers. Currently, even defense was a strenuous endeavor, let alone contemplating a counteroffensive against the beast world. Wang Chen approached the edge of the spatial passage, refraining from hastily entering the realm of the demon beasts. Instead, he meticulously sensed the external conditions. To his surprise, there was another martial king-level demon beast outside. In his perception, he discerned the presence of a martial king-level demon beast, albeit in its initial stage. Nevertheless, it was still a martial king. Wang Chen cautiously stepped out of the spatial passage, enveloped by the forces of heaven and earth, ensuring that no demon beast detected his presence. Upon witnessing the situation before him, he realized what the system had referred to as a turning point. These demon beasts were preparing to launch an assault on the demon suppression city. There are nearly 1 million demon beasts lurking nearby, not to mention the additional ones residing in the 2 cities on the other side of the passage. A conservative estimate suggested that there were approximately 2 to 3 million demon beasts in total. Most critically, there were 2 martial king-level demon beasts. Were it not for Wang Chen's intervention, the demon suppression city would be in dire peril. System, could this be the turning point you mentioned? Ding, please assess the situation yourself. Wang Chen muttered in disbelief. Oh, so now you've taken to being cryptic as well? However, now that he had arrived, he felt confident that it would not pose a significant challenge. 2 mere martial king-level demon beasts were hardly a cause for concern. Without further delay, he turned around and retraced his steps along the spatial passage. Before long, he exited the passage and made his way back to the demon suppression city. Chapter 4. Level 1 Alert. A piercing melody, fraught with dread and tension, suddenly reverberated above the demon suppression city. The shrill sound, akin to invisible blades, pierced through the eardrums of the populace, resonating painfully within their souls. This was the air raid siren of demon suppression city, a harbinger of yet another beastly assault. Oh, has it begun? Upon hearing the alarm, Wang Chen realized that the anticipated upheaval had commenced. Having concealed himself in the void above the city after returning through Space Channel 01, he had been waiting for a day. Ding, please prepare, host. Appear at the most opportune moment to safeguard Demon Suppression City with valor. What does that mean, system? What constitutes the most opportune moment? Shouldn't I simply slay the 2 king-level beasts as soon as they manifest? The system's words left Wang Chen somewhat speechless. Was such embellishment truly necessary? He had already devised a plan. Upon the emergence of those 2 king-level beasts, he would effortlessly dispatch them, ensuring the city's safety while averting unnecessary sacrifices. Once the 2 king-level beasts were slain, the remaining creatures would pose no threat. At that point, with the merit of vanquishing the 2 king-level beasts, alongside his own cultivation at the king level and a request to the Dragon Kingdom for a spacious residence to fulfill the system's task, all would indeed be well. Yes, surely there would be no issue. Ding, please contemplate, host. The conflict between humans and beasts is a war of races. Although you are a king, not every matter can be addressed by your own hands. Death and opportunity coexist. The system's words momentarily stunned Wang Chen, but he soon comprehended its intent. Though he was a king, possessing formidable strength, it was impractical for him to handle every situation personally. The vastness of the Dragon Kingdom, with its multitude of spatial passages and rifts, could not rely solely on him. He was but one man. The system seemed to suggest that he should unveil himself when the humans in Demon Suppression City faced utter despair. In moments of desperation, the greatest potential could be unleashed, allowing them to truly feel the weight of their plight. Understood, system. It's you who has the insight. This approach not only achieves the objective, but also accentuates my significance. Brilliant, system. I appreciate you, huh? Having reached this understanding, Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily, growing ever more fond of the system. The jarring air raid siren continued to blare over Demon Suppression City, prompting action from everyone within its walls. Hurry! This is a level 1 alert. All personnel assemble. The echoes of commanding shouts reverberated throughout the city. It is crucial to note that in this world, air raid alerts are classified into 3 levels. 3 blares indicate a level 3 warning, signifying a minor beastly incursion that can be managed by the city's martial artists without military intervention. 6 blares denote a level 2 warning, indicating a large-scale beastly assault necessitating the mobilization of troops and all martial practitioners. 9 blares signify a level 1 alert, indicating an existential threat from city-level beasts, posing a catastrophic danger to the city. The piercing air raid siren echoed through the skies of Demon Suppression City like the wails of a vengeful specter, each note striking the hearts of the populace like a heavy hammer. Within the city, the defending army of a million surged forth like a tide of darkness towards the surrounding walls. The soldiers marched in perfect unison, their formidable presence exuding a powerful aura. The murderous intent rising like a tempest, coalescing into a chilling force. Each soldier bore a resolute gaze, reflecting a fearless determination in the face of death. Their long spears and sharp blades glinting with a cold brilliance under the sunlight. Simultaneously, all the martial artists within the city sprang into action, racing towards the walls. Some moved alone, while others formed small groups, their diverse and potent energies intermingling and saturating the air above Demon Suppression City. On the city walls, the formidable weapons that had lain in concealment sprang to life at the sound of the alarm. Massive crossbows were slowly raised, their stout bolts resembling fearsome fangs, poised for release. The crossbows represented the most formidable means of combating the demonic beasts in this realm, with each bolt forged from special materials designed to pierce armor. They could directly slay anyone below the rank of master, and even a careless master could suffer injury. Weapons akin to those of the past world, Blue Star, were utterly useless here, for this was a realm of cultivation where a master's strike could alter the magnetic field, let alone that of a grandmaster or a martial king. Even the magnetic levitation vehicles within the city were powered by a unique crystal. At the heart of Demon Suppression City, within the Grand Lord's mansion, a figure burst into the central chamber like a tempest. This was Nangong Wentian, the highest commander of the million-strong army, clad in military attire, his expression grave. Oldly, Nangong Wentian's voice bore a hint of urgency and concern. Before him sat an elder in his 60s, composed and serene. This was Li Guorong, a national-level powerhouse and a mid-stage martial king, who presided over Demon Suppression City. He too wore a solemn expression, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. What is the situation with the demonic beasts? Li Guorong's voice was deep and powerful, as if it could penetrate the tense atmosphere. According to the intelligence received, over 3 million demonic beasts have gathered, including more than 20 grandmasters. Most alarmingly, there are 2 national-level demonic beasts among them. Nangong Wentian relayed in one breath, his tone tinged with worry. With such a formidable assembly of demonic beasts, especially with 2 national-level entities, it was evident that the assault on Demon Suppression City was imminent. Given the current strength of the city, repelling this onslaught seemed exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing this, Li Guorong's brow furrowed tightly, a glimmer of seriousness and resolve flashing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. It seems we must fight with all our might. Leave the 2 national-level demonic beasts to me. The rest will depend on you all. His voice resonated powerfully within the chamber, like the tolling of a great bell. Old Li, you... Nangong Wentian hesitated, concern etched across his face, fully aware of the terrors posed by national-level demonic beasts. The tranquility of Zhenyao City to this day can be attributed to the equal might of Li Guorong and the formidable national-level beast from the other side, where neither can overpower the other. Now, with the emergence of yet another national-level beast, it undoubtedly heralds a perilous battle for Li Guorong. Observing Nangong Wentian's demeanor, Li Guorong chuckled softly, a smile imbued with a sense of relief and magnanimity. He placed a reassuring hand on Nangong Wentian's shoulder and spoke. The national-level beasts are beyond your capability to confront. Your assistance is of no avail. I shall exert every ounce of my strength to hold off the 2 national-level beasts. As for the rest, it is up to you. Old Li, I have already relayed our information back to the Elders' Council. Please just delay. Do not engage in a direct confrontation. Young Nangong, do not place your hopes on reinforcements. There is no opportunity for that. Can you fathom what those two Beast Kings cannot? They will not grant us a chance. But there are no buts. You must prepare swiftly, even if it means my demise. I shall take down those two national-level beasts with me. The rest relies on you. Upon hearing old Li's words, the decisive leader, Nangong Wentian, felt a surge of noble and tragic emotions. With a resounding clap, he executed a crisp and dignified military salute, imbued with the weight of 1,000 burdens. His arms stood straight as a spear, fingers aligned against the brim of his cap, and his gaze burned with fervent flames, a testament to his loyalty to the mission and steadfastness to his beliefs. I vow to defend Jinyao City to the death. Nangong Wentian's voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing throughout the grand hall, as though piercing through the thick clouds, reverberating across every inch of Jinyao City. This brief, yet powerful oath encapsulated his unwavering resolve. Chapter 5. The Beasts Outside the Beast-Subduing City. The earth appeared to be submerged by a surging tide of darkness, teeming with countless ferocious beasts, layered upon one another, stretching infinitely into the horizon. They varied in size, some as colossal as grinding wheels, others small and agile, yet glimmering with a cunning malevolence. Their diversity was akin to a congregation of all the wickedness in the world. At the forefront of this monstrous army stood over 20 formidable beasts, each at the pinnacle of power. Leading them was a savage bull demon, engulfed in swirling emerald flames that roared ominously, as if capable of incinerating all existence. Beside it loomed a six-winged crimson tiger, each of its pristine white fur glistening like sharpened blades, the slightest flutter of its wings conjuring fierce, chilling gales. There was also a colossal hydra with 9 heads, each exhaling different hues of toxic miasma, intertwining to create an eerie fog. Despite their varied forms, these apex beasts emanated a singular, terrifying aura, an overwhelming pressure that trembled the very soul, akin to an invisible mountain suffocating in its might. At this moment, the army of beasts had fully assembled, restlessly growling in low tones, their blood-red eyes fixated on the beast-subduing city. Awaiting but a command, they would pounce like ravenous wolves, disregarding all in their path. On the other side, the atmosphere was equally tense and prepared. Upon the towering city walls, 1,000,000 soldiers stood as a steel fortress, clad in heavy armor and wielding sharp spears, their tips gleaming with a cold light under the sun. Countless warriors were scattered among them, some bearing long swords, others wielding various weapons, each gaze reflecting determination and resolve. Leading the charge was Nangong Wentian, accompanied by a dozen other masters, arrayed like imposing mountains at the forefront. Dressed in a straight military uniform, his countenance was stern, eyes like lightning, fixated on the monstrous army outside, his lips pressed together, betraying the gravity of the moment. Beside him stood an elderly man, his hair white, yet his spirit vigorous, grasping an ancient longsword that trembled slightly, as if sensing the impending conflict. Another figure, a burly man with a bare torso, was marked with a lattice of scars, each telling tales of past battles. He gripped a massive axe tightly, its blade exuding a faint scent of blood. Every individual atop the walls bore a solemn expression. They understood the implications of the first-level alert. This would be a lopsided war, one in which they might all meet their demise. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, like the crack of thunder, reverberating from above the beastly horde. In an instant, the previously tranquil sky was agitated by an unseen hand, and the forces of nature began to churn violently. Following this, a colossal hand, overshadowing the sun, descended upon the beast-subduing city with catastrophic intent. Wherever this hand passed, the air was instantaneously compressed, producing a sharp, explosive sound, and the immense pressure cascaded toward the city like a tidal wave. Feeling the terrifying pressure descending from the heavens, the inhabitants of the demon suppression city instantly changed their countenance. Some of the weaker warriors were even brought to their knees, gasping for air under the weight of this oppressive force. In that critical moment, a voice filled with immense fury thundered through the city like a heavy hammer. As the sound reverberated, a figure shot forth like a meteor, appearing in the skies above the demon suppression city in an instant. The figure, though white-haired, exuded a vigorous presence, clad in a simple long robe that fluttered dramatically. His visage was stern, with eyes radiating boundless authority and wrath. He was none other than the formidable national-level powerhouse, Elderly, who presided over the city. As Elderly steadied himself, he wasted no time in raising his hand to strike. In an instant, a magnificent and potent force erupted from his palm, akin to a colossal beast breaking free from its cage, surging forth with an unstoppable momentum towards the enormous hand descending upon them. The two immense powers clashed violently in mid-air, producing a deafening roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the world. Light blazed, and gusts of wind wreaked havoc, as the surrounding space appeared to rip apart, revealing numerous tiny black fissures. In but a fleeting moment, the initially imposing gigantic hand was scattered by Elderly's strike, transforming into countless shards of energy that dissipated into the atmosphere. Elderly had made his move. Upon witnessing the tall figure in the sky, a wave of excitement surged among all the inhabitants of the demon suppression city, regardless of whether they could defend their city or survive this ordeal. Elderly's emergence instilled within them an inexhaustible confidence, such as the influence of a national-level powerhouse. As Elderly resolutely revealed himself, the skies above the demon suppression city shifted dramatically. Almost simultaneously, the void opposite him warped, and an unimaginably large wolf-like demon beast slowly materialized. This demon wolf was enveloped in dense black mist, with arcs of electricity flickering ominously within it, as if a demonic deity from the depths of the abyss had descended. Its form was as majestic as a mountain, each strand of fur resembling forged iron, glimmering with a metallic sheen. In its enormous eyes burned a bloodthirsty glow, as if it could devour all living things. The enormous hand that had just threatened to darken the skies above the demon suppression city had originated from this very wolf. "Humans, this shall be your reckoning," the demon wolf bellowed, opening its massive maw to unleash a roar that shattered the heavens. The sound rolled like thunder, brimming with inexorable murderous intent, resonating throughout the realm. "If you dare." Elderly's gaze was piercing, showing no fear of the demon wolf's menace. His voice, deep and powerful, echoed like a great bell, resolutely countering the wolf's provocation. "Then let us see." The demon wolf, thoroughly enraged by Elderly's response, howled to the heavens. And before the sound faded, it lunged forward like a bolt of black lightning, moving faster than the eye could perceive. Simultaneously, the vast army of demon beasts below, as if responding to a signal, let out a thunderous roar that reverberated across the land. In their eyes glimmered a ferocious light, surging towards the demon suppression city like an unstoppable tide. In an instant, dust billowed, obscuring the sky and sun. The colossal beasts advanced with heavy steps, resembling moving fortresses. Above the demon suppression city, 1,000,000 soldiers and countless warriors stood in resolute formation. As a monstrous tide drew near, Nangong Wentian's eyes widened in disbelief. He swiftly unsheathed his long sword, its blade shimmering with a cold radiance. He raised the sword high, and a thunderous roar that seemed to swallow mountains and rivers reverberated across the city walls. "Everyone, prepare for battle. We vow to protect the demon suppression city with our lives." This cry resonated like rolling thunder, instantly igniting the fervor within all. "Fight! We vow to protect the demon suppression city. We vow to protect the demon suppression city." A chorus of 1,000,000 soldiers and warriors erupted, their voices soaring into the heavens. Chapter 6. Despair. The air was filled with a cacophony of roars and cries as a multitude of ferocious beasts, varying in size and form, surged towards the demon suppression city like a black tide. The scene was utterly terrifying. Some of the creatures stood 4 to 5 meters tall, their muscles bulging, their limbs resembling pillars, causing the ground to tremble with their every stride. Others towered at a staggering height of over 10 meters, akin to moving mountains. "Hadyating Ampuzinyoha." their faces contorted with savagery, accompanied by earth-shattering howls, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, emanating a palpable aura of murderous intent, as if they sought to consume the entire city. In the sky above, 20 formidable beasts of the Grandmaster level descended, exuding an overwhelming presence. Agile and imposing, they soared through the air like a flock of black phantoms, charging towards the city. Just at this critical moment, the massive crossbows atop the demon suppression city stood ready, poised for action. With a command from the commander, the crossbows unleashed a deafening roar, their massive bolts shooting forth like meteors towards the advancing beasts. The projectiles tore through the air with a shrill whistle, their tremendous power distorting the very atmosphere around them. Simultaneously, more than 10 Grandmasters, including Nangong Wentian, erupted with overwhelming energy akin to brilliant stars ascending into the sky. Their spirits soared, eyes resolute and devoid of fear, as they charged towards the aerial beasts. The battle cry of kill resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Thus, the brutal conflict officially commenced over Demon Suppression City. A thick stench of blood rapidly pervaded the air, intertwined with the sounds of battle cries and beastly roars, reverberating painfully in the ears of the defenders. Countless formidable beasts, their faces grotesque, recklessly surged towards the city walls, clearly having come prepared for this assault. In the sky, the number of Grandmaster-level beasts vastly outnumbered the humans, their terrifying forms looming like dark clouds, suffocating the defenders. On the city walls, the Master-level beasts were densely packed, their sheer numbers instilling a sense of despair. In stark contrast, the human warriors appeared frail and thin. From the onset of the battle, humanity found itself at a significant disadvantage. Many sections of the defenses were swiftly breached by the beasts, their razor-sharp claws tearing through the bodies of human warriors, blood splattering upon the ancient walls, staining the stones a deep crimson. In this precarious moment, a tall figure clad in battle armor raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers, we shall defend Demon Suppression City to the death. Should the city fall, the beasts will invade our dragon kingdom without restraint. At such a time, we would become eternal sinners in the eyes of our people, losing all face before our ancestors. As soldiers and warriors, it is our sacred duty to protect our homeland. For the dragon kingdom, for our people, follow me in a battle." His voice was resolute and resonant, echoing like a mighty bell across the walls, igniting the fervor within the hearts of all present. "Kill! I shall die here in Demon Suppression City today." A young warrior, his face etched with determination, roared fiercely as he swung his long blade with great fervor, lunging toward the monstrous beast before him, his resolute gaze betraying no hint of fear. "Kill! One for the cost, two for the profit." The crowd erupted with fervent cheers, warriors rallying to the cause, disregarding their own safety as they charged forward, flesh and bone against the ravenous beasts. Some warriors had their arms severed by the beast's sharp fangs, yet clung to their weapons with their remaining hand, fighting valiantly to the end. Others bore deep lacerations from the beast's claws, blood pouring forth, yet they clung tenaciously to the creature, determined to perish together. A resounding crash echoed through the air, reminiscent of a funeral knell reverberating across the heavens, causing the atmosphere to tremble. A figure plummeted from the sky, akin to a fallen meteor, propelled by a cataclysmic force. The speed of its descent was staggering, rending the air as it descended. "Li Lao! Li Lao!" The cries rang out in a crescendo, akin to stones cast into a tranquil lake, shattering its stillness. These exclamations, laden with terror and concern, surged forth from the townspeople of Demon Suppression City. They all understood that the clash of national-level powers would be the decisive factor in this battle. Only a national-level powerhouse could contend with another of equal might. With a sudden spurt, blood erupted from Li Lao's mouth, blooming like a crimson flower. On the city walls of Demon Suppression, several master-level warriors reacted swiftly, encircling Li Lao like a tempest. "Li Lao, are you all right?" One warrior inquired urgently, his voice trembling with anxiety. Moments ago, Li Lao had been locked in a fierce battle with a national-level wolf demon, acutely aware that two national-level beasts had arrived. Even amidst the chaos, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. However, the lurking national-level beast was cunning beyond measure. At the very moment Li Lao let his guard down, it struck like a specter, a blade of death that landed a decisive blow. In an instant, Li Lao was grievously wounded, falling from a sky with no capacity to resist. At that moment, his complexion was ashen, breath faint, his garments tattered, revealing a gruesome wound on his back that relentlessly oozed blood. He appeared exceedingly feeble, clearly devoid of the strength to continue the fight. "Ah, humans, how will you defend Demon Suppression City now?" A boisterous and triumphant laughter echoed through the void, resonating like thunder, reverberating through the realms and causing pain to the ears. Two colossal beasts loomed in the air, standing side by side, as if they were the sovereigns of this domain. One of them was the national-level wolf demon that had just engaged Li Lao in battle, its mocking words still lingering in the air. Beside it stood the national-level fox demon, the one that had just executed the surprise attack. This fox demon was slender, shrouded in a veil of ethereal purple mist, lending it an air of mystery and danger. 9 colossal tails danced wildly behind it, the fur at their tips flickering like purple flames. A subtle smile of mockery graced its lips. These 2 sovereign-level demon beasts stood resolutely, their formidable aura radiating like a tangible force, warping the very air beneath them. The human warriors in Demon Suppression City felt as though a massive boulder pressed against their chests, rendering their breaths labored. Yet, they steeled themselves against the encroaching fear, glaring defiantly and safeguarding their final line of defense. If you wish to seize Demon Suppression City, then come forth. Despite his grievous injuries, Elderly bellowed without a trace of trepidation. Indeed, come if you dare, even in death. I shall ensure you pay the price. Yes, if you desire Demon Suppression City, then let us see you try. Upon hearing Elder Li's words, the humans in the city roared in unwavering determination, each one embracing the resolve to share the fate of their city. Even knowing the outcome was likely death, not a soul faltered. A gathering of ignorant humans. Since you seek death, this king shall oblige you kill. As the sovereign-level wolf demon's roar echoed, all the demon beasts erupted in a frenzy of excitement, preparing to launch another assault on Demon Suppression City. Ding! The moment has arrived. The host must immediately reveal themselves to suppress the Demon Beast King with an invincible force and protect Demon Suppression City. Commander Tong, I have finally awaited your arrival. I have been anxious watching from above. Wang Chen had been concealed in the void above Demon Suppression City, witnessing the brutal conflict below, nearly unable to contain himself multiple times. Commander, let us go. Chapter 7. A magnificent entrance at the moment when all the inhabitants of the Demon Suppression City prepared to risk their lives for a final desperate struggle against the encroaching enemy. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating like distant thunder in the air. Two formidable beast kings, once majestically suspended in the void, plummeted to the ground with an astonishing force. Immediately thereafter, a heart-stirring power surged through the air as the forces of heaven and earth churned and roared like bubbling magma. It was as if an ancient and majestic primordial mountain was descending from the heavens, casting an overwhelming pressure upon the entire Demon Suppression City. The inhabitants felt as though they bore an immense weight upon their shoulders, their breaths becoming labored and difficult. Within the city, a figure widened their eyes in disbelief, trembling as they pointed toward the void. Their lips quivered, unable to articulate a single coherent word, their gaze filled with shock and incredulity. Is that a strong warrior of the human race? Someone ventured cautiously from the crowd, a glimmer of hope shining in their eyes. Is this assistance arriving for us? Another voice chimed in, laced with excitement and anticipation. Who among them would willingly embrace death if survival was an option? It is a national-level powerhouse, one who commands the forces of heaven and earth. A voice finally emerged, filled with reverence, as someone boldly voiced their innermost thoughts. At that moment, everyone in the Demon Suppression City, including the beast army outside the city, recognized the figure of Wang Chen standing in the void. In the midst of the crowd, although Elderly was gravely injured, his gaze remained sharp as lightning. As a martial king-level expert, He possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to the forces of heaven and earth. The moment the two beast kings fell from the void, he sensed something amiss. His profound understanding of these forces intensified his astonishment far beyond that of those around him. "Goodness, perhaps I exerted too much force," Wang Chen remarked, observing the two beast kings who lay unresponsive on the ground. He couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. In his quest for a dramatic entrance, he had unwittingly harnessed 50% of his strength, despite already sensing the vast disparity between his power and that of the beast kings. Little did he anticipate that they would be so easily vanquished. "Brother Tong, is my entrance sufficiently invincible?" Wang Chen thought to himself, feeling a surge of pride as he sought to impress the system. Ding! The host's entrance was indeed quite formidable, exuding an air of undeniable dominance. "We hope the host will continue to excel and protect the demon suppression city." The system's voice responded promptly, as always, to Wang Chen's thoughts. "Huh, simple enough. Watch how I perform." Wang Chen felt a thrill of excitement. After concluding his exchange with the system, he surveyed the surroundings with the keen eyes of a hawk, everything near the demon suppression city coming into clear focus. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, the forces of heaven and earth surged once more, manifesting as an invisible giant hand. Like a bolt of black lightning, the two beast kings were drawn into the void after crashing to the ground. Observing the colossal creatures floating before him, Wang Chen could not suppress a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. This marked his first encounter with such beasts. In his previous life, he had never laid eyes on them, and since his arrival in this world, he had only glimpsed images of lower-tier monsters in textbooks. Beasts of the martial king level were a rarity. Not even many formidable masters had witnessed them firsthand. After all, such beings were exceedingly scarce, typically emerging only within large spatial rifts like the one in Demon Suppression City. The Dragon Kingdom possessed merely 2 such portals. There's nothing particularly remarkable about them. Just larger in size, Wang Chen murmured, before promptly storing the 2 martial king-level beasts within his system space. He understood, well, that martial king beasts were treasure troves in themselves, and he could not afford to squander them. Could 2 national-level beasts have perished so easily? It seemed implausible. After all, they were sovereigns of national-level prowess, with one even on par with elderly. How could they have fallen so effortlessly? What caliber of strength was this? Surely it had surpassed the national level. The onlookers atop Demon Suppression City were left astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. In this world, while the existence of storage rings was well known, it was also understood that they could only contain lifeless objects. This was an accepted truth. Thus, the fact that 2 national-level beast kings had been collected indicated their demise. At this moment, Nangong Wentian arrived at Elder Li's side. Witnessing the unfolding spectacle, even he, a battle-hardened figure of great stature, was left speechless. Such overwhelming power transcended his comprehension. "Elder Li, can you discern the level of that strength?" Nangong Wentian inhaled deeply, striving to steady his excitement as he inquired. "I cannot say for certain, but it is undoubtedly beyond the pinnacle of national-level existence." Elder Li furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Chen in the void. His voice, laced with reverence, revealed that this level of strength was beyond his reach. After stowing the 2 beast kings, Wang Chen's gaze returned to the tumultuous scene below in Demon Suppression City. As his eyes scanned the city walls, he noticed the horde of beasts outside, surging like a tide, and his brow furrowed slightly. At that moment, the once menacing army of beasts had devolved into chaos. Although the lower-tier beasts possessed limited intelligence, their instinct for danger was remarkably acute. Upon witnessing the downfall of the 2 beast kings, a heavy aura of death enveloped them like a shroud, instilling profound fear. Particularly for the 20 or so Grandmaster-level beasts, terror nearly shattered their spirits, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Their singular thought was to flee as far away as possible. Thus, these master-level beasts, without a moment's hesitation, turned and fled, desperately striving to escape this terrifying place, at that moment lamenting their lack of additional legs. However, would Wang Chen allow them to succeed so easily? His gaze was firmly fixed on those retreating creatures, his eyes flashing with electric intensity, causing the very void to tremble. As his expression shifted, the forces of heaven and earth began to surge and converge with alarming rapidity. He slightly raised his hand, and an invisible yet immensely powerful pressure instantaneously spread forth. Boom, 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 accompanied by a series of deafening roars. The more than 20 master-level beasts, frantically fleeing, appear to be ensnared by an unseen force of colossal magnitude. Under the influence of this power, their bodies rapidly expanded and erupted, bursting forth like resplendent fireworks. Yet these fireworks heralded the scent of death. Ultimately, these beasts left not even a trace of ash, utterly consumed by the surging might of nature, as if they had never existed in this world. Outside the demon suppression city, the once chaotic army of beasts, in the face of this horrific scene, saw some so terrified that they lost control of their bowels, while many more cowered in submission, too fearful to rise. At that moment, fear spread amongst them like a plague. Chapter 8. System-derived tasks in the demon suppression city. The eyes of all present brimmed with terror, fixated intently on the area that had recently been teeming with over 20 Grandmaster-level demonic beasts. At this moment, it lay desolate, the beasts having vanished without a trace. "Have they all perished?" murmured one individual, disbelief lacing their quivering voice, filled with profound astonishment. Although national-level powerhouses can easily slay Grandmaster-level beasts, the sheer swiftness with which more than 20 of them were eradicated was beyond anyone's imagination. Is it truly over? When did demonic beasts become so easily vanquished? A martial artist's eyes widened in disbelief. It is not that the beasts are easily killed, but rather that this elder's strength is formidable. Another person quickly interjected, all evident in their gaze. "It seems we will not meet our demise." Many martial artists, amidst their shock, could not help but exhale in relief. They had prepared themselves for death, and the tension in their bodies dissipated instantaneously. With the strongest of the demonic beasts eradicated, the outcome of this war was now beyond doubt. While the crowd remained engulfed in their astonishment, Nangong Wentian was the first to regain his senses. Narrowing his eyes, he bellowed, "Charge forth! Slay these beasts!" His voice resounded like thunder, instantly rousing everyone present. "Kill! Rush out and annihilate these vile creatures! First squad, follow me!" In that moment, a cacophony of furious shouts erupted, akin to the beating of war drums, seemingly a release of the despair that had just consumed their hearts. Leading the charge, Nangong Wentian descended from the city wall like a streak of black lightning, plunging directly into the throng of demonic beasts. Following closely were a dozen Grandmaster-level warriors, who, without hesitation, surged forth behind him like fierce tigers, descending the mountain into the fray. The million-strong army atop the city walls was equally unwilling to remain passive, each soldier scrambling to leap off the walls. This marked their first proactive assault. Previously, they had been worn down merely by defense, let alone offense. In the protracted standoff between humans and demonic beasts, humanity had always been at a disadvantage. Now, with a rare opportunity to strike back against their foes, who could remain unexcited or unmoved, this was indeed a prime opportunity for glory. Charge! Quickly! This is a rare chance. The hunting teams within the demon suppression city eagerly joined the fray against the demonic beasts. Among them were numerous university students, summoned by their institutions to assist in the defense of the city. Additionally, many ordinary martial artists, having ascended from failures in their entrance examinations to become warriors through sheer perseverance, and some even attaining the title of Grandmaster, were present. These martial artists had the option to enlist in the military, join local defense forces, or pursue careers as freelancers. Those who opted for the military could earn merit points by slaying demonic beasts, which could then be exchanged for cultivation resources in the military's marketplace. In the realm of academia, martial students earn credits by fulfilling their school assignments, which they subsequently exchange for cultivation materials. In contrast, freelancers rely solely on monetary means to procure such resources. Yet, in this world, high-quality cultivation materials cannot be purchased with mere money, marking the most significant disadvantage for freelancers. Amidst the void, Wang Chen stood tall, quietly surveying the fierce battlefield below. He had successfully eradicated all powerful beings of Grandmaster level and above among the demon beasts, leaving only insignificant minions who were already paralyzed with fear. Wang Chen mused that it would be an opportune moment for these martial artists to hone their skills. With this thought, he restrained his urge to intervene and chose to observe with a detached demeanor. At that moment, a surge of celestial energy swiftly ascended from below. Wang Chen's heart stirred as he turned slightly, spotting a figure rapidly approaching him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the individual as the human martial king who presided over the demon suppression city, Li Guodong. Despite the agony coursing through his body and the tremor in his form, maintained the dignity befitting a martial king. Upon reaching Wang Chen, he clasped his fists in salute and respectfully declared, "I am Li Guodong, honored to meet you, esteemed senior." Though gravely injured, he summoned the remnants of his profound strength to channel some celestial energy, enabling him to ascend before Wang Chen. Recognizing that the tides of battle had already turned, he deemed it imperative to pay his respects to this mysterious powerhouse who had turned the situation around. Wang Chen regarded the elder with a calm gaze and gently replied, "You have done well. Since you were injured, it would be wise to tend to your wounds." His voice, though soft, emanated a formidable authority that Li Guodong could not ignore. In truth, Wang Chen spoke with simple sincerity, devoid of any display of power. It was merely the psychological impact of his overwhelming strength that inspired such reverence. In the world of martial arts, the principle of strength reigning supreme is a cardinal rule. Individuals unfamiliar with one another gauge respect solely through power. The stronger individual is deemed the leader, irrespective of age. Thus, Wang Chen felt no need to overly extend courtesies to Li Guodong, though he held deep respect for the elder. Had he not arrived in time, Li Guodong might have perished in his valiant defense of the demon suppression city. Such courage and sense of responsibility for the nation and its people are deserving of admiration, a sentiment Wang Chen shared, as did the soldiers below. However, Li Guodong did not heed Wang Chen's advice to withdraw. He slightly bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, esteemed senior. This injury is but a trifling matter." With that, he stood resolutely beside Wang Chen, both silently observing the ongoing battle below. Wang Chen noted Li Guodong's demeanor and internally acknowledged his resolve. He understood that despite his severe injuries, Li Guodong steadfastly upheld the pride and dignity of a martial artist. Unwilling to abandon his so-called senior to seek healing, Li Guodong was acutely aware that the individual before him was far from ordinary. In a world where strength is paramount, how could there exist such a remarkably young prodigy? Li Guodong was firmly convinced that Wang Chen's true age was undoubtedly far beyond what his appearance suggested. Even if Wang Chen were to declare his age outright, it was likely that Guodong would remain incredulous. For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the void, interrupted only by the distant sounds of battle echoing from the battlefield below. Time swiftly passed, and after approximately an hour, the fierce combat beneath the city of demon suppression finally drew to a close. At this moment, the vast expanse of land stretching 10 kilometers in front of the city had transformed into a veritable hellscape. Corpses of various monstrous beasts lay strewn across every inch of the ground, some as massive as small hills, while others, though diminutive, appeared fearsome and grotesque. Blood flowed in torrents, staining the earth a vivid crimson. Amidst this mountain of beastly remains, numerous human bodies were also intermingled. Where has always been thus? How could it ever transpire without bloodshed and sacrifice? Such is the unavoidable reality. Throughout the long annals of history, humanity has gradually evolved through the trials of countless conflicts. The future holds innumerable wars for humanity, each battle serving as both a test and an opportunity for growth. At that moment, ding! A crisp notification sound unexpectedly resonated in Wang Chen's mind, followed by the clear voice of the system echoing within his consciousness. System notification: a derivative mission has emerged. The host has made his presence known and must proceed to eliminate 1 or 2 forbidden zones. Upon completion, a sign-in opportunity will be rewarded. Upon hearing this sudden mission, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a mental outburst. Wait, what do you mean, system? What forbidden zones are you talking about? Have you mistaken your script? Ding! The system's notification chimed once more, followed by an apologetic voice. Apologies, host. I misspoke. You are to reclaim the 2 cities ahead that have been occupied by the monstrous beasts. An additional sign-in opportunity will be awarded upon task completion. Chapter 9. 6 Flavory Mania pills come on. System brother, tell me, were you just distracted? I noticed it. Wang Chen incessantly questioned within his heart, his tone suggesting he was indeed contemplating lodging a complaint against the system. At this moment, however, Wang Chen harbored ulterior motives. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well jest with the system to see if he could receive some form of recompense, albeit with little hope of success. Ding! The system acknowledged the host's desire to file a complaint and, as compensation, rewarded him with a sign-in opportunity. Would he like to proceed with the sign-in now? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's previously feigned demeanor brightened instantaneously, and he nearly laughed aloud, pleased with the unexpected benefit. To think that a mere act could yield such a reward, delightful. He urged himself internally. Sign in, I must sign in. Immediately. Ding. Sign in initiated. Wang Chen awaited the outcome with eager anticipation. It was worth noting that he had gained his current prowess from a novice gift pack, so he believed the first sign-in would yield something equally valuable. Ding, congratulations, host. You have signed in and received a box of 6 Flavory Mania pills. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Within himself, he uncertainly inquired, what is this? System brother, did you make an error? Are you certain it is 6 Flavory Mania pills? I couldn't have misheard. He was acutely aware that this was not the world he had previously inhabited, but rather a realm of high martial prowess, where he stood as a formidable martial king. How could he possibly require something as trivial as 6 Flavory Mania pills? Such a notion was utterly beneath him. Ding, the host did not mishear. Congratulations on receiving a box of 6 Flavory Mania pills. Wang Chen was nearly at his wit's end and inwardly grumbled with irritation. Congratulations? What a farce. System brother, what do you mean by this? Do you look down upon me? Do you truly believe I require such a thing? 6 Flavory Mania pills were well known, and while many in his previous life had found them necessary, he could now assert with certainty that he no longer needed them. Ding, rest assured. Host, the system is fair and just. This box of 6 Flavory Mania pills is unlike any other, crafted from a variety of precious medicinal herbs. Not only does it possess formidable healing properties, but it also enhances cultivation, making it an indispensable remedy for home, travel, and even thievery. Enhance cultivation? System brother, you claim it can help me break through? Am I not already at the pinnacle of martial king? Wang Chen felt a surge of excitement, while other matters could be disregarded. The potential to enhance his cultivation was of paramount importance. In this world of high martial arts, strength reigned supreme. It was the very foundation of all things. Though he had already reached the apex of martial king and was considered invincible among humanity, the power of the beast realm remained unfathomable. There might exist entities surpassing the martial king, and he felt an unsettling lack of security with his current level of cultivation. Ding, the host is overthinking. The 6 Flavory Mania pills offer limited enhancement for a martial king and are insufficient for a breakthrough to the martial deity realm. Martial deity realm? A sudden shock rippled through Wang Chen as he gleaned from the system that beyond the martial king realm lay the martial god realm. Although the system's revelation left him somewhat disheartened, he swiftly recalibrated his mindset, offering himself a quiet consolation. No matter, my current strength suffices. And perhaps one day I shall attain the prowess of the martial god realm. There is no need for haste. Subsequently, Wang Chen retrieved a box containing the 6 Flavory Mania pill, and upon opening it, he discovered a dozen pills within, quite a substantial amount. Without a moment's hesitation, he took one and casually tossed it to the side, addressing Li Guorong with an impassive demeanor. Consume it. It will aid your injuries. Li Guorong's gaze fell upon the black pill, roughly the size of a thumb, and a flicker of surprise ignited within him. Nonetheless, he did not hesitate, promptly bowing in gratitude towards Wang Chen, his words laden with appreciation. Thank you, senior. As soon as he uttered those words, he swallowed the pill whole. In his mind, Wang Chen's formidable strength was unfathomable. Taking his life would be as effortless as a mere slap, hence why would he resort to tampering with a pill? That would be an exercise in futility. Thus, Li Guorong harbored no doubts regarding the pill's integrity. If offered, he would partake, for he dared not defy him. Despite this, Li Guorong maintained modest expectations concerning the pill's efficacy. He understood that while numerous healing medications existed within this world, their effects on a Martial King realm expert were negligible. Given his current injuries, even with meticulous care, he would require at least a month to fully recover. The pill before him bore an unremarkable appearance, offering no indication of extraordinary properties. His decision to ingest it without hesitation stemmed solely from his respect for Wang Chen's immense power. However, the moment the pill descended into his stomach, it erupted within him as a torrent of medicinal energy, surging through his body like searing magma. Li Guorong felt an overwhelming force rampaging inside him, and he could not suppress a groan as a mouthful of blood surged up his throat, nearly spilling forth. Without a moment's delay, he swiftly seated himself in meditation, focusing all his energy to contain the tumultuous medicinal power within. Wang Chen cast a fleeting glance at Li Guorong, who was diligently harnessing his inner strength, and chose not to linger. With his own formidable prowess, he could discern Li Guorong's condition with clarity, knowing he was in no real danger, and even predicting that within a couple of hours, Li Guorong would not only recover, but perhaps even make a slight advancement in strength. Calmly, Wang Chen descended from the void, landing gracefully upon the walls of Demon Suppression City. In an instant, the bustling crowd, previously engaged in clearing the battlefield, halted their movements in unison. They lifted their heads, their faces awash with reverence, their eyes fixated on Wang Chen's figure upon the wall. The moment Wang Chen touched the ground, an invisible pressure rippled outward like ripples in a pond. Nangong Wentian, the highest commander of Demon Suppression City, had been observing Wang Chen from the shadows. Upon witnessing his descent, he promptly set aside his current tasks and hastened towards Wang Chen's location. After a brief moment, Nangong Wentian approached Wang Chen. He stood tall, his gaze filled with determination and decisiveness. Yet, in the presence of Wang Chen, even the calm demeanor forged through countless battles could not conceal a hint of tension. Adjusting his military uniform with both precision and gravity, he respectfully offered a standard military salute. Upon finishing the gesture, he inclined his head slightly, his tone imbued with reverence as he addressed Wang Chen. "It is an honor to meet you, esteemed senior. May I inquire if there are any instructions you wish to impart?" Despite his extensive combat experience and having weathered numerous storms of bloodshed, standing before Wang Chen, he acutely felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain, instilling in him a profound sense of diligence. Wang Chen's gaze remained calm as he surveyed the surrounding crowd before speaking. His voice, though not raised, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. There are no specific orders, yet it seems that the demon beasts have become like strays, lacking any formidable entities among them. Why not seize this opportunity to reclaim the 2 cities we have lost? His words were succinct and straightforward, as if the task were inherently simple and obvious. However, upon hearing this, the assembly was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of fervor coursing through their veins, igniting the flames of national pride within their hearts. Chapter 10. Achieving Greatness, Achieving Greatness? Reclaiming the land seized by monstrous beasts? Such a magnificent feat is surely irresistible. In the past, they lacked the strength, but the situation has changed. The formidable monsters in the other 2 cities have been vanquished, presenting the most opportune moment to reclaim lost territories. It is akin to succulent meat hanging tantalizingly at one's lips. To let this chance slip away would be a grievous waste of life. Despite having just endured a harrowing battle, leaving many weary and bearing grievous wounds, an invigorating fervor ignited within their hearts, dispelling all traces of fatigue and pain. Nangong Wentian, filled with excitement, solemnly bowed to Wang Chen. "By your command, esteemed senior," he proclaimed, before eagerly turning and soaring out of the Demon Suppression City. "In accordance with your command, we shall reclaim our land and restore our mountains and rivers." Kill. Nangong Wentian bellowed, leading the charge forward. For these soldiers, the yearning to achieve greatness burned more fiercely than for anyone else, particularly for Nangong Wentian. He had steadfastly defended the demon suppression city for nearly a decade, dreaming through countless days and nights of annihilating the monsters and reclaiming the occupied cities. As time wore on, that dream seemed to fade into the distance, overshadowed by the overwhelming power of the beasts that filled him with despair. Yet, just as hope seemed a distant memory, the dream suddenly materialized, igniting his blood with fervor. Kill! Today is the day I achieve greatness. No one shall compete with me. I shall slay to my heart's content. I am grateful to the esteemed senior for this opportunity. Kill! Under Nangong Wentian's leadership, a dozen grandmasters followed closely, each face radiant with excitement. They understood that the victory of reclaiming lost ground was all but assured, not only because the beasts were devoid of powerful adversaries, but also due to the presence of the immensely powerful Wang Chen. They were eager to make a good impression, even if they knew it was unlikely to catch the senior's discerning eye. Still, a lasting impression would be welcomed. Wang Chen stood atop the city wall of the demon suppression city, witnessing this grand spectacle. Within and outside the city, from grandmasters to lowly warriors, all except those two gravely injured to rise surged forward like a relentless tide. Even some who bore the scars of battle, missing limbs, did not hesitate to join the fray. Observing these unwavering figures stirred Wang Chen's heart, but upon reflection, he understood their resolve. Were he in their position, he too would act likewise. Although he had no intention of directly intervening, he chose to discreetly follow in case of unforeseen circumstances. On the battlefield, the air was filled with the thunderous cries of battle. Kill! Annihilate these beasts and avenge our fallen comrades. What ecstasy! The monsters are devoid of their strongest now. Exterminate them all. Father, have I avenged you? Do you see me? The warriors, blinded by rage, fought with fervor. Not only had the powerful beasts been eradicated, but their numbers were now dwindling. As soon as a master-level beast appeared, it was swiftly dispatched by the human grandmasters, leading to a rare situation where there were not enough beasts left to slay. Even the phenomenon of monster snatching has emerged, leaving Wang Chen, who was observing from the shadows, both amused and exasperated. 2 hours later, the first city occupied by the demon beasts was successfully reclaimed, with the creatures ruthlessly slaughtered within its walls. We have reclaimed a city? I have achieved great merit. I can boast my son upon my return. My life has been worth it. As the last demon beast fell, everyone was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streaming down their faces. After decades, this city finally returned to humanity's grasp, and every individual present was undeniably a hero. However, as the highest commander present, Nangong Wentian knew that this was not the time to relax. Standing atop the city wall, he shouted loudly, "Comrades, this is not the time for celebration. We must remember that another city awaits our reclamation. We cannot afford to give the demon beasts any opportunity to react, nor can we let down the expectations of our predecessors. Do we have confidence?" The crowd's fervor ignited once more. What are we waiting for? Let's charge forward. Indeed, I'm not yet satiated with slaughter. Enough talk. Let us hurry. If we delay, the demon beasts will escape. Thus, under Nangong Wentian's leadership, the group surged towards the next city. Wang Chen continued to follow discreetly, the journey remaining uneventful. However, upon arriving at the next city, they found the demon beasts in a panicked retreat towards a spatial passage. A colossal serpentine demon beast stood before them, blocking their path. It was a national-level demon beast. What should we do? We cannot simply watch these creatures escape. But what can we do? Only someone of national-level prowess can contend with a national-level demon beast. Our numbers would be futile, including Nangong Wentian. A dozen grandmasters were barred from entering, utterly powerless against the national-level demon beast. Just as everyone was at a loss, a gigantic hand, coalesced from the essence of heaven and earth, descended from above. The giant serpent demon beast, witnessing this scene, was filled with terror. The power was overwhelming, a suffocating aura of death enveloping it. It roared in defiance, launching itself into the air with all its might to resist this fatal blow. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the great serpent was struck back to the ground, its life extinguished in an instant, much like the two previous demon beast kings. It was the intervention of a senior. "Ha! The demon beast is dead. Let us slay them all. Brothers, the time to achieve greatness has arrived. Kill! Kill!" The battle erupted instantly. Yet for Wang Chen, the remaining situation held no suspense. He gazed down indifferently, his eyes casually sweeping over the figures engaged in combat. At that moment, Li Guorong approached. His steps steady and his aura contained, yet vibrant. The injuries he once bore had vanished entirely. Li Guorong had just fully refined the 6-flavored Romania pill bestowed by Wang Chen. This elixir not only healed his wounds instantly, but also facilitated a significant leap in his strength. At this moment, he was a mere step away from the late Martial King stage, this advancement saving him years, even decades of cultivation time. Li Guorong approached Wang Chen, bowing deeply with utmost respect, and earnestly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the elixir, esteemed senior." Wang Chen scrutinized the venerable elder before him, feeling a slight discomfort at the display of reverence. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that every realm possesses its own unique set of operational principles. While he may not fully endorse them, he must extend his respect, particularly in this martial world, where demonic beasts lurk and dangers abound. Lacking sufficient strength renders survival a mere luxury, let alone adherence to any so-called rules. In this context, power is paramount. Indeed, he was but a step away from the late Martial King stage. Wang Chen nodded slightly, having discerned Li Guorong's cultivation level at a glance. A humble smile graced Li Guorong's face as he hastily added, "I owe my gratitude to your elixir. Without it, I could not have enhanced my power so significantly." Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively, his expression unperturbed. "This is what you rightfully deserve. Do not take it to heart." He did not allow himself to bask in pride over this matter. In his eyes, Li Guorong had sustained grave injuries in his noble quest to protect Jinyao City and safeguard the nation, a display of courage and responsibility that warranted his respect. Besides, it was merely a single elixir. He possessed an entire box of them, rendering it a trivial matter. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, the sound of the system's notification echoed in Wang Chen's mind. Ding! Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system's derivative task, earning 1 opportunity for sign-in. Chapter 11. The Xuanwu Robe. The battle has concluded. Wang Chen cast a glance below, where the city lay strewn with the remains of various mythical beasts, extending all the way to the entrance of Space Passage number 01. The swifter creatures had fled back to the beast realm, while those less fortunate had fallen victim to the ferocious warriors who hunted them down. Sign in. Ding, ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have received the Xuanwu Robe. The Xuanwu Robe? Is it a garment? System, please elucidate the Xuanwu Robe. Wang Chen was well aware that the items obtained through the system's sign-in were far from ordinary. He suspected that the Xuanwu Robe was akin to the 6-flavor Romania pill, significantly more than just a mere piece of clothing. Ding, ding. Responding to the host, the Xuanwu Robe is crafted from the pelts of Martial King-level beasts, intertwined with celestial meteorite iron. It not only boasts exceptional flexibility and comfort, but also possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Attacks from beings below the Martial King level are rendered entirely ineffective, while those from Martial Kings are mitigated by 50%. Furthermore, the Xuanwu Robe can transform its shape at the host's behest, liberating you from the burdens of clothing procurement henceforth. Such incredible attributes? Wang Chen was taken aback. Immunity to all attacks from beings below the Martial King level implied that donning the Xuanwu Robe would allow him to traverse the world with impunity, considering there were only 3 Martial Kings in the entirety of Dragon Country. This level of defensive prowess was unprecedented in his experience, yet despite his astonishment, he found it somewhat impractical. The robe's ability to morph at will was likely its only truly beneficial feature for him. Aoda, Li Lao. Nangong Wentian approached Wang Chen, first greeting the 2 elders before respectfully bowing to Wang Chen. Thank you, elder. The resonant voice echoed throughout the city. compelling all those who had just emerged from battle to pause and instinctively gaze skyward at Wang Chen. "Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder." Soldiers saluted, warriors bowed. In that moment, heartfelt expressions of gratitude reverberated through the heavens and the earth. This scene was profoundly moving. Even Li Guorong had never witnessed such a spectacle and stood momentarily dazed. Wang Chen himself was equally astounded, despite having lived 2 lifetimes. He had never encountered such a scene, and these were no ordinary individuals. They were warriors who had just endured a brutal battle. The overwhelming aura of invincibility and the fierce bloodlust stirred the very forces of nature into a frenzy. Fortuitously, Wang Chen's current strength was formidable. Otherwise, he might have faltered in the face of such a staggering display. "You are all too gracious. No need for such formalities. The achievements we have attained are a testament to our collective efforts." Wang Chen did not feign aloofness. Instead, he graciously attributed the success to everyone involved. While he had indeed played a pivotal role in this battle, one could argue that without him, many might have perished and the demon suppression city would have fallen. He recognized that the stability of Dragon Country was a result of countless lives sacrificed. He had witnessed the entire ordeal during the siege by the mythical beasts. Despite the certainty of death, not a single soul faltered. Many were of feeble strength, yet their indomitable spirit commanded deep respect. Wang Chen observed the injured multitude below. Some, relying on nearby objects for support, stood resolutely, bowing in gratitude towards him. Sighing, he found himself at a loss for words, for he too was a man of sentiment, often struggling to articulate his thoughts. From his system space, Wang Chen retrieved 2 6-flavor Remania pills, which he then pulverized using the energies of heaven and earth. The powdered essence gracefully drifted down to the people below. The potency of this medicine is formidable. I can feel the surge. My wounds have healed, and my severed arm has miraculously mended. Not only am I healed, but I have also ascended to the 9th rank of martial artists. I too have broken through. I have become a master. Witnessing the collective breakthroughs among the crowd, a satisfied smile spread across Wang Chen's face. Truly, the 6-flavor Remania pills bestowed by the system are extraordinary. Even someone of Li Guorong's caliber, a martial king, found them beneficial. For the lower-ranked warriors, even a mere speck of the powder represented an immense opportunity. "Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you, esteemed elder." Wang Chen had not only saved their lives, but had also granted them the chance for advancement. Such a kindness would be repaid for a lifetime. He refrained from further words, viewing his act as a spontaneous gesture, without expectation of recompense. He then turned his gaze towards Nangong Wentian. He had not forgotten the system's task, to acquire a residence of over 1,000 square feet within 3 days, and now the second day had arrived. "Do you have any instructions, elder?" "Nothing much, just a small request." Wang Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment, having just aided others and now asking for something in return, fearing it might seem like he was leveraging his goodwill. Yet, compared to the contributions he had made, requesting a property seemed trivial. "No need for formality, elder. Simply tell me your request." In Nangong Wentian's mind, a powerhouse like Wang Chen deserved utmost reverence. He feared not the requests Wang Chen might make, but rather the absence of any request at all. "Help me find a place to live. It need not be large, just 1,000 square feet will suffice." As soon as Wang Chen's words fell, a spark of excitement flickered in the eyes of Nangong Wentian and Li Guorong beside him. "Rest assured, elder. I will make arrangements immediately. What preferences do you have for the location?" Location? Wang Chen had not contemplated that aspect. For him, any place would suffice as long as he could fulfill the system's task. System, does the task require a specific address? Or can it be anywhere? Ding, ding. The system confirmed that there was no specific address requirement, but after careful consideration, it suggested that the host choose Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City? Why not Kyoto City instead? Ding, ding. Jiangnan boasts a pleasant climate, picturesque scenery, and numerous beauties. The system has analyzed that residing in Jiangnan would be more enjoyable for the host compared to Kyoto, hence the recommendation to select Jiangnan City. Let it be Jiangnan City. Then, There are no additional requests. It is best to arrange everything as soon as possible, ideally by tomorrow. Rest assured, esteemed senior, I will ensure everything is arranged by tomorrow. Subsequently, Li Guorong escorted Wang Chen back to the Demon Suppression City, where he provided him with an opulent room as his temporary residence. Gazing upon the luxurious chamber, Wang Chen experienced little emotional turbulence. Ever since he inherited the cultivation of the martial king realm, he felt that not only had his martial prowess ascended to that of a martial king, but his mental fortitude had also transformed remarkably, resembling that of a practitioner with countless years of experience. After surveying the room, he settled onto the sofa and turned on the television, eager to catch up on the news, for his understanding of this world remained rather limited. In stark contrast to Wang Chen's leisurely demeanor, Nangong Wentian and Li Guorong found themselves in another room engaged in a video call, their atmosphere markedly less relaxed. Chapter 12. Video Call Greetings, Esteemed Elders. As the video call connected, Nangong Wentian rose respectfully to bow, while Li Guorong merely nodded in acknowledgement. Do not stand on ceremony. Wentian, please elucidate the current circumstances in Jinyao City, urged the elder. Indeed, young man, spare us the formalities and expound on the specifics. We are still quite in the dark, chimed in another elder. Within the video, 3 venerable figures appeared, the elders of the Dragon Kingdom. The first to speak was the Grand Elder Lin Qingxian, who primarily oversees matters concerning the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom. The second speaker, the fiery-tempered Third Elder Zhao Lingwei, is responsible for the military affairs, under whose direct jurisdiction Nangong Wentian falls. The silent figure, Second Elder Wu Qishuan, manages the welfare of the populace. These 3 are the actual power brokers of the Dragon Kingdom. Their status is equal, as all significant decisions are collectively deliberated among the elders. It is worth noting that the Dragon Kingdom is not solely governed by these 3 influential elders. There are also 3 formidable martial kings among its ranks. The martial kings, also known as national-level powerhouses, are automatically recognized as elders upon successfully breaking through to that level. While they do not engage in the day-to-day affairs of the kingdom, their authority is equivalent to that of the 3 practical elders. In instances of conflicting opinions, the views of the martial kings take precedence. For this is a world where strength reigns supreme. Esteemed elders, I report that the crisis in Jinyao City has been averted, and we have successfully reclaimed 2 cities lost by our Dragon Kingdom. What? You claim to have regained those 2 cities? Please elaborate on the details. What transpired? Nangong Wentian's declaration left the 3 elders in a state of astonishment, for it was evidently an unfathomable feat, esteemed elders. Just as Jinyao City was on the brink of collapse, a powerful figure suddenly emerged, effortlessly dispatching 2 beast kings and annihilating all Grandmaster-level beasts among the demonic creatures. Thus, we secured Jinyao City, and, subsequently, at the suggestion of this venerable predecessor, we directly reclaimed the other 2 cities as well. A mysterious powerhouse? Does our Dragon Kingdom harbor another national-level figure? The Grand Elder furrowed his brow. It is often said that one thrives in the shade of a great tree. The Dragon Kingdom holds great reverence for powerful beings, especially the martial kings, who are granted the status of elders and access to countless cultivation resources, always ensuring their needs are met. Thus, if someone were to ascend to the martial king level, they should not be hidden away. Li Lao, as a national-level powerhouse. Might you share insights about this enigmatic figure? Though the 3rd elder was known for his fiery temperament, he displayed courtesy towards Li Guorong, recognizing the importance of respect for strength in this world, regardless of one's rank. The disparity in strength is overwhelmingly vast, rendering me unable to discern much. Although this esteemed elder appears youthful, achieving the rank of martial king cannot be solely judged by one's exterior. I surmise that this elder's prowess is at least at the pinnacle of the martial king realm. In this single battle, he effortlessly vanquished 3 beast kings, including 1 mid-tier martial king beast and 2 early-tier martial king beasts, all with a mere flick of his hand. As Li Guorong spoke, a look of envious admiration graced his face. The lowest level of a pinnacle martial king? This strength surpasses that of Elder Long by a significant margin. The Grand Elder inhaled deeply before remarking. Elder Long is the martial king powerhouse who usually oversees the capital, residing at the late pinnacle of the martial king realm. Young Nangong, where is that esteemed elder now? Is he still in Demon Suppression City? Inquired the third elder gravely. A person of such caliber would represent a tremendous loss for the Dragon Kingdom if overlooked. That esteemed elder remains in Demon Suppression City. He wishes for us to arrange a residence for him in Jiangnan City, stating that it need not be large. Just around 1,000 square meters will suffice. What? Why did you not mention such an important matter sooner? This is indeed fortuitous for us, as it means we can easily locate this esteemed elder. Indeed, I was just pondering what would happen if this esteemed elder chose not to come to the capital and vanished again. Young Nangong, does that esteemed elder have any further requests? There are no additional demands. The esteemed elder simply hopes we can expedite the arrangement of his accommodation, ideally finalizing it by tomorrow, as he intends to arrive then. This is manageable. I shall personally make a trip to Jiangnan City. The rest shall be left in your capable hands. With that, the second elder rose and vanished from the video. Very well. The matter concerning this esteemed elder shall be entrusted to the second elder, Nangong Wentian, before the elder departs from Demon Suppression City tomorrow. You must ensure everything is attended to diligently. Keep us informed of any developments. Understood, Grand Elder. I assure you the task will be completed. Now, let us deliberate on the reclamation of the two cities. These cities have been under the dominion of beasts for many years and are undoubtedly in a state of disrepair, especially the one directly facing the number 01 spatial passage. We must expedite its reconstruction. Then let us begin by assigning personnel to the task. As for the million troops stationed in Demon Suppression City, they should be redirected to the vicinity of the number 01 spatial passage. We cannot afford any further complications in the cities we have so painstakingly reclaimed. The second elder is correct. Let us proceed with this arrangement. The third elder, absent for the moment, will ensure the construction personnel arrive as swiftly as possible. Once all matters were settled, Nangong Wentian spoke again. Esteemed elders, the news of our successful reclamation of the two cities has undoubtedly spread by now, given that we lack control over the scene. Should we issue a formal announcement to the entire nation? Such an exhilarating development must be communicated to the populace. I shall arrange for the news of our successful reclamation to be disseminated nationwide. You, in turn, should inquire about the esteemed elder's opinion regarding whether his matters should be kept confidential. The Grand Elder's considerations are indeed quite comprehensive. Through this incident, it becomes evident that this venerable figure is remarkably modest, thus making it challenging for him to make decisions on behalf of such an esteemed individual. Very well, Elder. I shall inquire with the senior shortly. After the video call concluded, Nangong Wentian and Li Guorong proceeded to seek out Wang Chen. The prospect of promoting himself did not weigh heavily on Wang Chen's mind, for his prowess was sufficient to navigate any circumstance. You may proceed with your usual promotions. There is no need to specifically highlight me. Just be earnest and factual. Certainly, esteemed senior. Should you have any further instructions, please feel free to convey them. Once Nangong Wentian and the others departed, Wang Chen resumed watching television. While other martial artists tirelessly devoted themselves to rigorous training, he found himself exempt from such endeavors. His abilities were directly bestowed by the system, and given his exceptional aptitude, cultivation seemed rather futile. He merely needed to await his rewards. He could already envision a future devoid of the need for training or employment, free from financial worries, living a life where he could indulge in whatever he pleased, purely for enjoyment. The existence of an invincible powerhouse is, indeed, remarkably unpretentious. Chapter 13. Bewildered leaders with a resounding crash. The door of the Jiangnan City Mayor's office was violently flung open. Xiao Wang, what on earth is going on? Do you not know to knock before entering? Pan Yuehua, the mayor, could not help but reprimand his secretary for such reckless behavior. Mayor, there is no time to waste. I just received word that the second elder is en route to Jiangnan City and is already on a plane, expected to arrive shortly. What? The second elder is coming, and he's nearly here? How could this happen so suddenly? Why was I not informed in advance? Have you notified General Zhang? Pan Yuehua, startled, rose abruptly from his chair. The second elder held a significant position as one of the 3 highest leaders of the Dragon Country, and it was customary for such figures not to leave Kyoto without prior arrangements. Even if a departure were necessary, it would typically be communicated at least a month in advance. An unexpected visit like this had never occurred before. I've already informed him. I called on the way here, and he should be arriving imminently. Who notified you? Did they mention the reason for the second elder's visit to Jiangnan City? It was the second elder's secretary who called, but he didn't provide any specifics, only that it was very sudden. The fact that even the secretary was unaware of the reason hinted at an urgent matter. Have there been any significant events in Jiangnan City recently? Pan Yuehua's mind raced as he recalled every notable occurrence since his birth, considering all matters, large and small, that transpired within Jiangnan City. His thoughts churned, but he could not fathom what could attract the second elder's attention. Surely, matters of concern to the second elder could not be trivial. It must be a momentous issue. If such an event had unfolded in Jiangnan City, how could he not be aware? Mayor, everything has been peaceful in Jiangnan City lately. Even the beasts outside the city are calm. There have been no significant events. Xiao Wang, the secretary, looked equally puzzled. As the mayor's right-hand man, he was typically well-informed. Yet he, too, was in the dark. Old Pan, what is going on? Just as the two were deep in thought, the office door was once again forcefully opened. A burly man strode in, speaking as he entered. Old John, you've arrived. Please sit down first. Recognizing the newcomer, Mayor Pan immediately stood to greet him, and the two took their seats on the office sofa. Xiao Wang, please arrange for the department heads to be informed and to prepare for the second elder's arrival. Old Zhang and I will head over shortly. Understood, Major. Secretary Wang responded before swiftly exiting the room. Old Pan, what is the situation? Why is the second elder coming to Jiangnan City so suddenly? If we had received advance notice, we would have been thrilled. But this unexpected visit leaves me feeling quite unsettled. I, too, have only just learned of the second elder's abrupt arrival. It undoubtedly signifies a significant event. Old Zhang, speak frankly with me. As the highest commander of our Jiangnan City Defense Force, has anything significant occurred in our city? If so, we must not conceal it. Let us devise a solution together. Mayor Pan pondered, but could not discern any issues in his jurisdiction. Thus, the predicament must lie with the City Defense Force. And before him stood Zhang Xiaohu, the highest commander of Jiangnan's defense. In this world, due to the threat of monstrous beasts, villages and towns have long been abolished. The entirety of Long Kingdom consists solely of cities. Each city is governed by 2 principal leaders, the mayor and the commander. The mayor oversees the city's daily operations, while the commander manages the defense force, each complementing the other in governance. Old Pan, what are you insinuating? We have known each other for ages. Do you not truly understand my character? I assure you, our city defense force has encountered no issues. That is peculiar. If neither of our factions has faced any problems, then what brings the second elder here? Surely, it cannot be for mere sightseeing. I cannot say. Let's not dwell on this. We shall take it one step at a time. We ought to move swiftly. The second elder's flight should be arriving shortly. Very well. Let us not overthink this. What is meant to be will be. Come, we shall not linger in thought. Let us proceed. With that, the two rose and left the office, soon encountering the heads of various departments within the Jiangnan Municipal Building. As they made their way to Jiangnan Airport, Mayor Pan and Commander Zhang shared a vehicle. Old Pan, have you heard the news? What news? Where did you, Old Zhang, acquire such inside information? I have heard that the 2 cities lost near the No. 01 spatial passage have been reclaimed. You must be dreaming. I have heard whispers of such discussions, but do you truly believe it possible? The disparity between our human race and the monstrous beasts is far too great. We remain ignorant of the extent of their power. We can only hope for a bit more time for humanity. With a sigh, Pan Yuehua reflected on the deep-rooted strength of the Long Kingdom, yet acknowledged their utter lack of knowledge regarding the monstrous beasts, who undoubtedly possess superior might. I share your skepticism, but the claims are quite credible, and many voices echo this sentiment. One cannot dismiss the idea that where there is smoke, there's fire. Let's not overthink it. We shall await official confirmation. If it is true, the government will surely herald the news. Let's hope it is indeed true. After a brief journey, they arrived at Jiangnan Airport. In the world of martial prowess, each city boasts an airport. However, not all remain perpetually operational. Even in a major city like Jiangnan, flights are scheduled intermittently. Only the more formidable warriors or squads can board these flights, akin to journeys to the Demon Suppression City. Jiangnan Airport hosts a flight to the Demon Suppression City once a week. Alternatively, those heading to Kyoto typically find a flight available at intervals. Yet the vast majority of individuals will never venture beyond their own city. The reason the Dragon Kingdom has established airports in every city primarily serves the purpose of support. Before long, a military passenger aircraft came into view of Mayor Pan and his companions, flanked by 2 military fighter jets providing escort. Here it comes, Mayor Pan murmured, instinctively adjusting his attire with his hands. The others mirrored his actions, with some even retrieving personal mirrors to ensure they left a favorable impression on the elder. As the aircraft touched down, an elderly gentleman promptly opened the cabin door and stepped out, effortlessly traversing several dozen meters to stand before Mayor Pan and the others. Welcome, Elder, to Jiangnan City. Chapter 14 National Celebration at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, every network, television channel, and social media platform in the Dragon Kingdom received an announcement. This proclamation, delivered with an air of audacity, intruded upon everyone's activities, whether they were engrossed in news or engaged in games, interrupting them with a pinned notice. Dragon Kingdom Elder's Edict. On March 5, 2350, the Dragon Kingdom successfully reclaimed 2 cities that had been occupied by the Demon Clan for a century prior to the number 01 space corridor. This marks the most significant victory for the Dragon Kingdom in nearly 100 years. This announcement is made nationwide to celebrate. This notice is an Elder's Edict, meaning it was issued by the highest authority in the Dragon Kingdom, and it is a read announcement. In the Dragon Kingdom, all national proclamations are categorized into 2 types. The Elder's Edict, issued by the Supreme Leadership, which typically pertains to matters of national significance, and the Government Edict, which is generally released by various cities to address local issues. All announcements are classified into 3 tiers. The lowest is the orange announcement, followed by the yellow, and the highest is the red announcement. What is happening? I was in the midst of an important game, and suddenly I was forcibly logged out. How frustrating. A red Elder's Edict. It has been years since I last saw one. Wow, is this truly happening? Have we really reclaimed those 2 cities? How sudden this is. It is indeed true. Earlier this afternoon, I received a call from my father, who informed me that they had recaptured the 2 cities near the number 01 corridor. At that moment, I thought he was just boasting, but it turns out he was telling the truth. My family is impressive. We have become descendants of heroes. My brother also called us in the afternoon, but none of us believed him. Who would have thought it was genuine? How vexing. I had intended to visit the Demon Suppression City recently, but something came up, and I missed the opportunity to achieve something significant. I regret it. Haha, wonderful. We have finally retaken those 2 cities. No, such a monumental event must be celebrated. What my family said is right. We must celebrate. Coincidentally, we still have 2 firecrackers at home. I shall take them out and set them off. Haha, my brother is right. I have some too. Let us do it together. Indeed, in the past, the country prohibited us from setting off firecrackers, and we had to do it secretly. But today, I will set them off openly. No one can stop me. Even if I get caught by the city defense forces, I will accept it. I'm just so elated. At this moment, the entire nation erupted in jubilation, with streets filled with joyous revelers dancing with abandon. Many gathered in groups to parade in celebration. This reclamation of 2 cities from the clutches of the demon beasts is not only a victory for the Dragon Kingdom, but for humanity as a whole. For so many years, humanity has been suppressed by the demon beasts, and there have been instances of city massacres. Over time, many have developed a palpable fear of these creatures, which is not a healthy phenomenon. This gradually erodes the spirit of humanity. Thus, humanity finds itself in urgent need of a triumph, and the reclamation of these 2 cities serves as the most invigorating tonic. Numerous cities, upon receiving this announcement, have made various decisions. For instance, Many schools have granted students a 3-day holiday in celebration. A few considerate employers have also bestowed paid leave upon their employees, and some have even seized this opportunity to distribute benefits, with many individuals celebrating in their own unique ways. If individuals are responding thus, one can only imagine the fervor in the cities of the Dragon Kingdom. Magic City Government Order. Congratulations to our nation on the successful reclamation of lost territories. The Magic City Government, alongside its citizens, rejoices for the motherland. Spring City Government Order. Congratulations to our nation on the successful reclamation of 2 cities. The Spring City Government, together with its citizens, extends its congratulations to the motherland. Shadow City Government Order. Congratulations to our motherland on the successful reclamation of lost territories. The Shadow City Government, along with its citizens, celebrates for the nation. Cloud City Government Order. Congratulations to our motherland on the successful reclamation of lost territories. The Cloud City Government, accompanied by its citizens, heralds the nation. Southern River City Government Order. Congratulations to our motherland on the successful reclamation of lost territories. Southern River City, in unison with its citizens, celebrates for the nation. Every city promptly issued its governmental decree, expressing heartfelt congratulations to the nation. Ling Tian City, positioned directly opposite Dragon Kingdom's number 02 space channel, is not smaller than Demon Town and is similarly home to a formidable army of 500,000. At this moment, Ling Tian City has just concluded a battle, with 2 elderly figures hovering in the void above, gazing intently ahead. Before them, 2 monstrous beasts are locked in a tense stare. Countless beasts outside Ling Tian City are gradually retreating. From a distance, it is evident they are withdrawing into the No. 02 space channel, signaling that this conflict has come to an end. Old Dragon, can you discern the situation of the demon race? Why does today's battle feel somewhat anticlimactic? Elder Lin's observation is astute. Despite the demon race's assault lasting an entire day, they did not exert their full strength. At the very least, those 2 king-tier beasts have yet to engage. The 2 individuals conversing are indeed the figures hovering in the void above Ling Tian City. Lin Chongkong, who has long been stationed at the number 02 space channel, and Dragon Yu, the foremost champion of the Dragon Kingdom, who has come to provide support from the capital. Early this morning, an unfamiliar aura of king-tier beasts suddenly emerged outside Ling Tian City. Lin Chongkong, wary of the situation, hastily sought assistance from the capital. Upon learning of the matter, the Grand Elder promptly reached out to Dragon Yu. Without delay, Dragon Yu made his way to Ling Tian City as swiftly as possible. However, unbeknownst to him, as soon as he arrived, the capital had received a distress call from Nangguang Wentian of Demon Town. Throughout the day, the beasts outside Ling Tian City relentlessly attacked. Yet curiously, the 2 king-tier beasts remained inactive, merely standing their ground as standoff. On the surface, this siege by the beasts appeared intimidating, especially with the involvement of 2 king-tier creatures, prompting Lin Chongkong to call for reinforcements. Yet, the battle turned out to be less ferocious than usual, leaving both men perplexed about the intentions of the demon race. With 2 formidable demon beasts present, Long Outyin dared not proceed. Can you imagine the discomfort? Elder Lin, Elder Long, there have been recent developments. Just as the 2 were engulfed in confusion, the guard of Lintian City, Jiang Wei, hurried over. Xiao Jiang, what has happened? Lin Chongkong and Jiang Wei were quite familiar, given their shared duty in Lintian City, allowing for a more casual discourse. Elder Lin, Elder Long, there is a situation at Jinyao City. What? Something has happened at Jinyao City? I understand now. It's a diversion tactic. We have fallen into the Demon Clan's scheme. Upon hearing about the incident at Jinyao City, Long Yu suddenly grasped the implications. It all made sense. The demons aimed to keep him restrained here. Xiao Jiang. Quickly, what is the current status of Jinyao City? Lin Chongkong's face reflected sheer astonishment, his voice trembling as he feared the worst. Rest assured, esteemed elders, the news is good. Jinyao City is not only safe, but has also seized the opportunity to reclaim the 2 cities in front of the number 01 spatial passage. The entire nation is now aware. The Red Elder Decree has been disseminated nationwide. What? Xiao Jiang, are you speaking the truth? You must not jest. It is indeed true. If you do not believe me, see for yourselves, Jiang Wei said as he presented his phone to the two elders, displaying the contents of the Red Elder Decree. Excellent. Marvelous. Though they remained unaware of the specifics, the revelation brought clarity to the situation. Elder Lin, the demon beasts have retreated and are unlikely to attack the city for the time being. I shall return to the capital to inquire about the specifics. Without allowing anyone a moment to react, Long Yu swiftly departed toward the capital. Xiao Jiang, I leave the post-battle responsibilities to you. I must return to Lintian City to ascertain the true condition of Jinyao City from that old rascal, Li Guorong. With that, Lin Changkong too vanished into the distance. Chapter 15. Journey to Jiangnan City. On the following morning, Wang Chen languidly awoke in the soft and spacious bed, a look of contentment gracing his features. The grand bed in the Lord's mansion surpassed his wildest expectations in comfort. Had it not been for the faint sounds emanating from outside, he would have gladly surrendered to slumber once more. With a sense of languor, Wang Chen rose from the bed and donned the Xuanwu robe he had received as a reward the previous day. With a mere flicker of thought, the stately robe transformed into a simple yet elegant white leisure outfit, crisp and clean. He had always held a preference for white, and this attire materialized precisely as he envisioned. Afterward, he picked up the phone from the table and glanced at the time. It was merely 7 o'clock in the morning. However, the outside world was already bustling with activity. The synchronized sounds of military drills and the hurried footsteps of martial artists resonated in his ears. Despite Nangong Wentian's thoughtful arrangements to place him in the finest room of the Lord's mansion and to ensure his privacy with guards, Wang Chen, as a formidable warrior at the martial king level, possessed an extraordinarily keen sense of hearing. Even unwittingly, he could clearly discern distant sounds. Wang Chen unlocked his phone and casually browsed through the news within. Unsurprisingly, the topic generating the most discussion online was the Elder's Decree released the day before, with the details of the battle in Jinyao City already made public. However, the descriptions of his involvement were exceedingly vague, referring to him only as a predecessor, and no photographs had been revealed. After all, during that fierce battle against the demonic beasts, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, leaving little room for capturing moments. Even if someone had surreptitiously taken a photo, none would dare to publish it without his consent, for inciting his displeasure could lead to dire consequences. In a world that revered strength, offending a martial king was akin to courting one's own demise. Although the references to him were scant, he remained the central figure of discussion online. Such was the power of the title Martial King. Our Dragon Nation has gained yet another national-level powerhouse. This is indeed a cause for celebration. A national-level powerhouse, terrifying in their prowess, capable of vanquishing 3 Beast Kings with a mere wave of their hand. Truly impressive. Not to mention, even the Grandmasters themselves have never been encountered, alas. One wonders what kind of strength this predecessor possesses, having annihilated 3 Beast Kings in one fell swoop. A monumental victory for our Dragon Nation, unprecedented in its history. While we may not know the specifics of this predecessor's abilities, it is certain they are not inferior to our other 3 national-level powerhouses. Without a photograph of the predecessor, one can only speculate on their appearance. From this day forth, this predecessor shall be my idol, effortlessly reducing Beast Kings to ashes. How magnificent! As Wang Chen mindlessly scrolled through his phone, Nangong Wentian and Li Guorong arrived. Both appeared invigorated, especially Li Guorong, whose face radiated joy. It turned out that during his cultivation the previous night, he discovered that the elixir given to him by Wang Chen had left a substantial residual potency in his body after refinement. Should he manage to absorb it all, a breakthrough to the latter stages of the Martial King realm would be imminent. For a warrior of the Martial King level, this was an extraordinary opportunity, something many would strive for their entire lives without success. How could Li Guorong not be exhilarated? Originally, given his circumstances, a breakthrough to the late Martial King stage seemed feasible, albeit requiring several years, perhaps even a decade. However, now he is confident he can achieve this within a month. Senior, as per your instructions, the residence in Jiangnan City is ready for you. You may proceed at your convenience. Nangong Wentian respectfully bowed, his tone brimming with reverence. Understood. Just provide me with the address, and I shall go there myself shortly. Very well, senior. I have arranged for a meal to be prepared. Would you care to dine before setting off? Nangong Wentian inquired cautiously, uncertain if Wang Chen would acquiesce. Should he agree? It would be an excellent opportunity to interact with such a formidable figure, which could yield significant benefits in the future. Indeed, let us dine before departing. Wang Chen readily consented, though, as a martial king, the necessity of nourishment had become inconsequential, for the energies of heaven and earth were sufficient to sustain him. Yet, he had grown accustomed to 3 meals a day, and relishing exquisite cuisine remained one of life's great pleasures. Having ascended to the pinnacle of humanity as a martial king, he saw no sense in forsaking such simple joys. After you, senior. Nangong Wentian gestured for Wang Chen to proceed, leading the way as the trio made their way to the dining area. The meal laid out before them, while not extravagant, was refined and delectable. Each dish a feast for the senses, clearly crafted by a skilled chef. During the meal, Li Guorong once again expressed his gratitude to Wang Chen, vowing to exert his utmost efforts should any future requests arise. Wang Chen readily agreed, for Li Guorong was also a martial king, a figure at the zenith of Longhua, and one never knew when mutual assistance might be required. After the meal, Wang Chen lingered not, inquiring about the address from Nangong Wentian before vanishing from Jinyao City in a flash. System: navigate to Jiangnan City, Yujing Villa. Wang Chen commanded the system. While he could rely on his phone's navigation, it paled in comparison to the efficiency of the system's guidance, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary delays. Beep, beep. System acknowledged. Initiating navigation to Yujing Villa in Jiangnan City. With the navigation confirmed, Wang Chen wasted no time, accelerating swiftly towards Jiangnan City as directed by the system. Once Wang Chen departed, Nangong Wentian wasted no time either, promptly retrieving his phone to call the second elder. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan City, upon receiving Nangong Wentian's call, the second elder realized Wang Chen was en route and immediately notified Mayor Pan Yuehua and Commander Zhang Xiao. The three then set off in a vehicle towards Yujing Villa in Jiangnan City. Elder, may I inquire about Yujing Villa? Pan Yuehua finally succumbed to his curiosity during the ride, voicing his question. Zhang Xiao, seated beside him, also looked on with intrigue. After all, the previous day, upon disembarking from the plane, the second elder had rushed to the municipal government, dismissing everyone before inquiring about the largest, finest, and most comfortable villas in Jiangnan City. The trio had personally inspected several properties before selecting Yujing Villa, subsequently arranging for cleaning and furnishing until late into the night. This morning, I was urgently summoned once again, and they simply could not fathom what sort of individual could elicit such concern from the second elder. It is permissible for me to disclose this to you, as you are indeed the administrators of Jiangnan City. This residence has been prepared for a distinguished elder who will take up residence here in due course. That is all you need to be aware of. The second elder spoke with a grave demeanor. What? A distinguished elder? Mayor Pan and Commander Zhang were utterly bewildered. The identity of the second elder is such that only a national-level powerhouse could warrant such reverence. Could it be the one from the demon suppression city? Fan Yuehua. As the mayor was quick-witted and instantly connected the dots, arriving at the answer. Are you implying that this national-level powerhouse is coming to our Jiangnan City? Commander Zhang Xiaohu was a beat slow to react, but upon hearing Pan Yuehua's words, he too comprehended the gravity of the situation, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment as he regarded the second elder. Alas, it suffices for the two of you to be aware of this. Do not disclose it to others. After all, we are not well acquainted with this elder and are unaware of their temperament. We would not want to provoke them unnecessarily. Second elder, we understand and will proceed with utmost caution. Indeed, we are not foolish enough to offend a national-level powerhouse. Observing their reactions, the second elder smiled slightly and continued, you need not overthink this matter. The mere fact that we know this elder will reside here is a stroke of fortune. In time, as we gradually familiarize ourselves with them, we shall undoubtedly reap rewards. Should this elder have any requests, provided they are not excessively demanding, Do your utmost to fulfill them. If challenges arise, reach out to me. It is imperative that we serve this elder well. Understood? Understood. We assure you that we will accomplish the task. Chapter 16. Yujing Villa Jinyao City and Jiangnan City are both situated in the southern region of Longhua, merely 50 to 60,000 kilometers apart, a distance that cannot be deemed too great. On this journey, Wang Chen was not pressed for time, thus he leisurely slowed his pace, refraining from hastening his steps. Along the way, he took the opportunity to admire the splendid landscapes of Longhua, passing through numerous cities. Although the majority of the terrain was still dominated by the wilderness inhabited by demonic beasts, after nearly an hour, Wang Chen arrived at Jiangnan City. His mental energy, like an invisible antenna, had already enveloped the destination, Yujing Villa, as per the navigation's guidance. Concurrently, he keenly sensed the presence of 3 individuals standing at the entrance of the villa. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Chen's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared before the trio. The sudden appearance of Wang Chen startled the 3, yet they were not ordinary individuals and quickly regained their composure. By the aura and presence emanating from Wang Chen, they promptly deduced his identity. Greetings, esteemed senior. I am Wu Qi Xuan, the second elder of Longhua. The elder spoke first, his tone imbued with profound respect. Greetings, esteemed senior. I am Pan Yuehua, the mayor of Jiangnan City. Pan Yuehua slightly bowed, his eyes reflecting both reverence and astonishment. After all, Wang Chen's youthful appearance was strikingly remarkable. Greetings, esteemed senior. I am Zhang Xiaohu, the commander of the City Defense Army. Zhang Xiaohu stood tall and rendered a formal military salute to Wang Chen. As Wang Chen regarded these 3 influential figures in Longhua, particularly the second elder, one of the nation's highest leaders, he felt a ripple of emotion stirring within him. Despite having inherited the cultivation of a martial king and possessing a steely resolve, after all, he had only been an ordinary individual at the bottom of society in both his past and present lives. The sudden shift in his status was truly overwhelming, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Being young himself, he could not help but feel a flicker of vanity. Greetings. There is no need for such formalities. Wang Chen replied with a calm demeanor, casually acknowledging their respect. He understood that, in this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, his peak cultivation as a martial king warranted such reverence. Thus, it was not an act of arrogance. Esteemed senior, shall we enter and take a look? I would like to introduce you to Yujing Villa and see if it meets your liking. If it does not, I can arrange for something else. The second elder, Wu Qi Xuan, said cordially, gesturing for him to enter. Very well, let us proceed inside. Also, there is no need to call me esteemed senior. I am not that old. My surname is Wang. Although Wang Chen relished the esteem conveyed by the title of esteemed senior, he found it somewhat awkward given his relatively young age. Then shall I refer to you as Mr. Wang? That is fine. Wang Chen nodded in agreement, feeling quite satisfied with the title Mr., as it felt much more natural than esteemed senior. Upon entering Yujing Villa, the second elder began his introduction. Mr. Wang, allow me to present to you Yujing Villa. The villa spans over 1,500 square meters, with a residential structure rising 3 stories high, featuring 8 bedrooms. Inside, it is equipped with a top-tier cultivation chamber, while the outdoor area boasts an infinity pool, all set within a lovely environment. The Yujing Villa is undoubtedly the finest residence in Jiangnan City. Upon stepping into the villa, Wang Chen's mental prowess had already thoroughly surveyed the entire estate. He felt immense satisfaction. The expansive area of over 1,500 square meters alone was enough to captivate him. As long as he could fulfill the system's tasks, he cared little for anything else. After all, this was indeed a villa, far superior to the dingy quarters he had previously inhabited. Therefore, what was there to critique? Excellent. This will do. Mr. Wang's approval was all that mattered. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the second elder, Pan Yuehua, and Zhang Xiaohu all wore smiles. Their objective had been achieved. As long as Wang Chen resided here, they would have ample opportunities to cultivate a relationship with him. With his peak martial king prowess, he was certainly worth every effort to befriend. Ding, ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. You have earned 1 opportunity to sign in. Just as the decision was finalized, the system's notification resonated in Wang Chen's mind. "Mr. Wang, is there anything else you require? Please do not hesitate to instruct us." The second elder's words prompted Wang Chen to prepare a response of negation. However, the system's voice interrupted once more. Ding. Ding. A new task has been issued. To lead a happy and fulfilling life. How could one possibly do so without servants? Please recruit at least 3 staff members, including a head chef, a butler, and an assistant. Completing this task will reward you with another opportunity to sign in. Wang Chen, in disbelief, mentally chastised the system. "Are you truly intent on leading me into a decadent capitalist lifestyle? You must know that I have always detested individuals such as those you describe." Yet, despite his internal lamentations, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. It seemed he was destined to become the very type of person he once scorned, though a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. "The second elder is quite considerate. If that's the case, please assist me in recruiting 3 individuals, a chef, a butler, and an assistant. Nothing more," Wang Chen declared. Since the system had issued a task, it was only natural for him to fulfill it, and he genuinely looked forward to a life with attendance. "Rest assured, Mr. Wang, I will arrange it immediately, and by tomorrow at the latest, you shall have your staff," the second elder assured, thumping his chest with determination. This was an excellent opportunity to strengthen their ties with Wang Chen, and he was determined to seize it. Upon returning, a meeting would be convened to select the most suitable candidates. "Thank you, second elder. However, I cannot always take advantage of you. Here, allow me to gift you something," Wang Chen said, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned a massive beast carcass from the depths of the system's space. This was the serpent-like king-level beast he had slain near the number 01 spatial passage, its enormous form now floating before the group. A faint aura of the king-level beast emanated from the corpse, causing the 3 to shiver involuntarily, as if a heavy stone had settled upon their chests. Though the creature was deceased, it had only recently perished, and its residual energy had yet to dissipate entirely. "Is this truly the carcass of a royal-grade, monstrous beast?" The voice of the second elder trembled as he inquired, while Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiaohu stared in astonishment at the colossal entity before them. They had encountered royal-grade beasts before, yet witnessing the remains of one was a novel experience. "Mr. Wang, the carcass of this royal-grade beast is exceedingly precious. You must store it away at once. Moreover, as a formidable warrior of the Martial King realm, you are entitled to an elder's position in our Dragon Nation. All expenses for a Martial King elder are borne by the state, so there is no need for you to hesitate. Serving you is our duty. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." The second elder's words left Wang Chen momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such privileges associated with the Martial King realm, revealing his lack of knowledge in this regard. "Please, take it away. This item holds little utility for me," Wang Chen urged nonchalantly. Having already produced the item, it would be illogical to retract it. Did he not care for his reputation? The primary reason was his aversion to serpentine beasts. Their soft-bodied nature unsettled him. Thus, extending a favor seemed appropriate, as it served no purpose for him other than to evoke discomfort. "Then, I extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Wang. The carcass of a royal-grade beast is indeed a treasure of immense significance for our Dragon Nation." After careful consideration, the second elder resolved to accept it, recognizing its vital importance to the Dragon Nation. Chapter 17. The accompanying attendant within the opulent confines of the Royal Scenic Garden. The 3 elders accompanied Wang Chen as he familiarized himself with the entirety of the villa before bidding a hasty farewell. At the moment of parting, each of them retrieved their mobile devices to exchange contact information with Wang Chen, who readily acquiesced. As a formidable warrior at the Martial King realm, he understood the impracticality of managing every task personally. Such behavior would surely diminish his standing. Thus, the prospect of having willing aides was not to be squandered. Once the trio departed, the lavish villa fell into an immediate hush, leaving Wang Chen in solitude. However, he did not feel lonely. Rather, he relished the tranquility. He wandered through the villa once more, filled with excitement, as it was his first encounter with such luxurious surroundings. After exploring the villa, Wang Chen returned to the grand living room on the first floor, eagerly summoning the system within his mind. For he had not forgotten that he still possessed a sign-in opportunity. System, are you there? I wish to sign in. A crisp notification echoed in his mind, followed by the system's voice. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have acquired one accompanying attendant. What is this? An accompanying attendant? I've only heard of accompanying spiritual treasures. This is a novel concept to me. System, please enlighten me about this accompanying attendant. Response. The accompanying attendant is a naturally born guardian that accompanies the host. The attendant's cultivation will automatically rise in accordance with the host's advancement, forever remaining one minor realm below the host's level, rendering them equally formidable at the same tier. Furthermore, the accompanying attendant can never truly perish. As long as the host remains alive, the attendant will resurrect automatically after a month of death. The host is exceptionally fortunate, for the accompanying attendant is considered a remarkable anomaly. Wow, the system is incredible, Wang Chen exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. The capabilities of the accompanying attendant were undeniably extraordinary. As a peak martial king, Wang Chen realized that this attendant would possess the prowess of a late-stage martial king while remaining invincible among equals, and the aspect of infinite resurrection was simply unfathomable. Truly, it was a testament to its bug-like existence. The thought of the next time he would sign in at the martial god realm, and his attendant would ascend to that level as well, filled him with exhilaration. He would no longer need to risk his own life in perilous situations, significantly enhancing his assurance of safety. System, I wish to claim my accompanying attendant, Wang Chen declared, brimming with anticipation. As his words resonated, the space before him began to warp, revealing a passageway of shimmering light. Gradually, a middle-aged man clad in dark attire, exuding an austere demeanor, emerged from the portal. Once he stepped through, the spatial passageway vanished behind him. Greetings, my lord. Wang Chen felt an involuntary wave of bemusement at this address. It sounded rather juvenile, a term not commonly found in this world. After pondering for a moment, he said, "From now on, you may address me as sir." "Very well, sir." Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the middle-aged man instantly altered his address for him. Wang Chen initially desired to be referred to as young master, but upon reflection, he realized that in this realm, only the legitimate heirs of prominent families are called young master. However, he was a formidable warrior at the martial king level, his status far surpassing that of those so-called young masters. Thus, the title sir seemed far more fitting. "What is your name?" "I humbly report, sir. My name is Wang Chen." Wang Chen? Upon hearing this name, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. The name was remarkably grand, reminiscent of those typically chosen by protagonists in novels. An ordinary person could hardly bear such a title. "System brother, you didn't come up with this name, did you?" Ding. Ding. To the host, the name Wang Chen was randomly generated by the system. If the host is dissatisfied, alternative names are available. Alternative names? Wang Chen had not anticipated such thoughtfulness from the system. "Pray, tell me, were the alternative names?" Ding. Ding. To the host. The alternative names for Wang Chen include Wang Ritian, Wang Batian, and Wang Patian. The host may select one. "Oh dear. System brother, these names are rather imposing. Aren't they? Why do they all relate to the heavens? Is there not a more modest option?" Wang Chen lamented internally, feeling exasperated that there was not a single reasonable name to choose from. Ding. Ding. The system does not permit modesty. All right. I shan't change it. I suddenly feel that Wang Chen is rather splendid. The more I hear it, the more imposing it sounds. Meanwhile, the second elder, having departed from Wang Chen's estate, promptly boarded a private plane back to Kyoto. En route, he had already informed the first elder and the third elder the details regarding his meeting with Wang Chen, including Wang Chen's demeanor and the assistance he required. After deliberation, the three decided to convene an elder council specifically to discuss matters concerning Wang Chen. Upon receiving the notification about the elder council, the most exhilarated were Li Guorong and Lin Chongkong, who were stationed at the Demon Suppression City and the Skyward City. Both of their families resided in Kyoto, and opportunities for them to return were scarce. It had been 2 or 3 years since they last visited home. Thus, upon receiving the notification, they did not hesitate, making arrangements before hastily returning to Kyoto. Within the central elders' residence of Kyoto, all 6 of the Grand Elders of the Dragon Nation had gathered. The 3 highest leaders managing the Dragon Nation, along with 3 Martial King-level experts, constituted the most powerful assembly of 6 individuals in the Dragon Nation. All right, since everyone is present, let us commence. Second Elder, please share the specifics of your findings. Upon hearing the first Elder's words, the second Elder did not hesitate and began to recount in detail everything he had seen and heard during his visit to Jiangnan City, including the fact that Wang Chen gifted him a royal beast, as well as the matter of recruiting personnel. Elderly, you were among the first to engage with Mr. Wang, and as a martial king yourself, please share your impressions and the prowess of this Mr. Wang. Is he truly that formidable? As the foremost powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom, Long Yu's primary concern remains the strength of Wang Chen. Elder Long, I cannot precisely ascertain the extent of Mr. Wang's abilities, but he undoubtedly possesses strength surpassing the pinnacle of martial kings. Whether he has transcended to the next realm, I cannot say. Nevertheless, regardless of whether this Mr. Wang has surpassed martial kings or not, even if he is merely a martial king, he is certainly someone we should strive to ally with wholeheartedly. Our primary focus today should revolve around the tasks Mr. Wang has assigned to us. This matter indeed warrants careful deliberation. We must not act hastily, for it presents us with an unparalleled opportunity to understand our counterpart better. The chef's position can be easily resolved. We can simply transfer someone from our ranks. However, the roles of steward and assistant require thorough consideration. I have a strong inclination that the assistant should be a woman, as females tend to be more attentive and nurturing. Elder Lin's suggestion holds merit. The assistant should indeed be a female, while the steward ought to be someone more composed. As for the assistant, I happen to know of a particularly suitable candidate. Has the Grand Elder made a selection? Who is it? Are we acquainted? It's by Wang Chen from the Kyoto Martial University. Chapter 18. The Anomaly of the Demon Clan by Wang King is indeed a most suitable candidate, impeccable in appearance, temperament, and talent. Indeed, I have heard of her. At such a tender age, she has already cultivated to the pinnacle of a grandmaster, and it is likely that she will soon break through to the realm of a great grandmaster. Very well. Let us choose by Wang King from Kyoto Martial University as our assistant. And now, let us deliberate on the selection of the steward. Regarding the steward, I have someone in mind. As soon as the Grand Elder finished speaking, Li Guorong interjected. Oh, Li Elder has a candidate in mind? Who might that be? At that moment, the other 5 individuals present turned their inquisitive gazes toward Li Guorong, for they had been at a loss concerning the steward selection. The choice of gender had yet to be determined, and now, Li Guorong surprisingly had a candidate, which piqued their curiosity. My candidate is Meng Zirue, the former commander of Demon Suppression City. What? Meng Zirue? Li Elder, you are well aware of Meng Zirue's circumstances. He is currently far from suitable. Indeed, ever since his injury, his strength has diminished from the pinnacle of a great grandmaster to the initial stage of a great grandmaster. Before long, he may even struggle to maintain his current level. Alas, what he needs now is time to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Li Guorong was immediately met with opposition from the other elders. The truth was undeniable. Meng Zirue, the former commander of Demon Suppression City, had sustained serious injuries while defending against a siege by demonic beasts. Li Guorong had been intercepted by a king-level beast, and in a valiant effort to protect the city, Meng Zirue battled 3 demonic beasts of equal rank. He succeeded in safeguarding the city, but at the cost of sustaining heavy wounds. Falling into a coma for half a month, Li Guorong had long carried a sense of guilt regarding this matter, having often thought of Meng Zirue over the years. It was during that battle that Meng Zirue incurred severe internal injuries, resulting in a regression of his strength, ultimately necessitating his resignation from the position of commander. The current commander of Demon Suppression City, Nangong Wentian, took over his responsibilities. I am fully aware of Meng Zirue's plight, and it is precisely because I know that I recommend him. Li Guorong spoke with utmost seriousness, his expression grave, clearly not jesting. "Li Elder, since you have stated this, there must be your reasoning behind it. Please share with us your justification for recommending Meng Zirue." Following the Grand Elder's words, everyone looked at Li Guoron with curiosity. Because Mr. Wang possesses a healing elixir, should we acquire it, Meng Zirue's injuries could not only heal, but perhaps he may even advance further. I have personally witnessed the efficacy of the elixir in Wang Chen's possession. It is indeed a supreme healing remedy, effective even for someone of my rank as a martial king, let alone for Meng Zirue, who is merely a great grandmaster. This is the very reason I advocate for Meng Zirue. What? Is what Li Elder saying true? Li Elder, this is no jest. You must understand how significant this is for us. Observing the reactions of the others, Li Guoron bore no anger, for he too would have found it hard to believe had he not experienced it himself. Indeed, during the siege by the demonic beasts, I sustained grave injuries. But it was Mr. Wang who bestowed upon me a healing elixir. Not only did my wounds mend, but my strength also advanced significantly. In no time, I shall transcend to the late stage of the martial king. What? Elderly, are you on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of the martial king? Oldly, you've been quite secretive, haven't you? This could indeed be a case of fortune arising from misfortune. Splendid. If Elderly achieves this breakthrough, it would be a momentous occasion for our dragon nation. If what Elderly claims is true, I wholeheartedly agree to let Meng Zirue serve as the chief steward under Mr. Wang. Given Meng Zirue's capabilities, I believe he is more than suited for such a role. Haha, indeed. After all, he is a commander of an army. I concur. Agreed. Agreed. Thus it is settled. As for the cook, let us assign old Zhang to the task. Very well. Let it be decided. Agreed. Agreed. Now, let us begin our discourse regarding the royal realm demonic beast bestowed upon us by Mr. Wang. The words of the second elder compelled everyone present to sit up straight, for this was indeed the most significant matter of their meeting. It is essential to recognize that the royal realm demonic beast possesses treasures galore, especially its essence blood, which can significantly enhance the likelihood of breaking through to the martial king realm. While nearly 1,000 grandmasters openly exist within our dragon nation, there are but 3 martial kings, highlighting the arduous nature of such a breakthrough. A single royal realm demonic beast can yield 3 portions of essence blood. The crux of today's deliberation lies in the allocation of these precious portions. The essence blood of the royal realm demonic beast is far too valuable to be distributed without merit. Our dragon nation is not devoid of those who have rendered great service. Consider those stationed at the Demon Suppression City and the Skyward City. Each one has contributed significantly. Yet, with only 3 portions of essence blood available, how shall we divide them? Surely, we cannot show favoritism, for that would lead to discontent. Indeed, merely 3 portions is exceedingly scarce. However, Elderly, I have heard that Mr. Wang has slain 3 royal realm demonic beasts in Demon Suppression City, correct? He indeed has slain 3. Mr. Wang should still possess 2. Upon hearing Lin Chongkong's words, Li Guoron replied without hesitation. As this is a matter of public knowledge, everyone across the nation is aware, and there is nothing to conceal. One wonders whether Mr. Wang is willing to sell. If so, we could potentially procure them. Elder Lin is right, but it may not be prudent for us to broach this topic at present. Let us wait and see how matters unfold in due time. The Grand Elder is correct. We should first deliberate on how to distribute these 3 portions of essence blood. As no one else has spoken, allow me to share my thoughts. I propose that we allocate 1 portion each to Nangong Wentian and Jiang Wei for their significant contributions in guarding the Demon Suppression City and Skyward City. The remaining portion could be awarded to Zhao Ziwu of the Azure Dragon Legion, who rendered great service during the support of Magic City. The third elder's reasoning is not without merit. Yet one must consider that each of the 4 major legions has made substantial contributions, had it not been for their support across the nation. We cannot ascertain how many cities of our dragon nation might have fallen. Moreover, the presidents of the 5 prestigious universities in our dragon nation have not only nurtured countless formidable individuals, but also tirelessly ventured to various locations in support of our nation. Each one of them has made significant contributions to the Dragon Nation. Elder Long, do you have any thoughts or preferred candidates in mind? The Grand Elder, noticing the silence of Long Yu, took the initiative to inquire, for as the foremost warrior of the Dragon Nation, his opinion holds great importance. After glancing at several individuals and pondering for a moment, Long Yu spoke. Have you all noticed the increasingly frequent activities of the demon beasts lately? Take this instance. For example, 3 royal-grade demon beasts suddenly appeared in Demon Suppression City, while 2 were spotted in Ling Tian City. Such occurrences have never happened before, indicating that there may be unforeseen changes on the side of the demon beasts, and we must remain vigilant. Therefore, my suggestion is to allocate 2 portions of demon beast essence blood to Nangong, Wentian, and Jiangwei, while the remaining portion can be given to the 4 major legions. You may deliberate on the specifics amongst yourselves. Upon hearing Long Yu's perspective, the 3rd elder felt elated and, with a hearty laugh, continued. Elder Long and I are of one mind. I believe this arrangement is indeed appropriate, regardless of who is chosen. Anyone who breaks through to the Martial King level should head to either Demon Suppression City or Ling Tian City. In this case, it would be more efficient to directly assign the essence blood to Nangong, Wentian, and Jiangwei, considering their commendable talents and greater likelihood of breaking through. After listening to the words of Long Yu and the 3rd elder, the Grand Elder then turned his gaze toward Li Guorong and Elder Lin. What are your thoughts? I have no objections. Neither do I. Then it is settled. The 3 portions of demon beast essence blood will be distributed, with Nangong, Wentian, and Jiangwei each receiving 1 portion, and the remaining 1 allocated to the 4 major legions. We shall discuss the specifics further. As the Grand Elder's words concluded, this session of the Elder Council was officially adjourned. Chapter 19. By Wang Chen and Meng, Zirui, Kyoto, Martial University. One of the 5 premier institutions in the Dragon Kingdom, proudly holds the esteemed position of being the finest among them. Its faculty is exceptionally formidable, with the president being a pinnacle grandmaster. It is said that there are no fewer than 10 grandmasters within the university, and the minimum cultivation level of the faculty is at least that of a master. To gain admission to Kyoto Martial University, students must attain the martial artist realm and demonstrate remarkable performance during the martial examination. In Baiyun City, where Wang Chen resides, typically only 1 or 2 students meet the admission criteria each year, and sometimes none at all. Furthermore, the graduation requirements for students of Kyoto Martial University mandate that they must achieve at least the master level, with some exceptionally gifted individuals even reaching grandmaster status upon graduation. Bai Wanqing, a distinguished alumna of Kyoto Martial University, chose to remain at the institution as a mentor after her graduation. Now aged 30, Bai Wanqing has reached the pinnacle of the master realm and stands on the cusp of breaking through to grandmaster. She is the most popular mentor at Kyoto Martial University and is celebrated as the most beautiful woman on campus. Today, with no classes scheduled, the university has granted students a 3-day holiday in light of a significant victory achieved by the Demon Suppression City. While refining her skills in her apartment, Bai Wanqing was unexpectedly summoned to the president's office by the university's director. Although she was unsure of the reason behind the summons, she refrained from inquiring further. As a prominent figure within the university, she had visited the president's office on numerous occasions and was familiar with the surroundings. Upon entering the office, Bai Wanqing was taken aback to find an unfamiliar individual present alongside the president. "Teacher Bai has arrived," exclaimed President Zhou Kongmian, rising to greet her. "Greetings, President. Allow me to introduce you. Teacher Bai, this is Secretary Liu from the Elder's office, who has come specifically to see you," the president continued. Bai Wanqing's pupils constricted at the mention of the Elder's office. A secretary from such a prestigious establishment was far from an ordinary position. While the title of secretary may not seem imposing at first, the authority and status associated with the Elder's office elevated to extraordinary heights. "Greetings, Secretary Liu. I am Bai Wanqing," she said, her heart racing with surprise, yet maintaining her composure as she politely addressed him. "Teacher Bai, you are too kind. I come at the behest of my superiors, though my visit is rather abrupt and I did not have the opportunity to inform you in advance," Secretary Liu replied. exhibiting a courteous demeanor devoid of any airs of superiority. "What brings you to see me, Secretary Liu?" Bai Wangqing inquired, puzzled by the unexpected encounter. As a mere university mentor, it seemed improbable that their paths would intersect. After all, ordinary individuals and the elder's office were worlds apart. "I'm not entirely sure myself. Teacher Bai, if you accompany me, you will soon discover the purpose of my visit," Secretary Liu responded, clarifying that he had not been informed of the specifics prior to being instructed to find Bai Wangqing. "Are you truly here on behalf of the elder to see me?" At this moment, not only was Bai Wangqing bewildered, but even the president of Kyoto Wu University beside her was equally astonished. To meet the elder is a monumental honor. Indeed, Teacher Bai, the leadership is awaiting you. If you have no further matters to attend to, we may depart at once. "I have nothing pressing. Then let us proceed, Teacher Bai. We want to keep the leadership waiting." Thus, in a state of confusion, Bai Wangqing followed Secretary Liu out of the president's office and soon found herself aboard a maglev train parked downstairs. Once the vehicle activated, it swiftly vanished from within the confines of Kyoto Wu University. Meanwhile, at the Meng residence in Kyoto, Meng Zhui, engrossed in his secluded cultivation, was abruptly interrupted by a series of urgent knocks at the door. "Alas, this is not promising. It seems my realm will soon regress from the Grandmaster level." With a sigh, Meng Zhui rose to open the door. "What brings you here, Xiaorui? Has something happened?" "Father, nothing is wrong, but someone just visited our home, requesting to see you. I was told to fetch you post-haste." The speaker was Meng Zhui's son, in his 20s and currently a sophomore at Kyoto Wu University, having returned home for the holidays. "Who could it be at this hour? Do you not recognize them?" "Father, I have never encountered this individual. How peculiar. It has been years since anyone has come to our home." As he spoke, Meng Zhui's expression grew melancholic. Since his injury, the number of acquaintances who had once maintained contact had dwindled. Initially, those who were close would reach out, but as his condition deteriorated, his power waned, and he found himself devoid of any official position. The sycophants who once courted his favor had gradually faded away. In recent years, even those friends who had once been close had ceased their visits, leaving even his son as one of the few who still maintained some connection. "Secretary Zhang, greetings." Upon entering the living room with his son, Meng Zhui immediately spotted a middle-aged man seated there. After a brief moment of surprise, he hurriedly approached the man. "General Meng, it has been a long time. Secretary Zhang, has the elder sent for me? Please share any directives, and I shall ensure their fulfillment." Meng Zhui understood that the middle-aged man before him was one of the two secretaries to the elder of the Dragon Nation, and they had no prior acquaintance. The sudden visit could only mean there was a matter of significance at hand, though he remained uncertain whether it would bode well or ill. "General Meng, you are too courteous. The elder requests your presence." "What? The elder wishes to meet with me?" "Indeed, if you have no pressing matters, let us depart promptly to avoid keeping the elder waiting." "Very well, I have no prior engagements and am ready to leave at once." Presently, Meng Zhui found himself at leisure, with no pressing affairs to attend to. After all, who would dare delay when the elder awaited? "General Meng, while I am unaware of the elder's intentions, I was instructed by elderly Guorong to convey a message. You must seize this opportunity with utmost resolve." Upon hearing Secretary Zhang's words, Meng Zhui felt a sudden jolt in his heart. While he could disregard the opinions of others, he deemed it imperative to heed Li Guorong's counsel, for he knew that Li would never wish him harm. Moreover, it appeared that this summons from the elder was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. "Thank you, Secretary Zhang, I understand." "Excellent. Then let us proceed. The elder awaits our arrival." "Very well." Thus, Meng Zhui followed Secretary Zhang directly onto the maglev train that stood at the entrance of the Meng residence. This was the exclusive vehicle of high-ranking officials, reserved for individuals of exceptional status, and he had only had the privilege of riding it a handful of times. Chapter 20: The Bewildered Trio. As Meng Zhui followed Secretary Zhang into the Grand Elder's office, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The office was not occupied solely by the Grand Elder. Two unfamiliar figures were present. One, a stunningly beautiful woman, and the other, an elderly gentleman who appeared to be around 60 years of age. The moment he laid eyes on them, A multitude of thoughts flashed through Meng Zirue's mind. Were they rivals? Or perhaps allies? If they were competitors, he felt no fear, for he could sense that their abilities were inferior to his own. The enchanting woman demonstrated commendable prowess, standing at the pinnacle of the master realm, while the elderly gentleman's strength fell short, merely at the warrior level. Although his own capabilities had regressed to the early stages of the Grandmaster realm, he still surpassed both of them significantly. Should their relationship be one of competition, he felt assured of victory. Grand Elder, General Meng has arrived. Greetings, Grand Elder. With Secretary Zhang's introduction, Meng Zirue respectfully greeted the Grand Elder. Ah, Zirue has come. It has been several years since we last met. How has your health been? Thank you, Grand Elder, for your concern. I am much better now. Please rest assured that I will fulfill any tasks you assign. Excellent. Xiao Zhang, you may step out for a moment. I need to discuss some matters with these three. Understood, Grand Elder. After bowing respectfully to the Grand Elder, Secretary Zhang exited the office, closing the door behind him. Zirue, please take a seat. There is no need to be anxious. The reason I have gathered you three is to discuss an important matter. Let me introduce you to one another. Meng Zirue, the esteemed General Meng. I believe you are both familiar with each other. Greetings, General Meng. Hello, General Meng. Ah, how delightful to meet you both. As the Grand Elder made the introductions, both individuals greeted Meng Zirue with polite respect, their demeanor courteous. It was inevitable, as Meng Zirue had once sustained grave injuries in defense of the demon suppression city, earning him the title of a great hero in the eyes of the nation, thus commanding much respect. This is Miss Bai Wang Chen, a mentor at Kyoto Martial University. Hello, Miss Bai. Greetings, Miss Bai. And this is Chef Zhang, the chief cook at the Elder's residence. Hello, Chef Zhang. Please, there is no need for such formalities. I am but an old man. You may simply call me Old Zhang. Upon hearing them address him as Old Zhang, he waved his hands in modesty, insisting that such titles were reserved for those of great strength or high status. He considered himself unworthy of such a designation. Now that you are all acquainted, let us turn to the matter at hand. The purpose of gathering you three is indeed to assign a task. Of course, participation is not compulsory. You may choose to decline if you wish. We do not impose. Whatever the Grand Elder arranges, I shall ensure it is accomplished. We are at your service, Grand Elder. Very well. I shall outline your respective tasks. General Meng, your role will be that of a steward. Miss Bai, you will serve as an assistant. And Old Zhang, your duty will be that of a chef. If you agree, you must exert every effort to fulfill the task without the slightest hint of negligence. What? Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, Meng Zirue and Bai Wang Chen were taken aback, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Only Chef Old Zhang remained unperturbed. To him, being a cook was the same regardless of the location. Cooking was simply cooking, and since it was arranged by the Grand Elder, the benefits would surely not be less than his current position, possibly even greater. Hence he remained exceptionally composed. Grand Elder, you mean for me to serve as a steward? Yes, indeed, as a steward. The Grand Elder's affirming words left Meng Zirue momentarily speechless. He was truly being tasked to serve as a steward. He never anticipated such a role. Was this not an affront? After all, who was he? A formidable soldier, the commander of the former demon suppression city, a 7-foot-tall man, to be relegated to the role of a steward? What does a steward even do? Even relatively prominent families have stewards, including his own. While many stewards in prestigious families hold significant status and command respect in public, they are, at the end of the day, still subordinates. He was unfit for such a position. Despite elderly Guorong hinting at seizing the opportunity, his sense of dignity forbade him from acquiescing. He would rather perish than serve as a steward. No one could alter that conviction. Grand Elder, I believe I am not suited for the role of a steward. I would march into battle against demon beasts without a second thought, even facing death with no complaints. However, being a steward seems rather inappropriate. Perhaps you could consider someone more fitting? After careful consideration, Meng Zirue ultimately declined. His principles would not allow him to serve as a steward. Very well. Take your time to reconsider. If you feel it unsuitable, I will not press the matter. Your opinion is respected. And you, Miss Bai? The Grand Elder first cast a meaningful glance at Meng Zirue, before turning to Bai Wang Chen with a smile. Grand Elder, you mentioned I would serve as an assistant. May I inquire as to whom I would be assisting? Haha, I cannot divulge specific identities, but suffice it to say, you should know they are a senior figure. I have great confidence in you, Miss Bai. A senior figure? Although the Grand Elder did not specify the identity of this individual. They were not foolish and could easily deduce that anyone referred to as a senior by the Grand Elder must be a formidable presence, a powerhouse of national caliber. A collective gasp of astonishment escaped the trio, who simultaneously rose to their feet in excitement. Grand Elder, having reconsidered, I find myself quite suitable for the role of a steward. The position is meant for me, Meng Zruwei proclaimed, raising his hand to address the Grand Elder. Steward? Not even a dog would aspire to that. What about dignity? What is dignity? Know that all professions deserve respect. What is wrong with being a steward? Ha Zruwei. I recall you just stated you were unsuitable for such a role. Did I misunderstand? No, it is not that you have misheard. Rather, I misspoke. You are well aware that my injury has yet to heal, and I experienced a brief spasm that caused me to utter the wrong words. I trust you will be understanding. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my duties as steward with great diligence, ensuring that I do not bring you any shame. You may entrust the stewardship to me without worry. Ha! You rascal, do you think this is a battlefield? Striving to make an impression? Remember to serve that esteemed elder well. It will certainly be advantageous for you. Meng Zruwei's words not only brought laughter to the Grand Elder, but also elicited smiles from Bai Wang Chen and Chef Lao Zhang, who were pleasantly surprised by this side of Meng Zruwei. The Grand Elder can rest assured. I promise to accomplish the task and serve the Elder with utmost dedication. Wherever the Elder directs, I shall follow. Whatever the Elder commands, I shall heed. If the Elder instructs me to go east, I shall not venture west. Very well. Since you have spoken so, I hereby grant you the position of steward. These Grand Elders. Chapter 21. Destined for Solitude, the Grand Elder. Disregarding the exuberance of Meng Zruwei, shifted his attention towards Bai Wang Chen, inquiring, Miss Bai, what are your thoughts? In response, Bai Wang Chen, without a moment's hesitation, declared, I am willing. It would have been foolish to refuse such an opportunity. Not only her, but even the president of Kyoto Martial University would have consented without a second thought. The chance to engage closely with a national-level powerhouse is a dream cherished by all. The stronger one is, the more fervent the desire. This is particularly true for those at the pinnacle of Grandmaster status, as receiving guidance from a national-level expert would significantly enhance their chances of breaking through. Such an opportunity is coveted by everyone, even old Chef Zhang, who had long been serving at the Elder's residence, appeared animated. Despite his role as a chef, he had never laid eyes on those three national-level elders. To be a chef for such formidable beings would make him the foremost in the culinary world, and he would accept no rebuttal. Very well. It is settled then. The position of assistant is yours. And what about you, old Zhang? What are your thoughts? I am also willing. The title of the culinary world's champion is rightfully mine. No one shall contest it. What? Do you have objections? Even if you do, you must endure it. The reason the national-level elder did not invite you, but chose me, is a testament to my superior culinary skills. If you doubt it, go ahead and find a national-level elder to be your chef, and see if they would have you. Since all three of you have made your decision, it is settled. Return now to make the necessary arrangements. For tomorrow I shall accompany you to meet the esteemed elder. Remember, you must serve that elder with utmost diligence. Should any issues arise, you may directly contact the local mayor and the warlord, or reach out to my secretary. Understood, Grand Elder. 3 the following morning. The Grand Elder and the 3 individuals boarded a private plane and descended upon Jiangnan City. Upon arrival at the airport, they were greeted by Mayor Pan Yuehua and Warlord Zhang Xiaohu. After the Grand Elder introduced them, they exchanged contact information. After all, distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. Should any issues arise, it would be more convenient to reach out to Pan Yuehua and his colleague, as they were on their home turf. The group then proceeded by car to Wang Chen's Royal Scenic Villa. Upon waking, Wang Chen had intended to ask his attendant, Wang Outyen, to prepare breakfast for the two of them, having discovered a plethora of fresh ingredients in the kitchen. However, The meal Wang Chen prepared nearly sent him running for the hills. The fried eggs were charred beyond recognition, while the stir-fried vegetables were a disaster. With the meat undercooked and excessively salty, one could almost assume he had annihilated the salt merchant. It is baffling that a dignified superintendent of the Martial King realm could not cook. If he couldn't manage it, he could have simply said so instead of pretending to know. It was undeniably infuriating. Ultimately, Wang Chen had to take matters into his own hands to resolve their breakfast dilemma. He even vented his frustrations to the system, only to be met with the system's retort that Wang Chen, being human, was entitled to flaws, a perfectly normal occurrence. It is indeed exasperating. Yet through his interactions with Wang Chen and the systematic introduction, Wang Chen has come to realize that although Wang Chen is a companion servant assigned by the system, he possesses his own thoughts and is not fundamentally different from an ordinary person. After a simple breakfast, the two seated themselves in the villa's courtyard to enjoy tea. With no work or training obligations, one might ponder what else they could possibly do. Ah, old Wang, we have guests arriving. Please go and welcome them. With Wang Chen's current prowess, there is no need for him to deliberately sense his surroundings. Anything related to him naturally draws his attention. Just moments ago, he sensed a maglev train approaching his direction, accompanied by two familiar auras. Understood, sir, Wang Chen said, and in an instant, he vanished from Wang Chen's sight. A warrior at the Martial King level can move with such swiftness. When the Grand Elder and his companions saw Wang Chen standing at the entrance of the Yujing Villa, they were momentarily taken aback. Who is this person? There is no record of him in our information. Greetings. May I ask who you are? Pan Yuehua inquired, stepping forward to address Wang Chen, noting that they had not encountered him during their visit yesterday. The most alarming aspect was that he could not discern this individual's martial realm, a situation that was rather unsettling, considering he himself was a grandmaster. Not only he, but the others also recognized this peculiarity. It is important to note that their group consisted of no ordinary individuals. Pan Yuehua, Zhang Xiaohu, and Grand Elder Meng Zirui were all grandmasters. Even Bai Wanqing stood at the pinnacle of the master realm, yet none could perceive the realm of the person before them. This situation could only suggest two possibilities. Either the individual's realm surpassed theirs, or he possessed a treasure that concealed his true level, a treasure that was exceedingly rare and unattainable for ordinary folk. They leaned toward the latter assumption, as the prospect of someone being of a higher realm than theirs was too terrifying to contemplate. If he were indeed a martial king, it was beyond their belief. I am Wang Chen, the servant of Mr. Wang. Please come inside. Mr. Wang is waiting for you. After delivering his message, Wang Chen turned and walked away without further acknowledgement. Servant? The mere mention of this term left them in stunned silence. What realm must a servant of a martial king possess? While they were uncertain of Wang Chen's specific level, one fact was clear. He was at least a martial king. Exchanging glances, they found themselves momentarily speechless. Another unfamiliar martial king had appeared. Let us not overthink it. We should enter and not keep him waiting. The Grand Elder finally reacted, urging the group forward. Regardless of whether Wang Chen was indeed a martial king, he served to protect Wang Chen, and that was what truly mattered. Upon seeing the arrival of his guests, Wang Chen rose from his chair. By rights, given his strength, he could remain seated without concern. However, recognizing one among them as a Grand Elder of the Dragon Nation, he felt it was only fitting to show a modicum of respect to one of the nation's highest leaders. Greetings, Mr. Wang. Hello, Mr. Wang. After the eldest elder exchanged greetings, the others respectfully followed suit, acknowledging Wang Chen. No need for formality. Please take a seat. Wang Chen casually invited everyone to sit down. In this courtyard, there were 2 tables with 8 seats in total, ample enough for their gathering. Thank you, Mr. Wang. As a few of them settled in, Wang Chen casually surveyed the group. He recognized Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiaohu, while the eldest elder held little interest for him. His primary focus was on the other 3 individuals, who, if all went as expected, will be pivotal to the completion of his system task. The 2 men were rather unremarkable, their age bearing the hallmark of ordinariness. The middle-aged man bore an injury, which piqued Wang Chen's interest slightly, prompting him to glance again. However, it was the woman who captivated him most. At first glance, she embodied his preferred type. Not only was her appearance appealing, but her demeanor was equally compelling. In his 2 lifetimes, Wang Chen found himself drawn more to mature, gentle, and virtuous women than to the younger ones. Regrettably, in this lifetime, he was disinclined to pursue romantic relationships. Being a person with a system, he was uncertain of the heights he might attain in the future, perhaps even achieving immortality. The thought of watching someone he cherished age and ultimately perish was unbearable. Thus, it seemed he was destined to become a solitary figure in this life. Chapter 22. The Breaking Boundary Pill. As Wang Chen scrutinized the 3 individuals, they too regarded him with a certain trepidation. However, in contrast to Wang Chen's forthright demeanor, their demeanor appeared somewhat cautious. Although they had been informed in advance of Wang Chen's potential status as a national-level powerhouse, witnessing him in person left them utterly astounded. He was astonishingly youthful, perhaps excessively so. Even the Grand Elder was equally astonished, as the experience of hearing about him was vastly different from witnessing him firsthand. Mr. Wang, allow me to introduce these 3 individuals to you. This is Meng Zirue, the former commander of the Demon Suppression City. We intend for him to serve as your steward. Upon the Grand Elder's introduction, Meng Zirue immediately rose and respectfully bowed to Wang Chen. Greetings, Mr. Wang. Please feel free to issue any commands, and I assure you I will fulfill my duties as steward to the best of my abilities. Wang Chen regarded Meng Zirue with great satisfaction, particularly after learning of his esteemed background. The former commander of the Demon Suppression City, serving as a steward, was both prestigious and capable, leaving no grounds for refusal. Very well, I entrust you with the position of steward. Rest assured, sir, I will ensure the task is completed. Meng Zirue expressed his joy, even offering a crisp military salute to Wang Chen. There is no need for such formality. We will be like family from now on. Mr. Wang, this is Miss Bai Wanking, a mentor at the Kyoto Martial University. She will serve as your assistant. Greetings, Mr. Wang. Please feel free to ask for anything you require. Bai Wanking also stood and gracefully bowed to Wang Chen, her every movement exuding the grace of a refined lady, mature and gentle. Excellent. No need for further discussion. Wang Chen affirmed with a nod. Refusing such an offer would be unreasonable, although he was not inclined towards romantic entanglements. Having a gentle and virtuous beauty as an assistant was undeniably pleasing to the eye. This aligned perfectly with the system's requirements. Having such an enchanting figure at his service would undoubtedly elevate his spirits. Mr. Wang, this is Old Zhang, a culinary master. He will serve as your dedicated chef. Greetings. Mr. Wang, please let me know your culinary desires, and I will ensure your satisfaction. After the Grand Elder's introduction, Old Zhang bowed respectfully to Wang Chen, cherishing this opportunity even more than Meng Zirue and Bai Wanking. His martial arts talent was not particularly strong. He had only reached the martial master realm thus far. In a world where strength reigned supreme, this level of ability was rather insufficient. Moreover, given his age, he had likely exhausted his potential, and without a fortuitous opportunity, he would remain far from the Grandmaster realm in this lifetime. While he was indeed a culinary master, cooking was merely a minor path, providing only a modest livelihood. However, seizing this opportunity meant he would be serving a national-level powerhouse daily, a tremendous opportunity for him. On any given day, should the other party find joy, a casual offering might just inspire a breakthrough in their martial prowess. Wang Chen cast a glance at his companion, noting their somewhat lacking strength. Yet, to him, this was of little consequence. What need had a chef for extraordinary power? He did not expect such a person to safeguard him. All he required was a mastery of culinary arts. Indeed, I possess a sincere interest in the realm of gastronomy, so I shall rely upon you henceforth. Rest assured, sir, I shall not disappoint you. Upon witnessing this exchange, the Grand Elder exhaled in relief. As long as Wang Chen was satisfied, their convening had not been in vain. Mr. Wang, I implore you to accept these 2 items, the Grand Elder proclaimed, presenting an open box to Wang Chen. Inside lay 2 treasures, a golden token and a bank card. Wang Chen recognized the golden token as an elder's insignia. a mark of identity for each of the 6 elders of the Dragon Nation. To behold the token is to encounter the elder themselves, an artifact of prestige, allowing one to delegate matters without personal attendance. In the Dragon Nation, the elder's insignia commands respect. With it, all affairs are rendered manageable. As for the bank card, its purpose was self-evident. It served for financial transactions. Mr. Wang, this elder's insignia signifies your status, and this bank card allows for limitless transactions. Every elder of the Dragon Nation possesses one. Very well, I shall accept it, Wang Chen replied, casually taking the box from the Grand Elder and storing it within his system space. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The Grand Elder chuckled exuberantly, repeating the word thrice, revealing the depth of his elation. Wang Chen, however, felt indifferent. Being a citizen of the Dragon Nation, he understood the principle that the nation's rise and fall is a shared responsibility. Previously lacking the means, he now possessed the ability and was willing to contribute to his homeland. Regardless of one's prowess or capability, one must never forget their country. This is the fundamental baseline of humanity. Greetings, Elder Wang. Upon Wang Chen accepting the Elder's insignia and bank card, the others bowed solemnly, addressing him with reverence as Elder Wang. In that moment, Wang Chen was officially recognized as the 7th Elder of the Dragon Nation. All right, we are not strangers here. No need for formality. Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively, yet he relished the moment, even if the title of Elder Wang felt somewhat villainous. Elder Wang, this is my personal number. Should you require anything, feel free to contact me anytime. I have numerous affairs in Kyoto, so I shall not impose on you further. The Grand Elder concluded, handing Wang Chen a gilded business card before preparing to take his leave. Very well. Should you need to reach me, do not hesitate. I will not decline any request within my means, as I too am a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Splendid. I shall take my leave now. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the Grand Elder was filled with joy as he had discerned Wang Chen's stance. Nothing could bring greater happiness than this. The Dragon Kingdom had officially gained a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the martial king realm. Wang Chen accompanied the Grand Elder to the entrance of the villa, and only after seeing the 3 depart in their vehicle did he return to the Eugene courtyard with his companions. Old Wang, please take the 3 of them to familiarize themselves with this place. We will be living here together from now on. Certainly, sir, Wang Outyin replied promptly, summoning the 3 to follow him. Once they had left, Wang Chen settled into a chair in the courtyard, eagerly calling out to the system. System brother, what is going on? Why the silence? Where are my task rewards? Ding, ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. You have been rewarded with 1 sign-in opportunity. System brother, sign me up. Without hesitation, Wang Chen was eager to commence the sign-in process. This was akin to an addiction. Ding, ding. Congratulations, host, for a successful sign-in. You have received 10 boundary-breaking pills. Boundary-breaking pills? Are they potions that assist individuals in transcending their limits? I wonder if I can use them. System brother, please provide an introduction to the boundary-breaking pills. Ding, ding, to the host. The boundary-breaking pills are guaranteed to aid individuals in transcending their limits, applicable only to those below the martial king realm. Any practitioner who consumes it can advance to the next major realm. A Grandmaster can utilize it to reach the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. Each individual may only consume it once. Chapter 23, An Unexpected Call. Wang Chen was quite pleased with the items he had signed for. He had received 10 boundary-breaking pills in one go. Giving one to Bai Wanxing would enable her to directly ascend to the Grandmaster level. And even old Zhang could directly achieve the rank of Master. As for Meng Zirue, who bore an injury, it was uncertain whether the boundary-breaking pills would be of any benefit to him. However, he possessed 6 flavor remania pills, which could heal his wounds at any time if he so desired. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Today was merely their first meeting, and he hardly knew them well enough to casually bestow such precious elixirs upon them. If they wished for the pills, they must first demonstrate their worth. One must invest to reap rewards. At noon, his personal chef, old Zhang, prepared a sumptuous feast. Gazing at the abundance of dishes spread across the table, Wang Chen couldn't help but marvel at the culinary mastery on display. The mere sight of the food was enough to whet his appetite. It was all thanks to the system. Without it, how could he indulge in such decadent living? However, as Wang Chen sat at the table ready to dine, he noticed that only Wang Outyan was beside him, while the other three stood awkwardly at a distance, hesitant to approach. "What are you three doing standing there? Come join me for a meal. We are all friends here. There's no need for formality." "Sir, that would be inappropriate. We cannot dine with you." Meng Zirui quickly responded, with both Bai Wanqing and Old Zhang nodding earnestly in agreement. "It's quite all right. Come and eat together. There are no strict rules here. Besides, it's just us. You need not be so reserved." Wang Chen was not a rigid individual. He did not regard them as mere subordinates, so there was no need for such formalities. Upon hearing his words, the three exchanged silent glances before respectfully taking their seats at the table. "Thank you, sir," they chorused. "All right, let us eat. No need to be so polite in the future." With the three seated, Wang Chen beckoned them to begin dining. He could hardly contain his eagerness. After all, such a lavish spread was a first for him. Even in the world he had traversed from, he had been but a lowly individual, toiling daily for mere sustenance, never having set foot in an upscale restaurant. As for this world as Wang Chen, he was born in a small city like Baiyun, an orphan at that. Simply being able to eat his fill was a blessing, let alone savoring fine delicacies. As he savored each dish, maintaining an outward composure, internally he was exclaiming in delight. Delicious, absolutely exquisite. Each dish was not only visually stunning, but also fragrant and delectable. Truly, the culinary master summoned by the Grand Elder was remarkable. "Old Zhang, your culinary skills are impressive. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Please feel free to let me know your preferences or any particular dishes you desire. I will be delighted to accommodate your tastes in advance." Old Zhang beamed with excitement at Wang Chen's praise, while the other two regarded him with envious expressions. They were aware that Lao Zhang had garnered Wang Chen's affirmation, at least demonstrating his worth, while the two of them had yet to achieve anything noteworthy. How could they not feel envious? The meal lasted nearly half an hour, during which they became considerably more familiar with one another, and Wang Chen learned about the general circumstances of the three individuals. Meng Zirui had another son who was currently studying at Wuda in Kyoto. His wife had sacrificed her life while they defended the demon suppression city, and both his parents were also deceased, leaving only the two of them in the family. Bai Wanqing hailed from Anyang City, which Wang Chen recognized as a second-tier city with a population of approximately 10 million. The mayor and military governor were also formidable masters. Bai Wanqing's family could be considered a medium-sized clan in Anyang, with both her parents being martial masters and a younger brother currently attending high school. Chef Lao Zhang resided in Kyoto. His wife lacked martial talent, being merely a martial apprentice and not even a true martial artist, and she had passed away a few years prior. The family comprised two sons. The elder had decent talent and barely managed to enroll in Wuda, now nearing graduation, while the younger son had little aptitude, managing to get into a regular university in Kyoto. Although Lao Zhang's prowess was lacking, he held the position of chief chef in the elder's manor, earning a substantial income, and his household was well-staffed, requiring no concern on his part. "I usually have little to attend to, so you may carry on with your own affairs without worrying about me. Should anything arise, I will inform you, and you may also approach me with any matters," Wang Chen remarked after their meal. "Understood, sir. We will await your instructions." "Very well. Now go about your business," Wang Chen replied, rising to ascend the stairs to his room on the second floor of the villa, adjacent to Wang Outyan's chamber. Meanwhile, Meng Zirui and the others were assigned rooms on the third floor. Once back in his room, he retrieved his phone and reclined on the bed. With no other engagements, he resorted to browsing his phone to pass the time. Upon opening it, he noticed a pinned news article. "Dragon Kingdom Elder's Order. A new elder has been appointed." Wang Chen clicked to read, discovering the article detailed his accomplishments in the demon suppression city, officially announcing his status as an elder nationwide. The article contained neither his photograph nor his full name, merely stating that he was surnamed Wang and referred to as Elder Wang. Although netizens had long anticipated this outcome, the The formal announcement still stirred excitement. The nation was informed. While it had been expected, the reality was indeed exhilarating. Indeed, our Dragon Kingdom has gained another national-level powerhouse. What a joyous occasion. But why is there no photograph? I wish to see what Elder Wang looks like. Elder Wang is remarkable upon his emergence. He swiftly vanquished 3 king-tier demon beasts. Absolutely impressive. Indeed, how long has it been since our Dragon Kingdom has slain king-tier demon beasts? This time, Elder Wang managed to slay 3 of them. Simply extraordinary. Elder Wang, eternal deity, you are my idol. Elder Wang, I wish to bear your offspring. You upstairs, do you seek death? How dare you presume to tarnish Elder Wang's name? Indeed, if anyone is to bear, it should be me. Goodness, ah. Wang Chen glanced at the comments from netizens and couldn't help but chuckle. They did say that the comments section breeds talent, and indeed, it is filled with all sorts of gifted individuals. After a while, he ceased to pay much attention. To him, these matters were trifling. The moment he accepted the Elder's token, he anticipated such outcomes. Just as Wang Chen set his phone down, intending to take a break, it unexpectedly rang. Why is it her? Upon seeing the caller ID display the name of Teacher Xia, Wang Chen felt a twinge of surprise. He had been expelled from school for several days, and during this time, no one had reached out to him. He was on the verge of forgetting those inconsequential people and affairs. If it were anyone else's call, he would undoubtedly ignore it. But he could not dismiss Teacher Xia's call. After all, she was the only person in this world who genuinely cared for him. Chapter 24. Teacher Xia Lin. Hello. Teacher Xia. Xiao Chen, where have you been? I went to your home, but no one was there. Upon hearing the voice emanating from his phone, Wang Chen could not suppress a tremor in his heart. Even though he had attained the realm of martial king and possessed a resilient spirit, he still found himself unable to quell the quaking within. Xiao Lin had been his instructor in martial theory from his first year of high school through to his final year. In the educational system of this martial world, teachers are categorized into 3 distinct types. The first category comprises cultural subject teachers, who hold the lowest status. The second category includes those who teach martial theory and knowledge regarding mystical beasts. The third and most esteemed category consists of martial instructors, typically the most powerful, who impart martial skills and usually serve as the homeroom teachers for each class. Prior to his middle school years, Wang Chen enjoyed a relatively comfortable life. As both of his parents were martial artists, they resided in a modest yet superior community known as Fukan. At that time, their family shared a close bond with Teacher Xiao Lin's family, as they were neighbors. Unfortunately, tragedy struck when his parents perished while hunting mystical beasts outside the city with their martial squad, leaving Wang Chen an orphan. Fortunately, the martial squad, though not affluent, provided him with a sum of money, albeit limited. After graduating from middle school and realizing his funds were dwindling, he sold their home and relocated to the impoverished district known as the 10,000 people community. As he was not a martial artist and lived alone, he could only afford a 30-square-meter studio, which met his basic needs. Thus, it was through the proceeds from the sale of his house that he managed to persevere until his senior year. Throughout his 3 years in high school, Teacher Xia Lin cared for him deeply, often inviting him to her home for meals and occasionally gifting him clothing and shoes, bestowing upon him a rare sense of warmth. Although he had traversed into this world, he had also assimilated the original owner's memories, inheriting his emotions. For him, Teacher Xia Lin and her family represented the only individuals he truly cherished in this realm. Teacher, I have already left Baiyun City, so you will not be able to find me. However, please rest assured that I am doing well. What? You have left Baiyun City? How did you manage to do that? Where are you now? Teacher, the situation is rather complicated, and I cannot explain it all at once. But one thing is certain, I'm doing quite well. Xiao Chun, I never anticipated this would happen. I had a family matter that required my attention, and I only learned of your circumstances today. If I had been at school, this might not have occurred. Wang Chen felt a surge of emotion at the sound of Teacher Xia's self-reproachful words. She was genuinely concerned for his well-being. Teacher, let us not dwell on the past. I am fine now, and I promise to visit you when I have the time. You can call me anytime if you need anything. As long as I know you are well, that is enough. Please take care of yourself out there. Do you have enough money? Would you like me to transfer some to you? Rest assured, teacher, I'm truly doing well and have no need for money. Please do not worry. Very well then. Remember to call your teacher if you need anything. After concluding the call with Teacher Xia, Wang Chen found himself enveloped in a tumult of emotions. The sincerity of Teacher Xia's affection was profoundly touching. It was well known that his martial arts aptitude was exceedingly poor, barring unforeseen circumstances. He would likely never achieve the status of a martial artist. This unfortunate reality was the very reason the school had expelled him without cause. Yet, despite his seemingly bleak future, Teacher Xia continued to extend her kindness towards him, demonstrating that her family had never expected anything in return. Now that he had attained a degree of success, it was time for him to reciprocate their generosity. Teacher Xia and her husband, surnamed Du, were both high school educators. Their living conditions, while not extravagant, were certainly adequate. They had a son who was 2 years his senior, possessing commendable martial arts talent, and was currently in his second year at a university in Lin City. Wang Chen recalled that both Teacher Xia and her husband were martial artists, presumably at levels 8 or 9, although he wasn't entirely certain. He possessed a few breakthrough pills, which he could offer to them, ideally after they had ascended to the rank of martial master, as consuming the pills prematurely would be a waste. There was no rush. He would wait a while to see if Teacher Xia and her husband could achieve that breakthrough on their own. Although the breakthrough pills were precious, Wang Chen felt no hesitation in offering them to Teacher Xia, especially with the system at his disposal. He had no doubt he would be able to acquire even greater treasures in the future. Unbeknownst to him, after he retreated to his room, Meng Zirui and the others quietly sought out Wang Outyan. What brings you three here? Wang Outyan, though merely Wang Chen's guardian, possessed his own thoughts and emotions. After Wang Chen ascended the stairs, he brewed himself a pot of tea and settled in the courtyard, leisurely sipping it. An observer might mistake his demeanor for that of someone indulging in wine. Noticing the trio approach, he cast a sidelong glance and, without halting his tea drinking, casually inquired, Brother Wang, apologies for the interruption. We primarily wish to seek your guidance, as we are still unfamiliar with many matters. Meng Zirui, taking the lead, spoke first, for he held the highest status in terms of identity and martial prowess among them. Please have a seat. What would you like to inquire about? Razavang, are you also a martial king? Meng Zirui asked, and the three gazed eagerly at Wang Outyan, clearly intrigued by this question. You three possess keen insight, indeed. I am a martial king, and in fact, I am in the latter stages of that realm. What? The latter stages of a martial king? How is that possible? Our nation's strongest, old dragon, is only in the latter stages of a martial king as well. Wang Outyan relished their astonishment, feeling an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Was this the thrill of flaunting one's prowess? It was undeniably delightful. Brother Wang, are you truly a martial king in the latter stages? Does that not place you on par with our nation's foremost expert, Old Dragon? What constitutes the foremost powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom? Do not compare me with mere ordinary warriors. I declare unto you, I am invincible among my peers. As Wang Outyan's voice resonated, an overwhelming aura surged forth, as if attempting to rend the very heavens and the earth asunder. Meng Zirui and his companions were forcefully pushed back several steps by this formidable presence, which was merely a manifestation of Wang Outyan's unintentional invincible conviction, without any display of actual might. Is this the aura of a martial king? It is astonishingly potent. Such an indomitable belief stirs no inclination for resistance within one's heart. The three stood agape, gazing at Wang Outyan seated before them, inadvertently feeling as though they were in the presence of a deity. How could such a formidable being merely be a bodyguard? What a jest! Chapter 25. Mayflies gaze at the blue sky, Brother Wang. Incredible. The myriad of sentiments swirling within Meng Zirui's heart ultimately coalesced into this singular exclamation. Indeed, there exists no utterance in the world that could rival the directness and vividness of these words. Not bad. Since you all address me as brother, feel free to confide in me with any difficulties. I shall assist you in resolving them. Thank you, Brother Wang. From now on, you shall be my true brother. Meng Zirui, seizing the moment, offered a heartfelt compliment, his call of brother imbued with genuine warmth. Despite his military background and former status as a commander, he had always possessed a rather unruly disposition, earning the title of the most notorious ruffian in Kyoto during his youth. After enlisting, he tempered his character somewhat, eventually rising to the rank of commander. However, a grave injury had forced him into a prolonged recovery at home, causing his once formidable prowess to wane and suppressing his innate spirit. Now, with the martial king as his backing, hope flickered anew, allowing his true nature to resurface. Standing nearby was the chef, old Zhang, who, though silent, wore an expression of exhilaration as he gazed at Wang Chen. They had the martial king as their protector. Who would dare to provoke them now? Never underestimate a chef. Behind him stands the martial king. Bai Wanqing remained quiet, her demeanor serene as she stood by. Upon learning that Wang Chen was a late-stage martial king, she was taken aback, yet her nature was such that she preferred to remain composed, mature, and gentle. Rest assured, from now on, your brother shall shield you. Aside from the master, we need not fear anyone, Wang Chen declared with a sweeping gesture, particularly gratified by the admiration shining in Meng Zirui's eyes. In that moment, he felt an immense sense of fulfillment. Simply put, it was exhilarating. Thank you, Brother Wang. From now on, I shall follow your lead without question, and should you require anything, just command me. Brother Wang, I too, old Zhang, shall follow your lead. Seeing both express such unabashed loyalty, Bai Wanqing felt it was only fitting to join in, acknowledging the respect due to a martial king. Brother Wang, please feel free to ask if there is anything you need. Excellent. Why are we still standing? Please, sit down and let us converse. Thank you, Brother Wang. After the three settled, Meng Zirui cautiously leaned closer to Wang Chen and inquired, Brother Wang, you are a late-stage martial king. What level of strength does the master possess? Previously, they had only known that Wang Chen was a martial king, but the extent of his power remained a mystery, one they had not given much thought to. Yet now, having learned of Wang Chen's status, their curiosity about Wang Chen's strength was piqued. If the attendants were late-stage martial kings, how formidable must Wang Chen be? Had he perhaps transcended the realm of martial kings? What lies beyond the martial king realm? They were oblivious, for no one in this world had ever attained such heights. As it stood, the martial king realm represented the pinnacle of martial arts in this realm. Upon hearing Meng Zirui's question, Wang Chen paused momentarily, for in his memories, he was uncertain of Wang Chen's true level of power. The system endowed him with the memory that Wang Chen is extraordinarily powerful, capable of erasing him with a mere gesture. I am uncertain of the extent of the master's strength, but you need only grasp one thing. To an ordinary warrior, encountering the master is akin to a frog in a well gazing upon the bright moon. For those at the martial king level, facing the master is comparable to a mayfly confronting the vast sky. The three were utterly bewildered. What does this mean? A martial king perceiving the master as a mayfly views the heavens? Initially, this revelation filled their hearts with awe, but upon further reflection, it induced a sense of dread. Brother Wang, is what you say truly the case? Has the master perhaps transcended the martial king realm? Meng Zirui, oblivious to his own trembling voice, felt a tempest of unease within. It was not just him. Lao Zhang and Bai Wanqing were equally astonished. The notion of a realm beyond martial king was simply terrifying. I cannot ascertain whether the Master's realm has indeed surpassed that of the martial king, but I can assure you, if the master wished to eliminate me, he could do so effortlessly with a mere wave of his hand. Wang Chen spoke with utmost sincerity, clearly not fabricating his words, but rather stating a fact. The trio fell into silence, not out of reluctance to speak, but rather from a loss for words, their minds consumed by astonishment. After a moment, Wang Chen, noticing their silence, recognized that his revelations had left them in shock. Enough. Do not dwell on this too much. The greater the master's strength, the more advantageous it is for us. As the saying goes, to soar with the phoenix is to be a magnificent bird. To walk alongside the qilin is to be an extraordinary beast. If you perform well and remain by the Master's side, your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. Wang Qian's words resonated like a grand bell, causing a jolt in the hearts of the three. Indeed, this statement was profoundly insightful. As long as they diligently serve the Master, he would surely take care of them. Even a mere glimpse of his power could present them with monumental opportunities. Thank you, Brother Wang. We understand now. We will certainly serve the Master well and shall not disappoint him, declared Meng Zirue and Lao Zhang in unison, each vowing their utmost dedication. It was evident that anyone with sense would know how to proceed from this point onward. Enlightened by this understanding, the three began to feel a surge of joy and soon engaged Wang Chen in further conversation, eager to learn more about Wang Chen's character and preferences. Although Wang Chen had only recently emerged from the system, it had bestowed upon him a wealth of memories, many of which pertained to Wang Chen. Thus, he possessed a considerable understanding of Wang Chen and was familiar with many aspects of his personality. During dinner, Chef Lao Zhang prepared a lavish spread. For reasons unknown, Wang Chen felt that the meal tonight was particularly delectable, perfectly suited to his palate. As they dined, Wang Chen sensed a newfound familiarity among the four, especially with Wang Chen, who had surprisingly taken on the role of the elder brother. This left Wang Chen somewhat speechless. How could a being conjured by a system assume the mantle of an elder brother? After dinner, Wang Chen settled into a chair in the courtyard. Bai Wanqing truly exemplifies the prowess of a mentor at Kyoto Wu University, demonstrating remarkable adaptability as she swiftly acclimatizes to her role as an assistant. As Wang Chen settled into his seat, she promptly brewed a cup of tea and gracefully placed it before him. This gesture caused Wang Chen to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Such a lifestyle had once been merely a fanciful dream, and now it was simply delightful. Yet, amidst the leisure, a tinge of boredom crept in. Suddenly, he recalled one of his greatest passions from his previous life and turned to the others, inquiring, "Are you familiar with this area? Is there a place suitable for fishing? Sir, do you wish to go fishing?" Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Meng Zirue eagerly rose to ask. Old Zhang and Bai Wanqing had already immersed themselves in their work, leaving Meng Zirue, the steward, feeling rather idle and anxious. Realizing this was his moment to shine, he quickly responded, "Indeed, since we have some free time, do you see any appropriate locations? If so, please make the necessary arrangements, and we shall set off tomorrow. Rest assured, sir, I will prepare everything at once to ensure your fishing experience is not hindered tomorrow." Meng Zirue exclaimed with joy, reveling in the opportunity to finally prove his worth as a steward. Observing Meng Zirue's exuberant departure, Wang Chen felt a flicker of confusion. What could possibly excite him so? Could it be that he, too, shared Wang Chen's profound passion for fishing? Chapter 26. The Angler's Embarrassment. At the break of dawn the following day, after relishing the sumptuous breakfast prepared by old Zhang, the group set forth without delay. Crescent Lake, aptly named for its crescent shape, is a renowned attraction situated in the heart of Jiangnan City. This time, Wang Chen and his companions were destined for Crescent Lake, where Meng Zirue had meticulously prepared all the fishing gear the night before. The array of equipment left Wang Chen in awe, as he mused internally about never having embarked on such a lavish venture before. The fishing supplies filled 3 large boxes, comprising an assortment of fishing rods, lines, hooks, bait, as well as fishing chairs, tackle boxes, and even a fishing platform. Notably, there were also sunshades and night vision lamps. When Wang Chen beheld this vast collection of gear, he was utterly flabbergasted. It was enough equipment for 10 individuals. And what baffled him the most was the abundance of night fishing gear. Was there any distinction between day and night? Besides, they were all martial arts cultivators. Did they truly require night vision equipment? Initially, Wang Chen had assumed Meng Zirue was a seasoned angler. However, it now appeared he was rather inexperienced. In the air, Wang Chen scrutinized Crescent Lake beneath him. Fishing is indeed an art that requires skill, and the first step is to select an optimal spot. Experienced anglers understand that in spring, one fishes in shallows, in summer, in deeper pools, in autumn, one seeks shade, and in winter, warmth. Given that it was summer, It was imperative to find a location with greater depth. While Wang Chen diligently assessed potential spots, the others displayed a nonchalant demeanor, evidently clueless about the intricacies of fishing. "Let us go. That spot will do." After a few minutes of observation, Wang Chen finally identified a location that felt promising. He promptly communicated his choice to the others before vanishing from their sight. It is well known that an angler's time is precious. Who has time to wait for a bunch of novices? Alas, let us follow suit, lest we keep our esteemed friend waiting, Wang Chen remarked, before summoning the energy of heaven and earth to hasten after Wang Chen with the others in tow. Upon landing at his chosen spot, Wang Chen surveyed the area and nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed a splendid location. The lakeside was beautifully contoured, the scenery enchanting, and there were no disturbances from others. Today promised to yield a bountiful catch. Just as Wang Chen was reveling in his thoughts, the others descended from the air as well. "Truly admirable, master. The location you selected is exquisite. Merely standing here invigorates the spirit. Meng, my dear fellow, your flattery is rather overt. I senti it. I feel no such invigoration. This place seems no different from where we lodged. Brother Wang, one must engage in heartfelt appreciation. Come, follow my example. Breathe deeply. Inhale. Exhale. How do you feel now? Isn't there a sense of rejuvenation? Rejuvenation, my foot. The only thing I sense is the pungent odor of fish." Meng Zirui had intended to bestow a compliment upon Wang Chen, but alas, he encountered an unappreciative simpleton, and his praise was ruthlessly deflated by Wang Chen's retort. The quality of the environment is secondary. What truly matters is whether we can catch some fish." Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the two. This feeling was truly delightful. Meng Zirui's personality complemented Wang Chen's remarkably well. Impatiently, Wang Chen urged Meng Zirui to bring forth all the necessary equipment, and he began to expertly prepare for the fishing expedition. Aware that his companions were novices, he took the opportunity to gradually explain the process to them. As martial artists, their capacity for learning was unquestionable, and soon they all grasped the techniques, albeit with a hint of awkwardness that would surely improve with practice. Half an hour later, everyone had cast their lines into the water. The moment the bait touched the surface, Wang Chen seemed to enter a sage-like state. As if the external world had been muted, all that remained in his vision was the eye-catching float bobbing on the water. Time ticked away, and the bait was changed numerous times, yet the float remained motionless. However, Wang Chen was not anxious. Fishing required patience, and he possessed an abundance of it. A seasoned angler, he was far from being a mere pretender. Suddenly, a splash broke the stillness. "Oh no, I think I caught a fish," came the excited voice of Wang Chen from nearby. "Goodness, Wang Chen has hooked a big one. Quickly, Wang Chen, pull hard, don't let it escape. Be gentle. Remember what the master said? Stay calm and take your time." At this moment, Wang Chen and the others abandoned their rods and rushed to by Wang Chen's side, each eager to offer their advice. Wang Chen was pleasantly surprised that it was by Wang Chen who had caught the first fish. "Take it slow. Don't pull too hard all at once. When it struggles, ease up. When it's calm, pull again." Wang Chen called out from behind by Wang Chen. Noticing a trace of tension among the martial artists, despite their formidable prowess. Prior to their fishing trip, Wang Chen had instructed them that the use of martial power was prohibited, for what joy would there be in that? Even a master like by Wang Chen could easily catch fish if she chose to utilize her abilities. Thus, it became a test of skill without the aid of martial prowess. Old Wang quickly grabbed the net. In a flurry of motion, Wang Chen managed to bring a large carp close to the bank. Upon hearing Wang Chen's command, Wang Chen swiftly seized the net and deftly scooped up the sizable fish. Wang Chen was astonished at the size of the catch. It was quite impressive. "Excellent. This fish weighs around 3 to 4 pounds. Congratulations, Wang Chen, on catching the first fish. You all better step up your game. Don't let Wang Chen outshine you." "What? How could that be? I refuse to lose. I, Wang Chen, have never been inferior to anyone. Just watch. The next fish will surely be mine. I, Meng Zirui, do not seek to be first or second, but third place is undoubtedly mine. Mark my words." Observing the two individuals, Wang Chen felt a surge of exasperation. Xiao Ci was engrossed in a series of elaborate antics. What was he up to? Aspiring for graduate studies, perhaps? However, ever since Bai Wanqing successfully reeled in her first catch, the others seemed to be invigorated, transforming from their initial indifference into utmost concentration. Their eyes were intensely fixed on their respective bobbers. It wasn't just them. Even Wang Chen found himself becoming more earnest. After all, he too felt the weight of expectation. As the leader of the group and a seasoned angler, losing would be utterly humiliating. Yet, as fate would have it, things often unfold contrary to one's desires. In no time, Bai Wanqing caught her second fish, yet another sizable carp weighing 3 to 4 pounds, leaving the others envious beyond measure. Wang Chen, gazing at his motionless bobber, felt a growing sense of impatience. 5 of them, for grown men, unable to outdo a single woman. How shameful. It was a tremendous embarrassment for his reputation as an angler. How could he ever face discussing fishing again? Chapter 27. The Prodigal Son. Haha. I've caught a fish. I knew it. How could I, Wang Outyin, possibly lose? Congratulations, Brother Wang. You're incredible. Upon witnessing Wang Outyin's catch, Meng Zruwei hurried over, net in hand, showering praise. In his words, what's wrong with flattering? How many people in this world long to curry favor with a mighty martial king, yet find no opportunity? What on earth? Is this some kind of joke? Brother Wang, it seems to be a fish, albeit a rather small one. Is this a trivial matter? This is a slap in the face. Upon seeing the fish that Wang Outyin had caught, Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Ha! Old Wang, regardless of the circumstances, you've indeed caught a fish far better than the rest of us. Sir, if you were to catch such a thing, what would you do? Wang Outyin, holding the fish he had just unhooked, gazed at Wang Chen with a face full of indignation. Yes, it's a minnow, barely the size of a thumb. Haha. Old Wang, that's an excellent question. If it were me who caught such a creature, I would undoubtedly toss it away. The farther the better. Haha. Bai Wanqing, observing the fish in Wang Outyin's hand and hearing Wang Chen's remarks, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The one truly suffering was Chef Old Zhang, who longed to laugh but dared not, fearing Wang Outyin's wrath, and thus he held back. I, Wang Outyin, shall never concede defeat. With that declaration, he flung the minnow away in frustration and angrily returned to his fishing chair. Old Wang, it's not a big deal. Perhaps soon you'll catch a larger fish. Yes, Brother Wang, I believe you will surely land a big one. Ha! It is destined. I, Wang Outyin, am meant to reach the pinnacle. How could I possibly lose? Wang Chen, witnessing Wang Outyin's arrogance, found it hard to believe that this was a person produced by the system. His character was far too vibrant. As time passed, Bai Wanqing caught yet another sizable fish, marking her third catch. Even Chef Old Zhang managed to reel in a carp weighing 2 to 3 pounds. To their astonishment, Meng Zruwei also caught a substantial fish, at least 4 to 5 pounds. This spells trouble. They had humiliated their boss, and in a rather resounding manner. The moment Chef Old Zhang hooked the fish, his face darkened. He truly hadn't anticipated catching anything. Wasn't this a death sentence? If Wang Chen had caught a fish first, it would have been more acceptable. Now, their boss hadn't caught a single fish while his subordinates were landing them one after another. Was this not a blatant invitation to disaster? Especially when he saw Wang Outyin's face darken, Old Zhang's heart raced, fearing that the other might suddenly leap up and slap him to death. Most anxious was Meng Zruwei, who had initially intended to flatter Wang Chen and Wang Outyin, only to find himself in a predicament. When he caught a fish, his first thought was to let it escape. Thus, he continuously acted contrary to his intentions, deliberately engaging in a struggle with the fish, hoping that it would slip free from the hook. However, to his surprise, the foolish fish swallowed not one, but 2 hooks at once, firmly ensnared. After expending considerable effort, he ultimately managed to haul the fish onto the shore. The moment Meng Zruwei beheld the fish he had dragged up, he was overwhelmed with a desire to perish. A singular thought consumed his mind. It's over. I've caused trouble. Surely, I want to meet my demise. The wrath of a martial king is not something a mere crippled grandmaster like him could bear. At that moment, silence enveloped Meng Zruwei and his companions, the oppressive atmosphere rendering them tremulous. Even Bai Wanqing's gentle smile vanished. It was not that they were overly anxious. After all, they had only just met Wang Chen yesterday and were unfamiliar with his temperament. A martial king embodies the will of the nation. To provoke one is akin to inciting the wrath of the state itself, and their fate would be all too predictable. In truth, they were merely overthinking. Though Wang Chen felt quite vexed and somewhat humiliated, he harbored no intention of directing his ire towards them. In his mind, this was trivial. As a seasoned angler, he had encountered such incidents frequently. In his previous life, he was nicknamed the Air Force King, and such occurrences were hardly worth concern. Suddenly, amidst the stifling atmosphere, a voice filled with frivolity pierced through, a man's voice. As if sharpened blades, for piercing gazes brimming with terror, swiftly turned towards the source. Wang Chen, however, remained entirely indifferent, for he had noticed the situation long before those individuals drew near. Merely a wealthy young man accompanied by 3 bodyguards, stirring up trouble. Such insignificant characters were hardly worthy of his attention. Given his current prowess, there were few matters in this world deserving of his focus. How dare you? You 3 seek death, do you? What are you staring at? Do you even know who I am? The young man, visibly agitated, shouted at Meng Zirui and his companions. He could hardly contain his fear when those 4 gazes fell upon him, feeling as though he were an ant under the scrutiny of a dragon. Yet, upon recalling his status, he was instantly revitalized, leading to his earlier outburst. Very well. Pray tell, who are you? Allow me to witness your identity. Meng Zirui stood, fixing a grim gaze upon the young man before him. It was as if fate had conspired to deliver an opportunity just when he was feeling anxious. A perfect distraction in the form of these unfortunate souls. How audacious! You wish to know who I am? You think you are worthy? He laughed mockingly. Indeed, how could mere rabble even presume to know my name? Allow me to teach them a lesson, so they understand the presence they have provoked is beyond their reckoning. Excellent. You 3, go and handle them. Break the legs of the men, but leave the women unharmed. Upon hearing the words of the young master, the 3 bodyguards behind him immediately stepped forward with expressions of exhilaration, clearly accustomed to such tasks. Fear not, young master, behold our prowess, they proclaimed, before charging directly at Meng Zirui. With a resounding clash, their swift advance was met with an even swifter retreat. Just as they reached Meng Zirui, he effortlessly struck them back with a single palm. Alas, the unfortunate timing saw the trio crash back down right at the young master's feet, each unleashing a synchronized spout of blood. How is this possible? No way. The young master stood in stunned disbelief, for after years of illicit exploits, this was his first encounter with such a predicament. It was noteworthy that his 3 bodyguards were all formidable masters of their craft. Terrifying Grandmaster. One of the bodyguards stammered before his head drooped, and he fainted from the shock. Chapter 28. My father. King Tiger, come here, you little brat. Weren't you just boasting about breaking our legs? Where's your bravado now? Meng Zirui approached the young aristocrat, extending his hand to pat the other's face. Why you can't go too far? Do you know who I am? You're finished, all of you. The young man's face turned pale, fear evident in his eyes. Yet he still attempted to maintain his bravado, retreating while uttering threats. Oh, look at you, still so defiant. You dare to threaten us? Have you not grasped the reality of your situation? Why waste words with him? Just kill him already. Don't delay my fishing. Wang Outhian glanced over, losing interest. A mere ant at the master level was hardly worth his time. His focus was on fishing. Rest assured, Brother Wang, I shall take care of him. Upon hearing Wang Outhian's words, Meng Zirui decided not to waste another moment and prepared to strike the arrogant young noble down. You can't kill me. Do you know who my father is? King Tiger. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you are doomed. No one can save you. Meng Zirui was taken aback. Who was this King Tiger that instilled such confidence in him? Was he a martial king? He had never heard of another martial king. Do you know who King Tiger is? Upon hearing Meng Zirui's question, Bai Wanqing and old Zhang exchanged bewildered glances and shook their heads. Never heard of him. Neither have I. Tell me, who is your father, King Tiger? What is his strength? The young noble felt a surge of confidence and declared proudly, listen well. My father, King Tiger, is the head of the Wang family, one of the three great families of Jiangnan City. He is at the pinnacle of the grandmaster level, and I am his legitimate eldest son. Are you frightened now? How dare you toy with me? A grandmaster, and you think you're impressive? I thought you were a martial king. With that, Meng Zhui, incensed, delivered a swift slap that sent the young man flying. A grandmaster, utterly humiliated by a spoiled brat. How infuriating! The young noble, merely a spoiled child at the warrior level, met his demise with that single blow. Wang Chen, observing the scene, said nothing. It was clear he was a nefarious scion, and his death was inconsequential. Meng Zhui, decisive as ever, true to his military upbringing, not only dispatched the young noble, but also dealt a slap to each of the three bodyguards, sending them to their demise as well. After handling the situation, he approached Wang Chen. Sir, how do you propose we deal with the Wang family? Before Wang Chen could respond, Wang Outyan interjected. Does it even need saying? I will visit shortly and eliminate every last one of them with a single slap. Brother Wang, that young noble mentioned their family is one of the three great families of Jiangnan City. They must have many members, and not all of them may deserve death. Miss Bai is correct. Such large families comprise a mix of good and bad individuals. Bai Wanqing and Old Zhang both expressed their opinions. If, as Wang Outyan suggested, the entire family were to be eradicated, it would indeed be rather excessive, unless the entire clan were filled with those deserving of such a fate. The repercussions would be unfavorable. After all, we no longer reside in a feudal society that advocates for the annihilation of entire lineages. Take these individuals away and hand them over to Pan Yuehua and inform him of the situation. Let him know that I wish for him to handle this matter, and I seek only a resolution. Understood, sir. I shall proceed at once. Meng Zhui responded, promptly stowing the corpses into a storage ring before soaring into the sky to locate Pan Yuehua. Let us tidy up and return. Fishing is no longer an option. Very well, sir, Wang Chen replied, subsequently ignoring the matter as Bai Wanqing and Old Zhang hurried to clean up. Meanwhile, Wang Outyan sat glumly to the side, evidently dissatisfied with the day's fishing outcome. Wang Chen was somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated that his bodyguard would be so sensitive, with such a fierce competitive spirit. Old Wang, it was merely a fishing expedition. There is no need to take it so seriously. Besides, I fished less than you did. You at least caught one fish, albeit small, which is still better than my zero catch. Sir, you jest. I truly did not take it to heart. But let us refrain from discussing the small fish. It's too embarrassing. It would be better if you had caught nothing at all. Ah, Old Wang, you rascal. Are you mocking me? Let us not speak of it again. No one is allowed to bring it up in the future. Originally intending to comfort Wang Outyan, Wang Chen found himself on the receiving end of ridicule instead. Alas, a poor start. With that, Wang Chen took his leave, leaving Bai Wanqing and Old Zhang in Wang Outyan's care. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan city government, Meng Zhui arrived with unprecedented urgency. There was no alternative. This was the first time Wang Chen had entrusted him with such a significant task, and he was determined to give it his all. The previous night's request to prepare fishing gear hardly counted as a task. It was simply part of his regular duties. Bang! With a resounding crash, the office of Mayor Pan Yuehua was once again forcefully entered. What the who dares, oh? General Meng, what brings you here? Mayor Pan, caught off guard while working, managed to stifle half of an expletive. There was no alternative. He could not afford to provoke the individual before him. In the past, he would have felt untroubled by this person, but times had changed. Now, there were powerful connections involved. Greetings, my dear Pan. I come on the orders of my esteemed master. Upon seeing Meng Zui's serious demeanor and hearing his words, it was clear that there was important business at hand. At that moment, Mayor Pan also dropped his playful facade, responding with grave seriousness. Please convey the elder's command, and we shall execute it resolutely. Very well, Meng Zhui replied, and with a wave of his hand, the 4 corpses from his storage ring materialized in Mayor Pan's office. What is the meaning of this? Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of 4 lifeless bodies on the ground, Pan Yuehua found himself momentarily bewildered, unsure of the implications. These four individuals had not only insulted my esteemed master, but had also audaciously attempted to abduct Miss by Wang Chen before our very eyes. Consequently, I dealt with them swiftly, ending their lives with a single strike. My master proclaimed that such despicable rogues, who engage in villainous deeds, must face severe retribution. He entrusted this matter to your capable hands, demanding nothing less than a resolution. What? These four had the audacity to confront Master Wang? Truly, they're like a birthday celebrant hanging themselves, seeking their own demise. Pan Yuehua's ire surged. He had intended to curry favor with the other party, yet here he was, confronted with individuals undermining his efforts. How could he endure such a slight? General Meng, rest assured, I shall handle this matter with utmost diligence. Please convey to Master Wang that I will provide him with a satisfactory explanation. Haha, splendid. I trust in Mayor Pan. I shall take my leave now. And Mayor Pan, allow me to offer a gentle reminder. Do not keep my master waiting too long. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, General Meng. Without lingering, Meng Zirue departed after imparting his instructions. Though his words may have been slightly exaggerated, they were not devoid of truth. Moreover, addressing this issue promptly would be advantageous for all involved. It would not only reflect the sincerity of Pan Yuehua and his associates, but also showcase his efficiency in handling affairs. In a world where mutual well-being prevails, why not embrace such opportunities? Chapter 29. The arrival of the City Defense Army at the Wang family in the office of Pan Yuehua following Meng Zirue's departure. He promptly contacted General Zhang Xiaohu of the City Defense Army and succinctly briefed him on the situation. Before long, Zhang Xiaohu hurried into Pan Yuehua's office, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Old Pan, I'm already aware of the situation. Let's first allow Director Liu to provide an overview of the Wang family. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Director Liu. Mayor Pan, it is my duty. Allow me to share what our intelligence division has gathered regarding the Wang family. As the head of the intelligence division for the City Defense Army in Jiangnan City, he had the entire city under his vigilant watch. Upon receiving Zhang Xiaohu's call, he swiftly compiled all available intelligence concerning the Wang family. The Wang family is one of the three prominent families in Jiangnan City, comprising a total of 115 members, including 3 grandmasters and 12 masters. The 3 grandmasters consist of the current clan leader, Wang De, who has attained the pinnacle of Grand Master level, his father, the former clan leader Wang Fuxing, who similarly stands at the peak of Grand Master rank, and Wang Dalong, Wang Dahu's elder brother, who is at the late stage of Grand Master level. These 3 represent the strongest members of the Wang family. As an established family in Jiangnan City, the Wangs have numerous collateral relatives, many of whom have engaged in various illegal activities. The most notorious among them is Wang Chong, the sole heir of clan leader Wang Dao. Having been spoiled since childhood and emboldened by the family's influence, Wang Chong has become infamous for his tyrannical behavior, earning the title of Jiangnan City's most notorious scion. According to the evidence gathered by our intelligence division, the Wang family has repeatedly disregarded the orders of the City Defense Army during confrontations with demonic beasts, openly defying authority. The family is known for its oppressive actions, with reports suggesting that anyone who offends the Wang family does not survive to see the next day. It can be said that the Wang family has become a malignant tumor in Jiangnan City, surviving solely due to their overwhelming power. After listening to Director Liu's account, Zhang Xiaohu expressed his indignation. I cannot believe the audacity of the Wang family. They truly deserve their fate. How dare they openly flout the orders of the City Defense Army? Alas, when heaven is reckless, rain falls. When humans are reckless, disaster ensues. It is not that retribution is not forthcoming, but that the time has yet to arrive. Old Zhang, what do you propose we do? Pan Yuehua sighed and turned to Zhang Xiaohu. In truth, the Wang family's guilt was inconsequential. The moment they crossed paths with Wang Chen, their fate was sealed. Even if the Wang family were entirely blameless, Pan Yuehua and others would find ways to fabricate charges against them. This is the harsh reality. Such is the nature of any world. Need it be said? If the Wang family were wise, we would not be unreasonable, only dealing with those who are culpable. However, should they choose to resist, the Wang family would have no reason to continue its existence. Zhang Xiaohu, true to his military roots, spoke with an air of decisive authority. It must be this way. I hope the Wang family does not bring about their own downfall, thereby sealing the fate of their entire clan. Enough, old Pan, let us cease this lamentation. I shall promptly arrange for the city defense forces to encircle the Wang family. We cannot allow Mr. Wang to wait any longer. You are correct, old Zhang. We must not keep Mr. Wang in suspense. Let us proceed. After Pan Yuehua spoke, the three men made their way directly to the city defense forces camp in Jiangnan to mobilize troops. The swift mobilization of the city defense forces soon captured the attention of many in Jiangnan. It is well known that any unusual activity from the city defense forces is usually accompanied by significant events. Thus, this action immediately heightened the collective anxiety of the populace. Quick, inquire into what is transpiring in Jiangnan that could provoke such a response from the city defense forces. What is the situation? The city defense forces do not act without reason, especially not on such a grand scale. Something serious must have occurred. Dispatch someone to investigate immediately. The city's alarm sirens remained silent, indicating that this was not related to any monstrous beasts. It seemed there was indeed a problem within Jiangnan itself. It appears something momentous has transpired. Let us hope it does not implicate us. The entire city was rife with curiosity regarding the actions of the city defense forces, particularly the three prominent families of Jiangnan, the Wang, Jiang, and Lin families, were activating their networks to discern the nature of the events unfolding. Unfortunately, despite exhausting all methods and contacting every possible source, they were ultimately unsuccessful in uncovering any information regarding the city defense forces maneuvers. Not only were the families in the dark, but even the members of the city defense forces assembled in a state of bewilderment, with only Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiaohu privy to the specific reasons for their mobilization. Even the director of the intelligence office, Lu Feng, had only surmised a few possibilities. Everyone bore the vehicles, with Zhang Xiaohu's command. 1,000 soldiers of the city defense forces swiftly and orderly boarded the military transport vehicles. This time, Zhang Xiaohu not only brought 1,000 elite troops, but also included 5 formidable masters from the city defense forces. Together with Pan Yuehua, they comprised a total of 7 masters. Subduing the Wang family, which only possessed 3 masters, would be a straightforward endeavor. As the grand procession of transport vehicles surged forth from the city defense forces camp, countless factions in Jiangnan exhaled a sigh of relief. Many had initially feared that the city defense forces would direct their ire towards them, but now they could rest easy. After all, they were unworthy. Were they not aware of their own capabilities? Just look at that grand fleet of transport vehicles. Surely, it required over 1,000 men. Did they truly need such numbers for themselves? Look, they are heading south. With so many transport vehicles, they must be deploying at least 1,000 personnel. What situation necessitates such a force? The south appears to be the location of the Wang family. Do you think this could be related to them? It is possible, yet if one were to assert that this was aimed at the Wang family, it would indeed be plausible, considering that Elder Wang is one of the 3 prominent families in Jiangnan and wields considerable strength. It would be best if they were indeed heading for the Wang family. I have long harbored disdain for them, particularly that debauched scion, Wang Chen. Enough talk. Let us follow and see for ourselves. In any world, curiosity and the desire to witness the spectacle are prevalent. In no time, a multitude of onlookers began to trail behind. In this scene, both Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiaohu, seated within the vehicle, bore witness to the unfolding events. Yet they refrained from intervention. Such a grand operation could not be concealed, rendering any attempts at subterfuge unnecessary. Moreover, who could ascertain whether Wang Chen was observing from the shadows? Their actions were, after all, intended to provide Wang Chen with an explanation. Thus they harbored no fear of exposure. After a 20-minute journey, all transport vehicles came to a halt before a magnificent estate which belonged to the Wang family, one of the 3 prominent families of Jiangnan City. Everyone disembark, commanded Zhang Xiaohu. 1,000 elite city defense troops leapt from the vehicles and assembled in formation. Listen to my orders. Surround this estate. Not a single person is to escape. Any who allow an escape will face military justice. Understood. Chapter 30. The despairing list at this moment, a throng of curious onlookers had gathered around the Wang family estate. When they witnessed Zhang Xiaohu issue a command, and the city defense forces swiftly surrounded the entire estate, gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. What on earth is happening? Are they really going to confront the Wang family? Brothers, we must retreat. A confrontation seems imminent. What could have provoked the city defense forces against the Wangs? Given the current situation, a clash is inevitable. I can't stand this. I need to distance myself. After all, the Wang family boasts formidable grandmasters. If a fight breaks out, I might get caught in the crossfire. You're right, wait for me. In an instant, many instinctively distanced themselves from the estate, hiding in the shadows while craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the guard stationed at the entrance of the Wang estate had long been aware of the commotion outside, and their reactions were profound. Other than the individual who had entered to deliver the message, the rest felt their legs weaken. They were merely hired guards for the Wang family, earning a meager sum each month. Faced with such ferocious city defense forces, it was only natural for them to feel fear. Especially after hearing Zhang Xiaohu proclaim that none would be spared. They nearly collapsed on the ground. Mayor Pan, General Thang. What is the meaning of this? From within the estate, a group of individuals emerged, led by an elderly man, Wang Fuxing, the former head of the Wang family. Although he had stepped back from family affairs, the gravity of the situation compelled him to intervene once more, as their entire lineage could be at risk. So is the old patriarch of the Wang family. It is said that trouble always finds its way to the temple of the three treasures. We are here to demand certain individuals. Please surrender those listed here. Mayor Pan spoke to Wang Fuxing with a semblance of politeness, yet his tone bore an unyielding firmness. Upon finishing, he handed over the list he held. Upon receiving the list, Wang Fuxing was left utterly stunned. The first name inscribed was none other than his own, followed closely by Wang Dehua, Wang Dalong, and a series of other prominent members of their lineage. The entirety of the list, apart from a few individuals of little merit, encompassed nearly all of his direct descendants. Was this truly a demand for individuals? It was absurd. This was tantamount to an attempt to annihilate their entire clan. Mayor Pan, you cannot be serious. Is this truly your intention? What the hell? Who dares jest with me? Who do you think you are? Speak plainly. Will you comply or not? In response to Wang Fuxing's words, Zhang Xiaohu retorted sharply, fully aware that the other party would never acquiesce, as the list left no room for negotiation. It appears there is no room for discussion. Both of you are intent on making things difficult for the Wang family. As Wang Fuxing spoke, his expression darkened. No matter how one viewed it, the Wang family was a prominent clan, one of the three great families of Jiangnan City. Did they not care for their dignity? To be so brazenly humiliated was intolerable. Pan Yuehua sighed, lamenting the stubbornness of the damned. Alas, it seems you have already made your choice, which is truly regrettable. What do you mean we have made a choice? Have you ever granted us a choice? I am simply perplexed. May I ask if Mayor Pan can enlighten us? Upon hearing this, Pan Yuehua likely anticipated the question that was about to arise. What is it that you wish to inquire? I shall speak of what I can. Yet for matters I cannot divulge, I am powerless. I yearn to understand why. There are not so many wise. Those who commit crimes and act unlawfully, should they not be apprehended? Look at everyone on the list. Is there anyone wrongfully accused? Mayor Pan, we are all adults. You might as well pose that question to those around you. Who would believe it? At that moment, murmurs arose from the crowd. Though I also harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Wang family, it is evident that Mayor Pan is not speaking the truth nonsense. Do you really need to say that? Aren't all these prominent families cut from the same cloth? Enough with the idle chatter. Let us take action against them. Indeed, let us act decisively. Upon hearing the surrounding voices, Pan Yuehua helplessly shook his head and remarked, Old Master Wang, why cling so tightly to this? What difference does it make whether you know or not? It cannot alter the outcome. Father, since they refuse to grant us a path to survival, we must resist to the bitter end. The Wang family is not made of clay. Yes, let us fight back. Boom. Just as Wang Dahu and Wang Dalong finished speaking, an immense force bore down upon them. Before them stood Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiaohu, flanked by 5 others. The overwhelming pressure emanated from their very presence. This scene left the members of the Wang family utterly astounded. Good heavens, 7 grandmasters! This was beyond their capacity to withstand. They were acutely aware of this reality. Wait, Mayor Pan. If we do not resist, could you tell me what fate awaits the members of the Wang family? After uttering this question, Wang Fuxing appeared to exhaust all his vigor, his once upright form now bending in defeat. Even his sons, Wang Dahu and Wang Dalong, had lost their earlier bravado, their faces now etched with despondency. It was not that they were unwilling to fight back. Rather, it was a futile endeavor. With 7 grandmasters, what could they possibly use to resist? By refraining from opposition, perhaps the Wang family might preserve its lineage. Should they choose to fight, annihilation would be their certain fate, leaving no trace of their bloodline behind. Congratulations on making a prudent choice. Using those on the list to safeguard the rest of your family is quite advantageous. Pan Yuehua's words were blunt, and they understood his implication. The meaning was clear. Those listed must perish for the survival of the others. We comprehend. After Wang Fuxing spoke, he handed the list to Wang Dahu. Find everyone listed. Wang Dahu took the list, his expression complex, fully aware of the implications it held. However, he found himself with no alternative. In order to ensure the continuation of the Wang family's lineage, he had no choice but to proceed as he did. Gritting his teeth, he turned and entered the Wang family estate. The Wang family had acquiesced. Alas, what choice did they have in the face of such overwhelming force? 7 grandmasters had arrived. Who could possibly stand against them? Tragically, no confrontación en sud. They merely surrendered a few individuals, which had little significant impact on the Wang family. One must be content. Such a prominent clan would surely prefer not to offend the city's defense forces too gravely. My goodness, look at how many have emerged. Could it be that all of these are? Impossible. There must be over 30 individuals. Many of them are direct descendants of the Wang family. No wonder they were initially reluctant to agree. If these individuals were to perish, the main lineage of the Wang family would be severed. Amidst the astonished gazes of those surrounding, Wang Dahu emerged, his expression grim, leading a throng of individuals. These were all those listed. Upon counting, the number astonishingly reached 35. Chapter 31. The finale. Everyone was present. After Wang Dahu spoke, he handed the list in his hand to Pan Yuehua, then stood before Wang Fuxing with a sorrowful expression. As the patriarch of the Wang family, the act of surrendering his own kin was undoubtedly a source of profound helplessness and indignation within him. This is the harsh reality. The powerful could determine life and death with a mere word. The so-called rules are nothing but tools wielded by the strong. Mayor Pan, we will handle these individuals ourselves, so you need not trouble yourself with them. However, I would like to request one thing from you. Wang Fuxing said to Pan Yuehua, his face beseeching. At that moment, he resembled a frail old man, devoid of the dignity that once belonged to the head of a prominent family. What is this? Seeking help for oneself? This surprised Pan Yuehua. Despite their current pitiable appearance, he was well aware that few among these influential families were virtuous. Each individual on that list bore the blood of innocent lives. Thus, none were deserving of sympathy. They merely recognized the impending doom of their clan and sought to feign vulnerability in hopes of extracting some favor from him. Speak your request, but whether it can be fulfilled is uncertain. Thank you, Mayor Pan. I assure you it will not place you in a difficult position. Without us, the vast enterprises of the Wang family will surely crumble. I only hope that when it comes time to manage the family's affairs, you might lend a hand to the remaining members, allowing them to retain a portion of what is left. Ah, so does this matter? While it may not seem significant, it is merely a matter of his words. Yet, he hesitated to give his consent. The most crucial individual involved in this entire affair was Wang Chen. He had to heed Wang Chen's counsel. What if Wang Chen wished for total annihilation? Could he dare to disregard that? He cannot. Thus, he was destined to offer Wang Fuxing no promises. The fate of the remaining members of the Wang family was left to chance, their lives resting solely on Wang Chen's whims. I cannot make any promises, but I will assist in coordinating efforts. Good. Thank you. After Wang Fuxing spoke, he turned his gaze toward the group of people standing at the entrance of the estate. This group, comprising both men and women, predominantly men of various ages. appeared pallid and trembled uncontrollably. Even the most oblivious observer could sense the impending crisis. Particularly striking was the contrast with their usual demeanor. As these individuals were notorious for their nefarious deeds, they now felt a looming dread, with several unable to even maintain their footing. Dahu, as the head of the family, you should escort our kin on their final journey. This, Father, proceed. Rather than allowing them to fall into the hands of the city defense forces, it is better that we accompany them on their last passage. Wang Fuxing's words not only stunned the onlookers, but also left the 30 or so individuals on the list in utter shock. This is impossible. I do not wish to die. I am still young. Patriarch, you cannot do this. We are all family. Elder Patriarch, you cannot act in such a manner. We are all your descendants. How can you be so heartless? Indeed, Venerable Patriarch, blood is thicker than water. Upon hearing the anguished cries of these individuals, Wang Fuxing felt as if his heart were being sliced by a dagger. Among them were his direct blood relatives, and most dearly, his beloved grandchildren. Yet what choice did he have? There was none. If he did not proceed in this manner, not only would they perish, but others would also meet the same fate. Thus, he was left with no option but to sever his own flesh to survive. Wangidagao, what are you waiting for? Act. Father, how could I bring myself to do this? These are our kin, the esteemed head of the family. A master at the pinnacle of strength, Wang Dahu shed tears of anguish in that moment. The surrounding individuals fell silent. In this instant, no one dared to mock Wang Dahu, even though the Wang family's reputation was tarnished, and many harbored a desire to consume their flesh and drink their blood. The scene was undeniably moving. Had they been in Wang Dahu's position, they too might have crumbled. I shall. With a thunderous crash, Wang Dalong, who had remained standing to the side, propelled himself into the air with a powerful kick against the ground. In midair, with tears streaming down his face, Wang Dalong, after a heart-wrenching wail, closed his eyes and struck downward with great force. No! Head of the family, help me! Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the world fell into complete silence. A massive palm print appeared before the onlookers, and within it lay a group of individuals sprawled in disarray. They were the very ones listed by Pan Yuehua. Father, second brother, I shall go ahead. After descending from the sky, Wang Dalong, eyes closed and face contorted in pain, uttered these words to his father and younger brother. Subsequently, with a single palm, he struck his own forehead. His body then gradually slumped down. Elder brother, witnessing Wang Dalong's impending collapse, Wang Dahu gasped in alarm and rushed forward, catching Wang Dalong in his embrace. Elder brother, Xiaolong. Wang Fuxing, witnessing this scene, was also moved to tears. No matter how formidable one may be, the loss of a child to an elder is a grief few can endure. Even though they were all formidable warriors with strong wills, when faced with familial bonds, they were no different from ordinary individuals. Observing the unfolding drama for a fleeting moment, Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiaohu believed they had become the villains of this narrative. It was truly heart-wrenching. Had they not known the truth of the situation, they might have found it impossible to act. Wang Jiqiang, come here. Wiping the tears from his cheeks, Wang Fuxing called out to the crowd behind him. Venerable Patriarch, a middle-aged man, approached from the back. He was a member of the Wang family's collateral line, possessing mastery at the pinnacle of strength. He was the most formidable among those remaining, aside from their immediate circle. From this moment forth, you shall assume the mantle of the patriarch of our Wang family. I do not ask for you to lead our clan to greatness, but merely to ensure its continuation. Wang Fuxing gazed at the middle-aged man before him with a face full of hope. Preserving the bloodline of our family has become his sole desire. He no longer dares to yearn for anything beyond that. Elder Patriarch, could it be that you and the clan leader also intend to? Do you sense that we have any choice left? Once the clan leader and I depart, the responsibility of the family will rest upon your shoulders. I did not seek accomplishments, merely the absence of failure. Elder Patriarch, suddenly, a spurt of blood erupted from Wang Fuxing's mouth. A once great head of the family, a pinnacle master, succumbed to self-inflicted demise. Father, wait, my child. With a final gasp, Wang Dahu, the current patriarch of the Wang family, one of the three prominent families of Jiangnan City, followed his father into the abyss. Patriarch, Patriarch, the remaining members of the Wang family, witnessing this harrowing scene, were engulfed in terror. Amidst the echoes of sorrow, the saga of the Wang family drew to a definitive close. Chapter 32. The death of the rabbit and the sadness of the fox. Is it all over? The Wang family has truly met its demise. All three grandmasters have perished. Who could have anticipated such a fate? The Wang family, one of the three prominent clans in Jiangnan City, with a legacy spanning over a century, has met its untimely end. How utterly absurd! It is not that the Wang family lacked strength, possessing three grandmasters. Who could dare to claim them weak? It can only be said that without comparison, there is no pain. They were up against the city's defense forces, a national military unit, fearsome indeed. Let us depart, it is finished. As the events unfolded, many onlookers began to disperse, most of whom were spies from various factions, eager to return and report the happenings to their respective powers. Pan Yuehua observed the scene before him, realizing that the purpose of his visit had been accomplished. He turned to his companion, Zhang Xiaohu. It is over. We should prepare to withdraw, he said with a sigh. I never expected the Wang family to act with such decisiveness. They made a commendable choice. Zhang Xiaohu lamented, having anticipated a fierce battle. Yet this was the outcome? Certainly, it was the best possible resolution, allowing the Wang family to preserve their lineage while avoiding casualties. A perfect outcome for all involved. Gather the troops. With Zhang Xiaohu's command, 1,000 city defense soldiers swiftly assembled in an orderly manner. Onward. Thus, Zhang Xiaohu and Pan Yuehua led the city defense forces away from the Wang estate, departing as swiftly as they had arrived. However, their visit had sent ripples of unprecedented turmoil throughout Jiangnan City. Before long, news of the events at the Wang estate spread across the entire city. In the Jiang family's conference hall, as one of the three prominent clans in Jiangnan City, they had been vigilantly monitoring the movements of the city defense forces. They were now fully aware of what had transpired at the Wang estate. Yet the more they understood, the greater their trepidation grew. If the Wang family could fall in such a manner, what of their own clan? It is worth noting that the Jiang family's strength is comparable to that of the Wang family. Thus, a similar fate could await them. Now that we are informed of the Wang family's plight, let's share our thoughts, spoke Jiang Haoming, the current head of the Jiang family. Seated at the head of the conference table, he and Wang Dahu were of the same generation, both at the pinnacle of grandmaster prowess. Around the table sat approximately a dozen key decision-makers from the Jiang family. Head of the family, the events have unfolded too suddenly. We remain in the dark regarding the reasons behind the Wang family's downfall. Indeed, I have utilized all available resources within our Jiang family, yet I have gleaned no information concerning the Wang family's circumstances. Then it is indeed perplexing. Surely there must be a cause behind such events. Indeed, the Wang family, regardless of the circumstances, remains one of the three prominent families in Jiangnan City. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. To uncover the truth, we may only turn to Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiaohu. However, do you truly believe they will divulge any information? Clearly, the Wang family has crossed a critical line with the state. Otherwise, they would not find themselves in such a predicament. Jiang Haoming listened intently to the discussions of his kin, his countenance dark and foreboding. After much deliberation, they had arrived at no substantial conclusions or actionable insights. It was all mere drivel. Jiang Haoming was acutely aware that both the Jiang and Wang families were among the three illustrious families of Jiangnan City, and their familiarity with one another was profound. They understood the Wang family's actions all too well. Both were esteemed families, with little to differentiate them. The Wang family's current predicament could only stem from two possibilities. Either they had engaged in actions that transgressed the state's boundaries, or they had offended someone of considerable consequence. Jiang Haoming's instincts leaned towards the latter scenario. However, the mere thought of such a possibility sent shivers through him. Those capable of holding the Wang family in such disdain, those who could command the city's defense forces, were undoubtedly among the highest echelons of the nation. It was a chilling contemplation. Well then, since the cause remains elusive, we shall continue our inquiries, employing every resource at our disposal and reaching out to every contact we possess. It is imperative that we ascertain the reasons behind the Wang family's plight. Furthermore, inform all members of the family to maintain a low profile in these times. Should anyone dare to stir trouble or engage in wrongdoing, they shall be expelled from the family. The family meeting concluded amidst a weighty atmosphere. The expressions of all present were grim. As the saying goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. The fate of the Wang family raised the specter of uncertainty for the Jiang family. Would they too face a similar fate in the future? Simultaneously, the Lin family, another of Jiangnan City's esteemed families, convened an urgent meeting. Like the Jiang family, they too bore grave expressions, for they had yet to uncover the reasons behind the Wang family's turmoil. Seated at the head of the table was Lin Nantian, the patriarch of the Lin family, who belonged to the same generation as Wang Fuxing. He retained his position as head of the family due to the lack of grandmasters among his descendants. Unlike the younger generation of Wang Dahu and Jiang Haoming, this situation left the Lin family in a precarious position, as their offspring were lacking in prowess. The Lin family's status as one of the three great families of Jiangnan City was largely attributed to the strength of the three brothers, all grandmasters in their own right. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a sudden interruption occurred. Someone burst into the meeting room. "Father, Ying, have you managed to contact Lu Feng?" Lin Nantian, upon seeing his daughter enter, did not waste time on pleasantries and immediately inquired with urgency. "Father, I have reached Lu Feng. He mentioned that he too is unaware of the specific reasons behind the Wang family's situation. He suggested that the Wang family may have offended someone they cannot afford to antagonize." Offended someone they cannot afford to antagonize? Could it be? It must be. This is the most plausible explanation, and the only one that makes sense. Alas, regrettably for the Wang family, Lin Nantian murmured to himself, never having doubted the news brought by his daughter. This was due to the fact that his daughter, Lin Ying, was married to Lu Feng, the director of the intelligence department of the City Defense Army. Well, now that the reason is clear, let's disperse. From this moment on, you are all to inform the other members of the family to behave themselves and refrain from causing any trouble. Should anyone dare to create a disturbance outside, I shall personally deal with them. The Wang family has already faced such calamity. They certainly do not wish to follow in its footsteps. With such a large family in disarray, one can only imagine the sheer panic among the smaller families in Jiangnan City. To them, the Wang family is a behemoth, and the masters at the grandmaster level are figures of immense stature. Yet, even such a formidable Wang family dared not resist the City Defense Army. In this moment, they finally grasped their own insignificance. Before the might of the nation, they were but mere ants. If they were to provoke the state or offend those they could not afford to cross, they would find themselves as mere fish on the chopping block. This incident profoundly altered the environment of Jiangnan City for the years to come. The members of every family became exceedingly low-key, and the once arrogant and lawless young scions suddenly vanished. The entire Jiangnan City seemed transformed into a harmonious haven. Chapter 33. The Red Sun Fruit. In the evening, Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiao visited Wang Chen to report on the resolution regarding the Wang family. When Wang Chen learned that the main lineage of the Wang family had essentially been eradicated, he was momentarily taken aback. What was this? This was not what he had anticipated. Initially, he merely found the situation bothersome and had intended for them to investigate the Wang family and issue a warning, at most lightly punishing a few individuals. He never imagined that due to his lack of clarity, an entire branch of their family had been annihilated. Such swift action was astonishing. In that moment, Wang Chen profoundly grasped the awe-inspiring power of the strong. Hearing of such events was one thing, but experiencing them firsthand was an entirely different sensation. Perhaps this was why so many individuals fervently pursued power. The intoxicating feeling of being able to dictate life and death with a mere word was undeniably alluring. "Mr. Wang, what should we do about the remaining members of the Wang family?" Upon hearing Pan Yuehua's inquiry, Wang Chen felt a surge of incredulity. What did that imply? Were they not planning to spare the remaining members of the Wang family as well? How ruthless! Although one might say that failing to eradicate the roots of a problem allows it to sprout anew, and that it was best to eliminate potential future threats once enmity had been established, this was hardly a concern for him. As someone endowed with a system, even the peak of the Wang family could be extinguished by his word. What were a few remaining individuals in comparison? Furthermore, the fact that they had not killed the remaining members indicated that Pan Yuehua and his associates had found no criminal records associated with them after their investigation. In light of this, why pursue total annihilation? Wang Chen himself had once been a person at the bottom of society, and now that he had risen to prominence, wielding the power to decide life and death, he felt the need to maintain his own principles. He could not allow himself to become one who disregards life. Of course, Wang Chen was not a dogmatic individual. Should he encounter threats in the future, he would not hesitate to eliminate them entirely. Thank you for your efforts. As for the remaining individuals, let us adhere to the established rules. Those who have committed no wrong need not be further pursued. Understood, Mr. Wang. I will know how to proceed. Seeing Pan Yuehua's demeanor, Wang Chen chose not to dwell on it further. To him, it was merely a trivial matter, not worthy of much concern. He would leave the subsequent handling of the situation to Pan Yuehua and his team. That night, as Wang Chen lay in bed, he suddenly recalled his system. Why was it so quiet? It had not assigned him any tasks. How irresponsible. System, are you there? Do you have any tasks for me? I am eager to undertake a mission. There was no alternative. Wang Chen was feeling excessively idle, living a life akin to retirement at such a young age. Who could understand such a sensation? Haha ding. Ding. Returning to the host. There are currently no system tasks available. All system tasks are randomly generated based on specific times, locations, and events. If the host has leisure time, going out for a walk may trigger a system task. Oh, the system has such a mechanism. It seems one cannot remain indoors indefinitely. A leisurely stroll outside may present an opportunity to trigger a system task, leading to unforeseen gains. With this resolution firmly in his mind, Wang Chen promptly succumbed to slumber. From the grand scheme of existence, sleep reigned supreme. The following morning, after breakfast, Wang Chen bid farewell to Meng Zirui and the others before setting out with Wang Outyin. This excursion lacked a definitive destination, prompting the two to glide leisurely through the void. Sir, what is that? Wang Outyin's voice pierced through the serene contemplation of the passing scenery, drawing Wang Chen's gaze in the direction of Outyin's pointed finger. In a valley below, a multitude of demonic beasts congregated, among which the most formidable were 3 Grandmaster-level creatures. The presence of such beasts indicated at least one medium-sized spatial portal in the vicinity. Amidst the throng of beasts stood a fruit tree adorned with bright red fruits. The Qiyang fruit. Wang Chen recalled the descriptions of the Qiyang fruit. Its properties were manifold, capable of healing wounds, enhancing strength, and refining one's constitution. For demonic beasts, consumption of the Qiyang fruit not only augmented their prowess, but also elevated their bloodlines, rendering it irresistibly alluring. Intriguingly, Wang Chen also noticed a few humans lurking near the beasts, evidently drawn by the same temptation of the Qiyang fruit. Ah, Olbong. It seems fortune smiles upon us. We've scarcely ventured out and already encountered the Qiyang fruit. Indeed, sir, it appears the Qiyang fruit is on the brink of ripening. Shall we conceal ourselves and allow them to contend for a while before we seize it? Precisely my thoughts. How could Wang Chen possibly miss such an intriguing opportunity? The Qiyang fruit, capable of enhancing one's constitution, was too tempting to resist. Although he currently did not require personal cultivation, who wouldn't he desire to improve their innate potential? He had attempted to cultivate himself, but alas, the results were disheartening, yielding not even the slightest effect. The difference between possessing talent and lacking it is profound. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, the Qiyang fruit would belong to Wang Chen. He could only extend his apologies to the humans below. Sir, hear him. Upon hearing Wang Outyin's words, Wang Chen turned in confusion, only to be greeted with a delightful surprise as Outyin presented him with a generous handful of sunflower seeds. Marvelous. And so, the two concealed within the void amused themselves by munching on seeds while observing the confrontation of the demonic beasts below. As time passed, the Qiyang fruit approached maturity, inciting a growing agitation among the beasts, particularly the three Grandmaster-level creatures, whose fierce glints in their eyes intensified. Now, this is what one might call life. If only there were a chilled carbonated beverage to accompany it. Just as Wang Chen voiced this thought, the mischievous voice of Wang Chen chimed in beside him. Here, the sparkling beverage you favor. Upon seeing the carbonated drink presented before him, Wang Chen found himself at a loss for words. He merely mentioned it casually, not anticipating that it truly existed. You, a formidable warrior of the martial king realm, venture forth with such trivialities? Oh, Wang, this is a quintessential example of seeking comfort over toil. Nevertheless, this drink paired with sunflower seeds is indeed delightful. It appears I must also stockpile some snacks within my system space. Having convenient provisions for future outings is prudent, rather than always relying on old Wang's offerings, which is rather inconsiderate. Sir, the Qiang fruit has ripened. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Wang Chen glanced down and, indeed, the Qiang fruit had reached maturity. The once vibrant red fruit had transformed into a pale crimson hue, its interior resembling flowing magma, exuding an aura of simplicity yet concealing great riches within. Boom! At the very moment the Qiang fruit ripened, a fierce battle among the demonic beasts erupted. Chapter 34. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. The spectral abyss serpent, a pinnacle beast of the Grandmaster realm, is enveloped in a dark purple hue, its form resembling a flowing stream of ink. The eerie blue venom seeping between its scales corroded the ground, emitting wisps of white smoke, while its tail swept across, shattering the hard rock into powder. A thunderous roar erupted from the opposite side, as the crimson flame tiger, engulfed in scarlet flames, lunged towards the spectral abyss serpent like a burning meteor. Its sharp claws gleamed with a searing light, leaving behind a blazing trail with each stride, and the air crackled with explosive sounds as its tail sliced through. Simultaneously, the ground trembled violently as a colossal blood-maned boar erupted from the earth. Its body was covered in dark red bristles, each as thick as an arm, exuding a nauseating scent of blood. Like a rampaging bulldozer, it recklessly charged towards the two Grandmaster beasts. This spectacle was far more thrilling than any cinematic experience. Wang Chen, casually munching on seeds in the void, reveled in the battle below, occasionally expressing his astonishment. Indeed, my friend, look at that blood-maned boar. Quite the comedian, isn't it? Among the three Grandmaster beasts, it is the weakest, yet it dares to challenge two at once. Ha ha. Would you not consider it foolish? Ah, Wang, you know well that it is a boar demon. If it weren't foolish, would it still be a pig? Quite true. As Wang Chen and Wang Chen engaged in their banter, the battle below escalated to a fever pitch. The spectral abyss serpent seized an opportunity and swiftly withdrew from the fray. It shot forth like lightning, jaws agape, revealing its menacing fangs, aiming directly for the scarlet sunfruit. With a deafening roar, the crimson flame tiger unleashed a torrent of fiery rain from its claws, completely sealing off the serpent's path. Meanwhile, the blood-maned boar, utilizing its immense bulk, barreled through, using its formidable tusks to tear apart anything that dared obstruct it. Thus, the three beasts were once again embroiled in a fierce skirmish. The spectral abyss serpent coiled around the blood-maned boar, attempting to constrict it, while the crimson flame tiger leaped and slashed, leaving a series of wounds across both opponents. The blood-maned boar, with its tough hide and robust physique, charged relentlessly, emitting thunderous roars. Each collision sparked violent spatial tremors, invisible shockwaves sweeping the surroundings like a hurricane. The lesser beasts, lurking in the shadows and hoping to exploit the chaos, were caught off guard, swept away by the battle's aftermath. Lowly creatures were instantly reduced to blood mist, while slightly stronger beasts bore grievous wounds from the slicing air currents. Trees in the valley were uprooted, rocks pulverized, and the ground marred with horrifying chasms. The surviving beasts were filled with terror, issuing piercing cries as they fled in all directions. However, the aftermath of the battle continued unabated, leaving desolation in its wake. Blood stained the valley, dismembered limbs scattered about, and the air was thick with a pungent scent of carnage. Three formidable beast masters, consumed by a fervor for battle, disregarded their own injuries, vowing to claim the coveted Qiang fruit for themselves. The brutal conflict seemed endless. After half an hour, this fierce struggle for the fruit finally reached its conclusion. The crimson flame tiger, dragging its blood-stained claws, left deep crimson trails on the scorched earth with each step. Its heavy breaths caused its wounds to pulse, still oozing blood from the fierce battle it had waged against the ethereal dark serpent and the blood-maned boar. Yet, in the end, it emerged victorious, excitement gleaming in its eyes as it gazed upon the Qiang fruit. However, just as it eagerly extended its claws to pluck the fruit, a shadow, imbued with a foul wind, streaked past like a wraith. With a sudden, piercing energy bolt, it tore through the air, striking the crimson flame tiger beneath its ribs. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching roar, sending the massive creature hurtling backward like a kite with severed strings, carving a 3-foot-long trench in the ground. As the dust settled, a wolf-like beast, radiating an eerie blue sheen, emerged from the shadows, its amber vertical pupils glinting with a malevolent red glow in the twilight. The crimson-eyed demon wolf, notorious for its ferocity and cunning, let out a chilling howl, its sonic attack causing the remaining trees to tremble in fear. It had long remained hidden at the edge of the battlefield, observing the brutal clash of the three beasts, and now it revealed its fangs. The crimson flame tiger, regaining its footing, let out a low growl as it fixated on the drool dripping from the wolf's maw and the greedy glint in its eyes directed at the Qiang fruit, sending a chill through its core. The previous assault had already fractured several of its ribs. Prolonging the struggle would only lead to its demise as this malevolent wolf's meal. In a moment of reckoning, it abruptly turned, a scent of blood trailing as it dashed into the dense forest, vanishing into the crimson dusk. Observing the panicked retreat of the crimson flame tiger, the crimson-eyed demon wolf let out a triumphant howl. Here comes another foolish wolf. Does it truly believe it is the last unsuspecting prey? Wang Chen, witnessing the demon wolf's smug demeanor below, couldn't suppress a chuckle. It's not entirely its fault. Who could have anticipated so many? Yet those few humans truly possess remarkable patience. They didn't even intervene just now. Wang Chen held a favorable view of the concealed figures below, acknowledging that such patience is a rare trait, promising great achievements for those who embody it. Suddenly, as the crimson-eyed demon wolf approached the Qiang fruit, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. 5 figures, radiating formidable power, surged toward the demon wolf. The demon wolf, true to its reputation for danger and cunning, remained vigilant. The moment the attack manifested, it reacted swiftly, letting out a fierce roar before darting sideways, thereby evading the powerful and abrupt assault without sustaining any harm. Damn it! This creature's alertness is astonishing. It managed to evade that. Attention, everyone! The red-eyed demon wolf is exceedingly cunning. We must remain fully alert. The old strategy will suffice. I shall take the lead while you assist me. Excellent. Now, let us strike. Awoo! Crash! In that moment, the battle erupted once more, its intensity rivaling that of the previous encounter, primarily because the red-eyed demon wolf had entered a frenzied state. Initially, it believed itself to be the hunter, only to realize it had become the prey. Could it possibly endure such humiliation? Does it live up to its notorious reputation for danger and deceit? If word of this spreads, how could it ever hold its head high again? Thus, these individuals must perish. Goodness, sir, do look at the red-eyed demon wolf. It is astonishingly fierce. Even 1 against 5, it holds the advantage. Remarkable. In response to Wang Chen's remark, Wang Chen was left speechless. Was this not painfully obvious? Old Wang, if someone were to attempt to seize your possessions, I dare say you would be even more ferocious. Indeed, should anyone dare to take my belongings, I would swiftly eliminate them with a single strike, and that would settle the matter. Chapter 35. The matter settled, departing in silence, concealing one's self and one's name. As time progressed, the red-eyed demon wolf found itself at a disadvantage. After all, even the mightiest fists struggle against a multitude of hands, and its prowess was merely that of a late grandmaster. Yet, these 5 individuals proved commendable. Wang Chen observed the 5 warriors battling the red-eyed demon wolf below, a hint of admiration gracing his features. Their strength was notable. One was a late grandmaster, another at the early stage, while the remaining 3 were at the pinnacle of mastery. This formidable combination could be deemed exceptionally powerful, as long as they refrained from recklessness. They were unlikely to encounter peril. Crucially, their synergy was commendable, and they adeptly controlled the rhythm of their combat. They did not recklessly charge and due to their superiority, but instead maintained their tempo from the outset, advancing steadily and securely. This unwavering approach was precisely what Wang Chen admired most about them. Steady now. Do not rush. Maintain the rhythm. On sight, the leading late grandmaster continually reminded the others. After all, the red-eyed demon wolf was also a late grandmaster beast, and a moment's carelessness could lead to injury or even death. Xiao Wu, why are you getting so close? Seeking death? Do not allow it to attack others. Leave it to me, big brother, I shall slay it. The shouts echoed amidst the fray, and the red-eyed demon wolf began to show signs of injury. Observing this, Wang Chen realized that the battle was nearing its conclusion, although the group held the upper hand. Slaying the red-eyed demon wolf remained a formidable challenge. Given its cunning nature, Wang Chen surmised that it would soon attempt to flee. All right, Lao Wang, let us prepare to depart. There is naught left to see. Upon speaking, Wang Chen waved his hand, and the red sun fruits on the tree within the valley were enveloped by a force of nature, promptly brought before him. With a mere thought, he gathered them all into his system space, then vanished without a trace. Hey, wait for me, sir. What is going on? Witnessing Wang Chen's disappearance, Wang Outyin dared not linger, swiftly vanishing as well. There is a saying, a thief's heart is timid, though they were not thieves. They certainly did not operate with the utmost integrity. Even if they were aware that their flight would go unnoticed, there was no need for such risk. They had no intention of confronting the others. They merely sought to reap the benefits and depart, avoiding any pretense. Howling as Wang Chen had anticipated. No sooner had he left than the red-eyed demon wolf let out a fierce roar, breaking free from its adversaries and sprinting towards the valley's exit. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. Ha, brother, we have struck gold this time. Indeed, after all this planning and effort, it has not gone to waste. All right, let us first pluck the red sun fruits, lest the night grows long and dreams multiply. However, when the group arrived at the red sun fruit tree, they were left utterly dumbfounded. The tree stood bare, devoid of any fruits. Not even a single remnant remained. What is going on? Where are the red sun fruits? Just moments ago, the sun fruit was still here. I even took a glance at it. How could it possibly be gone? Oh, what a scoundrel. Who has dared to steal our sun fruit? If I ever discover their identity, they shall not escape my wrath. How could this happen? Enough of this chatter. It must have been during our recent battle with the red-eyed demon wolf that someone managed to slip away with the sun fruit right under our noses. They must possess considerable skill. Brother, what does it matter how formidable they are? Are we to let this transgression go unpunished? I cannot swallow this humiliation. It's utterly intolerable. After exerting ourselves so tirelessly, we merely ended up facilitating someone else's gains. Alas, as the leader, I cannot help but sigh. What can we do when we do not even know who took the sun fruit? The 5 of us, known as the 5 Tigers of Nanyang, have made quite a name for ourselves in the Dragon Kingdom. We are all brothers, each a prodigy in our own right, having graduated from one of the prestigious 5 great universities of the Demon Capital. In recent years, we have cultivated a substantial reputation, particularly after our valiant stand during the city defense of Nanyang. Nanyang, akin to Jiangnan, is a major city that faced a massive siege by demon beasts a few years back, during which we just happened to be present. In that fierce battle, we vanquished 6 Grandmaster-level demon beasts, earning great accolades for our efforts. It was from that moment on that we were dubbed the 5 Tigers of Nanyang, a title we have cherished ever since. Throughout these years, while hunting demon beasts as a team, we have always lent a hand to those in need, rescuing many warriors from the jaws of death at the hands of these monsters. Thus, our reputation remains commendable. Most who encounter us tend to show us respect. However, it is truly unexpected to suffer such a significant loss this time, especially one that leaves us with no opportunity for redress. Now that the incident has occurred, further lamentation is futile. We do not even know the identity of the thief. What can we possibly do? Brother, I simply cannot accept this affront. Indeed, brother, we prepared extensively and sacrificed so much for the sun fruit, only to walk away empty-handed and squandered our precious time. It is an undeniable grievance. Upon hearing his brother's words, the leader of the 5 Tigers of Nanyang understood their frustrations all too well. Yet, the world operates on principles of unpredictability. Hard work does not guarantee reward, much like in business where success often accompanies failure. Brothers, remember, the individual who stealthily took the sun fruit from us likely possesses strength far superior to ours. The mere fact that we are alive is a stroke of luck. As long as we draw breath, opportunities will arise. Moreover, we have an abundance of demon beast corpses here. If we sell them, we will not be at a loss. With their elder brother's words resonating within them, the others chose to remain silent. They are well aware of these truths. In this realm of martial prowess, humanity and demonic beasts are perpetually embroiled in conflict, and even they frequently encounter peril. During the recent contest for the Crimson Sun Fruit, 4 formidable beasts of the Grand Master rank emerged. Their mere survival, unscathed, is a stroke of fortune. It is not imperative to reap rewards each time. All right, brothers. With so many demonic beasts fallen here, the stench of blood is overwhelming. Soon, it will undoubtedly attract more beasts. Let us hasten to gather what we can and take away all that is salvageable. Rest assured, brother, while we may have failed to secure the Crimson Sun Fruit, we can at least make amends from the carcasses of these beasts. Indeed, let us collect everything we can. After all, this is a veritable fortune. Having resolved their thoughts, the 5 brothers set about the task of organizing the lifeless bodies of the fallen demonic beasts, particularly those of the 2-peak Grandmaster rank, which were treasures in their own right. As for the circumstances of the 5 Tigers of Nanyang, Wang Chen remained oblivious, for he had already arrived with Wang Outyen in a new city. Chapter 36. The Dissolution of Engagement Lingyu City. A small municipality in the southern region of the Dragon Kingdom, bears a resemblance to Baiyun City, where Wang Chen once resided. In Wang Chen's perception, the entire city lacks even a single master, with a total population of less than 1 million, the majority of whom are merely martial apprentices. And true martial artists are exceedingly rare. As noon approached, Wang Chen and his companion, fueled by a spontaneous whim, decided to take a brief respite in this quaint city. Indulging in a meal, they casually selected a restaurant, opting against a private room, and instead settled at a table in the bustling dining hall. After glancing over the menu, Wang Chen chose a few of the establishment's signature dishes, and they patiently awaited their order. The dining hall was relatively crowded, filled with the clamor of voices that created a rather chaotic atmosphere. A cursory glance revealed that most patrons were martial artists, each exuding a hint of malevolence. Likely seasoned hunters venturing beyond the city limits to slay beasts. Have you heard? The Shao family is in trouble. The Shao family? Which one are you referring to? Surely, you jest. There are several Shao families in Lingyu City. That cannot be right. I heard that the Shao family and the Shun family were set to arrange a marriage. Once that alliance is forged, who would dare to challenge them in Lingyu City? Indeed, you are correct. However, the issue arises from the engagement. The individuals conversing were seated close to Wang Chen, making their dialogue impossible to ignore. They spoke loudly, seemingly relishing the attention of those around them. Wang Chen, however, paid little heed to their chatter. Such trivial matters held scant interest for him, given his current strength and standing. As they discussed the Shao family, he considered that their strongest member was likely no more than a martial artist. The Wang family, one of the 3 great families of Jiangnan City, seemed insignificant in his eyes compared to such a martial artist family. Hey, brother, do enlighten us about what transpired with the Shao family. My treat for the drinks at this table, to share the details about the Shao family. We're all quite curious. Huh, you are too kind. Very well, I shall recount the tale of the Shao family. As everyone was aware, the Shao family was poised for an alliance with the Shun family, with the engagement involving young master Shao Yishan and the fair maiden Shun Fengqing. The two families had maintained a close friendship for many years, and Xiao Yishan and Shun Fengqing had grown up as childhood companions. Their betrothal had been arranged long ago, and there appeared to be no obstacles ahead. However, the predicament arose from Shun Fengqing's exceptional talent. She had already ascended to the rank of a second-tier martial artist, with no doubt that she would gain admission to one of the 5 prestigious universities in the Dragon Kingdom. In stark contrast, Xiao Yishan had only attained the 5th tier of martial apprenticeship and may struggle to even enroll in a standard university. Thus, one must question the compatibility of their union. As the man's words resonated, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Goodness, is Shun Fengqing truly that remarkable? Despite my relentless cultivation, I find myself merely a second-tier warrior. If what this brother asserts is true, then indeed, the young master of the Xiao family is unworthy of her. Indeed, it is said that dragons do not dwell with snakes. Such a mismatched engagement seems destined to falter. Quite right. This brother speaks truthfully. I have heard that this afternoon, the Shun family intends to annul the engagement with the Xiao family. The moment these words were uttered, a palpable shock rippled through the crowd. Annulment of an engagement is no trivial matter. In this world, there are protocols surrounding such events. When this situation arises, it typically indicates that the weaker party seeks to dissolve the betrothal, acknowledging their inadequacy. Furthermore, mutual consent is required. The Shun family, disenchanted with the Xiao family scion, Xiao Yishan, due to Shun Fengqing's exceptional talents, has taken the audacious step of approaching the Xiao family to annul the engagement. This act is akin to a slap in the face to the Xiao family, a profound disgrace for any clan. What folly possesses the Shun family to act in such a manner? Could they not approach this matter with a modicum of decorum? Is it truly necessary to proceed in this fashion? Indeed, given their long-standing connection, it is rather unbecoming of them to disregard each other's dignity. Do you not comprehend? This is a deliberate act by the Shun family. My good sir, what do you mean by that? Why would the Shun family resort to such actions? Is it not unreasonable? Many around were perplexed, for it was evident that the Shun family's actions were counterproductive. Why then was this deemed a deliberate strategy? It is because the Shun family wishes to escalate the situation, severing ties with the Xiao family and Xiao Yishan entirely. Only in this manner can they minimize the repercussions on Shun Fengqing. When she seeks to marry in the future, this engagement will not tarnish her reputation. The Shun family is confident in their calculations. How outrageous! The Shun family has truly lost all sense of shame. Initially, I held them in good regard, but their blatant opportunism is utterly repulsive. Alas, the Shun family's conduct is indeed lacking in integrity. At that moment, Wang Chen and his companions received their dishes, and he and Wang Aoyan ordered a bottle of locally brewed liquor. As they sipped their drinks, they listened to the conversations of the warriors around them. However, Wang Chen found the unfolding drama strikingly familiar. Was it not reminiscent of the protagonist in his previous life as tales of annulments? My good sir, the Shun family is utterly shameless. This is a quintessential act of betrayal. Wang Aoyan exclaimed in indignation. Such behavior from the Shun family would provoke shame in any decent person. Yet, Wang Chen could understand. People naturally aspire to ascend while water flows downward. It is the way of the world. Come now, my friend. Is this truly worthy of such fervor? My good sir, do you not feel angered by the Shun family's actions? Wang Chen, observing Wang Aoyan's passionate reaction, found himself puzzled. You, a formidable warrior of the martial king realm, though a character summoned by the system, seem to lack composure in your cultivation of temperament. Such a trivial matter should not elicit such profound emotional upheaval. My good friend, remember, humanity is a labyrinth of complexities. While one may find a monstrous beast detestable, the malevolence of a human can be 1,000-fold more terrifying. The actions of the Shun family are trivial at best, merely unethical and driven by greed, hardly even a manifestation of true wickedness. Yet, such behavior is indeed infuriating. I do not possess the same mindset as you, sir. Wang Aoyan's character is one that Wang Chen greatly admires, clear in his affections and aversions, unreserved in his expressions. This is the essence of a person imbued with vitality, not just a lifeless, mechanical bodyguard. Did I hear correctly that the Shun family intends to annul the engagement with the Xiao family this afternoon? Let us also venture to the Xiao residence to observe. Splendid. We shall visit the Xiao family, and should the Shun family provoke my displeasure, I, Wang Chen, would not hesitate to lend a hand to the Xiao family. Wang Chen paid little mind to Wang Chen's words, letting him be. For them, the desire to intervene in a matter is dictated not by notions of right or wrong, but rather by whim. However, Wang Chen felt a flicker of curiosity. Being so familiar with this narrative, he too wished to discern what peculiarities lay within Xiao Yishan. Chapter 37. A dramatic scene afternoon. Within the hall of the Xiao family, an atmosphere of profound gloom enveloped the space, with the countenances of the Xiao clan members reflecting discontent. I kindly ask for your understanding, Brother Xiao, and request that the engagement between our two families be dissolved, spoke Shenping, the head of the Shun family, as he regarded the imposing figure of Xiao Zhantian at the head of the table. Although his words seemed courteous, they bore an unmistakable air of aggression. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the teacup in Xiao Zhantian's grasp shattered into a myriad of fragments, his expression darkening as he fixed a murderous glare upon Shenping. At this moment, the hall was filled with many of the Xiao family's core members. Shenping's statement struck like a resounding slap across the face of Xiao Zhantian and all the Xiao clan, rendering any internal family conflicts irrelevant. In this instant, they stood united against the Shun family, their expressions filled with wrath. A dissolution of engagement? How dare the Shun family? To humiliate us, the Xiao clan, is tantamount to courting death. While the elders managed to restrain their tempers, the younger generation was far less inclined to do so. If they could endure this, would they still be considered youthful? The atmosphere in the hall ignited in an instant, with many young members of the Xiao family itching to spring into action, ready to launch an assault upon the Shun representatives. How could this be happening? Xiao Yishan, with his head slightly bowed, ground his teeth in frustration. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. He had always shared a close bond with Shen Fengqing. How had it come to this? The girl who once trailed behind him, declaring her desire to marry him, now felt like a stranger. Miss Shun, Xiao Yishan raised his gaze, his eyes cold as he addressed the proud young woman standing beside Shenping. I would like to inquire, whose decision was it to terminate the engagement today? It was my decision. Shen Fengqing cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Yishan and replied with a tone dripping with contempt. You are a clever individual, Xiao Yishan, and you should recognize that dragons do not consort with snakes. Do you truly believe you are worthy to stand alongside me? Do you think you are deserving? Those 3 words struck Xiao Yishan's heart like a thunderbolt, obliterating the last vestiges of hope he harbored. My daughter speaks wisely. This is also the sentiment of our Shun family. With her extraordinary talent, she is destined to gain admission to one of the 5 elite universities of Longhua. In due time, my daughter shall rise like a phoenix in the heavens. Do you truly believe that your Xiao family can be deemed worthy of our Shun family? With the conclusion of Shenping's words, the members of the Xiao family rose in unison, their fury ignited, their collective presence bearing down upon the Shun representatives, including Xiao Yishan's father, Xiao Zhantian. Shenping's remarks had provoked the Xiao family to an unprecedented degree. Such humiliation was intolerable. While it is acknowledged that their daughter possesses remarkable talent and will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future, that is a matter for the future, not the present. As a result, you come here prematurely to flaunt your superiority. Is it not too early for such arrogance? Do you truly believe the Xiao family to be an easy target? Quite commendable. The members of the Xiao family still possess some backbone. This has become quite intriguing. Let us observe how the Shun family will conclude this matter. In the void above the hall of the Xiao family, Wang Chen, witnessing the reactions of the Xiao clan, felt a sense of satisfaction. Wang Chen was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that the Xiao family would exhibit such resolve. This situation involves 2 families, and it is not only the Shun family that must contemplate their next steps. The Xiao family must also deliberate on how to resolve this predicament. Their aura has already been unleashed. They cannot simply let this go. If they do, it would surely be a case of thunderous noise without any rain, leading to their own humiliation. What do you intend to do? Please do not act recklessly. Upon witnessing this scene, Shun Ping was utterly dumbfounded. He had not expected such a turn of events. There's a saying that when two nations meet, they do not harm envoys. Why are the Shao family members being so reckless? What do you mean? What are we going to do? Of course, we're going to deal with you. To dare to wreak havoc in our Shao family, we shall not spare you. Indeed, we shall confront them. Observing the unfolding drama, Xiao Zhantian, the head of the family, did not intervene. In his own home, if one were to be bullied and not retaliate, could they still call themselves a man? How could he ever hold his head high while leading the entire family thereafter? Thus, for Xiao Zhantian, there was but one path before him, to confront them. Father, wait. Just as the conflict was on the verge of erupting, Xiao Yishan suddenly spoke up. The members of the Xiao family quickly turned their gazes towards him. Xiao Shan, are you still considering your emotional ties? What emotional ties? Xiao Shan, do not concern yourself with that. Leave the rest to us. Yes, Xiao Shan, this is not the time for sentimentality. Otherwise, we shall lose all face for the Xiao family. The surrounding members assumed that Xiao Yishan was still preoccupied with his feelings for Shen Fengqing. And even Xiao Zhantian cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Xiao Shan, what do you wish to say? Father, this matter originated from me, so I wish to make my own decision, if I may. Xiao Yishan looked intently at his father, determination evident in his eyes. Xiao Zhantian was momentarily taken aback by his son's resolute demeanor, but eventually nodded, saying, Then please share your thoughts, but remember, this concerns the family's honor and cannot be taken lightly. Xiao Zhantian's words served as a subtle reminder to Xiao Yishan that this was no longer merely a matter of breaking off an engagement. He hoped his son would not be blinded by romantic feelings, but prioritize the family above all. I understand, father. Subsequently, Xiao Yishan surveyed the hall, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Shen Fengqing, his tone turning icy as he spoke. Shen Fengqing, the reason you wish to dissolve our engagement is simply because you perceive yourself as a paragon of virtue, believing I am unworthy of you. However, do not forget that the future remains uncertain. One must remember that the world is ever-changing, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Excellent. What a splendid reminder not to underestimate the impoverished youth. Well said. Upon hearing Xiao Yishan's words, Xiao Zhantian burst into hearty laughter, his face radiating pride as he proclaimed, Indeed, he is my son. No matter the circumstances, he remains unyielding. Such is the spirit of the Xiao family. However, with joy comes displeasure. Upon hearing Xiao Yishan's remarks, Shen Fengqing felt an intense surge of indignation. Her face flushed with shame and fury as she retorted, You, a mere fifth-tier martial apprentice, dare to lecture me? What a farce! Your words are nothing but the futile barks of the incompetent. If you wish to exhibit your pride, you must possess the strength to back it up. Do you, Xiao Yishan, have that? With your paltry talent, you shall never surpass me. Ding! As Wang Chen observed the unfolding drama from the void, he suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding! Special event detected. The awakening of the child of destiny. Please accept him as your disciple to receive a sign-in opportunity. The phrase child of destiny startled Wang Chen momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure. Such a grand spectacle would indeed be peculiar if it did not involve a child of destiny. Chapter 38. It settled. Wang Chen felt a surge of happiness within. Why had he ventured out? Was it not to ascertain whether he could trigger a system task? Now that the system had indeed issued a task, a tinge of apprehension crept into his heart, for it pertained to the recruitment of disciples. Did he possess the qualifications to take on apprentices? In terms of strength, he certainly did. If even a martial king lacked the qualifications to accept disciples, then who would? However, mentoring disciples entailed more than mere strength. While he could undoubtedly guide them in their cultivation, the process also required resources such as techniques and martial skills. Alas, he possessed none of these. It was unthinkable for him to solicit resources from the state for his disciples' training. He could not afford to lose face. Ding! Ding! Do not worry, esteemed host. The techniques and martial skills for your disciples' cultivation will be provided by this system. The system will adapt a set of techniques suitable for your disciples based on the skills you have cultivated. As your disciples train, a bond will form between you. Should they harbor any adverse thoughts towards you, the techniques will automatically retaliate, causing their cultivation to falter. Oh my, how considerate. System, you have truly thought of everything. Wang Chen was astonished that the system was so accommodating, addressing even the concerns of disciple recruitment without leaving him a single worry. The sensation was delightful. Wait, that is not right. Typically, those favored by fortune possess extraordinary traits, perhaps even their own advantages. This Xiao Yishan cannot possibly be an exception. System, what makes this Xiao Yishan so special? As a favored child of fortune, he cannot be ordinary. When in doubt, consult the system. Since the system had declared him a favored child, it must already know his secrets. Ding, ding. Returning to the host, Xiao Yishan, as a favored child, is certainly not an ordinary individual. He is a battle-saint body. This physique is most suited for cultivation through combat, ultimately allowing one to contend against heaven and earth. His slow cultivation speed is due to the lack of powerful resources. As a saint body, the demand for resources is exceedingly daunting, and his humble family cannot afford such expenses. I knew it. As a favored child, Xiao Yishan must be extraordinary. I surmised that even without my intervention, he would have encountered other opportunities and eventually reached the pinnacle of this world. System, what resources are required for cultivating the battle saint body? Wang Chen was aware that in this world, the only cultivation resource was elixirs. Elixirs are concocted from the essence of magical beasts combined with various precious herbs, and their usage varies according to the martial artist's realm. If a low-level martial artist recklessly consumed an elixir intended for a high-level warrior, it could result in catastrophic consequences. Although Xiao Yishan's family was small, it should not be unable to provide even the elixirs for the martial disciple realm. Why then had he only reached the 5th stage of the martial disciple realm thus far? Wang Chen speculated that this was likely related to his unique physique. Ding. Ding. Responding to the host, the battle saint physique is an extraordinarily potent constitution, one that cannot be treated according to conventional wisdom. The efficacy of ordinary martial apprentice-grade elixirs on its cultivation is exceedingly limited. At a minimum, it requires martial master-grade elixirs to yield any significant results. Moreover, this physique can be nurtured through the direct consumption of the essence blood of ferocious beasts, and within its threshold, the more formidable the beast, the more beneficial the effect. Understood. This elucidates why Xiao Yishan's prowess remains so meager. As a mere martial apprentice, who would dare provide him with elixirs meant for martial masters? That would be tantamount to courting death. Reflecting on his own system space, where 2 corpses of martial king-grade beasts reside, the thought of refining their essence blood for Xiao Yishan fills him with anticipation. His cultivation level would surely ascend dramatically. Ah, how infuriating. Sir, look at how arrogant those members of the Shun family are. Their audacity is truly vexatious. With that young lady's talent, she will never surpass the realm of a master in this lifetime. One might mistakenly believe she could become a martial king. Hearing Shun Fengqing's words, Wang Aoyan expressed his indignation to Wang Chen. He had always regarded the Shun family's actions with disdain, and now Shun Fengqing's outrageous claims were simply intolerable. In light of this, shall we descend and investigate? Wang Aoyan was momentarily taken aback by Wang Chen's unexpected suggestion. He had not anticipated Wang Chen would involve himself in such trivial matters. Indeed, you heard correctly. To them, this was merely a trifling affair. Despite Wang Aoyan's outward display of fury, he was merely venting his frustrations. He had no genuine intention of intervening, merely seeking some entertainment. It was akin to witnessing 2 ants squabbling on the roadside during a moment of boredom. Would a person truly feel compelled to intervene in the quarrel of 2 ants? The same logic applies. Would 2 martial, king-level experts concern themselves with the affairs of 2 insignificant families? Ordinarily, they would not. Let's proceed. With that, Wang Chen vanished into the void in a flash. Meanwhile, within the Xiao family hall, upon hearing Shun Fengqing's words, Xiao Yishan's expression darkened. Despite harboring lofty aspirations, he found himself overshadowed by the opponent's strength. No matter how many grandiose declarations he made, they appeared utterly feeble in this moment. Just as he felt trapped in a dilemma, two unfamiliar figures suddenly materialized before him. Who are they? At that instant, all eyes in the Xiao family hall were drawn to the two figures standing before Xiao Yishan. Though everyone was taken aback by their sudden appearance, none dared to question them loudly. After all, to materialize so silently among such a crowd spoke volumes of their formidable prowess. To step forward as a target would simply invite trouble. Those present were far from foolish. I grant you a year. Do you possess the confidence to defeat her? Rather than directly broaching the subject of accepting a disciple, Wang Chen inquired whether Xiao Yishan felt assured of vanquishing Shun Fengqing within a year. As the illustrious heir of fate, one would expect a certain confidence, would one not? Moreover, even in the absence of such confidence, one must not allow their spirit to falter. A man cannot utter defeat. Wang Chen sought to discern whether he possessed that indomitable belief, that audacity to strive for the seemingly impossible. Senior, I am resolute. Within a year, you shed surely time for here. Xiao Yishan was no fool. The two individuals before him were undoubtedly masters of a realm beyond comprehension. It was inconceivable that they could have eluded the notice of everyone present, only to appear before him in silence. Hence, without hesitation, he articulated his determination, a reflection of his innermost convictions. He firmly believed he was far from worthless. The loss of dignity inflicted upon him by the Shun family today must be avenged, even at the cost of his own life. Very well. Such ambition is commendable. Let us proceed with this decision. As for your engagement, we shall leave it as it is for now. 1 year hence, the victor shall take charge. Wang Chen was quite pleased with Xiao Yishan's response. Truly, as the heir of fate, he did not disappoint. Chapter 39. Who agrees? Who disagrees? What does it mean? Who are they? This matter concerns us and the Shun family. How can it be treated so hastily? Indeed, a year is far too brief. Is this not akin to pushing us into a pit of fire? At this moment, the entire Xiao family hall was engulfed in bewilderment. Even the esteemed Xiao Zhantian appeared utterly taken aback. Has a single statement determined the course of events? What then was the purpose of their prolonged debate? Particularly, the members of the Shun family wore expressions of profound dismay. They had convened multiple gatherings within their clan, ultimately unifying their stance for the long-term benefit of the family, only to arrive at the Xiao residence to announce the dissolution of the engagement. Now, with a mere utterance, the matter of the betrothal is postponed for a year. How dismissive of their efforts! Observing the murmurs of the crowd, Wang Chen paid them no heed. He was indifferent to their opinions, for regardless of dissent, his word would prevail. This was a world governed by strength, where his words were law. My esteemed master has spoken. Who is in favor? Who is against? I oppose. Boom! Upon hearing dissent, Wang Outyin cast a piercing glance. In an instant, Shun Ping, the head of the Shun family, was hurled away by a formidable force, crashing outside the Xiao family hall. Father, the family head. Only after Shun Ping was sent flying did the Shun family members react, gasping in shock before rushing out. Father! Shun Fengqing hurried to assist her father from the ground, calling out to him incessantly. Family head! Family head! Other members of the Shun family gathered around Shun Ping, frantically shouting his name. Yet, irrespective of their cries, Shun Ping remained unresponsive, as if he had succumbed to the void, leaving the Shun family in a state of shock. Tears streamed down Shun Fengqing's face as she gazed at her unresponsive father, her heart heavy with despair. How could she bear the weight of guilt if her father were to perish because of her? How could she ever face the world again? Wang Outyin glanced at the weeping Shun family members by the entrance, then waved his hand dismissively. Enough. He wants to die. Hurry and carry him away. Remember my master's words. There's still a year until the agreement. Upon hearing Wang Outyin's words, the Shun family felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, hastily lifting Shun Ping and scurrying out of the Xiao residence. In truth, witnessing Wang Outyin's mere glance inflicting such grave injury upon Shun Ping had terrified them. However, without Wang Outyin's command, they dared not move. Thus, when he ordered them to leave, they complied with great urgency, scarcely pausing to utter a farewell. They have departed. Do any of you have objections? Wang Outyan's seemingly casual remark struck the remaining members of the Shao family like a bolt from the blue, causing them all to shudder involuntarily. Senior, you jest. We have no objections. Indeed, we must extend our gratitude to you for delivering justice. Yes, thank you, Senior. We shall heed your counsel. Xiao Zhantian, the head of the family, exhibited his sharp perception by noticing that even someone as formidable as Wang Outyan addressed Wang Chen as Sir, indicating that Wang Chen must possess even greater prowess. Thus, he promptly approached Wang Chen with utmost respect. Senior, we are deeply grateful for your assistance in our family's predicament. It is an honor for us to have you here. Please feel free to express any requests, and we shall fulfill them. Thank you, esteemed head of the Shao family. Observing the respectful demeanor of Xiao Zhantian, Wang Chen nodded courteously, acknowledging the gesture of goodwill. After all, this man was the father of his prospective disciple, and it was only fitting to extend the courtesy he deserved, lest his future apprentice find himself in a difficult position. Wang Chen then turned his gaze toward Xiao Yishan, smiling as he inquired, "Are you willing to become my disciple?" The question left Xiao Yishan utterly bewildered. Was this truly happening so suddenly? He was acutely aware of his own circumstances. At his age, having only reached the 5th level of a martial apprentice was indicative of rather meager talent. This was an undeniable fact that he could not dismiss. The esteemed senior before him, while he could not ascertain his exact strength, he estimated must be at the Grandmaster level. How could such a distinguished figure possibly take an interest in him? It was simply incredulous. Young man, what are you pondering? Hurry and bow to the senior and take him as your master. Xiao Yishan was in a daze, but his father, Xiao Zhantian, was not. After a moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure. However, seeing his typically spirited son standing there frozen at such a critical moment infuriated him. He could not help but call out a reminder. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered by his son. Haha, no ruse. You may take your time to consider. There is no pressure. Wang Chen observed the confused expression on Xiao Yishan and the frustrated demeanor of Xiao Zhantian, unable to suppress a chuckle. The dynamic between this father and son was rather amusing. Initially, he had perceived Xiao Zhantian as a serious character befitting a family head, yet he found him to be quite entertaining, a man who was both adaptable and resilient. I am willing, senior. I wish to pay my respects to my master. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Yishan was about to kneel and perform the customary bow to his master. Wait, you impudent boy. How can you be so perfunctory in your tribute to your teacher? Senior, please take a seat first. Very well. Wang Chen did not decline and stepped forward to occupy the seat previously held by Xiao Zhantian. Although this act of taking on a disciple was primarily to fulfill a system task, it was nonetheless his first disciple, and the necessary rituals must be observed. Disciple Xiao Yishan pays respect to my master. After Wang Chen took his seat, Xiao Yishan solemnly approached and performed a gesture of reverence. Xiao Shan, serve tea to your master. Upon completing his bow, his father immediately handed him a cup of tea. Master, please enjoy this tea. Excellent. Wang Chen accepted the tea offered by Xiao Yishan, took a slight sip, and then passed it to the side to Xiao Zhantian. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. My surname is Wang, and my given name is Chen. I hope you will diligently cultivate your skills and not betray my expectations. Rest assured, Master, I will surely devote myself to my training and will not disappoint you. Xiao Yishan responded resolutely, his eyes brimming with determination. To have the opportunity to take such a powerful figure as Wang Chen as his mentor was indeed a stroke of fortune. However, whether he could maintain this fortune would depend on his future performance. It was important to remember that he had a year-long agreement with Shun Fengqing. There was no path of retreat for him. He could only strive with all his might. Even if Wang Chen did not voice it, he would relentlessly pursue his training, for he wished to never again endure the humiliation of being jilted. Wang Chen observed Xiao Yishan with satisfaction. After his arrival in this world, he initially believed himself to be the fated child of destiny, yet now appeared that he was not. However, being the teacher of a child of destiny seemed rather splendid as well. Chapter 40. The Nine Dragons' Fragrant Carriage Before Darkness Fell. Wang Chen and his companions returned to the Yujing mansion in Jiangnan City. In the afternoon, after accepting Xiao Yishan, Wang Chen did not linger at the Xiao family for long. Once Xiao Yishan had bid farewell to his parents, he promptly departed with him. Considering Xiao Yishan's need for the blood of demonic beasts for his cultivation, they intentionally hunted numerous demonic beasts of the Master Realm and above on their way back to Jiangnan City, including 5 formidable grandmasters. The sights and experiences along the journey left Xiao Yishan utterly astonished, rendering him in a daze even upon their arrival at the Yujing mansion. Harnessing the power of heaven and earth, slaying grandmaster demonic beasts as easily as one would slaughter a chicken. This was indeed the prowess of a national-level powerhouse. He had unexpectedly become a disciple of such a formidable figure, and what astonished him further was that his master was accompanied by another national-level powerhouse. Such a scene transcended his wildest imaginations. He had already deduced Wang Chen's identity as a newly appointed elder of the Martial King realm in Longhua. Now, as a disciple of an elder, his status was extraordinary. One could say he could walk with pride throughout Longhua. If Shun Fengqing were to learn that he had become a disciple of an elder, she would undoubtedly be consumed by regret. As Xiao Yishan was lost in his thoughts, a few voices suddenly interrupted his reverie. "Sir, you have returned. Dinner is ready. Allow me to introduce my newly accepted disciple, Xiao Yishan." Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Meng Zirui and the others were momentarily taken aback, their eyes flickering with an inexplicable expression. Wang Chen's disciple undoubtedly held a higher status than theirs in this place. They were not foolish and quickly realized this, prompting them to introduce themselves in turn. They couldn't possibly wait for Wang Chen to introduce them, as that would reflect poorly on their understanding of decorum. So you are the Sir's disciple. Hello, Brother Xiao. I am Meng Zirui, the Sir's steward. You may call me Brother Meng. Hello, Brother Meng. I am Bai Wanqing, the Sir's assistant. You may call me Sister Bai. Greetings, Sister Bai. Young brother, just call me Old Zhang. I'm a Sir's chef. Hello, Old Zhang. You may call me Xiao Shan. Xiao Yishan felt somewhat unaccustomed to the warm demeanor of the 3 before him, especially Meng Zirui, who appeared older than his father, yet insisted on being called brother. Although he was unaware of their strengths, he surmised that they must possess considerable power to have caught his master's attention, and their politeness toward him was a novel experience. All right, let us dine. Any matters can be discussed after the meal. Understood, sir. After the meal, Wang Chen did not rush to instruct Xiao Yishan on cultivation, opting instead to allow them some time to become acquainted. Unfortunately, after a brief conversation, Xiao Yishan found himself restless due to his inferior cultivation talent over the years. He had to work harder than anyone else, firmly believing that diligence would lead to improvement. He was certain that through effort, he would eventually catch up to others. While others indulged in leisure and relaxation, he relentlessly pursued his training, a habit he had cultivated over time. To him, engaging in trivial pastimes, such as tea drinking and chatting, felt like an utter waste of precious time, of which he had little to spare. Wang Chen, astute in his cultivation, immediately discerned the unease of Xiao Yishan and inquired, "What troubles you, little Shan? You seem quite restless." Master, I wish to focus on my training first." "Goodness, I did not expect you, Brother Xiao, to be so diligent. No wonder you are favored by the master." The unexpected determination of Xiao Yishan astonished Meng Zirui and the others. It was rare for someone of his age to possess such self-motivation. "Do you understand why your progress in training is so slow, little Shan?" "Master, is it not because of my inadequate talent?" Wang Chen's words momentarily stunned Xiao Yishan. Wasn't a slow cultivation speed inherently linked to poor talent? It was a widely accepted notion. Your slow progress is not due to a lack of talent. On the contrary, your innate abilities are quite remarkable. The reason for your sluggish advancement lies in your physique. "Master, does Brother Xiao possess a unique constitution? A unique constitution? That cannot be. Individuals with such physiques are typically prodigies, their training speeds far exceeding that of ordinary practitioners. Brother Zhao's pace does not suggest such a rare constitution." The onlookers found Wang Chen's assertion hard to believe. After all, how could Xiao Yishan's training speed indicate a unique physique? Little Sean indeed possessed a special constitution. His physical makeup was extraordinarily robust, rendering ordinary training resources ineffective. He required resources of at least the Master Realm to make progress. A unique constitution? Exceptional talent? Master, is this truly the case? Am I truly gifted? This revelation left Xiao Yishan in disbelief. For years, he had borne the stigma of being a waste, and over time, he had begun to doubt himself, contemplating the possibility that he was indeed lacking in talent. It is true, your physique is known as the Battle Saint body, a remarkably powerful constitution. Provided you have access to adequate training resources, your cultivation speed will be extraordinary. The Battle Saint body? The name alone is impressive. I have never heard of such a physique, but since Master affirms it, it must be true. Today, rest well. I shall prepare the necessary training resources for you. From tomorrow onward, you must dedicate yourself to your training. Do you understand? I understand, Master. I will train diligently and not disappoint you. Seeing Xiao Yishan's earnestness, Wang Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The child of destiny, even without his guidance, would surely rise to greatness, requiring little concern from him. Later that evening, upon returning to his quarters, Wang Chen could not resist the urge to summon the system. He certainly did not forget that he still had one opportunity to check in, and he was quite envious of the system's sign-in chance. After all, the system had never let him down before. System, check in. Ding, ding, congratulations. Host, you have successfully signed in for the replica vehicle, the Nine-Dragon Agarwood Chariot. What on earth? Nine-Dragon Agarwood Chariot? Is it the one I am thinking of? System, please elaborate. Is the Nine-Dragon Agarwood Chariot the one I have in mind? Ding, ding. Were you thinking, host? This is a high martial world, not a mythical primordial realm. Do you really think you're worthy? It is a replica, understand? Aside from the name, everything else is different. Damn, I was just getting excited for nothing. Then, system, why don't you tell me about this replica Nine-Dragon Agarwood Chariot? Does it have any special features? Ding, ding. To the host, the replica Nine-Dragon Agarwood Chariot is crafted from the celestial and earthly treasures of a millennium-old Agarwood, and it is pulled by 9 early-stage Martial King realm demon dragons. Wherever the Nine-Dragon Agarwood Chariot travels, it commands great prestige, and the 9 demon dragons will enhance their power as the host's strength increases. 9 Martial King realm demon dragons pulling the chariot? Is it really that extravagant? Chapter 41. Unrestrained though it was a mere imitation, it still possessed immense power. Without delving into other matters, the 9 dragon spirits alone could easily dominate this world. What more could one desire? Just imagine the spectacle of taking a leisurely ride in such a magnificent vehicle. The more Wang Chen contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Akin to someone who had just purchased a new car, eager to take it for a spin and savor the thrill. And this was no ordinary vehicle. It was a divine chariot. To not take it out for a test drive would be a disservice to such an extraordinary ride. Without further ado, Wang Chen made up his mind and swiftly exited his dwelling. In the void, Wang Chen accelerated to his utmost speed, hurtling toward the demon suppression city. He was bound for the realm of beastly creatures. For if he were to unveil the 9-dragon incense chariot in this world, its discovery would undoubtedly incite widespread panic. Who could possibly withstand the presence of 9 sovereign-level dragons? However, to do so furtively would lack excitement. There would be no audience to admire his grandeur, diminishing the experience significantly. Thus, after careful consideration, he resolved to venture into the beastly realm, where none would mind his audacity. With his prowess, what did it matter if he acted with abandon? In the blink of an eye, Wang Chen, at full speed, surpassed the demon suppression city. As he passed by the city adjacent to the entrance of spatial passage number 01, he sensed the presence of Li Guoron within. That once ruined city had been remarkably restored. Wang Chen did not linger and plunged directly into spatial passage number 01. Before long, he traversed the spatial corridor and entered the realm of beasts. In Wang Chen's perception, the beastly world bore little distinction from the human realm, save for its more primal essence, with towering trees reaching skyward. System, extract the 9-dragon incense chariot. Ding, ding. Response to host. The extraction of a 9-dragon incense chariot was successful. if the host does not require it. The chariot can be stored in the system's space at any time. Roar before Wang Chen. The space split open, revealing a pitch-black rift from which thunderous roars emanated. To his astonishment, 9 colossal black dragons, each measuring 1,000 meters in length, emerged from the rift, pulling a luxurious carriage. With every flick of their tails, the dark-scaled dragons stirred fierce winds that tore through the clouds. Their necks were adorned with chains of mysterious iron, embedded with fiery red gems that sparkled under their breath, while the gaps between their ebony scales glimmered with ethereal blue light, resembling a flowing river of stars cascading down their bodies. The chariot, crafted from a millennium of agarwood, hovered in midair, its deepwood color akin to ink, yet under the moonlight, it radiated an amber aura. The surface of the carriage was intricately carved with ancient totems, the patterns imbued with the unique luster of agarwood, while wisps of fragrant aroma coalesced into mist around the chariot. The roof was adorned with intricately sculpted 9-headed dragon motifs, and strands of blood-red jade beads hung down, gently swaying with the breeze, producing a melodious chime. The 9 dragons raised their heads in unison, their roars distorting the very fabric of space, as a faint golden shield enveloped the chariot, akin to an ancient god descending. The oppressive aura radiated outward, causing all beasts within a 100-mile radius to cower in submission, as towering ancient trees trembled and shed their leaves under the weight of this overwhelming power. It was utterly magnificent. Wang Chen, filled with anticipation, swiftly boarded the carriage. The moment he stepped inside, an exquisite fragrance of agarwood enveloped him, its richness overwhelming. The jade table was adorned with luminous pearls that shimmered like stars, while wisps of white smoke curled from the incense burner, forming miniature dragons. The soft cushions, embroidered with golden cloud patterns, were luxuriously plush to the touch. Neatly arranged in a hidden compartment were exquisite jade wine cups and crystal fruit platters. The hanging glass palace lamps draped with tassels bathed the entire space in a radiant glow. As Wang Chen settled onto the cushions, his fingertips grazed the polished agarwood walls, and he felt an indescribable sense of grandeur. This opulent chariot exceeded all his expectations, leaving him at a loss for words. "Let's depart." With his command, 9 colossal dragons raised their heads in unison, the dark iron chains around their necks resonating with a thunderous roar. The ebony bodies surged with power, tearing through the clouds like a vortex. The wheels glided through the void, trailing 9 fiery streaks of light, distorting the space around them like ripples. All creatures within a 10-mile radius, both avian and beast, were struck with terror and fell to the ground in fear. Inside the carriage, Wang Chen felt no jolt. The shock absorption was nothing short of miraculous. Thus, aboard the 9 dragons' agarwood chariot, Wang Chen began an aimless journey through the realm of beasts. This proved disastrous for the creatures along their path. Wherever they traveled, within 100 miles, the beasts cowered in submission, with many of the weaker ones losing control of their bowels in sheer fright. Giant Stone City, a colossal fortress within the beast realm, was akin to a major metropolis in the human world, teeming with countless creatures. At that moment, all the beasts had succumbed to slumber. With a resounding roar, the tranquility was shattered, and the various beasts, roused from their dreams, awoke in sheer panic, prostrating themselves on the ground. What was happening? Why had a dragon appeared? "My lord, the intruder bears ill intent. We must send word to the Beast Emperor at once." Time was of the essence. With a deafening crash, Wang Chen swiftly dispatched 2 initial-stage Beast Kings with a single blow. Sensing their presence before entering the city, he could not let the opportunity slip away. He overheard their conversation regarding the Beast Emperor, the apparent leader of this realm. The presence of 2 Beast Kings in a single city indicated the formidable strength of the beast world, far surpassing that of humans. It was plausible that even beast gods resided within this realm. Caution would be paramount in the future. After collecting the remains of the 2 Beast Kings, Wang Chen continued his journey aboard the 9 dragons' agarwood chariot, disregarding the remaining beasts. Along the way, he passed 3 large beast cities, each housing 2 Beast Kings, all of whom he dispatched with ease. Unbeknownst to him, The beasts possessed their own means of communication, and his actions had reverberated throughout the entire beast realm. How outrageous! How dare they slaughter our kind? In the heart of the beast realm, within a colossal city, a dozen formidable beasts gathered, each exuding an aura of immense power. 9 colossal dragons drew a carriage, each possessing the strength of a martial king, indicating that the interior harbored great terror, one that we could not confront. We are utterly incapable of handling this. Our only recourse is to summon His Majesty, the Beast Emperor. Let us inform His Majesty, for only he possesses the ability to resolve this matter. Very well. Unbeknownst to the beasts, while they sought the Emperor, Wang Chen had already departed from the beast realm. No matter how they speculated, they could never fathom that a human resided within the carriage. For in the worldview of the beasts, humans are but feeble beings, destined to be subjugated. Wang Chen traversed the beast realm in his dragon-drawn fragrance carriage for 3 to 4 hours, indulging in the experience. Each time he beheld the sight of myriad beasts bowing in submission, a surge of exhilaration filled his heart. Alas, such a spectacle was witnessed solely by him. Perhaps, when the time is right, he shall return, accompanied by others to savor the experience together. Chapter 42. A remarkable talent the following morning. Wang Chen arose a tad later than usual. The previous night, he had returned home in a state of exhilaration, rendering him unable to sleep for quite some time. He took out the corpses of the demon beasts from the system space and meticulously extracted their essence blood one by one. With Xiao Yishan's current prowess, he could only withstand the essence blood of beasts at the Master Realm, but upon his breakthrough to the Warrior Realm, he would be able to attempt consuming the essence of Grandmaster beasts. Of course, as long as he was near, consuming the essence blood of any realm would pose no issue, for his strength was sufficient to suppress the power contained within. When Wang Chen descended the stairs, he discovered that everyone was already present, and old Zhang had prepared breakfast. Without hesitation, he took his seat at the dining table, prompting the others to follow suit. Though it was merely breakfast, old Zhang had concocted an array of dishes, reminiscent of the ancient emperors of his past life, who would prepare lavish meals regardless of appetite. After the meal, Wang Chen presented Xiao Yishan with 10 bottles of essence blood from Master Realm demon beasts, advising him to cultivate diligently and strive for a swift breakthrough to the warrior realm. Staring at the essence blood in his hands, Xiao Yishan was momentarily stunned. Master Realm essence blood, 10 full bottles. Their family's strongest member was merely at the warrior realm. He had never even laid eyes on such treasures before. Since learning that his teacher was a master of the martial kings, he comprehended that his future cultivation resources would be abundant. Yet the reality of holding these resources evoked a profound emotion within him. Thank you, teacher. I will not disappoint you. Very well, I have faith in you. Go and cultivate, striving for an early breakthrough to the warrior realm. Wang Chen said with a smile, giving Xiao Yishan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He too was curious to see how rapidly the child of fortune, Xiao Yishan, would progress with the resources he had provided. 3 days swiftly passed. As Wang Chen did not need to cultivate, his days were filled with leisure, indulging in food, sleep, and play. Although he once relished fishing, he recognized that the others did not share his enthusiasm, accompanying him merely for his sake. Thus, he had grown disinterested in that pastime. Over the last couple of days, the 5 of them had engaged in a card game, reminiscent of the delightful Emperor's game from his previous life, perfectly suited for 5 players. Ah, a guest has arrived. Wan Qing, please fetch Mayor Pan for me. While engrossed in the card game, Wang Chen suddenly sensed a familiar presence approaching. It was Mayor Pan Yuehua from Jiangnan City. Understood, sir. Bai Wan Qing replied, setting her cards down and rising to head outside. Before long, Bai Wan Qing returned, leading Mayor Pan inside. Mayor, is there something you wish to discuss today? Greetings, Mr. Wang. I have come simply to check in, since it has been several days. Is there anything I can assist you with? Thank you, Mayor Pan. But there is nothing in need of assistance at the moment. Since you are here, would you care to join us for a round of cards? Haha, I would be honored to partake in a game with Mr. Zhang. Originally, Wang Chen was merely being polite, but he was surprised by how readily the other party agreed. Are you, a prominent mayor, so idle? Sir, it happens to be nearly noon. I must go prepare the meal. Let Mayor Pan take my place. Since Pan Yuehua has expressed his desire to play, one of the five must yield their position. Thus old Zhang appropriately stood up to cede his seat to Pan Yuehua. Once old Zhang departed, Pan Yuehua picked up a card and inquired curiously, "Mr. Wang, how does one play this?" "Quite simply, allow me to briefly explain the basic rules. And after a couple of rounds, you shall be quite proficient," Wang Chen replied. "By the way, do you have any cash on hand?" "Cash?" Pan Yuehua was taken aback by Wang Chen's question. "What do we need cash for? Are we gambling?" "Gambling is illegal. If it comes to that, should I participate or not? If I choose not to, might it displease the others? If they take offense, I could be in trouble. Indeed, to engage in this, a little stake is necessary. It makes the game much more interesting." Wang Chen smiled. "Oh, no problem. I have cash," Pan Yuehua quickly responded, hastily retrieving his wallet from his storage ring and emptying its contents onto the table. "Mr. Wang, I wonder if this amount is sufficient?" Upon seeing the pile of money, Wang Chen's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, "No need for such a large sum. We are not wagering, merely indulging in some entertainment. Quickly, put it away. A few coins will suffice." "Just coins?" Wang Chen shook his head in exasperation. It was merely for amusement, to elevate the atmosphere. Who truly cares about the money? Not just Wang Chen, but the others present were all well off. Coins will suffice, purely to enliven the mood. No one genuinely cares about winning a fortune. With that, Wang Chen adeptly shuffled the cards and began dealing. As Mayor Pan, a master of the Grandmaster realm, his capacity for learning was exceptional. Within just one round, he had thoroughly grasped the gameplay of Protect the Emperor. As a card game that once captivated the nation, it possessed its own allure, capable of enchanting even in another world. "Master, I have broken through to the warrior level." During the lunch preparations, Xiao Yishan rushed down from upstairs, visibly excited as he exclaimed to Wang Chen. In merely 3 days, he had advanced from a 5th-tier martial apprentice to a warrior. Such speed was something he had never dared to dream of. Originally, he felt some pressure regarding his duel with Shun Fengqing a year later, but now, given his current pace of cultivation, Shun Fengqing was of no consequence. Who knows? He might even reach the Grandmaster level within a year. "What? Brother Xiao, you have broken through to the warrior level? Is this the result of your unique physique?" But even a special physique shouldn't allow such rapid progress. Upon hearing Xiao Yishan proclaim his breakthrough to a martial artist, Meng Zhe and the others swiftly gathered around him, their expressions filled with incredulity. Although they had heard of special physiques before, they were witnessing such an extraordinary one for the first time. To ascend from a 5th-tier martial apprentice to a martial artist in merely 3 days was a pace of cultivation that surpassed their wildest imaginations. Initially, they had anticipated that it would take Xiao Yishan approximately a month to achieve such a breakthrough. "Excellent. After our meal, I shall impart to you the techniques and martial skills required for your cultivation. Once you have mastered these arts, you will be ready to venture outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts, where your unique physique will facilitate even swifter growth in battle." "Indeed, Master, I can hardly contain my eagerness." "Very well, let us dine first." Observing the exuberance radiating from Xiao Yishan, Wang Chen chuckled and instructed everyone to commence their meal. He had long contemplated the path for Xiao Yishan. The child of destiny could not remain tethered to his side indefinitely. Venturing forth into the world was, indeed, his true calling. Chapter 43. The Extraordinary Genius Brother Tong. Have the martial arts technique for my disciple, Xiao Yishan, been prepared? While dining, Wang Chen began to call upon the system in his mind. He distinctly recalled that the system had stated it would provide the martial arts techniques suitable for Xiao Yishan. And now the moment had arrived. Ding! Ding! To the host, the system has extracted the most suitable martial arts techniques for the Battle Saint physique. The technique Jade Slip has been stored in the system space. By pressing the slip to one's forehead, the contents can be accessed, which include accompanying martial arts skills. Excellent. Perfect. Now that we have the martial arts techniques and resources, once handed over to Xiao Yishan, I need not concern myself further. As the chosen one, favored by heaven and earth, he is unlikely to meet his demise. In times of peril, he may even encounter opportunities. Henceforth, Let him forge his own path while I continue to remain indifferent. Teacher, what are you doing, you rascal? Did you think I would forget? Wang Chen felt somewhat exasperated. After finishing his meal, Xiao Yishan gazed at him eagerly, clearly waiting for the transmission of the martial arts techniques. Here you go. This is the cultivation technique, and it includes matching martial skills. You must practice diligently and not waste this opportunity. What level is this technique, teacher? Xiao Yishan, now aware of Wang Chen's identity, was curious about the rank of the technique he was being given. In this world, martial arts techniques are categorized by rank. From highest to lowest, they are celestial, earth, profound, and yellow. Each rank is further divided into 4 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and supreme. The Xiao family possessed their own techniques, a high-tier yellow rank. As far as he knew, the Shun family, like the Xiao family, practiced their own high-tier yellow rank techniques, specifically the one cultivated by Shen Fengqing. Given that his teacher was a formidable martial king, the technique he provided must at least be of earth rank. You need not concern yourself with the specific rank. Simply know that this is the technique most compatible with your physique. Most compatible with my physique? But what rank is it? Seeing Xiao Yishan's continued curiosity, Wang Chen replied with slight irritation. Not below celestial rank. Is that satisfactory? Why is your curiosity so insatiable? Go practice already. What? C'est la honte technique? Not only Xiao Yishan, but even the others present were left astounded. Celestial rank techniques are exceedingly rare. It is said that there are only 3 such techniques across the entire Dragon Kingdom, reserved for only the most exceptional practitioners. Moreover, cultivating celestial rank techniques demands exceptional talent, making it exceedingly difficult for lower-ranked warriors to master them. Sir, the difficulty of cultivating a celestial rank technique is immense. Isn't it a bit premature for Brother Xiao, who has only just become a warrior, to embark on such a path? Fear not. This celestial rank technique has been tailored specifically to his physique, making it relatively easy for him to cultivate. Others may not understand, but Wang Chen certainly does. Can the chosen one truly beat an ordinary individual? To others, the cultivation of martial arts techniques at the celestial tier seems as daunting as ascending to the heavens. However, for Xiao Yishan, such concerns are unfounded. Even if presented with a divine-level technique, he would likely derive some understanding from it. A technique tailored specifically to one's physique? Is it truly possible to customize a technique in such a manner? What kind of strength would one need to achieve that? Meng Ziri and his companions gazed at Wang Chen in bewilderment, utterly overwhelmed by the magnitude of his words. To create a personalized technique, one must possess a profound understanding of the specific physique. How is one to gain such understanding? Only the individual possessing that physique can truly comprehend it. Could it be that Mr. Wang is also a saint body of combat? Enough pondering. Let us return to our tasks. Upon hearing Wang Chen's remarks, although the group was astonished, they refrained from further discussion. Once Xiao Yishan returned to his chamber, he hesitated not a moment before pressing the jade slip against his forehead. Subsequently, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The sheer volume of martial arts content within the jade slip was overwhelming. His martial artist's mental capacity simply could not withstand it. As a protective mechanism of the brain, he fainted as a result. Wang Chen sensed Xiao Yishan's predicament, but paid it no mind, knowing that he would awaken shortly. This could serve as a lesson for him. Patience is essential, and one must deliberate before taking action. One cannot be complacent. Fortunately, this was merely a jade slip for a technique inheritance. Had it been an offensive slip, he might have met a dire fate. I actually fainted. The content of this technique and martial arts is far too extensive. 2 hours later, Xiao Yishan gradually regained consciousness. He shook his head and surveyed his surroundings, finally breathing a sigh of relief upon realizing he was in his own room. Delving into his memories, he discovered that he had acquired a new technique and a set of martial arts. The Saint Law of Combat. Is this the celestial tier technique that my master spoke of? As he perused the introduction of the Saint Law of Combat in his mind, his astonishment grew. This technique, when cultivated to its zenith, can even challenge the heavens. A technique capable of battling the heavens and the earth. Could it truly be a celestial tier technique? Is a celestial tier technique truly this formidable? No matter. I shall commence cultivation. With such a powerful technique, the difficulty of cultivation must be considerable. I cannot disappoint my master. While Xiao Yishan engaged in his training, Wang Chen and the others began a game of cards. As they had nothing better to do and were not required to cultivate, Mayor Pan had departed after lunch, leaving Chef Lao Zhang to take charge. In a world where strength reigned supreme, everyone else was fervently striving to cultivate, yet these five were an exception. Wang Chen and Wang Outyin, needless to say, required no cultivation. Meng Ziri, severely injured, found little benefit in training. At most, it would only slightly mitigate the rate of his decline in strength. Bai Wanqing, currently at the pinnacle of the Master Realm, could not achieve a breakthrough to the Grandmaster level in a short span. And being Wang Chen's assistant meant she had to remain by his side, leaving her no opportunity to cultivate. As for Chef Lao Zhang, his potential had long been exhausted. He had resigned himself to his fate, acknowledging that without opportunity, this would be the extent of his life's journey. With Wang Chen's descent into apathy, his companions could only follow suit. While engaged in a game of cards, Meng Zirui suddenly remarked, "The college entrance examination is just around the corner. I've heard that this year's candidates include several prodigious talents. Some of these high school students have already reached the ranks of advanced warriors." Upon hearing Meng Zirui's words, Bai Wanqing chimed in, "I've also heard that the Capital Martial University has preemptively recruited a genius who is reportedly a 9th-tier warrior. It is indeed the younger generation that surpasses the older. With such advanced warriors in their teens, it is almost certain they will achieve greatness as masters in the future. Let us not forget the master's disciples. Brother Zhao's talent is certainly on par with those exceptional individuals." Wang Chen, listening to their conversation, was not surprised. He understood that the emergence of a child of destiny often heralds the dawn of a prosperous era. It would be unthinkable for such a figure to perform solo. He eagerly anticipated their eventual encounter. Without his presence, they would undoubtedly engage in a fiercely competitive showdown. Although the child of destiny would ultimately prevail, the journey would undoubtedly be fraught with trials and tribulations. Now that fate had brought him into their midst, his presence would undoubtedly accelerate the child's growth significantly. When the time comes, it promises to be a spectacle, likely transforming from a contest of equals into a one-sided affair. Chapter 44. The Martial Examination in mid-July. The martial examination of the Dragon Kingdom High School officially commenced. Each city established its own examination venue. As the most crucial aspect of the martial examination is the practical combat assessment. Consequently, each city delineated an area outside the city where numerous demonic beasts would be unleashed. The level and quantity of these beasts within the designated area would be determined by the number of candidates from each city. A few days prior, Wang Chen received an invitation from Pan Yuehua, inviting him to observe the practical combat situation of the martial examination in Jiangnan City. Wang Chen graciously accepted, as he was originally one of the candidates for this examination, but now he was attending in the capacity of a guest. Just after finishing breakfast, the vehicle arranged by Pan Yuehua was already waiting at the entrance of the villa. "Mr. Wang, you've arrived, please come in." "Haha, welcome, Mr. Wang." At the temporary command center for the martial examination in Jiangnan City, Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiaohu were waiting for them at the entrance. As soon as Wang Chen stepped out of the car, the two approached him with utmost respect. "You are too kind. We are merely here to observe. I hope we won't disrupt your activities." "Not at all. We are thrilled that Mr. Wang could join us." "Indeed, please come in, Mr. Wang." Under the guidance of Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiaohu, they swiftly entered a grand hall. As Wang Chen surveyed the room, he noticed a massive screen at the front displaying a vast mountain range. He understood this to be the practical examination site, and since the time was not yet ripe, there were no participants in the mountains, only various demonic beasts. In front of the screen sat a dozen staff members, alongside several other individuals. "Mr. Wang, allow me to introduce you. This is the Vice President of Jiangnan University, Shui Pingyang. Old Shui, this is Mr. Wang." Pan Yuehua pointed to a man in his 50s, emphasizing his introduction of Wang Chen. "Mr. Wang, greetings. I am Shui Pingyang." Shui Pingyang spoke with a slight tremor in his voice, and upon finishing, he immediately bowed in respect to Wang Chen. The others present also shifted from their previous casual demeanor, standing up with expressions of urgency and respect. Those who could be present here were not ordinary individuals. Through the respectful treatment Wang Chen received from Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiao, they sensed his distinguished status. In the Dragon Kingdom, only a few could command the profound respect of a master at the pinnacle level like Mayor Pan. Moreover, with the surname Wang, if they could not deduce Wang Chen's identity, they truly did not deserve to be in his presence. Good. Vice President Shui, there is no need for such formality. I am merely here to observe. Wang Chen reciprocated the courtesy with a warm greeting to Shui Pingyang. As one of the 5 premier universities in the Dragon Kingdom, it was evident that someone in the position of vice president must possess considerable capability. Furthermore, Wang Chen could sense that Vice President Shui's strength was also at the pinnacle level of a master, rivaling that of Mayor Pan. Mr. Wang, the 3 individuals are the principals of 3 high schools in Jiangnan City: Zhang Chang, Song Kaiwan, and Su Baogua. Good day, Mr. Wang. Good day. Please, have a seat and make yourselves comfortable. With Pan Yuehua's introduction, Wang Chen became acquainted with several individuals present in the hall. Besides the 4 principals, there is also a deputy commander from the City Defense Army and a leader from the Jiangnan City Education Department. After Pan Yuehua concluded his introductions, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat strained. Wang Chen's formidable identity as an elder in the martial king realm cast an overwhelming presence. Under normal circumstances, they would not even qualify for an audience with him. Had there been a smaller gap in their statuses, they might have attempted to engage in conversation. However, the present situation was marked by a significant disparity, rendering them hesitant to speak freely. All sat upright in their seats, behaving as obediently as primary school students. Mr. Wang, this year, several prodigies have emerged in Jiangnan City, with the strongest having already broken through to the 8th rank of martial artist. I believe there is a chance to compete for the national top scholar. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Pan Yuehua sought a topic to alleviate the tension. Oh, an 8th rank martial artist? That is indeed impressive. I shall observe his performance closely later. Wang Chen felt a stir of surprise within. He had not anticipated such talent in Jiangnan City. A high school student reaching the 8th rank of martial artist certainly possessed the qualifications to contend for the national top scholar. Even Xiao Yishan, with the aid of the blood of a monster from the master realm, and after a period of cultivation, had only reached the 5th rank. Of course, Wang Chen understood that this did not imply Xiao Yishan was inferior. Rather, he had squandered too much time. At Xiao Yishan's current pace of cultivation, it would not be long before he caught up. Mr. Wang, what Mayor Pan said is correct. Zhou Hao is from Jiangnan No. 1 high school and is currently at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, poised to break through to the 9th rank at any moment. I've also heard that Zhou Hao comes from an ordinary family and lacks substantial cultivation resources. Had he access to better resources, he might have already reached the 9th rank. Word of prodigious talents emerging not only in Jiangnan City, but also in many other cities this year reached Wang Chen's ears. Hearing their conversation, Xiao Yishan, standing beside Wang Chen, felt a spark of interest. An 8th rank martial artist? He wondered about their strength. Although he was currently only a 5th rank martial artist, he felt an overwhelming power within him. An 8th rank martial artist seemed trivial in comparison. A few days prior, with Wang Chen's consent, he had ventured outside the city to hunt monsters alone. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Aoyan had been silently protecting him all along. During that excursion, he had slain several peak martial artists among the monsters and even faced a martial master beast. Though he had not triumphed, he managed to retreat unscathed. Under normal circumstances, monsters of the same rank were considerably stronger than humans. Yet Xiao Yishan could fight above his level and even confront martial master beasts. This was precisely why he looked down upon Zhou Hao, the 8th rank martial artist. As the time draws near, the students should be entering the venue, shouldn't they? Indeed, it won't be long now. Look, they're arriving. Suddenly, the screen is filled with a multitude of large vehicles, all transporting students from 3 high schools in Jiangnan City. Wang Chen also gazes at the screen, aware that the martial examination is about to commence, as the exam schedule is standardized nationwide. Within the screen, tens of thousands of candidates have gathered, and a middle-aged man is announcing the examination rules. In truth, the rules are quite straightforward. Hunt the monstrous beasts to earn points. Each level of beast corresponds to different points, with higher-ranked beasts yielding greater rewards. Should any danger arise, students have the option to withdraw. Each carries an emergency distress signal device that, when activated, will summon assistance. Points represent one's performance, universally applicable. Future school applications will hinge upon the results of this practical assessment. With the rules fully disclosed, the middle-aged man declares, the martial examination officially begins. As he makes this announcement, Wang Chen observes the throngs of candidates eagerly rushing into the mountains behind them. Chapter 45. The Dark Horse's Condensed Moon. The martial examination scene Zhou Hao surged ahead, boldly charging towards the depths of the mountains. As the most formidable high school student in Jiangnan City, he carried with him an undeniable pride. Typically, prior to the martial examination, many candidates would form prearranged teams to enhance their efficiency and, most importantly, ensure their safety. The examination spanned an entire day, lasting 24 hours into the following day. Encountering danger at the outset could spell disaster. Triggering an emergency signal would signify the end of the examination. Thus, securing safety was paramount for achieving commendable results. However, each martial examination inevitably featured a few mavericks who, brimming with confidence in their abilities, preferred to act alone. Zhou Hao was one such individual. As he delved deeper, the beasts he encountered grew increasingly formidable, transitioning from martial apprentice-level beasts to those of the martial artist tier. Grasping an alloy longsword, purchased by his parents at great personal sacrifice to ensure his success in this examination, Zhou Hao demonstrated remarkable prowess. None of the beasts he faced posed a challenge. They fell before him, transforming into points that bolstered his score. Truly, Zhou Hao deserved the title of Jiangnan City's most talented genius. His strength was undeniable. His combat experience was commendable, suggesting he had ventured beyond the city on numerous occasions. Given Zhou Hao's performance, it seemed certain that he would secure the city's highest honors. Though it remained uncertain how his skills would measure against the national competition, and whether he could contend for the title of national champion. Within the temporary command center of the martial examination, all eyes were glued to the screen showcasing Zhou Hao's exploits, their faces adorned with smiles. Clearly captivated by his prowess. Mr. Wang, what are your thoughts? Pan Yuehua inquired, noticing Wang Chen's silence. As a formidable figure at the martial king level, Wang Chen's insights were keenly sought after. Wang Chen, upon hearing Pan Yuehua's voice, did not respond immediately. Instead, he remained fixated on a figure on the screen, while a voice echoed in his mind. Ding, ding, a person of great fortune detected. The host shall accept them as a disciple, granting a reward of 1 sign-in opportunity. System, are you referring to the young woman I see before me? Wang Chen surmised, having already deduced the identity of the individual in question. While all attention was drawn to Zhou Hao, he had identified someone even more formidable. From the onset of the martial examination, he had recognized her presence. As a martial king, his mental acuity was unmatched. No detail could elude his discerning gaze. Ding, ding, responding to the host, the fortunate individual is indeed the woman you have observed. Isn't the child of fortune, Xiao Yishan? Can there truly be multiple individuals of such destiny in one world? Ding, ding, responding to the host, it is said that yin and yang coexist. Where there is light, there must also be shadow. In every realm, there exists a duality of fortune, represented by the yin and yang of fate. It is hoped that the host will swiftly take on a disciple, for the system shall reward a chance for a sign-in. So this is how it is. The exchange between Wang Chen and the system transpired in but a fleeting moment. Once he grasped the rationale, he quickly responded. Zhou Hao is commendable, indeed a prodigy. Yet my greater hope lies with another. After Wang Chen spoke, he pointed toward a specific location on the screen. There, revealed in the image, stood a woman wielding a sword. Beside her lay the lifeless form of a martial beast of the warrior realm. Who is this woman? How could she have slain a martial beast, and seemingly with a single strike, though her actions were unseen, to accomplish such a feat? She must at the very least be a high-tier martial artist. Which school does she belong to? I have no recollection of her. Just as the group deliberated over the identity of the girl, the female figure on the screen encountered another martial beast, this time a steel wolf of the warrior realm. The steel wolf is a formidable entity among martial beasts, a challenge even for ordinary high-tier martial artists. With a swift thrust of her sword, in a mere instant, the powerful steel wolf was vanquished, devoid of any chance to resist. What? How is this possible? What martial technique is this executing such speed? It must be at least a high-level Xian-class martial skill, perfected to a remarkable degree. Otherwise, she could not have dispatched the steel wolf with such effortless grace. Can you discern her realm? How could one ascertain that from across the screen? Furthermore, I sense she has not even exerted her full strength. While others failed to perceive the depth of the girl's prowess, it was not lost on Wang Chen. Only he and Wang Outyen, both at the martial king realm, could discern the truth. A ninth-tier martial artist. Moreover, one who has mastered an exquisite Xian-class martial skill, her true strength capable of contending with a martial master. Likely on par with Xiao Yishan's might. Yet, the reasons behind her concealed prowess remain a mystery, even eluding the recognition of the three school principals. She must harbor some unspoken concerns. At the martial examination site, after swiftly dispatching the steel wolf, Lung Mingyue did not linger, continuing deeper into the mountains. Unbeknownst to her, her actions had captivated the attention of all, as each candidate bore an electronic wristband, displaying their scores in real time. The wristband not only showcased individual scores, but also two rankings, one for the city and another for the nation. Initially, Lung Mingyue's rank was not prominent, as she had not wasted time on the martial apprentice realm beasts, only commencing her hunts upon encountering those of the warrior realm. Now, the rankings were revealed. City rankings. First, Lung Mingyue, points, 1358 second. Zhou Hao, points, 1150 national rankings. Third, Lung Mingyue, points, 1358 15th. Zhou Hao, with a score of 1150. This ranking not only bewildered the students participating in the martial arts examination, but it also left the entire city of Jiangnan in a state of astonishment. Who on earth is this Lung Mingyue, surpassing even Zhou Hao to claim the third position nationwide? Is there truly someone so remarkable in Jiangnan? Whose identity could this be? Could it possibly be someone from our class? Surely, it must be a case of namesakes, but the surname Lung is exceedingly rare, making the likelihood of such a coincidence nearly impossible. It can't possibly be our classmate Lung Mingyue. She is merely a seventh-tier martial artist. How extraordinary, to be third in the nation. I never imagined that Jiangnan would produce such an exceptional talent. Meanwhile, at the martial arts examination venue, Zhou Hao had just slain a martial beast when he couldn't resist glancing at the ranking displayed on his wristband. Upon doing so, he was struck dumb, as if frozen in place. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and opened them again. How could this be? How could I possibly be in second place? I should be in first. Who is this Lung Mingyue? I have never heard of her before. No, I must be the one in first place. With a sudden roar, Zhou Hao seized his long sword and charged once more into the depths of the mountains. Chapter 46. A tragic past. Lung Mingyue remained oblivious to the profound shock she had instigated in others. Yet, she was indifferent to their reactions. Her singular focus was to strive relentlessly for the best possible outcome, thereby seizing control of her destiny. With unwavering determination, she pressed onward into the depths of the mountains. Sword in hand, with a swift stroke, she felled yet another martial beast, but a pallor crept onto her visage. Along her arduous journey, she had vanquished over a dozen martial realm creatures, each with a single blow. My cultivation technique is woefully inadequate. My recovery rate is too sluggish for prolonged combat. Thankfully, I have the sword technique my mother bestowed upon me. Otherwise, achieving my current rank would have been impossible. Upon glancing at the rankings displayed on her wristband, a smile of gratification graced her face. She was still the top contender in Jiangnan City, holding the third position nationwide. Moreover, she had distanced herself from the second-place competitor, Zhou Hao, by over 600 points. Even in the national standings, her score was closely trailing the top two, within 100 points. Yet she had established a lead of over 200 points from the fourth place. Once she entered university, it would be imperative to upgrade to a higher-level cultivation technique. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly suffer grievously in protracted battles. After muttering to herself, she resumed her trek deeper into the mountains. Who would have thought this little girl was a student from our third school? We had no idea of her formidable strength. She always presented herself as merely a martial apprentice. Why would she conceal such talent? Indeed, it appeared she was practicing the most basic yellow-grade technique available at school. Had we known her potential was so exceptional, she would never have been restricted to a yellow-grade technique. No one would intentionally obscure their own gifts. Such actions yield no benefits. There must be other reasons behind her behavior. Let's investigate her family background. I've already set things in motion. Results will be forthcoming soon. Wang Chen was equally intrigued. Why would someone with such talent choose to hide it? If she had been training with a higher-level technique, her combat prowess could have ascended to an entirely new echelon. Teacher, can you discern her strength? I sense she is quite formidable. Suddenly interjecting was Shan, who had been standing beside Wang Chen, his eyes brimming with martial fervor. He could perceive that Lung Ningyue's prowess was far beyond Zhou Hao's, especially her swordsmanship, which was executed with near perfection. Even he felt compelled to treat her with utmost seriousness. Is there an interest in her? Wang Chen inquired. Indeed, she is exceptionally strong. However, I believe I am not inferior to her. Should we engage in a contest, she would not prevail against me. I am confident in my ability to triumph. Ha! Splendid. Truly, a worthy disciple of mine. Confidence is essential. Wang Chen responded, recognizing the indomitable spirit and determination that marked Xiao Yishan as a child of fortune. He understood the truth in Xiao Yishan's words, yet he felt the need to temper him slightly, for the opponent was equally a person of great potential. Her gifts no less remarkable than his own. You are indeed correct. She has already attained the 9th tier of martial prowess. However, at present, the combat capabilities of the two of you appear to be quite comparable. In a true contest, the outcome remains uncertain. Yet, Xiaoshan, you must understand that your ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with her at the 5th tier stems from her inferior cultivation technique. If she were to practice an equivalent technique to yours, do you honestly believe you could prevail against her? Remember, Xiaoshan, one may possess pride, but one must never be arrogant. Master, the disciple shall remember. Upon witnessing Wang Chen's grave expression, Xiao Yishan was taken aback. Reflecting on his previous words, he realized they had indeed been somewhat presumptuous. It seemed he had forgotten the humiliation of being rejected by the Shun family, as well as the fact that he had long been labeled a waste. However, after encountering Wang Chen and cultivating formidable techniques, he had swiftly transformed from a mere waste into a super genius, leading him to unwittingly swell with pride. Suddenly, news regarding Lung Ningyue arrived. The principal of School 3, Su Baohua, gazed at his hands, evidently having received updates about the investigation into Lung Ningyue. Old Su, do share with us. We are quite curious as to why she conceals her extraordinary talent. Indeed, spare us the pleasantries and enlighten us swiftly. At that moment, everyone in the hall turned their attention to the principal of School 3, including Wang Chen and Pan Yuehua, who shared a similar curiosity. Ahem, allow me to elaborate. Lung Ningyue hails from the Lung family of Jiangnan City, a prominent clan that boasts a grandmaster in the early stages and 5 masters. She is the daughter of the current head of the Lung family, though regrettably, not born of the legitimate wife, but rather from an encounter between the head of the family and a maid during a drunken stupor. From a young age, Lung Ningyue has not been favored by her family. Her mother mysteriously passed away when she was very young and several years ago. She left the Lung household to live independently. All her expenses are covered by her own efforts in hunting beasts outside the city, as the Lung family has not provided for her. Moreover, it is said that to curry favor with the Jiang family, the Lung family arranged her marriage to a fool from the Jiang family, who lacks any martial talent. This could very well be the reason for her concealment. She fears that if the Lung family discovers her exceptional gifts, they may turn against her. That seems plausible. It is likely she fears that the Lung family would not tolerate her talents. The intrigues and power struggles within large families are far too common. It is truly unfortunate for this child. Despite her remarkable gifts, she dares not reveal them. The Lung family is despicable. Indeed, one could almost wish to strike down those in the Lung family. Otherwise, Lung Ningyue's abilities could have flourished even further, perhaps even allowing her to compete for the national top scholar. What a pity. Wang Chen had not anticipated such a backstory. Is this the tragic narrative that accompanies those blessed with great fortune? Xiao Yishan, once labeled a waste and spurned, had thought his plight was dire. Yet he discovered that Lung Ningyue's circumstances were even more grievous. While Xiao Yishan's slow cultivation was due to his physical constitution, Lung Ningyue deliberately feigned weakness. Both scenarios are lamentable. However, since the system has issued a task, it signifies that Lung Ningyue is destined to be my disciple. As my disciple, she will no longer need to conceal herself. With my support as her foundation, she shall face all challenges without fear. Like Xiao Yishan, her future path is destined to be smooth and unobstructed. As for whether I can successfully take her as a disciple, Wang Chen has never considered it. Unless Lung Ningyue is a fool. Is Lung Ningyue foolish? If she were, she would not have hidden herself to survive until now. The martial arts examination has been underway for more than half a day. Among all, Zhou Hao's mood is the most shattered, once brimming with confidence. He now finds himself engulfed in despair. As the strongest martial arts candidate in Jiangnan City, not only has he failed to secure the top spot, but he has also fallen behind by over 600 points. Initially, he had intended to exert all his effort to catch up, only to realize that the harder he tried, the greater the distance became. Ultimately, he could no longer contain his anguish and let out a mournful wail. Oh, why was Hao born? If not for the existence of you, Chapter 47. I'm not as good as she is. As twilight descended, the temporary command center for the martial examination was abuzz with intensity, all eyes fixated on the performance of the candidates, specifically the remarkable prowess of Lung Ningyue. The once promising Zhou Hao had long been relegated to the recesses of their minds. Wang Chen, too, observed Lung Ningyue with great interest. He was thoroughly impressed by her display, a testament to her fortuitous fate, adaptable, resolute, and decisive interactions. Under ordinary circumstances, Wang Chen would have departed by now, his presence merely a matter of curiosity. However, he found himself compelled to remain, eager to witness the unfolding achievements of his future disciple and intrigued by the heights she might reach. Meanwhile, at the martial examination site, Lung Ningyue was relentless, engaging in a continuous hunt for beastly foes. The night had fallen, and with it, the dangers of the nocturnal beasts intensified. Yet she pressed on, aware that this was her singular opportunity for redemption. Achieving third place nationally might suffice for many, granting them the privilege of selection by the 5 prestigious universities of Long Nation, along with generous rewards. However, Lung Ningyue was not content. She aspired for greater heights, yearning to contend for the title of national champion. After years of silent perseverance, was it not time for her to dazzle the world? Her primary motivation was to instill regret in those of the Lung family, particularly the man who deemed her a disgrace, and to instill fear in all who had belittled her. She was determined to claim the title of national champion. In the shadows, numerous beasts began to emerge in search of sustenance. With agile finesse, Lung Ningyue cautiously ventured deeper into the mountains, skillfully evading clusters of beasts. Though she possessed formidable strength, her ability to vanquish martial-level beasts with a single strike relied heavily on her sword-drawing technique. This technique, while potent, exacted a significant toll on her energy and was limited to single-target strikes. She could only dispatch one beast at a time. Furthermore, given her current capabilities, she could employ the sword-drawing technique no more than twice in quick succession. Thus, when confronted with groups of martial-level beasts, discretion became the better part of valor. A solitary porcupine. As she stealthily navigated through the darkness, Lung Ningyue's keen eyes spotted a lone porcupine. Although not particularly powerful, its defenses were formidable. Typical martial-level attacks would struggle to inflict harm. Alas, it had crossed paths with me, and its misfortune was sealed. With a flash, a brilliant light sliced through the darkness, and the once calm porcupine let out a harrowing cry. A deep gash appeared on its neck, though it was not fatal. Rather, it incited its ferocity. True to its reputation for defense, my sword-drawing technique had only grazed it. Faced with the enraged porcupine, Lung Mingyue remained composed, for she had anticipated this reaction. Her previous strike had not been executed with her full strength. With a resounding roar, the bristly porcupine charged forward, its massive form rushing directly at Lung Mingyue. Its quills stood erect like steel needles, and its eyes burned with a near-manic ferocity. As it barreled through the underbrush, foliage was scattered in its wake. Despite its considerable size, its speed was astonishing, surging towards Lung Mingyue with the force of a tidal wave. In a flash, Lung Mingyue executed her movements to perfection, sidestepping just as the porcupine approached, her agility akin to that of lightning. After missing its target, the porcupine seemed to grow even more frenzied, its nostrils flaring as it expelled 2 jets of mist tinged with a metallic scent. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it charged once more, the ground reverberating under its weight as if war drums echoed through the forest. Lung Mingyue glided like a specter, occasionally darting behind boulders or leaping lightly over low branches. The porcupine repeatedly struck empty air, shattering rocks and toppling trees in its fury, its quills glistening with rage and exertion, and the menace in its gaze intensifying. As she evaded, Lung Mingyue meticulously observed the creature's movements and the wound on its neck. With time, the porcupine's blood flowed more freely from its injury, causing its speed and reactions to diminish. At that crucial moment, when the porcupine charged once more with all its might, she did not retreat but advanced, meeting it head-on. Just before impact, she crouched low, gliding along the ground while drawing her sword with the swiftness of a lightning strike. With a commanding shout, sword draw technique, she unleashed a brilliant arc of light, targeting the existing wound on the porcupine's neck. The blade met the injury with precision, and the force of her strike cleaved through, severing the porcupine's neck entirely. With a thunderous crash, the porcupine's massive body collapsed, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Lung Mingyue slowly sheathed her sword, her complexion pale and breath somewhat ragged. Yet a flicker of pride gleamed in her eyes as she regarded her fallen quarry. After a brief moment to regain her composure, she pressed deeper into the mountains. For her, the time for rest had not yet arrived. What remarkable focus and extensive combat experience she displayed. It was hard to believe she was merely a high school student. Indeed, her prowess in battle surpassed that of many seasoned martial artists. Did you notice? Each angle at which she sidestepped and the distances she retreated were perfectly calculated to evade the porcupine's attack zones. This was no mere improvisation. It was a profound understanding of the beast's nature. It seems that Jiangnan City has truly birthed a prodigious talent. The temporary command center for the martial arts examination was astonished by Lung Mingyue's impressive maneuvers, including several principles and pan yuehua. Even Wang Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated the depth of her combat experience, indicating she had indeed faced many a beast in battle. At this juncture, Xiao Yishan found himself significantly outmatched in comparison to his counterpart. "How do you feel?" Wang Chen inquired, directing his gaze toward Xiao Yishan. "Teacher, I must admit that my practical experience pales in comparison to hers," Xiao Yishan replied without a trace of hesitation or embarrassment, clearly acknowledging the disparity in their combat abilities. "That is understood. Starting tomorrow, you shall venture beyond the city to hunt magical beasts, thereby honing your combat experience," Wang Chen instructed. "Understood, teacher," Xiao Yishan responded with a solemn nod. Upon hearing Xiao Yishan's reply, Wang Chen chose not to elaborate further, feeling reassured about Xiao Yishan's potential, especially considering he was the son of destiny. All that was needed was a timely reminder. When Wang Chen turned his attention back to the screen, he was astonished to see that in such a brief moment, Lung Mingyue had encountered yet another formidable magical beast. Chapter 48. The beast of a martial artist before her stood a formidable beast, yet Lung Mingyue refrained from launching a hasty attack. After enduring a day of relentless combat, fatigue had begun to take its toll, compounded by the significant depletion of her internal energy, which had not yet had the opportunity to replenish. At this juncture, the significance of her cultivation method became apparent. Had she practiced a higher-level technique, her energy would have restored more swiftly, and the potency of her cultivated strength would have been far more substantial. It is essential to recognize that among martial artists of the same realm, disregarding martial skills, those who cultivate advanced techniques can effortlessly overpower their counterparts who practice inferior methods. She could only await the opportune moment to strike decisively. With a grave expression, Lang Mingyue observed the approaching beast, her mind already formulating a strategy. Thus, she danced through the forest, skillfully evading the creature. Her movements were as graceful as a dragon in flight, often slipping out of the beast's attack range just as it lunged towards her. After a quarter of an hour, the moment had come. Sword technique. With her utterance, a beam of sword light cleaved through the air. The beast that had charged at her was instantaneously severed in two. Casting a fleeting glance back, she did not linger but vanished from the spot, aware that the nocturnal hunting of beasts was even more pronounced than during the day. Such a sanguine scent would undoubtedly attract numerous beasts, and if she were to be encircled, danger would be imminent. Throughout the night, none rested. All candidates were relentlessly hunting beasts, with nearly 1,000 encountering peril and opting for urgent pleas for assistance. As dawn broke, painting the sky with a delicate hue of light, Lang Mingyue emerged from the mountain range and stood before a small peak. Without a moment's hesitation, she surged towards the summit. Shortly after her departure, a young man arrived at the mountain's base. Our dear classmate, Zhou Hao. His countenance was grave, his attire tattered and stained with blood, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. The beast atop this peak was likely the most formidable of this martial examination, possessing strength that could rival peak martial artists. With my capabilities, I should be able to contend, and even if I cannot prevail, I can escape. Fortune favors the bold. This is my only opportunity. Gazing at the rankings displayed on his wristband, Zhou Hao's expression darkened ominously. Through a night of tireless effort, he had managed to reduce the gap between himself and the leader from over 600 points to over 900 points. The peak martial beast should be worth at least 1,000 points. If I can slay it, I will reclaim the lead and everything that rightfully belongs to me. Resolved, Zhou Hao began his cautious ascent towards the mountain's peak. Although his desire to immediately vanquish the beast was palpable, he was not foolish. With his status as an 8th-tier martial artist, recklessly charging in would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. His only recourse was to employ strategy. First, he would observe from above, discerning the nature of the beast and identifying any potential weaknesses. As Zhou Hao cautiously ascended to the mountainside, a sudden roar from the summit reverberated through the air. What was happening? Had someone encountered the beast? No, that creature belongs to me. In that moment, Zhou Hao disregarded everything else and propelled himself towards the peak with utmost urgency. The echoes of the beast's roars tugged incessantly at his heartstrings. This beast represented his final hope for triumph. He could not permit anyone else to intervene. At that instant, his desire for victory clouded his judgment. Otherwise, he would have discerned through the roars that this was no mere beast of the martial realm. The thunderous roars, coupled with violent collisions, made the entire mountain seem as if it were quaking. How could this be possible? When Zhou Hao finally reached the summit, the sight before him rendered him utterly speechless. A colossal ape was relentlessly pursuing a woman, its immense paws causing the ground to tremble with each blow, shattering the earth beneath it. The woman, however, nimbly evaded the ape's attacks, her agility allowing her to narrowly escape each onslaught. Occasionally, she countered, but her strikes failed to inflict any significant damage upon the beast. It was a master realm, earth-shattering ape. Just as Zhou Hao stood there in shock, a voice called out from behind him. Who? He spun around, gripping his sword tightly, his heart racing as he realized someone had approached him unnoticed. How careless of him! To his relief, it was 3 familiar figures, 2 men and a woman, all renowned talents from Jiangnan City, each a 7th-tier martial artist, slightly weaker than Zhou Hao himself. Due to the regulations of the martial examination prohibiting candidates from harming one another, he relaxed his guard upon recognizing them. She must be Lang Mingyue. There was no doubt. Who else could be so formidable? Engaging a Master Realm beast. No wonder she had achieved such remarkable results. Zhou Hao, when did you arrive? Do you know her? One of them inquired. Zhou Hao's expression darkened further. Who the hell knows her? I just got here, he retorted. Alas, we cannot intervene in such a battle. We can only watch helplessly. The speaker was the woman among the three, her countenance betraying her disappointment. She had always believed that Zhou Hao was the only one stronger than her in Jiangnan City, and, among all high school girls, she considered herself the strongest, a source of pride for her. Yet witnessing the fierce clash before her, she realized how misguided her previous self-assessment had been. I never expected that our Jiangnan City harbors such remarkable individuals. It truly opens one's eyes. Zhou Hao, you are undoubtedly the foremost among us at Jiangnan High School. Such a moment of recognition should belong to you. So do not hesitate. Step forward. Hearing these words, Zhou Hao nearly choked with frustration. If I possess such abilities, would I need your prompting? Enough of this chatter. Should we not lend our assistance? Goodness. Lin Yaozu, have you lost your senses? As a member of the esteemed Lin family of Jiangnan City, how could you utter such thoughtless remarks? Indeed, our mere presence would only hinder progress. Zhou Hao might manage to contribute in some small way, but for the three of us, it would be futile. Precisely. Do not be deceived by the colossal size of the earth-splitting giant ape. Its speed is nothing to scoff at. If one fails to evade in time, a mere strike could lead one to meet their ancestors. Chapter 49. To live is to die. Lung Ningyue had long since noticed Zhou Hao and the others. Yet her mind was preoccupied. The earth-shattering giant ape, a formidable beast of the martial master realm, possessed not only immense strength, but also remarkable defensive capabilities, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary martial artists to inflict meaningful damage. To vanquish this creature, she would need to target its vital weak points. The vulnerable area of the earth-shattering giant ape lay in its abdomen, and attacking it head-on would undoubtedly prove to be a daunting task. Time was of the essence. She could no longer afford a delay. To ensure its defeat, she resolved to resort to her tried-and-true method. First, she would need to breach its abdominal defenses with a decisive strike. As moments passed, Lung Ningyue began to feel the strain. The longer this skirmish dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for her, as merely evading the giant ape's assaults was an immense drain on her stamina. After all, she was merely a martial artist, and in terms of endurance, she could not possibly compare to the earth-shattering giant ape. If this continued, she would be worn down completely. She could not afford to wait any longer. After skillfully dodging another of the giant ape's attacks, she seized her opportunity and executed a swift sword-drawing technique aimed directly at its abdomen. Swish thud, a gaping wound appeared on the giant ape's belly, crimson blood gushing forth from the injury. Roar, the earth-shattering giant ape glanced down at the gash on its abdomen and subsequently unleashed a deafening roar, filled with rage, its eyes instantly turning a blood-red hue. This was dire. The giant ape had entered a frenzied state, its strength now at least doubled. To her astonishment, Lung Ningyue's prowess had proven formidable enough to breach the giant ape's defenses with a single strike, inflicting considerable harm. Enough. You three, keep your distance. If she finds herself in peril, I shall rush to her aid, even if it is merely to divert the giant ape's attention. Zhou Hao's expression was grave at that moment. The other three were taken aback by Zhou Hao's declaration. They understood that, given Lung Ningyue's strength, slaying the earth-shattering giant ape would be a formidable challenge. However, if she chose to retreat, there would be no issue. The reason she remained was to defeat the giant ape and secure a superior ranking. They were competitors, so why should they assist her? Especially Zhou Hao, who should have harbored resentment towards her for seizing the first place that rightfully belonged to him. Yet here he was, expressing a willingness to help her. Had he lost his mind? Zhou Hao disregarded their bewildered gazes. They only saw Lung Ningyue as a rival, forgetting that they all hailed from Jiangnan City, and more importantly, from the human race. If Lung Ningyue achieved a better result, it would reflect glory upon Jiangnan City. One must not have a narrow vision. One must possess a broader perspective. Zhou Hao was a man of vision and responsibility. Crash, damn it, get out of the way. A resounding crash echoed as the earth-shattering giant ape smashed a massive boulder before them into dust. The group, who had been hiding behind a rock, found themselves covered in dust and debris due to their delayed evasion. Most crucially, their cover was gone, leaving them completely exposed before the Rift Earth giant ape. "Run!" Lin Yaozu exclaimed, startled as the creature's gaze swept over them. He shouted to the others before darting down the mountain without a second glance. The other two, without hesitation, followed suit, turning to chase after Lin Yaozu while the Rift Earth giant ape had yet to attack. However, Zhou Hao was different. He merely distanced himself from the creature, not fleeing outright, but instead fixing his anxious gaze upon the Rift Earth giant ape. Despite this being merely an examination, with powerful humans covertly protecting them nearby, he refused to abandon his kind in their hour of need. Gripping his alloy longsword tightly, his eyes remained locked on the looming figure of the Rift Earth giant ape. And in that moment, the tension within him inexplicably dissipated. Suddenly, a soft sound emanated from within him, and an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his body, elevating him to a new tier of strength. How intriguing, quite impressive. This scene did not escape Wang Chen's notice. Though viewed through a screen, he discerned Zhou Hao's transformation. A ninth-tier warrior. Zhou Hao had unexpectedly broken through during the crisis, successfully ascending to the ranks of ninth-tier warriors. While Wang Chen had been keeping an eye on Lung Ningyue, he also monitored Zhou Hao. After all, he was the foremost prodigy of Jiangnan City. Upon observation, Wang Chen recognized Zhou Hao as a genuine talent, albeit still somewhat overshadowed by the likes of Xiao Yishan and Lung Ningyue, who were extraordinary geniuses. However, Wang Chen's perspective shifted. There is a saying, without comparison, there is no harm. Witnessing the other three flee without hesitation, Zhou Hao chose not to abandon Lung Ningyue, though this decision appeared foolish, given that his presence might hinder rather than help. His choice to stay ignited a considerable fondness in Wang Chen. Although Wang Chen had already accepted Xiao Yishan as a disciple and was poised to take on Lung Ningyue as well, these were not his initial intentions. He had originally been driven by the desire to fulfill the system's tasks, and, given his cultivation level combined with the system, he was indifferent to the so-called children of destiny. However, now that he had taken on disciples, he would fulfill the responsibilities of a mentor. Moreover, as a child of destiny and a person of great fortune, their character should pose no issue, which was another reason he was willing to accept them. Of course, should he discover any flaws in his disciple's character, he would not hesitate to take action. This was the first time he had actively entertained the idea of taking on a disciple, and Zhou Hao had caught his eye. Meanwhile in the scene, Lung Ningyue observed Zhou Hao's refusal to flee with a fleeting expression of surprise, which quickly vanished as the Rift Earth giant ape charged towards her once more. With a roar, the earth-shattered giant ape, now engulfed in a frenzied state, accelerated beyond its initial speed. The once agile Lung Ningyue found it increasingly arduous to evade the assaults of the colossal beast. If this continued, defeat would soon be inevitable, and she risked sustaining serious injuries with a mere misstep. Time was of the essence. Her strength was depleting rapidly, and any further delay would render her incapable of mounting a counterattack. Fixating her gaze on the earth-shattered giant ape, she resolved to confront it head-on rather than retreat. Embracing the notion of living through death, she executed her sword technique. As the two forces neared collision, Lung Ningyue abruptly halted, and a flash of sword light erupted forth. With a swift motion, the blade struck the wound on the ape's abdomen, causing blood to spout forth like a fountain. As the beast plummeted towards the ground, its massive paw, fueled by the last vestiges of its strength, came crashing down towards Lung Ningyue. Had she failed? Faced with the descending paw, Lung Ningyue found herself too fatigued to evade the impending strike. Chapter 50. A blessing in disguise. Save the people. In this moment of crisis, both those within the temporary command center and the covert guardians of the students at the martial arts examination were thrown into chaos. The prodigious talent of Lung Ningyue was evident to all. She was undeniably the foremost genius of Jiangnan City, and on a national scale, she ranked among the elite. While it was not uncommon for students to meet untimely deaths during the martial arts examinations, given the lethal nature of battles with demonic beasts, such tragedies were particularly unsettling when they involved someone of her caliber. With her being the top scorer in Jiangnan City and third nationally, the stakes were exceedingly high. The martial arts examination results were updated in real time, accessible to the entire nation. Should anything happen to her, the backlash from the public would be severe. In any society, the loss of an ordinary individual might go unnoticed. But the misfortune of a renowned figure could incite tremendous public outcry. Amidst the turmoil, only Wang Chen remained composed. As Lung Ningyue was designated as his disciple by the system, he had previously dispatched Wang Outyin to her aid upon her encounter with the earth-splitting giant ape. As a precaution against unforeseen circumstances, Wang Chen had merely intended to offer her an additional layer of protection, believing it unnecessary. However, he did not anticipate that Lung Ningyue would adopt such a reckless approach, confronting the beast with a do-or-die resolve. On the scene, as Lung Ningyue gazed at the enormous paw descending upon her, her eyes reflected not fear, but a profound unwillingness to yield. "Mother, I cannot avenge you," she thought, refraining from activating the distress signal on her wrist, fully aware of its futility. In such close proximity to the attack, even the presence of a grandmaster would not suffice to save her. Only a martial king could hope to intervene. Yet in her understanding, no such power resided in Jiangnan City. Exhausted of her strength, she was barely able to remain standing, reflecting the last flicker of her defiance. "Interesting, truly fascinating," Wang Outyin mused as he observed her plight. Just as he prepared to obliterate the earth-splitting giant ape, he abruptly stumbled upon a captivating revelation, causing him to reconsider his intent. "I shall intervene." With a resounding roar, he startled everyone into alertness, just as Lung Ningyue, who had closed her eyes in resignation, suddenly opened them wide in disbelief, turning to gaze behind her. A figure, resolute in the face of death, charged toward her. "I am Zhou Hao, the first genius of Jiangnan." With this declaration, the figure crashed forcefully into the giant paw of the earth-splitting giant ape. Bang! With a thunderous sound, Zhou Hao expelled a mouthful of blood as his body was sent hurtling backward. As the earth-shattering giant ape's desperate strike was thwarted, its massive form collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Zhou Hao, having been violently thrown aside, struggled to raise his head and cast a glance at the fallen creature. A faint smile graced his features upon witnessing the giant ape's defeat, yet soon after, his head drooped and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Though he had recently ascended to the rank of a ninth-tier martial artist, the formidable giant ape was a master of martial arts, delivering a lethal blow that he was utterly incapable of withstanding. It was Zhou Hao's voice, the trio of Lin Yaozu, who had already fled down the mountain, abruptly halted upon hearing him, turning to gaze back at the peak. Surely, he wouldn't be foolish enough to rush back to assist, would he? It seemed that he might have already engaged the giant ape. How could he dare? Despite being stronger than us, he could never hope to match the might of the giant ape. Was this not a display of reckless audacity? Alas, perhaps this is the very reason for his superior strength. The words left the three in contemplative silence. They seemed to have forgotten that martial artists are, by nature, those who contend against the heavens. Without the courage to forge ahead, the path of martial arts would inevitably be limited. Within the temporary command center of the martial arts examination, the force of nature surged as Wang Outyin manifested in the hall. Two individuals in tow, Cold Lingyue and the unconscious Zhou Hao. One had merely exhausted too much energy, while the other had sustained some serious injuries. Yet neither posed a significant issue. Wang Outyin remarked, setting them down on the ground. Cold Lingyue appeared relatively well, having regained some composure, able to stand unaided. Zhou Hao, however, was quite different. As Wang Outyin released him, he thudded to the floor. Thankfully, he was unconscious. Otherwise, he would have surely lamented. "Why is it always me who gets injured? Quick, administer healing elixirs." Amidst the flurry of activity, both individuals gradually regained their strength, and Zhou Hao eventually awakened. Yet, upon surveying the scene before him, he found himself bewildered, for his memories were still anchored to the moment prior to his fainting. "You two have done remarkably well, bringing honor to Jiangnan City, especially you, Cold Lingyue. After defeating the earth-shattering giant ape, your score has soared to second place nationally, while Zhou Hao has ascended to ninth." Pan Yuehua regarded the two with growing admiration, fully aware that this was Jiangnan City's first achievement of such caliber. Historically, the city's best performance in martial arts examinations had seen only one individual break into the top 10, and that was many years ago. Never before had anyone reached the top 5. As the mayor of Jiangnan City, this was a significant achievement, greatly enhancing his political standing. Wait, I made it into the top 10? Zhou Hao, hearing Pan Yuehua declare his position, was taken aback. Having awakened without the chance to check his score, he recalled being ranked 16th before losing consciousness. How had he suddenly leaped into the top 10? Although the earth-shattering giant ape was vanquished by Lung Ningyue, had it not been for your intervention, she might have perished alongside the beast. Thus, according to the rules of the martial arts examination, you are considered part of the same team, and naturally, you shall receive a share of the points. Upon hearing Pan Yuehua's explanation, Zhou Hao finally grasped the situation. He glanced at his point ranking and was astonished to find that he had accrued a total of 2,000 points. This meant that by defeating the earth-shattering giant ape, he had earned himself 2,000 points. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? However, it seemed he had inadvertently caused trouble. Zhou Hao cast a furtive glance at Lung Ningyue, who stood beside him, his expression grim. While reviewing his points, he had also noticed that her score was a mere 700 points shy of the national leader. Had she not allocated 2,000 points to him, she would have claimed the title of the nation's top scorer, the highest achiever. Jiangnan City would have basked in the glory of having the top scholar, elevating its status and securing greater resources. Yet, it was now he who had unwittingly thwarted that achievement. I am sorry, Zhou Hao murmured, lowering his head in shame. Chapter 51. I am willing. Excuse me? What do you mean by sorry? Exclaimed Zhou Hao. Indeed, Zhou Hao, why are you apologizing? You have performed remarkably well. Among the top 10 in the nation, you have brought glory to our Jiangnan City. Upon hearing Zhou Hao's words, everyone present gazed at him with expressions of profound appreciation. Had it not been for my diversion of points, Lung Ningyue would have undoubtedly been a national champion. Zhou Hao's voice left the audience in stunned silence. Even Lung Ningyue turned to him with an expression of surprise. Did not these individuals desire for Jiangnan City to produce a national champion? Yet, in comparison to the title of champion, they placed greater value on a person's character. When others chose to flee, Zhou Hao not only stood his ground, but also, at a critical moment, risked his own safety to save Lung Ningyue. It is worth noting that they were rivals. Had Lung Ningyue perished, he would have ascended to the position of the top student in Jiangnan City. Who among the gathered could not admire such character? Who could dare utter a word of reproach? Strength alone does not guarantee universal admiration, but a person of good character will undoubtedly garner affection from all. Zhou Hao, I am the mayor of Jiangnan City. In comparison to a champion, we value your character far more. You have acted rightly, and I believe Lung Ningyue will not hold you accountable. Indeed, Zhou Hao, remember, while strength is significant, a person's character holds even greater importance. The crowd unanimously nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with fondness for Zhou Hao. He had suddenly become the darling of the crowd, eclipsing even Lung Ningyue in popularity. It was undeniable. Zhou Hao possessed both talent and character, qualities that endeared him to all. Zhou Hao, thank you. Thank you for saving my life. Lung Ningyue turned to Zhou Hao, speaking earnestly. No, that's not necessary. As long as you don't blame me. Zhou Hao, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head. In the presence of Lung Ningyue, he found himself inexplicably nervous, even becoming slightly stammering in his speech. All right, you two should rest well here. The martial examination will conclude soon, and we will arrange for someone to take you back. Throughout the event, Wang Chen had remained silent, quietly observing. He had witnessed Zhou Hao's performance in its entirety and, with his profound strength as a martial king, could easily discern the sincerity behind Zhou Hao's words. Although the system had not issued any tasks, perhaps due to Zhou Hao's talent not meeting the system's criteria, Wang Chen still wished to take him as a disciple, primarily due to his admirable character. You two, come here for a moment. Just as Zhou Hao and Lung Ningyue sought a place to sit, Wang Chen suddenly called out to them. In that instant, all eyes present turned toward Wang Chen, their gazes reflecting envy and admiration. The individuals present are acutely aware of Wang Chen's esteemed identity. It is evident that Wang Chen has taken an interest in the two of them, presenting an extraordinary opportunity. Although they have spent a day and night together, Wang Chen has never initiated a conversation with them. Aside from the occasional exchange with Pan Yuehua and Zhang Xiao, the others have had no chance to engage in dialogue. Witnessing the apparent favor Wang Chen has shown towards the two, it would be disingenuous to claim they feel no envy. However, while others are filled with astonishment and admiration, Zhou Hao and Lung Mingyue appear utterly bewildered, primarily because they are unfamiliar with Wang Chen. They recognize the other attendees, as most of them are renowned figures in Jiangnan City. Even if they have not encountered them in person, they have seen them in local news. But Wang Chen and his companions leave them completely without any impression. The most striking aspect is Wang Chen's youth. He appears almost their age, leaving them uncertain of how to address him. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Wang. Noticing their awkwardness, Pan Yuehua took the initiative to introduce Wang Chen. Hello, Mr. Wang. Upon hearing Pan Yuehua's introduction, the two promptly bowed in respect. Although they do not know Wang Chen, they are not foolish. They are acutely aware of the gazes from those around them, including the fact that even Mayor Pan addresses him as Mr., indicating that he is certainly no ordinary individual. Would you both like to become my disciples? Wang Chen inquired directly, with a nonchalant attitude. If they agreed, splendid. If not, it was of little consequence. The opportunity was laid before them, and their choice would determine their fate. Even if Lung Mingyue declined, he would not press the matter. As for the system's task, he no longer felt a pressing need to complete it. Become disciples? The two exchanged glances, hesitating to respond immediately. In this world, the act of taking on a master is of significant importance, embodying the principle of once a master, forever a father. Both of them are prodigies, having ranked among the top 10 nationally in the recent martial arts examination, with the 5 prestigious universities of the Dragon Kingdom available for their selection. Thus, the decision to accept a master holds little significance for them. Attending a martial arts university would yield similar opportunities. As long as they possess potential, they would surely attract the attention of many instructors willing to take them as disciples. The reason Xiao Yishan so readily agreed to take on a master was due to his lack of options. As a 5th-tier martial artist, he found it impossible to gain admission to any university, prompting his swift decision. Cough, cough. Zhou Hao and Lung Mingyue remained silent, which left the others in a state of anxious anticipation, particularly their principal, who was frantically gesturing at them, nearly on the verge of tears. Truly, it echoed the saying, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are. Meanwhile, after posing his question, Wang Chen fell silent, quietly sipping his tea, appearing indifferent to the unfolding situation. Ahem. Lung Mingyue and Mr. Wang is... The principal of Leng Ningyu, Su Baohua, observed that Leng Ningyu remained unresponsive. In a moment of desperation, he contemplated offering a verbal nudge. However, before he could utter a word, he felt the weight of Wang Chen's gaze upon him. Within that calm yet penetrating stare lay an immense power, an overwhelming pressure that felt as if an enormous mountain was pressing down upon him. In that fleeting instant, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. The words he had poised to speak became lodged in his throat, ensnared by an invisible hand that gripped his windpipe. A profound silence enveloped the entire scene. Although Wang Chen remained silent, the mere glance he had cast upon Su Baohua conveyed his stance unmistakably to all present. Just as the atmosphere thickened with an oppressive tension, Zhou Hao's voice suddenly pierced through the stillness. Chapter 52, designated sign, and upon hearing Zhou Hao's words, Wang Chen slightly nodded, feeling quite satisfied with his disciple. The reason Zhou Hao was able to make his decision more swiftly than Lung Mingyue was quite simple. He had comprehended the unspoken message in their principal's gaze. The principal's eyes clearly conveyed urgency, urging him to seize the opportunity to apprentice without wasting time, lest he face repercussions. Having once been the foremost prodigy at Jiangnan High and the principal's cherished pupil, Zhou Hao enjoyed frequent communication with the principal, enabling him to instantly decipher the underlying intent in the principal's expression. As for anything else, he did not dwell upon it. He merely needed to trust that the principle would not lead him astray. In contrast, Lung Ningyue was much more contemplative. Due to her family circumstances, she harbored a profound distrust towards others. It was well known that her biological father had never regarded her with any value, only seeking to extract every ounce of her utility. She was uncertain if becoming Wang Chen's disciple would lead her down a similar path. While she could not alter her lineage, she now had the chance to shape her own future. After considerable reflection, Lung Ningyue finally reached her decision. Observing the reactions of those around her, she felt assured that Wang Chen was indeed an extraordinary individual, and that apprenticing under him would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. With that realization, she resolved not to be indecisive. She could not let the fear of potential future misfortunes deter her from seizing this opportunity. Moreover, her talents had already been exposed, and there were certainly members of the Lung family who would not tolerate her presence. With some time still remaining before the start of university, she was in a precarious position. Thus, she urgently needed a formidable ally, someone the Lung family would dare not provoke. Through her observations, it became evident that Wang Chen was an immense pillar of support, far beyond the reach of the Lung family. When Wang Outyan had escorted them, Zhou Hao had succumbed to unconsciousness, yet she had remained alert. The ethereal prowess displayed by Wang Outyan surpassed her wildest imagination. It was a capability attributed only to those at the martial king realm. She hesitated to speculate that he might indeed be a martial king, as Wang Outyan had consistently stood by Wang Chen's side, appearing to serve in a protective capacity. The notion of a martial king serving as a mere bodyguard was too daunting to accept, leading her to doubt such a possibility. However, she held no doubts regarding his status as a grandmaster. Just the presence of Wang Outyan alone was sufficient to instill fear within the Lung family, not to mention the influence of Wang Chen himself. Thus, after thorough consideration, she concluded that becoming his disciple was her most prudent choice. Very well, from this day forth, you too shall be my disciples. Will you accompany me, or do you wish to return home first? With the examination nearing its conclusion and the system having finalized the recruitment of disciples, Wang Chen prepared to depart. Master, I shall return home briefly to inform my parents. Otherwise, they will be worried. Once I have settled matters, I will come and find you. Although Zhou Hao's family is merely an ordinary household in Jiangnan City, the profound love of his parents and his status as their only child have enveloped him in a cocoon of happiness. Now that the martial arts examination has concluded and he has taken on a mentor, he wishes to return home to report to his parents, sparing them any unnecessary worries. I am with the teacher. Wang Chen had long anticipated Lung Ningyue's choice. After all, he had thoroughly investigated her background and understood the complexities of her family's grievances. However, as this was her personal matter, he would not bring it up unless she did. Very well, let us depart. With that, Wang Chen rose to his feet. Mr. Wang, allow me to see you off. Mr. Wang, please. Upon noticing Wang Chen's intent to leave, everyone else stood up in unison. Thus, with the respectful farewells from the others, Wang Chen and his companions boarded the vehicle arranged by Pan Yuehua. Seated in the car heading back to the villa, Wang Chen began to communicate with the system. System? Brother System? Has the task been completed? Ding! Ding! The disciple acquisition task has been completed. You have received one sign-in opportunity, and the martial techniques of disciple Lung Ningyue have been fully extracted. Brother System, while you can provide Lung Ningyue's techniques, what about Zhou Hao? Will you not provide for him? Ding! Ding! Regrettably, Zhou Hao's martial techniques fall outside the scope of what the system can provide. Brother System, let us not engage in pretense. Simply tell me what needs to be done to provide Zhou Hao with martial techniques. Surely, you cannot expect me to find them on my own. It is well known that the techniques offered by the system are not only formidable, but also forge a bond with the practitioner, preventing betrayal. This is precisely why Wang Chen insisted on obtaining the techniques through the system. Ding! In accordance with the host's wishes, and without contravening system regulations, the host may utilize one sign-in opportunity for designated sign-in. Designated sign-in? You mean for Zhou Hao's martial techniques? Ding! Indeed, host. You may conduct a designated sign-in for Zhou Hao's martial techniques. Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed with the designated sign-in for Zhou Hao's martial techniques immediately. Ding! Designated sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have signed in for the Technique Righteous Chi formula, accompanied by the martial art Haren sword technique. After receiving the system's notification of successful sign-in, Wang Chen beheld 2 jade slips of martial techniques within the system space. He was already aware of Zhou Hao's techniques, yet he felt a sense of curiosity regarding the other jade slip. What kind of technique had the system extracted for Long Ningyue? Sky-slaying sword technique. This was the martial technique extracted for Long Ningyue. It served both as a technique and a martial art, and when mastered to its utmost, one could slice down stars with a single strike. Impressive. This truly completes the arrangement. Wang Chen could not help but admire the system's capabilities, which could instantaneously extract such powerful martial techniques. Upon returning to the Yujing Villa, Wang Chen instructed Meng Zirue to assist Long Ningyue in familiarizing herself with her new surroundings, as she would be residing there from now on. Miss Lung, allow me to introduce you to the others here, and then I shall guide you through the surroundings. Certainly. Thank you, Brother Meng. Upon hearing Meng Zirue's words, Long Ningyue hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Earlier, when Wang Chen assigned Meng Zirue, he referred to him as Old Meng. Hence Long Ningyue addressed him as Brother Meng. Haha, no need for such formality. Meng Zirue was quite courteous towards Long Ningyue, as she was indeed a disciple of Wang Chen. In essence, being Wang Chen's disciple equated to being their young master and young lady. Now, allow me to present to you this lady, Miss Bai Wanqing. You may call her Sister Bai. She was once a mentor at the prestigious Kyoto Martial Arts University, and now serves as the assistant to the esteemed teacher. A mentor at Kyoto Martial Arts University? Long Ningyue was taken aback. She had noticed Bai Wanqing long ago. It was impossible not to, given her extraordinary beauty. However, she had not anticipated that the woman was a mentor at Kyoto Martial Arts University, which meant she was at least a high-level master. Sister Bai, greetings. Hello. If you require anything in the future, simply seek me out. Bai Wanqing replied with a smile. Understood. Thank you, Sister Bai. Chapter 53. The patriarch of the Cold family is terrified. While Long Ningyue was visiting the Yujing Villa, chaos erupted outside. The name Long Ningyue spread throughout the entire Jiangnan city. Indeed, it resonated across the nation. Furthermore, details about her life were disclosed by others. How shocking. It is hard to believe that Long Ningyue has endured such hardships. Indeed, the Cold family is utterly despicable, forcing her to conceal her extraordinary talents. Had she not hidden her abilities, she might have met a dire fate long ago. The Cold family is truly repugnant. Now that her talents are known, one can only wonder what the Cold family's intentions are. Naturally, the Cold family was aware of the events unfolding in the outside world. In response, the current patriarch, who is also Long Ningyue's father, convened a family meeting within the opulent hall of the Cold family, a first-rate lineage in Jiangnan City. Second only to the Lin and Jiang families, the decor was exceedingly luxurious. Presiding over the meeting was the patriarch, Cold Muhan, with the core members of the family in attendance, including his 2 younger brothers, who are also Long Ningyue's uncles. Cold Muhan, seated at the head of the table, cast a stern glance around the room and asked darkly, I believe everyone is aware of the situation outside. How should we address the matter concerning Long Ningyue? Speak your thoughts. What is there to deliberate? Long Ningyue is a member of the Cold family. Given her achievements, it won't be long before universities come seeking her. We must ensure she is well protected. Indeed, brother, you are right. Long Ningyue's current accomplishments are a result of our nurturing within the Cold family. Any university wishing to recruit her must provide us with compensation. Brother, the most pressing matter is to bring her back to the family. She must not remain outside any longer. Additionally, we need to finalize the engagement with the Lin family immediately. Upon hearing these remarks, Cold Muhan was not taken aback. These sentiments were precisely what he had anticipated. He then turned to a middle-aged man beside him and inquired, Afu, where is that rebellious daughter now? Master, I have dispatched personnel to her residence, but she could not be found. Her whereabouts remain unknown. Then make haste to search for her. Once located, bring her directly back to the family. Understood, Master. I shall arrange for the search at once. The man named Afyu replied before hastily departing. You, second brother, go to the Lin family and finalize the engagement between Lung Ningyue and their young master. Yes, brother, I shall go immediately. After issuing several more commands, Cold Muhan concluded the meeting. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard of the Cold family, within a lavish chamber, a woman in her 30s was frantically smashing objects, cursing under her breath. She was none other than Zhao Xilan, the first wife of Cold Muhan. The audacity of that little wretch. How could she possess such remarkable talent? Had I known, I should have extinguished her along with her worthless mother. Ah, this little scoundrel. How can she endure so much? With such exceptional gifts, she conceals her prowess. Otherwise, I would have had her eliminated long ago. No, this cannot stand. She must perish. After venting her frustrations, Zhao Xiaolan gradually regained her composure. She retrieved a mobile phone from her storage ring, instinctively glancing around before dialing a number etched in her memory. Xiaolan, Yongye, Xiaolan, why are you calling me at this time? Aren't you afraid of that scoundrel, Lung Muhan, discovering this? I can't worry about that now, Yongge. Please help me eliminate that little wretch. Are you referring to Lung Ningyue? She is under intense scrutiny at present. Killing her would lead to substantial complications. Yongge, just assist me in her demise. When we meet again, I will heed your every command. Haha, it's settled then. I shall help you eliminate Lung Ningyue. And from now on, you will follow my lead in all matters. How infuriating. I already listened to you often enough. After hanging up, Zhao Xiaolan revealed a smile of relief, for she understood that once that man set his sights on Lung Ningyue, her fate was sealed. The only reason she had refrained from taking action before was that Lung Ningyue posed no threat. Now that she did, Zhao Xiaolan could not allow her to survive any longer. As the Lung family began their maneuvers, Pan Yuehua received the news and promptly called Wang Chen. It was crucial to note that Lung Ningyue was now Wang Chen's disciple. Understanding her predicament, Pan Yuehua was naturally cautious. Within the confines of Yujing Courtyard, after ending the call with Pan Yuehua, Wang Chen turned to Meng Zhe beside him and said, Old Meng, Mayor Pan just informed me that the Lung family is searching for Ningyue everywhere. You and old Wang should pay them a visit and issue a warning. Understood, sir. We shall depart immediately. Meng Zhe responded without hesitation, rising to find Wang Outyin. Wang Chen observed Meng Zhe's enthusiastic demeanor with puzzlement. After all, he was the leader of the former Jinyao city, a formidable grandmaster. Why was he so animated over such a trivial matter? It baffled him. What Wang Chen was unaware of was that Meng Zhe felt a sense of urgency. Why this anxiety? Boredom. Idleness is not a virtue. He feared that one day, Wang Chen might realize that his presence or absence made no difference, and that would spell disaster for him. The three of them had come together. Old Zhang cooked daily, serving a significant role for Wang Chen. While Bai Wanqing was just as idle as he, let's not forget her beauty. Merely gazing upon her was a delight. Unlike his middle-aged, unremarkable appearance, there was simply no comparison. How could he not feel anxious? Upon locating Wang Outyin, Meng Zhe explained the situation to him. Subsequently, the two individuals soared into the sky, heading directly towards the Cold family estate. Observing their departing figures, Wang Chen merely cast a fleeting glance before redirecting his attention elsewhere. Within the Cold family's secondary residence, everyone was diligently engaged in their respective tasks. Cold Muhan, along with several core members of the Cold family, awaited news from Cold Ningyue in the main hall. Suddenly, an immense pressure descended upon the Cold family estate, overwhelming in its intensity, akin to that of an ancient divine mountain. Countless individuals within the estate were forced to the ground, rendered powerless. Cold family head, come forth and respond. Wang Outyin's voice reverberated like thunder, echoing through the heavens and earth, resonating for miles around with an imperious tone. Who is this? How could the Cold family have provoked such a formidable adversary? Surely, we will not be caught in the crossfire. Let's investigate. It seems the Cold family is in for dire misfortune. Regardless of the surrounding reactions, the members of the Cold family found themselves in utter bewilderment. Countless individuals lay prostrate on the ground, too fearful to make a move. The family head, Cold Muhan, with a visage marked by terror, scrambled out in a frantic manner. Upon witnessing Wang Chen and Meng Zirui hovering in the void, he was so struck by fear that he immediately fell to his knees. Chapter 54. The Starstone Senior. I am the head of the Lung family, Lung Muhan. Kneeling on the ground, he dared not raise his head, although he did not know Wang Chen and his companion. As a grandmaster, his vision was profound. He could sense the very forces of nature shifting with their every movement. Indeed, they were formidable warriors at the level of martial kings. What right did the Lung family have to attract such power? I have heard that your family is searching for Lung Ningyue. Meng Zirui's voice was devoid of emotion, yet it resonated within the ears of the Lung family members, instilling them with overwhelming dread that made them shiver involuntarily. Why, yes, Senior, is indeed the case. May I inquire what instructions you have? Lung Muhan, devoid of any pretense, knew that in the presence of such strength, honesty was the only course of action. After all, Lung Ningyue was a member of their family. Their actions were, in essence, justifiable. There are no instructions, merely a notification. Henceforth, you are to cease all involvement regarding Lung Ningyue. You must not disturb her. Every matter concerning her is to be decided by her alone. Senior, Lung Ningyue is still one of ours, and we have the right. Impudent. A thunderous interruption from Wang Chen cut Lung Muhan's words short. An even more terrifying pressure descended upon him. Blood gushed from Lung Muhan's mouth, mingled with fragments of shattered internal organs. Wang Chen had long harbored disdain for the Lung family, particularly for Lung Muhan, who treated his own daughter so callously, showing a complete lack of paternal instinct. This was merely a lesson for him. I believe you have misunderstood our words. This is a notification, not a negotiation. Do you comprehend? Why, yes, I understand. I shall adhere to your instructions. With great difficulty, Lung Muhan raised his head, panic etched across his face as he responded. Moments ago, he had even contemplated a rebuttal, a reckless endeavor indeed, given the evident hostility of his visitors. Why court death at such a moment? Remember your words, or I shall not hesitate to strike you down. With that, Wang Chen paid them no further mind and, alongside Meng Zirui, vanished in an instant. Brother, they have departed. Lung Muhan's younger brother hurriedly rushed to assist him to his feet. Phew, I have survived. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lung Muhan exhaled in relief, having truly believed he was on the brink of death. Brother, what shall we do now? Shall we continue searching for Lung Ningyue? Search? Search for what? Are you wishing for your own demise? Or perhaps mine? Lung Muhan shouted in exasperation, utterly disappointed that his younger brother could not grasp the gravity of the situation. Were they not blood brothers, he would have been tempted to strike him down, inform Ah Fu to withdraw everyone. There is no need to concern ourselves with that rebellious girl any longer. Let us pretend she does not exist. What shall we do about the engagement with the Lin family? Goodness, are you foolish? There is no engagement worth discussing. You should visit the Lin family shortly and clarify the matter. The recent incident will soon reach their ears. They will not make things difficult for you. Lung Muhan sighed, fully aware that the Cold family's reputation had suffered immensely today, yet he felt utterly powerless. Though the Cold family's issues had come to a close, their ramifications were only beginning to unfold. Was that a warrior of the Martial King realm we just encountered? Indeed, only a Martial King possesses the ability to harness the forces of nature for their own benefit. When did we ever have a Martial King in Jiangnan City? I have never heard of such a thing. Have you all forgotten? Our Dragon Nation recently appointed a new elder. Could it be this very individual? It must be. They're the only elder we do not recognize. I wonder where this elder resides. I long to pay my respects. Absurd. Does one simply pay respects to a Martial King? The news of a Martial King appearing in Jiangnan City swiftly spread throughout the city and even began to echo across the nation. In the afternoon, Zhou Hao, following the address provided by Wang Chen, arrived at the Yujin courtyard. Accompanying him were his parents. Zhou Hao's parents were martial artists of the martial master realm. In smaller cities, such as Baiyun City or Nanyang City, they would be considered formidable. However, in a large city like Jiangnan, martial masters are rather unremarkable, merely average. Upon hearing Zhou Hao mention that he had taken on a master, they decided to accompany him to pay their respects, if only to demonstrate their sincerity to Wang Chen. It was a matter of basic etiquette. Wang Chen had a favorable impression of Zhou Hao's parents. They were a genuinely humble couple. This sense of humility was something Wang Chen had not encountered in this high martial world until now. Mr. Wang, my wife and I are merely ordinary martial artists. We have little to offer, but please accept this token of our appreciation, Zhou Daqiang said as he presented a palm-sized box to Wang Chen. You are too kind. Mr. Zhou, I accepted Zhou Hao as my disciple for his character and talent. There is no need for such gestures. Wang Chen was taken aback that Zhou Hao's parents had brought a gift. When he took in Xiao Yishan as a disciple, he received nothing but a few words. Regardless of the reason, the contrast was stark. How could Wang Chen not feel favorably towards them? Mr. Wang, we understand that ordinary items may not be of interest to you, but this is a small token from us. Please do accept it. Zhou Daqiang spoke earnestly, his eyes brimming with hope. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chen no longer hesitated and reached out to accept the box from Zhou Daqiang. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. He replied with a smile. As long as Mr. Wang does not mind, this is a stone I inadvertently acquired many years ago. I am uncertain of its nature, but I have always felt it to be something valuable, which is why I have kept it until now. A stone? Upon hearing Zhou Daqiang's words, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. He promptly opened the box. The instant it was unveiled, it was as though all present beheld a shimmering star. As the radiance faded, a fist-sized black stone lay quietly within the confines of Wang Chen's hand. The stone exhibited an impenetrable darkness, as if it could devour all light from the world, resembling a concentrated fragment of the night, serene and profound, exuding an irresistible aura of mystery. However, when light inadvertently grazed its surface, a wondrous transformation occurred, akin to countless tiny stars twinkling upon the stone's exterior. Wow, what kind of stone is this? It is so exquisite. I have never seen anything like it. It radiates an extraordinary mystique. Sir, what is this stone? Do you recognize it? Upon hearing the voices of Meng Zirui and others around him, Wang Chen refrained from responding immediately, for he too was unfamiliar with it. Tonga, I urgently seek your assistance. Please help me identify this object. Ding, ding. Responding to the host, this is a starshine stone. Chapter 55, Above the Martial God. The starshine stone? How come I have never heard of it? Wang Chen reflected for a moment and realized that he possessed no recollection of the starshine stone whatsoever. Ding, ding. It is quite normal for the host to be unaware, for the starshine stone is an item only accessible to those above the martial god. Above the martial god? Brother Tong, what exactly is this realm? Why is there no record of it in this world? Ding. In response to the host, above the martial god encompasses levels such as the stellar level, solar level, and domain lord level, among others. The world in which the host currently resides is merely a medium realm, capable of cultivating only up to the martial god realm. The stellar level requires an understanding of the power of rules, and complete rules are found only in higher realms. Thus, to transcend to the stellar level, one must venture to a higher world. A higher world? Stellar level? Solar level? Domain lord level? This is utterly absurd. Wang Chen initially thought this was an impressive high martial world, but it now appears to be just a small realm of mediocrity. However, if higher worlds exist, could it be possible that their formidable beings might suddenly descend upon lower worlds? Considering that competition is surely fiercer in higher realms, it would be far more advantageous to dominate in a lower realm rather than face constant peril in a higher one. Would that not place me at risk as well? Ding. Rest assured, host, it is exceedingly difficult for beings above the martial god to traverse the spatial channels between the two worlds, as these channels cannot withstand the power of those above the martial god. Thank goodness. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Wang Chen finally felt at ease. It seems that as long as I do not recklessly seek death by venturing into higher realms, I can continue to live freely in this world. This is the starshine stone. It is an exceptionally rare material, even more precious than beasts of the martial king realm. Are you certain you wish to give it to me? Wang Chen's words astonished everyone, with Zhou Daqiang gaping in disbelief. Although he could discern the stone's uniqueness, this was simply extraordinary. Sir, you claim this stone is more valuable than beasts of the martial king realm? Meng Ziri asked incredulously. Indeed, it is vastly more precious than those beasts, for this item is meant for those above the martial king realm. Huh? Such a pity. Upon hearing that only those above the martial king realm could utilize it, disappointment washed over everyone's faces. An item only holds value if it can be used. If it cannot, no matter how precious, it is of no consequence, let alone those above the martial king realm. There are so few in this world at the martial king level that one has hardly ever heard of those beyond it. Mr. Wang, no matter how valuable this item may be, it holds no significance for us. Please, you must accept it. Zhou Daqiang, though astonished, had no trace of regret or hesitation in his gaze, only sincerity and composure. Very well, I shall accept it. However, I cannot take the Starshine Stone without offering something in return. These 2 breakthrough pills are my gift to you. Consider it a gesture of reciprocity. Upon finishing his words, Wang Chen retrieved 2 breakthrough pills from the system space. Mr. Zhou Daqiang and his wife were immediately discerned by Wang Chen. Their potential had reached its limit. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, a breakthrough to the master realm seemed unattainable for them. The breakthrough elixir was perfectly suited for their situation. Mr. Wang, we cannot accept your elixir. It is utterly unacceptable. Upon witnessing the look of trepidation on Zhou Daqiang and his wife's faces, Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Please accept it. I cannot simply take your belongings without reciprocation. These 2 elixirs can facilitate your ascension to the master realm, enabling you both to thrive and allowing Zhou Hao to cultivate with peace of mind. A master realm? Zhou Daqiang questioned his own hearing in disbelief. How could it possibly be the master realm? He and Zhou Hao's mother were currently at the martial master level, he being a senior martial master and she a mid-level martial master. Crucially, their strength had not improved for many years. They were acutely aware that their potential had been exhausted, and it seemed they would never ascend to the master realm in this lifetime. Now, Wang Chen claimed that these 2 elixirs could enable their breakthrough to the master realm. Such a notion was simply preposterous. He had never even heard of such elixirs. Yet, they did not doubt Wang Chen's words. He had no reason to deceive them. The truth could easily be ascertained through trial, so why would he mislead them? Mr. Wang, this is far too precious. We cannot accept it. Our talents are limited, and our potential is depleted. Utilizing these elixirs would merely waste resources. Yes, Mr. Wang, we cannot accept it. Upon hearing Zhou Daqiang and his wife's words, even Meng Ziri and the others nearby displayed expressions of incredulity. Who in this world could resist the allure of enhancing their own strength? This was arguably the most formidable temptation imaginable. Countless individuals had turned against one another, committing heinous acts over a mere ordinary elixir. Yet, here was an opportunity to elevate their power, and they still managed to hold back. This was indeed a spectacle worthy of admiration. At the very least, Meng Ziri and his companions felt they could not have done the same. Just accept it, Lao Meng. Take them to the training room. Certainly, sir. You 2, please follow me. After Meng Ziri gestured for Zhou Daqiang and his wife to proceed, they found themselves at a loss for words, staring at the elixirs in their hands. They had not anticipated Wang Chen's insistence. Wang Chen looked at them with a smile and waved his hand. Go on. All right then. Zhou Daqiang and his wife exchanged a glance before nodding in agreement. To decline further would indeed be ungrateful. After they followed Meng Ziri out, Wang Chen examined the starry stone in his hand once more before storing it within the system space. Researching it now would yield no benefits, as he was still far from reaching the Chen's level. You 2, take the time to rest and recover from your injuries today. Tomorrow, you must begin your serious training. Wang Chen instructed Lung Ningyue and Zhou Hao, then pointed to Xiao Yishan beside him. This is your senior brother, Xiao Yishan. You should all introduce yourselves. From now on, we are all comrades. Greetings, senior brother. Haha, greetings to you all. From now on, we shall be like siblings in our martial journey. Should you have any matters to discuss, do not hesitate to approach your senior brother. Wang Chen gazed at the 3 disciples before him, his feelings quite intricate. While others perceive him as a formidable warrior of the martial king realm, with a youthful visage that concealed his true age, he alone was aware of the reality. In this world, he was merely a high school graduate, much like Xiao Yishan and the others. In fact, if one were to draw a comparison, he might even be younger than the three of them. Even in his previous life, he was but a mere 20-something. And now, here he was, with three disciples. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Chapter 56. Old Zhang's Resolve in the cultivation chamber of the other courtyard. Zhou Daqiang and his wife gazed at the elixirs in their hands, their hearts filled with an undeniable excitement. They had never harbored any doubts about the elixirs before them, since Wang Chen had asserted that they would facilitate their ascension to the realm of grandmasters. They were confident of its efficacy. Yet, the thought of soon becoming grandmasters instilled a surreal sensation within them, as if they were ensnared in a dream. Grandmasters, a pivotal milestone in the world of cultivation. Once they attained this status, they would undeniably be recognized as formidable individuals, even in a large city like Jiangnan. Let us consume the elixirs quickly, lest we keep Mr. Wang waiting. Very well, I shall follow your lead. After exchanging words, the couple settled into their respective places within the chamber. They exchanged a glance before simultaneously ingesting the elixirs in their hands. Half an hour later, they opened their eyes together. Incredible. I cannot believe it. We have effortlessly transcended to the realm of grandmasters. Zhou Hao's mother exclaimed in disbelief, experiencing the terrifying power that was unique to grandmasters, as if she were caught in a fantasy. Just moments ago, they were mere martial masters, and now they have become grandmasters? What manner of elixir is this? It is nothing short of miraculous. You, a novice martial master, have ascended alongside me, a seasoned martial master. Indeed, after consuming the elixir, I felt no hindrance whatsoever. Everything unfolded naturally. Let us take our leave and remember to keep the matter of the elixirs to ourselves. It must remain a secret. Zhou Hao's mother paused upon hearing Zhou Daqiang's words. Upon witnessing his serious demeanor, she quickly came to understand. Rest assured, I shall keep it to myself. They were well aware of the adage, a common man bears no guilt, but possessing a treasure invites envy. Such a miraculous elixir, once revealed, would surely attract unwanted attention. While Wang Chen might be unperturbed, they could not afford to indiscriminately proclaim their fortune. When Meng Zirui and the others beheld the couple emerging from the cultivation chamber, they were taken aback. Though their appearances remained unchanged, their demeanor had transformed, exuding an innate aura of confidence. It was evident that both had ascended to the realm of grandmasters. But how could the transition have occurred so swiftly? Just over half an hour had passed, and they had achieved success. Dad, Mom, you've become grandmasters? Zhou Hao asked, his face alight with excitement. Indeed, it is all thanks to Mr. Wang. Without him, your mother and I would have never achieved this status in our lifetime. Upon hearing his father's words, Zhou Hao was overwhelmed with emotion. This was the realm of grandmasters, not to mention the longevity it conferred. While martial masters had an average lifespan of a century, ascending to grandmaster would extend that to 150 years. An additional 50 years of life. Teacher, thank you. Zhou Hao recognized that it was his teacher who had provided his parents with this opportunity to ascend to grandmaster status. Do not mention it. This is what your parents rightfully deserve. Wang Chen smiled at Zhou Hao, acknowledging that it was indeed well-deserved, especially since Zhou had gifted him a star shard. Moreover, Wang Chen held a favorable impression of Zhou Hao's family. They were genuine and capable. The mere 2 boundary-breaking pills meant little to him, and he would gladly offer them as a gift. What Wang Chen remained oblivious to was the astonishment that enveloped the others witnessing this scene. Particularly, old Zhang, who was cooking, felt it most acutely. He had previously been on par with Zhou Daqiang and his wife, but now Zhou had ascended to the rank of master. Could he not feel envious? He yearned to become a master as well. Even Meng Zirui and Bai Wanqing wore expressions of envy. Why had they chosen to come here? Ultimately, it was to strive for a better future. Following powerful individuals naturally increased their chances of enhancement, and it now appeared that their decision had been wise. Had they not seen how effortlessly Wang Chen produced 2 pills that enabled the emergence of 2 masters? if they were granted a pill of such caliber. Who knew how much time and effort they could save in their pursuits? Suddenly, while conversing with Zhou Daqiang and his wife, Wang Chen felt several eager gazes directed at him. What was this? Upon lifting his head, he met the fervent eyes of Meng Zirui, Bai Wanqing, and Old Zhang. In an instant, Wang Chen comprehended the situation. What is it? Do you have something to discuss? He inquired, maintaining a warm smile towards the trio. Sir, do you have any more of those pills? Typically, when Wang Chen posed inquiries to all three, it was Meng Zirui who responded on their behalf. However, this time, before Meng Zirui could speak, Old Zhang eagerly interjected, his eyes gleaming with hope. Indeed, sir, what kind of pill is that? It's astonishing that it can elevate someone from a mid-level martial master to a master in an instant. Meng Zirui chimed in, clearly coveting the pills Wang Chen had produced. There are more of these pills, and they are called boundary-breaking pills. As the name suggests, they facilitate a breakthrough in levels, specifically in significant realms. No wonder they enabled Mr. Zhou and his companions to ascend to master. If one were to consume a couple more, wouldn't that render them invincible? That seems unlikely. If that were the case, Sir would have consumed them all by now. Bai Wanqing observed Wang Chen and abruptly inquired, Sir, are there any restrictions on this pill? Or is it effective for all realms? Responding to Bai Wanqing's question, Wang Chen refrained from jesting and directly elucidated. You're correct, Wanqing. The boundary-breaking pill is only effective for those below the martial king realm, and each individual may consume only one. Old Zhang, you are currently a martial master. If you successfully break through to the master realm, taking the boundary-breaking pill will allow you to become a grandmaster. As for Wanqing, who is at the pinnacle of the master realm, if you can break through to grandmaster and then take the boundary-breaking pill, it will enable you to achieve the peak of grandmaster. I still possess the breaking boundary pills. Should you desire them now, I can provide them to you at this very moment. The choice lies in your hands. Will you take them now, or shall you wait until you achieve a breakthrough? Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Bai Wanqing was the first to react. Without a hint of hesitation, she responded, Sir, I shall wait until I reach the grandmaster level. In contrast, Chef Old Zhang found himself in a state of indecision. Given his advanced age, the prospect of achieving a breakthrough to the master realm seemed nearly impossible. Yet, the thought of requesting the breaking boundary pills from Wang Chen now left him with a sense of reluctance. After all, the distinction between a master and a grandmaster is monumental. The grandmaster stands atop the pinnacle in this world, and despite his age, he yearns to witness the view from the summit. After considerable contemplation, Old Zhang ultimately reached a resolution. Sir, I believe I can still strive a bit longer, so I will refrain from taking them for now. Oh, Old Zhang, your ambition is commendable. I have faith in you. Keep pushing forward. Wang Chen was genuinely surprised that Old Zhang, at such an advanced age, could exercise such restraint. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Old Zhang's decision. After all, Wang Chen was a nostalgic individual, having grown accustomed to the meals prepared by Old Zhang during this period. He wished for none of them to fall behind due to insufficient strength in the future. Chapter 57. Jiangnan University. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had elapsed. Early one morning, Wang Chen arranged for his disciples, Xiao Yishan and 2 others, to embark on their training journey. Over these 3 days, Wang Chen imparted the martial arts techniques to both Lung Ningyue and Zhou Hao. After 2 days of diligent practice, they had become quite proficient in their respective skills. Although their realms had not yet ascended, their strength had significantly improved. Meanwhile, Xiao Yishan had also advanced to the 6th stage of martial artists. They were all exceptional talents, especially Xiao Yishan and Lung Ningyue, who were the chosen ones of fortune in this world. Wang Chen understood that individuals like them were destined for restlessness. Their life's journey lay in exploration and adventure. However, to ensure their safety, he discreetly assigned Wang Aoyan to protect them. Once they departed, the Yujing villa became remarkably tranquil. Wang Chen found himself slightly unaccustomed to the sudden quietude. Let's take a stroll. It has been quite some time since I arrived in Jiangnan City, and I have yet to explore it properly. Very well, sir. I shall arrange for a vehicle immediately. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Meng Zirui began preparations for transportation. As an elder of the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Chen was entitled to a dedicated vehicle, though he had never utilized it. No need for a vehicle. We can meander about at our leisure. To be candid, given their prowess, the use of a car was utterly superfluous, especially for someone of Wang Chen's martial king stature. A vehicle was nothing but an unnecessary piece of metal. Sir, I shall refrain from joining you. I prefer to train at home and prepare meals. Very well. Old Zhang, focus on your training at home. Best of luck. Ever since Old Zhang learned about the Breaking Realm pill, he had become enamored with cultivation. For the past few days, aside from his usual cooking duties, he had been entirely absent, immersed in his training chamber. Although Wang Chen perceived no growth in his strength over these few days, he refrained from voicing any concerns and occasionally offered him words of encouragement. Thus, Wang Chen, accompanied by Meng Zirui and by Wan Qing, exited the Yujing villa. Upon leaving the estate, the trio strolled leisurely along the road towards the city. They encountered few people along the way, as this was a residential area with a sparse population. Upon entering Jiangnan City, the opulence before them greatly exceeded Wang Chen's expectations. It was more splendid and advanced than the world he had known before his transmigration, with many sights he had never before encountered. The streets bustled with countless individuals, and the most captivating were the numerous, elegantly dressed women. The entire avenue was a dazzling sight, with long legs, fair arms, and beautiful faces captivating even Wang Chen's attention. This was not due to any moral failing or lewdness on his part. Rather, the beauty of the scene was undeniable, and to not appreciate it would seem a lack of appreciation for the finer things in life. In summary, he has lived 2 lives, yet he is merely a man in his 20s who takes pleasure in admiring beautiful women. Is that not natural? What man does not appreciate beauty, unless he is abnormal? It is no wonder that Jiangnan City is renowned for its abundance of beauties. Indeed, it is not mistaken. As far as the eye can see, it is a veritable sea of loveliness. As Wang Chen strolled about, he marveled at the exceptional quality of the women in Jiangnan City. If the highest score were 10, he had yet to encounter any below 6 or 7, perhaps due to their cultivation practices, for the pursuit of martial arts can enhance one's physique. After wandering for over an hour, Wang Chen suddenly inquired of Meng Zirui, "Old Meng, what is particularly special about Jiangnan City?" "Sir, if one were to speak of what is most remarkable in Jiangnan City, it would undoubtedly be Jiangnan University, for it is one of the 5 top universities in the Dragon Kingdom and holds significant influence." "Jiangnan University? How intriguing. Let's pay a visit there." "Certainly, sir. I shall inform Jiangnan University to prepare for our arrival." Meng Zirui responded, promptly taking out his phone to notify the university. "Tell them not to make a fuss. Just send someone to meet us at the school gate," Wang Chen instructed Meng Zirui. If it were a visit to another location, Wang Chen would not mind creating a spectacle, but a school is a place of learning, and they were merely going for a tour. So it was best not to disturb the institution's regular teaching activities. "Understood, sir," Meng Zirui replied, and then made the call to Jiangnan University. In the conference room of Jiangnan University, an important meeting was underway, presided over by the university's president, Zheng Donghua. Suddenly, the solemn atmosphere was shattered by the ringing of a phone. "Whose phone is that? Do you not know we are in a meeting? How many times have I emphasized to silence your phones during meetings? Do you take my words lightly?" The attendees gazed at each other in bewilderment, caught off guard by their president's stern admonition. The assistant seated beside the president glanced at his pocket, and a slight twitch crossed his face. Cautiously, he rose and approached the president, whispering, "President, it is your phone that is ringing. It must be an urgent matter." The president had already deduced it was indeed his phone, but having spoken so firmly, he found himself at a loss for a moment, feeling quite embarrassed. Fortunately, his secretary was quick-witted and had provided him with an escape. Right. It must be something urgent." Zheng Donghua chuckled awkwardly, retrieving his phone from his pocket. "Hello, this is Zheng Donghua." "What? All right. Certainly. Goodbye." After Zheng Donghua hung up the phone, although his expression was grave, There was a glimmer of excitement and exhilaration in his eyes. Very well, you may continue the meeting. It is imperative that the competition this afternoon proceeds without any unforeseen incidents. I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Zheng Donghua hastily exited the conference room. The remaining individuals were left in a state of bewilderment, questioning whether he truly had an urgent matter or if he was merely seeking an excuse due to the awkwardness of the situation. All right, since the principal has pressing matters, let us deliberate on the remaining issues. First, let us discuss the schedule for this afternoon's competition. Upon leaving the conference room, Zheng Donghua rushed directly to the school gate. Just a few days prior, the director of their school had briefed him on the events surrounding the martial arts examination. He had been lamenting the missed opportunity to visit Wang Chen, and to his astonishment, he learned that Wang Chen was coming to their school. What a fortuitous turn of events. Chapter 58. The grand competition among schools. When Wang Chen and his companions arrived at the entrance of Jiangnan University, they spotted Zheng Donghua waiting at a distance. He was alone, save for two security guards in the booth, who regarded him with curiosity. The guards were puzzled by Zheng's behavior, as it seemed he was anticipating someone of significance. However, if a distinguished guest were truly arriving, the security personnel would surely have been notified. Moreover, welcoming such an important figure could not possibly be a task left solely to the president. That would be far too informal. Upon seeing Wang Chen and his companions, Zheng Donghua recognized them as the individuals he had been awaiting. Without hesitation, he jogged towards them. Mr. Wang, I am Zheng Donghua, the president of Jiangnan University. Welcome to our institution. Wang Chen's first impression of the middle-aged man before him was that he was quite adept at navigating social nuances. The fact that he jogged over, despite the short distance, reminded Wang Chen of several renowned figures from his previous life. President Zheng, I have long wished to visit Jiangnan University. I hope I'm not intruding, Wang Chen replied. Oh, Mr. Wang, you are too kind. It is our honor to have you here, and we warmly welcome your guidance on our work. Zheng Donghua responded, his tone excessively formal, leaving Wang Chen somewhat speechless. The incessant mention of work was quite puzzling. Was this truly the manner of speaking adopted by those in leadership? President Zheng, you are far too courteous. Shall we proceed inside? Wang Chen suggested, although he found the flattery somewhat uncomfortable. It was no wonder so many aspired to positions of authority. The feeling of being revered had its allure. Certainly, Mr. Wang, please, General Meng Miss by after you. Zheng Donghua continued to extend his courtesy to Meng Ziri and Bai Wanqing. Under Zheng Donghua's guidance, they entered Jiangnan University. As they passed by the security booth, the two guards emerged to respectfully bow in their direction. Jiangnan University truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 5 prestigious institutions in Long Country. It was not uncommon to encounter students exhibiting martial prowess, a testament to their training that could easily establish a family in smaller cities. Mr. Wang, Jiangnan University is one of the 5 major universities in Long Country, covering an area of 150,000 square meters, with approximately 13,000 students enrolled. Last year, we ranked 4th among the 5 universities. Zheng Donghua informed them, continuously sharing insights about the university. However, as they walked further, Wang Chen observed that a multitude of students were heading in the same direction, engaged in animated discussions about some competition. President Zheng, is there an event taking place today? It seems many students are converging towards one location, he inquired. Ah, Mr. Wang, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Today marks the day of our school's grand competition, and numerous students are eager to witness the event. A school competition? Upon hearing Zheng Donghua's words, Wang Chen chose not to elaborate further. After all, competitions are quite commonplace in academic institutions. Indeed, Mr. Wang, it is once again the time for the annual Dragon Kingdom 100 School Competition, which means not only our school is participating, but also 100 universities nationwide are engaged in this event. Oh, I see. How fortuitous that our visit coincides with this occasion. Wang Chen was familiar with the Dragon Kingdom 100 School Competition organized by the 5 premier universities of the nation. A total of 100 universities are eligible to partake. The competition is divided into 3 categories, representing the first, second, and third years of university. This event serves as a significant criterion for ranking schools. Last year, Jiangnan University secured the 4th position, while the top honor went to the Dragon Kingdom Military University. This competition also represents a struggle for resources as the nation allocates support based on the rankings. The better performing schools receive greater investment. However, this has its drawbacks, as the strong become stronger while the weak falter. The 5 leading universities, with their rich heritage, attract over 90% of the nation's prodigies each year, resulting in an ever-widening gap between them and other institutions. Mr. Wang, the competition is about to commence. Would you care to join us in observing? Zheng Donghua, after speaking, displayed an expression of eager anticipation. Certainly, I am curious to witness the talents of Jiangnan University. Excellent. I shall make arrangements immediately. Upon hearing Wang Chen's agreement, Zheng Donghua, brimming with excitement, swiftly took out his phone to make the necessary calls. Wang Chen holds a distinguished position as a newly appointed elder of the martial king realm in the Dragon Kingdom and is widely acknowledged as the most formidable among them. The mere knowledge of his presence at their school would serve as an exceptional promotional opportunity, significantly enhancing their enrollment prospects this year, especially since several prodigious talents emerged from this year's martial examination, yet they have yet to decide on their academic affiliations. If news of Wang Chen's visit spreads, he would be confident in persuading those exceptional individuals to choose their institution. Although the 5 leading universities dominate the Dragon Kingdom, Jiangnan University has consistently found itself at the bottom, failing to break into the top 3 in annual competitions. Who wouldn't aspire for improvement? A true gentleman born amidst heaven and earth cannot remain stagnant beneath others. Zheng Donghua, too, desires to lead Jiangnan University towards progress. Upon their arrival at the Jiangnan University playground, they were met with a sea of people. At the heart of the grounds stood a colossal competition stage, already surrounded by a throng of spectators. Mr. Wang, let us proceed. A special place has been prepared for you over there. Wang Chen followed Zheng Donghua's gaze and discovered that, directly in front of the martial arts platform, there was a row of dignitary seats, each adorned with identification cards. Notably, the 3 central positions on the platform were devoid of such cards, clearly reserved for them. Even Meng Zirue and Bai Wangqing had been allocated seats, conveniently situated next to the central spot designated for him. Wang Chen exchanged a meaningful glance with Zheng Donghua. This individual navigated affairs with remarkable finesse, truly embodying the essence of social etiquette. Very well, Principal Zheng. Please, Wang Chen gestured courteously. No need for formality, Mr. Wang. After you, Zheng responded. Wang Chen and his companions, each possessing formidable strength, swiftly took their seats on the platform. The sudden appearance of Wang Chen and his 2 associates left the entire audience wearing expressions of bewilderment. Chapter 59. The briefest of remarks. Who is that? I don't know. But look at the principal's sycophantic expression. It must be someone of significant status. Goodness, is this really the principal I know? He resembles a goofy husky. Ha! I recognize that beautiful woman. She is the most esteemed mentor from Kyoto's Wuda. What brings her to our school? Isn't it odd? Do the instructors from Kyoto Wuda even have the standing to occupy that seat? Did you not notice how the principal's position is off to the side? Everyone present gazed curiously at Wang Chen and his companions. The other attendees were all familiar faces among Jiangnan University's leadership, but Wang Chen and his friends were strangers to them. The crucial point was that they were seated in the central position of the podium. In such gatherings, seating is not arbitrary. The closer one is to the center, the higher their status. As soon as Wang Chen took his seat, a middle-aged man beside him stood up with palpable excitement, bowing respectfully to Wang Chen. Mr. Wang, welcome to Jiangnan University. Wang Chen recognized him instantly. It was Shui Pingyang, the director he had met during the martial arts examination. Ah, Director Shui, you are too kind. Observing the principal and director's deference towards Wang Chen, and hearing them address him as Mr. Wang, the others seated on the podium began to speculate about his identity. However, their conjectures were somewhat alarming. Oldly, do you think this Mr. Wang is one of the elders? I dare say so. He shares the surname Wang and commands such reverence from the principal. I cannot fathom anyone else. Indeed, look at the man beside him. He is the former commander of Jinyao City, in the Dragon Kingdom. Who else could command such attention? Should we go over and greet him? Let us not overthink this. Unless he approaches us first, we lack the standing to initiate a conversation. Let us remain discreet. Wang Chen overheard the whispers among the other university leaders on the podium. With his prowess, such murmurs were as clear as if they were spoken directly into his ear. He paid no heed to the others. As for his identity, he had never sought to conceal it intentionally. He preferred to let things unfold naturally. Given his current strength, what did it matter if everyone across the nation became aware of his identity? It was simply a matter of, I am invincible. You may proceed as you wish. As Wang Chen surveyed the scene, he couldn't help but marvel at the depth of Jiangnan University's resources. Scanning the crowd, he noted that there were few students at the warrior level. The lowest among them were high-level warriors, with the remainder being martial masters. Among these students, he even spotted 3 who had recently attained the master level. Though they had just broken through, a master is still a master. Those who achieve this status before graduation are truly rare prodigies. It is essential to recognize that as one progresses in cultivation, the journey only becomes more arduous. Many individuals, upon reaching the warrior level, remain stagnant at the initial stages of martial mastery for their entire lives. In many ordinary universities, the admission criteria are merely high-level martial apprentices. Some students fail to reach the martial master realm even upon graduating from university. Only prestigious institutions like Jiangnan University, one of the 5 leading universities in our nation, can boast a graduation rate of all students achieving the martial master level. Mr. Wang, does your identity need to be kept confidential? What's the matter, Principal Zheng? Why do you ask? Wang Chen responded with a hint of confusion, as he had never intentionally concealed his identity. If he truly wished to remain discreet, he would not have made such a conspicuous appearance. Well, it seems the students are quite curious about your identity. I was wondering if your identity does not require confidentiality. Could I share it with the students? I believe it would serve as a tremendous encouragement to them. As Zheng Dongwu spoke, he felt a pang of anxiety. Closely observing Wang Chen's expression, he had already prepared to apologize immediately should Wang Chen exhibit any signs of displeasure. Fortunately, Wang Chen maintained his composure without displaying any discontent. Of course, my identity does not necessitate strict confidentiality. That is truly wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Zheng Dongwu felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Wang Chen's affirmative response. Initially, he had merely intended to leverage Wang Chen's reputation. Now he could openly advocate for it. It appeared that this year's recruitment would be successful. Cough, cough. Students, please quiet down. Zheng Dongwu's enthusiastic voice resonated across the entire campus. The previously bustling playground fell silent, as no one dared to disregard the principal's speech. This was quite different from Wang Chen's previous world, where leaders held grand meetings while subordinates engaged in smaller discussions. The Grand Master's perception was not to be trifled with. Anyone who dared to defy him would be swiftly identified and face dire consequences. Cough, cough. Students, I am Principal Zheng Dongwu. It is my honor to introduce to you the esteemed Mr. Wang by my side. I have noticed many of you are curious about Mr. Wang, and I have secured his permission to formally introduce him. Mr. Wang is none other than our nation's newly appointed elder of the Martial King realm. As Zheng Dongwu's announcement concluded, the playground fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into a thunderous cheer. It is Elder Wang. He is so young and handsome. This is incredible. We truly have a newly appointed elder from our nation. I wonder if we might have the chance to meet him. Mr. Wang, look at me. No. I must focus on the upcoming competition. Perhaps I could catch Mr. Wang's attention. Wang Chen observed the fervent atmosphere, with everyone excitedly looking at him and calling out enthusiastically. In that moment, he savored the fleeting sensation of being a star. Remarkably, it felt quite exhilarating. Hello, I am Wang Chen. Wang Chen merely introduced himself, saying nothing further, as he found himself at a loss for words. In this scenario, although he possessed considerable strength, it was still his first encounter with such a situation, leaving him at a loss for words. While the system had endowed him with the prowess of a martial king, it had not bestowed upon him the art of oration. In his previous life, he attended a university of little repute, where he learned nothing of substance, merely indulging in leisure. In this life, he was merely a high school student. What could he possibly say in front of such an audience? He had no words. Regardless, He was a most formidable presence here. Even if he chose to remain silent, what could anyone do about it? It turns out Elder Wang is named Wang Chen. We are among the first to know. Mr. Wang Chen has such a melodious name. How impressive he is, speaking with such flair. I truly admire him. This is the most captivating speech I have ever witnessed. He's so dashing. Is my name pleasing as well? What should I say? Does it possess charm? Is it even possible to be like that? Upon witnessing the audience's reaction, Wang Chen was completely taken aback. Chapter 60. A state of apprehension in the past. Wang Chen had heard that once one's power reached a certain threshold, all unreasonable actions would somehow be rendered justifiable. Even a mere flatulence would be perceived as fragrant by others. At this moment, Wang Chen felt that the rumor had been vividly materialized. Whatever unreasonable act he committed, there would always be someone ready to provide a suitable rationale. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Unbeknownst to Wang Chen, his appearance at Jiangnan University had already reverberated throughout the entire Dragon Nation. It is worth noting that the speed of information dissemination in this world was no less rapid than in Wang Chen's previous life. Particularly regarding Wang Chen, the newly appointed elder of the Dragon Nation, the populace was filled with curiosity. To this day, the vast majority remained oblivious to his identity and appearance. In Baiyun City, at the Fukan community, in Teacher Xia Lin's residence, she and her husband, Teacher Du, both of whom taught martial arts theory to senior students, found themselves at leisure now that the martial arts examinations had concluded. Today, neither of them had ventured outdoors. Teacher Du was in the living room, engrossed in his phone, while Teacher Xia was tidying up their son's bedroom. With the summer vacation approaching, their son, who would be entering his second year of university, would soon return home, prompting her to prepare the room in advance. Suddenly, while organizing her son's room, Teacher Xia was startled by the sound of a glass cup shattering outside. What happened? Xiaolin, come quickly. Teacher Du's urgent voice rang from the living room, clearly indicative of a significant occurrence. What is it? What happened? Teacher Xia rushed out of the bedroom to find Teacher Du staring in astonishment at his phone. Beside him lay the remnants of the shattered glass cup. Xiaolin, come see this. Who is it? Is it Xiao Chun? Teacher Du exclaimed, handing his phone to Teacher Xia. It is indeed Xiao Chun. But where is this place? Upon taking the phone, Teacher Xia saw a photograph on the screen depicting Wang Chen seated at the podium of Jiangnan University alongside Zheng Dongwu and others. You also recognize that it is Xiao Chun, don't you? Of course, who else could it be? We have watched him grow up. How could we mistake him? Teacher Xia, slightly irked by her husband's response, could not fathom his reaction. How could one possibly misidentify a child they had known since infancy, especially given that it had only been a short while since their last meeting? Wait, do you know what the news is saying about this? Who do they claim it is? Who else but Xiao Chun? But did you notice where the photo was taken? When I last asked Xiao Chun, didn't he tell me? You know what? If I were to tell you, it would surely frighten you. Old Du, what do you mean by that? How are you speaking to me? Do you still wish to share the same bed in the future? As a proud people's teacher, how can you utter such foul language? Alas, my dear wife, do take a moment to peruse this news article. You shall comprehend its significance. Allow me a moment. After Professor Du spoke, he promptly thrust the phone back into the hands of Teacher Xiaolin. What does this mean? Teacher Xiaolin found herself bewildered by her husband's behavior, as he failed to provide a clear explanation. How is this possible? This is undeniably Xiao Chun. Upon reading the news article on her phone, Teacher Xiaolin was instantly struck with disbelief, her words faltering as she gazed incredulously at her husband, seeking a reasonable explanation from him. Don't look at me. I am as perplexed as you are. Could it be that we misread the situation? It is impossible to have misjudged. That is indeed Xiao Chun. We have not mistaken him. Did you not see that their names are identical? Professor Du understood well that they had not erred. They merely struggled to accept the reality. In their eyes, martial artists were formidable beings, having never encountered a master, let alone a warrior of the royal realm. This surpassed their wildest imaginings, rendering the truth difficult to digest. What had Xiao Chun experienced to suddenly ascend to the status of an elder in the royal realm? His talent as Teacher Xiaolin gazed at the photograph of Wang Chen on her phone. She, too, revealed a countenance of disbelief. She was well aware of Wang Chen's abilities, Otherwise, he would not have been expelled from the school. Now that they were privy to this information, it was likely that others within the school had also learned of it. How curious it would be to see how they would react. Professor Du, with a look of satisfaction, remarked that he and teacher Xiaolin had indeed approached the principal regarding Wang Chen's unjust expulsion. And what was the outcome? The principal not only refrained from reprimanding Wang Chen's homeroom teacher, but also chastised them, claiming they were short-sighted and lacked a broader perspective. Old Du, I must advise you that if anyone inquires about Wang Chen, particularly those from the school, we shall claim ignorance and assert that we cannot reach him. Understood? Teacher Xiaolin said with utmost seriousness. She could already envision the anxiety gripping some individuals at the school. It would not be long before they would seek their assistance. Thus, she felt compelled to forewarn her husband. Do you think I am unaware of this? To expect us to intercede on their behalf is nothing short of a fantasy. As teacher Xiaolin speculated, it was indeed true that some individuals within Baiyun City's first high school were in a state of alarm, including the principal, the director, Wang Chen's former homeroom teacher, and the 2 security guards who had expelled him from school. Particularly, Wang Chen's homeroom teacher, having had little to occupy himself after the martial arts examination, had spent the past few days practicing at home, knowing that training can be rather monotonous. He often sought entertainment to unwind. Today, he had intended to indulge in some leisure, only to encounter the news regarding Wang Chen en route. At that moment, disbelief washed over him. However, after his repeated confirmations, he ultimately had no choice but to believe that the Wang Chen mentioned in the news was indeed the individual he had expelled. The moment this conclusion dawned upon him, it nearly took his breath away. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned around and headed straight for the school, casting aside the highly anticipated event he had planned. Regrettably, it meant that the young lady would earn her pay for nothing. On his way to the school, he had already devised a plan. The expulsion of Wang Chen was not solely his decision. There were others involved. He refused to shoulder the blame alone. Upon arriving at the principal's office, he discovered that others were already present, all familiar faces, comprising those who had participated in the decision to expel Wang Chen. Chapter 61. Strict Punishment and Enforcement. Teacher Sun has arrived. Wang Chen's homeroom teacher, Sun Daji, felt a sudden jolt in his heart upon witnessing the principal's indifferent reaction. Principal, what shall we do? What do you mean by what shall we do? Wang Chen's expulsion was your decision. It has nothing to do with me. Why are you asking me? What? You cannot act this way, principal. When you decided to expel Wang Chen, I clearly expressed my concerns, and you agreed. You cannot do this to me. Sun Daji looked at the principal with a face full of terror. He never anticipated that at such a critical juncture, the principal would focus on shirking responsibility rather than finding a solution together. What did I agree to? Who can prove it? It was you who unilaterally decided to expel Wang Chen. I have yet to settle accounts with you. Old son, this is where you went wrong. How could you expel a student so casually? The school director interjected, immediately shifting the blame onto Sun Daji. You all, upon hearing the director's words, Sun Daji's complexion grew even paler. It was evident they intended to place the entire burden upon him. Moreover, we were merely following teacher Sun's directives, at most. We are minor accomplices. A security guard raised his hand to say, no one was foolish. This was the moment to deflect responsibility. They all understood the situation, and the best course of action was to find a scapegoat. Since none wanted to be the sacrificial lamb, they would seek out someone else. Sun Daji was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Old son, do not blame us for shifting the responsibility onto you. You must realize you cannot escape this. Given Wang Chen's current standing, he might not pursue us out of pride, but his silence does not guarantee that others will not seek retribution. To appease Wang Chen, even the authorities may not spare us. Sacrificing you is far better than having us all face reckoning. And, at the very least, we shall look after you and your family in the future. Upon hearing the principal's words, Sun Daji fell into silence. He knew his fate was sealed. Yet, he felt a sense of injustice. After all, he merely expelled an underperforming student. Why had circumstances escalated to this extent? How could a mere underachiever suddenly transform into a formidable elder of the martial king realm? He felt no guilt, only resentment. Do you think others are fools? I am merely a homeroom teacher. Without your consent, how could I possess the authority to expel a student? You wish to cast all blame upon me. Do you truly believe that possible? Sun Daji raised his head and spoke nonchalantly, since he was already doomed. There was nothing left to fear. What kind of principal is this? What sort of director? You can all leave. Sun Daji, what do you mean by this? Initially, I contemplated extending you a semblance of dignity, with the hope of providing assistance to you and your family in the future. However, I am astounded by your utter lack of gratitude. I hereby declare that Sun Daji has unjustly expelled a student in serious violation of the school's regulations, leading to his immediate expulsion. Expulsion? Huh. Even if you were to cast me out, it would not absolve you of your responsibilities. None of you can escape. Upon finishing his words, Sun Daji stormed out, leaving no opportunity for anyone else to react, since they refused to grant him an avenue for survival. He deemed it unnecessary to engage in further discourse with them. Principal, what shall we do? Sun Daji is correct. We share the blame, and our time is running short. After Sun Daji's departure, the school director, with a grim expression, turned to the principal. Indeed, principal, you must devise a solution swiftly. We, as mere security personnel, are simply following orders. We are innocent in this matter. Upon hearing the trio's lamentations, the principal felt overwhelmed. Was he not also wronged? Who could have anticipated that expelling a mere student would lead to such grave repercussions? Alas, it appears that we have but one recourse left, to seek the assistance of teacher Xiaolin, imploring her to intercede on our behalf with Wang Chen. Yes, teacher Xiaolin had previously approached me regarding Wang Chen's situation. Given their relationship, it should not be too difficult for her to advocate for us. What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. Regrettably, while the ideal was splendid, reality proved to be harsh. Upon arriving at teacher Xiaolin's residence, they discovered that she was unable to reach Wang Chen, not out of unwillingness to help, but due to his unavailability. They dared not question the veracity of this information. This is what they call one person ascends, and all associated rise with him. Previously, they had never regarded teacher Xiaolin and her spouse with any respect. Now, however, they found themselves humbled, only to be met with superficial politeness from the other party, who had no genuine desire to engage with them. They were left with no recourse for indignation. How the tides had turned. As teacher Xiaolin recognized Wang Chen, so too did his classmates. With the proliferation of information about Wang Chen online, his complete profile soon lay bare before many. Among those privy to this information were several esteemed elders from the Dragon Kingdom. Upon learning of Wang Chen's circumstances, while they were surprised by his age, they did not dwell on it. All that mattered was that Wang Chen was a formidable warrior of the martial king realm. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, age is of little consequence. Everything is dictated by power. Subsequently, a call was made, directly connecting the elder's residence in Kyoto to the mayor's office in Baiyun City. The message was succinct: conduct a thorough investigation, impose severe penalties, and show no leniency. Although the call was placed by a mere secretary, the mayor of Baiyun City felt his heart race with trepidation. As the source of the matter lay within Baiyun City, the mayor immediately sought to comprehend the full details of the incident. However, he was merely the mayor of a small city, possessing strength only at the martial master level. This matter undoubtedly involves an elder of the martial king realm, and he is understandably hesitant to act impulsively, fearing that a misstep could bring trouble upon himself. After considerable reflection, he ultimately resolved to convene a meeting with several city leaders and the military governor of Baiyun City to deliberate on the issue. However, before the meeting could commence, a phone call from Kyoto arrived, underscoring the gravity with which the capital regards this situation. He could not afford to be negligent and immediately addressed his longtime partner, the military governor of Baiyun City. My old friend, you heard the call just now. The attention from Kyoto regarding this matter is far greater than we had anticipated. Our indecisiveness may have already drawn their ire. Therefore, I propose we promptly dispatch the city defense forces to apprehend all individuals involved and bring them in for questioning. I share your sentiment. However, I suggest we should also detain those students who harbor deep-seated grievances against Elder Wang Chen. We must address them as well. Alas, If it were not for these detestable rascals, the presence of Elder Wang Chen in Baiyun City would have brought us immense honor. But now it has all been tarnished by their misdeeds. This sentiment struck at the very core of the Baiyun City mayor's heart. Had Wang Chen remained in Baiyun City, he, as the mayor, would undoubtedly have been the greatest beneficiary. What a pity. Very well. I concur. Let it be so. Anyone connected to this matter or in conflict with Elder Wang Chen shall be apprehended without exception. Chapter 62. The capture the principal and director of Baiyun City No. 1 High School, having just returned from a humiliating visit to teacher Xiaolin's house. We're still reeling from the encounter when the City Defense Army's vehicles rolled into the school grounds. 3 combat vehicles came to a halt directly beneath the principal's office. Moments later, 50 neatly organized soldiers of the City Defense Army disembarked, led by none other than Commander Kong Jianxi. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of the principal and director within the office. They had not anticipated such a swift arrival, let alone the presence of Commander Kong himself. The principal's complexion paled as he muttered, "We underestimated the situation." At that moment, he felt regret and fear, his legs trembling as he contemplated the consequences that awaited him. Initially, he had intended to shift the blame onto Sun Daji, believing that although they would still share some responsibility, it would merely amount to a minor charge of mismanagement, one that would not carry severe repercussions. However, it became increasingly clear that they had grossly miscalculated. Even if Wang Chen remained silent, others would not hesitate to act in his favor, further solidifying the might of the powerful. There was no need for Wang Chen to personally intervene. Countless individuals were eager to eliminate every trivial matter in their pursuit of aligning themselves with him. With a sudden crash, the door to the principal's office swung open. Commander Kong, flanked by several soldiers, strode into the room. "Principal Yang, shall we escort you, or will you come with us voluntarily?" Kong's words were devoid of pleasantries. The principal, whose surname was Yang, had previously known Kong, as both were prominent figures in the small city of Baiyun. Yet, in this moment, Kong showed no courtesy. The loss of a concealed Marshal King-level expert due to their negligence was a significant blow to Baiyun City. The fact that they had not directly resorted to force was already a sign of leniency. "There is no need to trouble Commander Kong. We will accompany you," Principal Yang conceded, fully aware that the current atmosphere clearly indicated a desire for severe punishment. The mere act of not being arrested outright was already a gesture of mercy. Should they refuse to cooperate, they would be foolishly misjudging the situation. Perhaps Commander Kong and his men secretly hoped for resistance, as such defiance could earn them commendations. Did you not notice the excitement and anticipation in the eyes of the soldiers following Commander Kong? Yang thought to himself, then I extend my gratitude for your cooperation. Principal Yang, please, after you, Kong replied, a hint of disappointment seemingly lacing his tone. Thus, the principal and director were escorted away by the soldiers of the City Defense Army, stirring a significant uproar within the school. After all, aside from the senior students who had completed their martial examinations, many first and second-year students were still attending classes. What was happening? Why were the principal and director being taken away by the City Defense Army? Who could say? It was evident they had committed some grave error. Otherwise, such a formidable display of force would not have been mobilized. Indeed, the commander of the City Defense Forces is none other than our esteemed governor from Baiyun City, who has taken it upon himself to intervene personally. It appears that the principal and others have committed significant transgressions. Their apprehension is, perhaps, justified, as they have never been paragons of virtue. The students may remain unaware of the reasons behind the principal and director's detainment, primarily because they are not acquainted with Wang Chen. During his time at the school, Wang Chen was relatively inconspicuous, and his expulsion went largely unnoticed. Consequently, the students do not recognize him. However, the teachers are familiar with Wang Chen, having had multiple interactions over the course of 3 years in high school. Upon witnessing the principal's removal, several teachers privy to the details wore expressions of schadenfreude. Many educators disapproved of the principal's arbitrary expulsions of students due to poor academic performance. Yet they were powerless against the institution's decisions. A similar scene unfolded in various locations throughout Baiyun City. For instance, Sun Daji from the Zhejianghua community was also taken directly from his home by the city defense forces. This community is considered a mid to high-end residential area, home to individuals of some standing among martial artists. The sight of Sun Daji's apprehension caused quite a stir, particularly as he was a key figure in the Wang Chen expulsion incident, prompting the city defense forces to treat him with considerable seriousness. They dispatched 10 officers, led by a captain of martial master rank, which is a formidable presence in a modest city like Baiyun. Like Principal Yang, Sun Daji offered no resistance and willingly accompanied the city defense forces. However, there will always be those who are obstinate. When the city defense forces sought to apprehend a student who had clashed with Wang Chen, the individual chose to resist rather than surrender. Zhao Zifeng, the son of the director of the Education Administration Bureau, leveraging his status, he had become notorious for his unruly behavior within the school, even prompting Principal Yang to turn a blind eye to his actions out of fear of his influence. His grievances with Wang Chen were relatively minor, primarily revolving around a few instances of appropriating Wang Chen's cultivation resources. In truth, Zhao Zifeng had little regard for the meager resources allocated by the school. His motivation for taking from Wang Chen was simply for amusement. Given Wang Chen's lack of strength and poor talent, the acquisition of such resources proved inconsequential for him, leading to his passive acceptance of their theft. Eventually, Zhao Zifeng grew bored with the endeavor and ceased his petty thievery. He could be considered the student with the most significant grievances against Wang Chen, as other conflicts were trivial, many of which Wang Chen had forgotten. However, this time, all such matters have emerged in the investigation, resulting in 5 students who had conflicts with Wang Chen being apprehended by the city defense forces. Zhao Zifeng's father holds a prominent position as the director of the Education Administration Bureau in Baiyun City, a figure of considerable repute, possessing strength at the mid-level martial master tier. Notably, their family boasts more than one martial master, with Zhao Zifeng's grandfather also being a mid-level martial master. In the quaint locale of Baiyun City, a family boasting 2 mid-tier martial artists is already considered quite prominent. Coincidentally, today marks the birthday of Zhao Zifeng's grandfather. The household is bustling with numerous relatives and friends, creating an atmosphere of joyous celebration, blissfully unaware of the unfolding events concerning Wang Chen in the news. When the city defense forces stormed their residence with an intimidating presence to apprehend someone, they inadvertently provoked Zhao Zifeng's father. As the head of the Baiyun City Education Administration, he holds a significant position within the city, frequently engaging with the mayor and military officials, often sharing a drink with them as acquaintances. Yet, here they were, brazenly intruding upon his home to arrest his son without cause. Such disrespect was intolerable. Prior to their arrival, the city defense forces had received a stringent directive. Zhao Zifeng must be captured at all costs, for military orders are impervious and merciless. Consequently, neither side yielded, and a confrontation ensued. Chapter 63. Inviting teacher, due to become the principal, the battle commenced swiftly and concluded even more rapidly. The resistance put up by Zhao Zifeng's family did not impede the city defense army in the slightest. They were ruthlessly suppressed, with Zhao Zifeng's father sustaining severe injuries in the fray. Due to the Zhao family's defiance against the enforcement actions of the city defense army, they were all summarily apprehended. It is imperative to understand the gravity with which the mayor of Baiyun City regarded this operation. Extensive preparations have been made prior to its execution. The targets of the arrests have been thoroughly investigated, and all circumstances have been anticipated, including those pertaining to the Zhao family. Among the forces dispatched to apprehend the Zhao family, 3 were martial masters, including 1 senior martial master. This operation was executed with utmost diligence, showcasing the full might of the city defense army. In the grand conference room of Baiyun City's government, 5 individuals convened. Aside from the mayor and the military governor, there were 3 others, representing the pinnacle of power and authority within Baiyun City. Governor Kong, how has the apprehension operation progressed? The mayor inquired at the onset of the meeting. The operation proceeded smoothly. All targets have been successfully captured. The Zhao family, having resisted lawful authority, has also been detained and is currently incarcerated within the City Defense Army's prison, was the response. Excellent. Now we must deliberate on how to manage these individuals, particularly given the involvement of an elder of the martial king realm, remarked a man in his 50s. What is there to discuss? We should handle this matter with the utmost severity. Surely, we do not intend to await the elder's opinion on such trivialities. Given his current stature, he would not deign to involve himself in such mundane affairs. We merely need to present a resolution that meets his approval. Upon hearing this, the other attendees nodded in agreement, signifying their approval of this sentiment. Let us then deliberate on the specifics of this severe handling. Among these individuals, there are both principal offenders and accomplices. Some may not bear substantial guilt, one participant countered. At this juncture, distinctions between principal and accomplice are irrelevant. Our sole objective is to provide the elder with a satisfactory response. Therefore, I propose we exercise caution and impose strict penalties across the board. I concur. We must scrutinize each individual thoroughly and impose the heaviest sentences possible. I too agree. Had it not been for these individuals, Baiyun City would bask in glory. Yet they have brought ruin upon us. Thus, I strongly advocate for severe sentencing. As the participants voiced their opinions, a consensus emerged. All implicated individuals would face the harshest of penalties. There is also another matter to address. With the absence of a principal at the high school, we must promptly appoint a new leader to ensure the institution's seamless operation. Does anyone have any suggestions? The mayor's words sparked a glimmer of interest among the other attendees. I must say, I find that esteemed teacher due from the first school quite commendable and capable of assuming such a significant role. Indeed, old Wang is right. I believe teacher Du would be an excellent choice for principal, and teacher Xiaolin would also serve splendidly as a director. I share the same sentiment. After exchanging knowing glances, the 5 individuals present erupted into shared laughter. Very well. If we are all in agreement, I shall personally approach teachers Du and Xiaolin. Mayor, I believe it may not be suitable for you to go alone. It would be more sincere if we accompanied you. Yes, let's go together. Haha, you old fellows. Since that is the case, let us proceed as a collective. The mayor chuckled, aware that these individuals were eager to cultivate connections, himself included. At teacher Xiaolin's residence, following the departure of the school's principal and director, the two felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Previously, the principal had hardly acknowledged their existence, and they had been reprimanded over the incident involving Wang Chen. To their surprise, now those who once held authority were humbly seeking their favor. Witnessing their subservient demeanor nearly brought forth laughter from teacher Xiaolin and Du suddenly. A knock at the door startled the two, who had been engrossed in the evening news. They initially thought it might be the principal returning. However, upon opening the door, Xiaolin found herself momentarily speechless. She recognized the individuals standing before her, and it was precisely this familiarity that rendered her momentarily at a loss for words. Ah, it is indeed teacher Xia. Will you not invite us in for a moment? Oh, no. Esteemed mayor and honorable guests, please do come in. Once she regained her composure, teacher Xia hastily welcomed them inside, her nervous excitement causing her speech to falter. After all, these were figures she frequently encountered in city news. Yet she had never met them in person nor felt herself worthy of such an encounter. Ah, so it is the esteemed mayor and distinguished guests. Please take a seat. Teacher Du reacted swiftly, momentarily stunned, but quickly regaining his composure. He spoke with ease, exuding a calm demeanor. Ah, teacher Du, you are too kind. We hope not to intrude with our unexpected visit. Indeed, we trust that teacher Du will not hold it against us. Observing their demeanor, teacher Du surmised the purpose of their visit. It was undoubtedly to inquire about Wang Chen. You are too gracious, esteemed guests. It is our honor to have you visit our home. Teacher Du spoke with politeness, not allowing Wang Chen's situation to inflate his ego. Teachers Du and Xia, we have come to seek your opinions on a matter of importance. As anticipated, upon hearing this, teacher Du and teacher Xia exchanged glances, instinctively deducing the topic of inquiry. What could compel these individuals to seek them out, if not the matter concerning Wang Chen? Esteemed mayor, please feel free to issue any directives. We shall not hesitate to comply with any requests within our capability. Teacher Du is well aware that with Wang Chen's presence, They are assured of safety from any external pressures. As for their willingness to assist, that remains solely at their discretion. Teacher Du, in a display of modesty, insists there are no formalities required. However, there is a matter for which I kindly request your and Teacher Xia's assistance. You are both likely aware that the principal and director of Number 1 High School have erred and have since been taken by the City Defense Forces. The absence of both a principal and a director will undoubtedly cause significant disruption to the school. Therefore, we have deliberated and would like to propose that Teacher Du and Teacher Xia temporarily assume the roles of principal and director of Number 1 High School. What are your thoughts on this matter? What? You wish for US to take on the roles of principal and director of Number 1 High School? Chapter 64. One achieves enlightenment, and all beings rise. What audacious words are these? Proposing that a mere martial artist be appointed as principal? How could they utter such a thing with a straight face? Is it truly to curry favor with Wang Chen to the extent of discarding all semblance of dignity? Esteemed gentlemen, you certainly possess a remarkable sense of humor. You must be aware of our circumstances. We are hardly in a position to assume leadership roles in any educational institution. As for Teacher Du, does he not aspire to be the principal of the school? Surely, that is not the case. Which teacher does not yearn for the esteemed title of principal? However, one must possess the requisite strength to qualify for such a position. In Baiyun City, there are only 3 high schools, and their principals are all martial masters. Lacking the necessary prowess while still desiring a high office would invariably lead to becoming a figure of ridicule. Teacher Du's abilities are commendable, having recently achieved a breakthrough as a 9th-tier martial artist. Yet, even with such prowess, he lacks the qualification to lead a high school. In Baiyun City, the minimum requirement to be a high school principal is to be a martial master. Teacher Du, do not be too hasty in your rejection. We acknowledge that your strength may still fall short for the role of principal at Number 1 High School. Therefore, we propose that you serve as the acting principal for the time being until a more suitable candidate can be appointed. The notion of acting principal did indeed stir something within Teacher Du following his recent advancement. He has become one of the more distinguished teachers at Number 1 High School. Accepting the role of acting principal could be seen as a reasonable endeavor. Indeed, Teacher Du, we have considered that, in terms of strength and character, both you and Teacher Xia are the most fitting candidates. We would be uneasy in trusting Number 1 High School to anyone else. As teachers of the institution, it is only natural that you would not want to see the school falter due to a lack of leadership. The mayor's words left Teacher Du momentarily speechless. Strength? Ability? Character? Among these 3 aspects, he felt somewhat confident in his character. However, he believed the other 2 were not particularly relevant to him. There were many teachers in the school who surpassed him in strength. Esteemed leaders, I feel that our capabilities are somewhat limited, and we might not be able to bear such a heavy responsibility. Perhaps it would be better to entrust the school to others. Upon hearing Teacher Du's words, the city leaders exchanged knowing smiles. They recognized that Teacher Du had not outright refused their proposal. Rest assured, Teacher Du, a school is a place for imparting knowledge and nurturing talent. In our view, character is paramount, far outweighing strength and ability. We firmly believe you and Teacher Xia can lead Number 1 High School admirably. Well, since the leaders have spoken thus, shall we give it a try? Teacher Du felt a spark of enthusiasm. The principal of Number 1 High School, which teacher would not desire such a position? After hearing the city leader's words, he turned to Teacher Xia and inquired, "You decide, I will follow your lead." Teacher Xia, beaming with a smile, did not oppose him. She sensed her husband's eagerness to take on the challenge. Given the circumstances, her only recourse was to steadfastly support her husband from behind. Excellent. Since both teachers have agreed, let us finalize the decision. For today, you should take the time to rest. We will promptly relay your appointment documents upon our return, and tomorrow you shall assume your positions at the school. The leaders from Baiyun City, having achieved their desired outcome, did not linger at Teacher Du's residence, but took their leave directly. On the way back to the municipal government, they conferred on how best to ensure a smooth transition for Teacher Du and her colleague the following day. They resolved to inform all teachers at the first high school in advance, mandating their presence to welcome the 2 teachers. If necessary, they might subtly hint at the connection between Teacher Du and Wang Chen. Meanwhile, at Teacher Du's home, with the departure of the city leaders, only Teachers Du and Xia remained. Am I truly the principal now? Have I really become the director? The two exchanged wide-eyed glances, momentarily feeling as if they were in a dream. They had managed to maintain composure in front of the city officials, but now, with just the two of them, they were free to express their unrestrained thoughts. Who would have thought that one day I would serve as principal? This is something I never even dared to dream. Indeed, we owe it all to Xiao Chun. Otherwise, would such an opportunity have ever come our way? Talk of capability and character is merely an excuse. You are right. This truly is a case of one person's rise benefiting those around them. Thanks to Xiao Chun, even individuals like us have become the focus of admiration. Both teachers understood that their newfound status was indeed a result of Wang Chen's influence. As long as he remained in the picture, barring any foolish actions on their part, no one would dare to offend them. Should we inform Xiao Chun? After all, this situation pertains to him, and we wouldn't want to cause any trouble for him. You have a point. However, the news mentioned that Xiao Chun is currently at Jiangnan University. I wonder if he is available to take a call. I will send him a message to update him on the situation. All right, go ahead and message him. At the Jiangnan University competition venue, Wang Chen was engrossed in the ongoing matches, blissfully unaware of the events unfolding beyond his immediate surroundings. It must be noted that the students participating in this competition were exceptionally skilled, each a rare talent. 10 contestants from each grade were selected to represent Jiangnan University in the prestigious competition among numerous schools. The current event was the sophomore competition, with each contestant having reached the martial master realm. Although most were at the initial level of martial master, their prowess was commendable. It is worth noting that some of the strongest individuals in smaller cities were merely at the same level. Suddenly, a notification chimed from Wang Chen's phone, breaking his concentration on the competition. He was somewhat taken aback, as in this world, there were no spam messages or scam calls. His phone typically remained silent, having not rung in quite some time. It is actually Teacher Xia. It seems they have already become aware of his situation. Upon realizing that the message was from Teacher Xiaolin, Wang Chun surmised that his identity must have been exposed, leading to their awareness of his predicament. However, when he opened the message and read its contents, he was taken aback, even finding the situation somewhat amusing. He had not anticipated that the leaders of Baiyun City would act with such swiftness. It had only been a short while, yet they had apprehended all those involved in his dismissal, including even students with whom he had experienced no significant conflict, aside from Zhao Zifeng. This was the aspect that left him both bewildered and amused. During his school days, he truly had no grievances with anyone except Zhao. The leaders of Baiyun City seemed to have adopted a strategy of better to wrongfully accuse 1,000 than to let one escape. Their diligence was indeed noteworthy. Most crucially, they intended to appoint Teacher Du as the principal and Teacher Xia as the director. Given his familiarity with both educators, Wang Chen felt that such appointments were, to be frank, rather forced. Chapter 65. Delivering the elixir. It is not that Wang Chen underestimates Teacher Xia and Teacher Du. Rather, it is a candid observation that, given their abilities, they are somewhat unfit to assume the roles of principal and director of the school. Nevertheless, Wang Chen feels compelled to commend the decision made by the leaders of Baiyun City. Well done. Originally, Wang Chen intended to wait until Teacher Xia and Du broke through to the martial master realm before administering the boundary-breaking pills to them, thus enabling them to ascend to the Grandmaster level in one fell swoop. However, it is evident that further delay is unwise. Although his presence ensures that no one dares to provoke Teachers Xia and Du, if their strength remains insufficient, it is inevitable that once they assume their positions, there will be whispers behind their backs, accusing them of having taken shortcuts. Old Meng, here is a vial of essence blood from a Grandmaster-level demon beast, along with 2 boundary-breaking pills. Please make a trip to Baiyun City, locate Teacher Xia and Teacher Du, and assist them in absorbing this essence blood. It is sufficient for them to break through to the martial master realm. Once they achieve that, let them take the boundary-breaking pills. There is no rush for your return. Simply come back after ensuring they have successfully consumed the pills and ascended to Grandmaster. Upon receiving the vial of essence blood, and the pills from Wang Chen. Meng Zhihui did not hesitate, promptly standing up to accept the items. "Rest assured, sir, I will see to it that the task is accomplished without delay." "Excellent. Travel safely, and do not hesitate to contact me should anything arise." After acknowledging Wang Chen's words, Meng Zhihui turned and departed from the podium. Once he exited the grounds of Jiangnan University, he immediately placed a call to General Zhang Xiaohu in Jiangnan City. As soon as the call connected, without waiting for Zhang to speak, Meng Zhihui issued his command. "Old Zhang, arrange for a private plane at once. It is urgent. Make haste." "Understood, General Meng. Where shall I send the aircraft? Will you require fighter jet escort?" "To Baiyun City, and no escort is necessary. Mr. Wang has tasked me with this mission." "Very well. Just head to the Jiangnan City airport. I will await your arrival." "On my way." After concluding the call, Meng Zhihui swiftly activated his technique, propelling himself toward the Jiangnan City airport. In no time, he arrived at the airport, where a military aircraft awaited him, with General Zhang Xiaohu standing nearby. "General Meng, you have arrived. The plane is ready, and I've already coordinated with the airport in Baiyun City." "Excellent. I shall not be polite. Upon my return, I shall treat you to a drink." Upon hearing Meng Zhihui's words, Zhang Xiaohu's expression brightened, and he quickly replied, "Haha, I will eagerly await your return." "General Meng, directly befriending Wang Chen may pose some challenges, but establishing rapport with those close to him is certainly advantageous. Moreover, as Meng Zhihui is Wang Chen's steward, a position that entails considerable proximity, befriending him would effectively create a connection to Wang Chen himself. The speed of the military aircraft is remarkable. Just over an hour later, the plane touched down at Baiyun City Airport. At this moment, within the confines of Baiyun City Airport, all the high-ranking officials from Baiyun City had gathered, standing at the ready. Over an hour ago, the airport's director received a phone call from the military governor of Jiangnan City, indicating that a significant figure was to arrive in Baiyun City and that preparations for the reception should be made. This news startled the airport director considerably. It is well understood that Jiangnan City, a colossal metropolis, is leagues beyond the humble Baiyun City. The stature of Jiangnan City could easily eclipse hundreds of Baiyun cities, and there was no logical reason for any connection between them, for they felt unworthy. To their astonishment, it was the military governor of Jiangnan himself who made the call. In their eyes, Zhang Xiaohu was already a figure of immense importance, and the thought of someone so distinguished being associated with him was awe-inspiring. Thus, the airport director dared not be negligent and promptly reported the matter to the mayor of Baiyun City. It is noteworthy that Wang Chen resided in Jiangnan City, and upon hearing of the arrival of a significant personage from there, they instinctively thought of him. Wang Chen, after all, was a newly appointed elder of the Dragon Kingdom and a formidable warrior of the Martial King realm. The prospect of such a distinguished individual visiting Baiyun City stirred excitement and warranted utmost seriousness from the officials. Hence, the scene that unfolded shortly thereafter witnessed the entirety of Jiangnan City's elite leadership present at the airport. As the military aircraft touched down, amidst the expectant gazes of Baiyun City's leaders, a middle-aged man disembarked from the plane. "Who is this? He does not appear to be Elder Wang Chen. Ah, I recognize him. He is the individual seen beside Elder Wang Chen in the news. General Meng, is it? Welcome to Baiyun City." The mayor of Baiyun City responded swiftly, recovering from his momentary astonishment, and promptly extended his hands to greet Meng Zhihui. With Wang Chen's identity now revealed, those around him also came to light, making it unsurprising that Meng Zhihui was recognized. "Greetings. I am Meng Zhihui. General Meng, I am Wei Changzhong, the mayor of Baiyun City, and these are the esteemed leaders of our city. We warmly welcome you to Baiyun City to offer your guidance." "Welcome, General Meng. You are too kind. I am here on official business to meet with Teacher Xia Lin and Teacher Du, and I would appreciate your assistance in directing me." Meng Zhihui wasted no time in stating his purpose. Given his strength and status, he certainly had no need for pleasantries. Not only did he represent Wang Chen, but his mastery at the Grandmaster level also commanded respect that the officials of Baiyun City would not dare disregard. "You are too modest, General. I shall escort you to Teacher Xia Lin's residence. Please, this way." As Mayor Wei Changzhong spoke, He gestured for Meng Zirui to proceed. Meng Zirui, however, did not wish for others to accompany them. He requested only the mayor to guide him directly to teacher Xia Lin's home. At the Fukong community, beneath teacher Xia Lin's residence, Meng Zirui asserted, "I can manage from here. Mayor Wei, you may return." Upon discovering the specific room belonging to teacher Xia Lin, Meng Zirui promptly bid farewell to Mayor Wei. "Ah, very well then. I shall not intrude upon General Meng. Should there be anything, General Meng may contact me at any time." After Mayor Wei departed, Meng Zirui ascended the stairs and rapped upon the door of teacher Xia Lin's residence. "Knock, knock, knock, who is it?" A voice inquired, and the door swung open from within. May I ask whom you're looking for?" Teacher Du. Upon opening the door and recognizing Meng Zirui, felt a sense of familiarity, though she could not place him. Nonetheless, she perceived that he was no ordinary individual, exuding an air of nobility, hence her tone was exceedingly courteous. "You must be Teacher Du? I am Meng Zirui, sent by Elder Wang Chen to find you." Meng Zirui's tone was exceedingly polite, contrasting starkly with his demeanor towards Mayor Wei. "Huh? You were sent by Xiao Chen? Please do come in." Chapter 66. A dual breakthrough. Thus, Meng Zirui was graciously invited into the home by Teacher Du. "Mr. Meng, please have a seat. Allow me to pour you some tea." Teacher Xia said politely as she prepared the beverage upon seeing Meng Zirui enter. "Please, no need for formality. We are all acquaintances here. I was instructed by Mr. Wang to bring you both a few items," Meng Zirui replied, producing the essence of a formidable beast and breakthrough pills that Wang Chen had entrusted to him. "What is this?" Teacher Du inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face as he observed the items Meng Zirui extended. "This is the essence of a Grandmaster-level beast, along with 2 breakthrough pills," Meng Zirui explained with a smile, noting the perplexed expressions of the 2 teachers. To be candid, he felt a twinge of envy towards them. Those 2 breakthrough pills were indeed highly coveted, and he couldn't help but wonder when Wang Chen might bestow one upon him as well. "What? Essence from a Grandmaster-level beast? This is far too precious," Teacher Du exclaimed, his surprise evident. "Mr. Meng, we cannot accept such a valuable gift. Please take it back and convey our gratitude to Xiao Chen. We appreciate his sentiment." Startled by their reaction, Meng Zirui paused. "Are you mistaken? The most valuable item here is the essence of the beast. You seem to undervalue the 2 breakthrough pills. While the essence from a Grandmaster-level beast was certainly valuable, it required a combination of various herbs to be transformed into an effective elixir. Direct consumption would yield only a fraction of its potential benefits. Thus, it was rare for anyone to ingest beast essence directly. Moreover, for practitioners of Grandmaster rank, such essence held little significance. From Meng Zirui's perspective, it was difficult to comprehend the teacher's reluctance. "Ah, dear teachers, it is the 2 breakthrough pills that are truly the most precious." "Really?" Teacher Xia and the others were taken aback. "Are you suggesting that these breakthrough pills hold greater value than the essence of a Grandmaster-level beast? What caliber of pills are we discussing here?" Given their current capabilities, they felt ill-equipped to utilize such high-level elixirs. Thus, they instinctively did not consider that the elixir would be more precious than the essence of the beast. Naturally, the 2 esteemed instructors may not be aware that this breakthrough elixir is unique to Mr. Wang. Upon consumption, it can directly elevate one's cultivation by an entire realm. Indeed, Mr. Wang has already taken the liberty to arrange for the 2 of you to first absorb the essence of the beast, which is sufficient for both to ascend to the Martial Master realm. Once you achieve the Martial Master realm, you may then consume the breakthrough elixir to effortlessly ascend to the Grandmaster level. Become a Grandmaster? When did it become so simple? The 2 instructors could scarcely believe their ears. "Mr. Meng, is this truly the case? Can we really become Grandmasters?" In that moment, Instructor Du cast aside any pretense of modesty. Becoming a Grandmaster is not something to be taken lightly. Of course, it is true. How could it be otherwise? Why not first consume the essence of the beast and elevate your cultivation to the Martial Master realm? Is it truly so simple? Wouldn't that be an extravagant waste? Instructor Du inquired, gazing at the essence in his hand with a look of disbelief. To consume it directly seems excessively wasteful. What sort of family would dare to be so extravagant? Just consume it as is. Rest assured, this mere essence of a Grandmaster Beast is nothing to Mr. Wang. He can procure as much as he desires. Meng Zue replied with a carefree demeanor, exuding an air of opulence. Upon hearing Meng Zurui's words, the two instructors ceased their hesitations. To be honest, they too aspired to become Grandmasters. Subsequently, they divided and consumed the essence of the Grandmaster Beast. However, there is considerable risk involved in a martial artist consuming such potent essence. It is imperative that they have a Grandmaster or above to assist in managing the energy within their bodies, lest they succumb to the overwhelming force and perish. Time passed gradually. Meng Zirui's complexion began to pale. After all, he bore injuries and had regressed to the early stages of the Grandmaster realm. Managing the energy for two individuals simultaneously was becoming increasingly taxing. Fortunately, just as he felt he could no longer endure, Instructor Du successfully ascended to the Martial Master realm. With one less individual, his burden immediately lightened. Half an hour later, Instructor Xia also achieved the Martial Master realm. Phew! Excellent. Both of you should take a moment to rest and adjust your state before consuming the breakthrough elixir to ascend to the Grandmaster realm. After Meng Zirui spoke, he collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. It is known that assisting others in managing their internal energy is an intricate task. A moment's carelessness could result in severe injury to the other party, making it a profoundly draining endeavor. Thank you, Mr. Meng. Upon seeing Meng Zirui's pale face, the two instructors could not help but express their gratitude. Although he was compelled to assist them due to Wang Chen's influence, their appreciation for him remained genuine. Alas, the two teachers, feeling no need for formality, accepted the situation with grace. After a brief respite, they heeded Meng Zirui's advice and consumed the two boundary-breaking pills. As the potent elixirs descended into their throats, a fierce surge of medicinal energy erupted, coursing through their meridians like a torrential flood, akin to a barrage of needles piercing their very being, nearly rendering them unconscious. Having only recently ascended to the Martial Master realm, they were yet to acclimate to this overwhelming force. Gritting their teeth, they fervently channeled their internal energy, striving to tame the wild potency. Gradually, the torrent became more docile, intricately weaving itself into their limbs and bones, which crackled as if being reforged. As the medicinal power penetrated deeper, their Martial Master aura surged, advancing to Intermediate Martial Master, then to Advanced Martial Master. Suddenly, their bodies trembled, and the barrier of the Grandmaster realm within them shattered with a thunderous roar. In that instant, an immense pressure radiated outward, stirring a miniature whirlwind within the living room. Slowly, they opened their eyes, and a brilliant light shone forth from their gazes. Had they truly transcended to the Grandmaster level? After exchanging incredulous glances, they felt an undeniable affirmation within. The formidable strength coursing through them was unmistakable evidence of their new status as Grandmasters. Chapter 67. Taking office, is this the power of the Grandmaster realm? It is truly overwhelming. Who would have thought that in our lifetime we could attain the status of Grandmaster? Indeed, we owe it to Xiao Chun. Otherwise, merely breaking through to the Martial Master level would have been quite an accomplishment. It feels almost surreal. As they sensed the formidable power coursing through them, both Mr. Du and his companion found themselves momentarily entranced. This level of mastery was something they had never even dared to dream of before. Now, they had leaped directly past the Martial Master stage to become Grandmasters. They had suddenly risen to the pinnacle of Baiyun City, surpassing everyone else. In the future, even without the connection to Wang Chen, no one in Baiyun City would dare to provoke them. Not even the mayor would have the audacity to do so. Such is the confidence instilled by the strength of the Grandmaster realm. Congratulations to both of you on successfully breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. Meng Zue remarked as he observed the two gradually calming down before rising to extend his congratulations. We must also express our gratitude to Mr. Meng. Without him, We could not have achieved this breakthrough so smoothly. Mr. Du, you are too humble. I am merely acting on Mr. Wang's instructions. Even without my assistance, others would have stepped in. This is indeed true. If Wang Chen were to give the word, countless individuals would vie to assist him. Regardless, we must thank Mr. Meng. This evening, let us celebrate with a drink, and not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Sound good. The following morning, at the entrance of Baiyun City No. 1 high school, all the teachers had received notifications the previous day, instructing them to come and welcome their new principal. Early in the morning, the municipal leaders of Baiyun City arrived in droves. Who would have thought even the mayor would come, accompanied by so many officials? Isn't that obvious? Mr. Du and Ms. Xia have connections with Elder Wang. Who wouldn't he want to curry favor? Indeed, we must cultivate a good relationship with Mr. Du and the others. Who knows? We might also forge a connection with Elder Wang in the future. What, Mr. Du? It should be Principal Du. Yes. Principal Du. All right, enough chatter. Principal Du has arrived. The previously murmuring crowd fell silent in an instant as they spotted a rather ordinary maglev car gliding toward them, coming to a halt right before the assemblage. Moments later, Mr. Du and Ms. Xia stepped out of the vehicle. Greeting, Principal Du. As Mr. Du and his colleague descended from the car, Mayor Wei led the crowd in greeting them, taking the initiative to extend his hand. Good day, Mayor. Thank you for taking the time to come personally. You are too kind. Hello, Principal Du. As Mr. Du exchanged pleasantries with the mayor, others began to introduce themselves and greet him, creating quite a lively scene. Observing Mr. Du's presence, Mayor Wei furrowed his brow slightly. Uncertain whether it was merely an illusion, he felt that today, Teacher Du seemed markedly different from yesterday. Not only Teacher Du, but even Teacher Xia appeared transformed in his eyes. Upon closer reflection, he sensed a subtle, yet palpable pressure emanating from both teachers. It is crucial to note that he was a peak martial artist. The only conceivable explanation for feeling such pressure was the presence of someone whose strength surpassed his own. Yet, how could this be possible? Old Wei, do you also sense that Principal Du seems to have changed? Asked Kong Jianxi, standing gravely beside Mayor Wei. His gaze fixed on Teacher Du indeed. You two have noticed? It is not only Principal Du. Look at Teacher Xia. She is also transformed. Truly remarkable. How could they undergo such a significant change overnight, exuding an effortless aura that only a grandmaster possesses? A grandmaster indeed. How could one transition from a mere martial artist to a grandmaster in a single day? Old Wei, let us not forget the individual who visited yesterday. It is certain they brought something that enhanced their abilities. I shall inquire further. If they have truly attained the status of grandmaster, it would undoubtedly bode well for our Baiyun City. After Mayor Wei spoke, he approached Teacher Du, who was still engaged in conversation with several teachers from the first high school. Principal Du, may I inquire about the current extent of your and Teacher Xia's abilities? Upon hearing the mayor's words, Teacher Du's eyes sparkled with delight. This inquiry was perfectly timed. He had been yearning for an opportunity to showcase his newfound prowess. It would be inappropriate to boast about his abilities unprompted. Truly, the mayor possessed keen insight. Indeed, I have made a slight breakthrough. With Mr. Meng's assistance yesterday, I have barely ascended to the Grandmaster level. As expected, it was indeed the Grandmaster level. Upon hearing Teacher Du's declaration, Mayor Wei exhibited an expression of unsurprised affirmation. Meanwhile, those surrounding them were engulfed in astonishment. I didn't quite catch that. Did Principal Du just say he has broken through to what? Principal Du has become a Grandmaster? How can this be? Wasn't Principal Du merely a martial artist? How could he possibly have advanced to Grandmaster status? Surely, there must be some mistake. Perhaps he meant martial artist? It must be true. Look at Principal Du's demeanor. It is entirely different from before. This natural grace can undoubtedly only belong to a Grandmaster. What could Principal Du have consumed to achieve such an abrupt elevation from martial artist to Grandmaster? Congratulations, Principal Du, on attaining the Grandmaster level. Congratulations, Principal Du. Meng Zerue had been observing from the shadows, and only after Teacher Du and his group entered the school did he depart. Wang Chen had indicated that there was no rush to return, making his intentions clear. He wished for Meng to ensure a smooth transition for Teacher Du and his colleagues. hoping for no unforeseen incidents. However, before leaving, he sent teacher Du a message, informing him of his appointment as principal of Baiyun City No. 1 high school and the news of his breakthrough to Grandmaster level. This sensational information swiftly spread throughout the entirety of Baiyun City, sending shockwaves through the community. The Grandmaster has emerged in Baiyun City. The dynamics of Baiyun City are set to undergo a remarkable transformation. Quickly prepare the gifts. I must pay a visit to the first high school of the city. Come, let us head to the first high school, for Principal Du has assumed office, and it is imperative that I extend my congratulations. A meeting? What nonsense! We are going to the first high school. Bring along those 2 cherished bottles of Tiger Whip liquor. In no time, many distinguished individuals from Baiyun City are hastening toward the first high school. Whether the Grand Master will acknowledge your presence is one thing. Your attendance is another matter entirely. Even if he may not remember your visit, he will certainly recall your absence. Truth be told, in a modest city like Baiyun, a Grand Master holds an almost imperial status. As long as he does not commit any fundamental errors, the state will refrain from intervening, and locally, no one possesses the power to challenge him. In such circumstances, one cannot help but recognize the significance of a Grand Master, who would not wish to curry favor with such an esteemed figure. Chapter 68. Shyness. Upon returning to Yujingbien, Meng Ziri recounted the circumstances surrounding teacher Xia to Wang Chen in detail. After listening, Wang Chen felt a weight lift from his heart. He was quite pleased with the arrangements made for teacher Xia, feeling he had secured a significant favor in the process. Should the opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to extend his goodwill towards the leaders of Baiyun City. Old Meng, you have worked hard this time. Take this elixir. It will not only restore your former strength, but may also elevate your prowess to new heights, Wang Chen declared, tossing a 6-flavor Remania pill to Meng Ziri. Through their recent interactions, Wang Chen had developed a deeper understanding of Meng Ziri and his companions, and he was satisfied with their performance. He had observed the wounds Meng Ziri bore. If left unaddressed, his strength might regress to that of a master in due time. Thus, it seemed fitting to reward him with a healing elixir after his trip to Baiyun City on Wang Chen's behalf. What is this? Meng Ziri gazed at the pill in his hand, momentarily taken aback. The sudden stroke of fortune left him speechless. Part of his motivation for serving as Wang Chen's steward was to seek a remedy for his injuries. Yet, he had been here for less than a month, and already his wish had been granted. It seemed surreal, especially since he hadn't done much since arriving. There were only a few of them here, and there was little to oversee. This is an exceptionally rare healing elixir. Take it, and you might even seize the opportunity to break through to the martial king realm. Wang Chen's nonchalant tone left Meng Ziri and Bai Wanqing astonished. Was such a monumental breakthrough so casually spoken of? Sir, is this not too precious? Meng Ziri, though eager to consume the elixir immediately, maintained a facade of humility in his response. Enough. Your eyes are practically gleaming with excitement. Stop pretending. Go to your room and take the elixir, Wang Chen remarked with exasperation. If you wish to be courteous, at least try to conceal that greedy glint in your eyes. Haha, thank you, sir. I shall take my leave, Meng Ziri replied, and upon hearing his words, Wang Chen waved him off without further comment, turning his attention to Bai Wanqing. Wanqing, I see you're on the verge of breaking through to the Grandmaster level. Here is a vial of Martial King beast blood. Take it to aid your breakthrough. Having already bestowed an elixir upon Meng Ziri, Wang Chen felt it only fair to extend the same consideration to Bai Wanqing and Old Zhang. They were all his people, and he believed in equitable treatment. Besides, he was not lacking in such provisions. If necessary, he could always venture into the beast realm for more supplies. Martial King beast blood? Bai Wanqing paused, momentarily stunned as she looked at the vial of beast blood Wang Chen offered, shaking her head in disbelief. Sir, it won't be long before I can break through to the Grandmaster realm by myself. Therefore, it would be a waste to use the blood essence of a Martial King realm beast. One must understand that the blood essence of a Martial King realm beast can significantly enhance the chances of a peak Grandmaster breaking through to the Martial King realm. It is far too extravagant to give it to someone in the Master realm. Though I am indeed tempted, my rationality compels me to decline. What waste are you speaking of? Take it, for you are mine. There is no need for formality between us, he insisted. And this as well. I shall give it all to you. Consume it once you have broken through to the Grandmaster. After speaking, Wang Chen directly placed a breakthrough pill into Bai Wanqing's hand. Unbeknownst to Wang Chen, his words, "You are mine," left Bai Wanqing momentarily stunned. "You are mine. My person." Her movements halted, her mind consumed by his utterance, as if she had been cast under a spell. A blush quickly crept on her cheeks. Thank you, sir. I shall return to my room now." Without daring to meet his gaze, Bai Wanqing turned and hurried towards her chamber. Unlike her usual composed self, her steps were noticeably frantic this time. What is happening? Why the rush? Truly, in this high martial world, strength is revered, and the pursuit of cultivation is fervent. Wang Chen couldn't help but exclaim as he watched the hastily departing Bai Wanqing. Unlike him, who needed no cultivation and merely indulged in idleness. Wang Chen then rose and sought out old Zhang. Initially, he had contemplated waiting for old Zhang to make an effort and break through to the master realm before providing him with a breakthrough pill. However, that now seemed unrealistic. During this period, old Zhang had transformed into a relentless worker. Aside from mealtimes, he was rarely seen. Yet, Wang Chen discovered that despite all his hard work, old Zhang's strength had not improved in the slightest due to his advanced age and exhausted potential. Continuing this way would merely squander time. It seemed he would have to intervene personally, using the blood essence of a Grandmaster Realm beast to aid him in breaking through to the Master Realm. Meanwhile, upon returning to her room, Bai Wanqing found herself unable to enter a state of cultivation. Wang Chen's words echoed in her mind, and her face felt increasingly warm. She chastised herself, insisting, "I must not overthink. The sir surely did not mean it in that way. Moreover, my strength does not even match his." Yet, she couldn't help but ponder what impression she made on him. After all, she considered herself rather presentable. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Various thoughts swirled in her mind, and the more she contemplated, the more embarrassed she became, her breathing becoming noticeably rapid. Bai Wanqing, what nonsensical thoughts are you entertaining? Regardless of what the future holds, if I wish to accompany the sir, I must possess strength. Therefore, I must not indulge in such thoughts. I need to focus on my cultivation. After taking several deep breaths, Bai Wanqing gradually calmed herself down. She then retrieved the precious essence of the Beast King's blood that Wang Chen had given her. With my current strength, I am merely one step away from becoming a Grandmaster. Thus, I hardly require such an abundance of beast blood. Consuming just a small fraction should suffice. After murmuring this to herself, Bai Wanqing set aside a small portion of the beast blood, keeping the remainder for later use. Gazing at the essence in her hand, she hesitated no longer. Taking a deep breath, she consumed it without delay. Meanwhile, Wang Chen was assisting old Zhang, who had ingested the essence of the Grandmaster-level beast blood, in channeling the energy within his body. This was Wang Chen's first experience with such a process, yet, given his prowess, it appeared remarkably effortless. In less than half an hour, old Zhang successfully broke through to the Master Realm. Subsequently, Wang Chen provided him with a breakthrough pill, urging him to consume it as well, allowing him to achieve a breakthrough to the Grandmaster level in one go. Chapter 69. The half-step martial king at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Chen reclined in a lounge chair in the courtyard, engrossed in his smartphone. This world diverged greatly from Wang Chen's previous life, where the news predominantly revolved around celebrity scandals, either a star's infidelity or another substance abuse. In stark contrast, the news here often reported on monstrous beasts besieging cities, individuals breaking through various realms of power, or heroic deeds of slaying formidable creatures. Recently, the buzz centered around the grand competition among the 100 schools, set to take place in the enchanting city of Magic Capital University in just 3 days. Wang Chen found himself quite intrigued, especially after witnessing the thrilling battles during the Jiangnan University matches yesterday. The combat scene surpassed any cinematic experience. He pondered whether to attend the event at Magic Capital University. Just then, an exuberant voice echoed from within the villa. "I have broken through to the Grandmaster level." Haha, old Zhang burst forth from the villa, rushing to stand before Wang Chen. Sir, I have achieved Grandmaster status. Wang Chen chuckled at old Zhang's animated demeanor. Huh, how does it feel to be a Grandmaster, old Zhang? It's exhilarating, sir. Far more satisfying than any thrilling entertainment. I never dared to dream I would reach this level. I am truly grateful to you, sir. Old Zhang's words momentarily stunned Wang Chen as he caught a curious phrase. Thrilling entertainment? To his surprise, old Zhang, this aged rascal, had indulged in such amusements. Wang Chen had never participated. How outrageous. You've tried it, yet you still talk about it. Enough of this, old Wang. Since you have attained Grandmaster status, perhaps it would be prudent to return to your room and consolidate your cultivation. Oh, very well, sir. I shall return to fortify my skills. Wang Chen waved him off, dismissing the conversation. Let him indulge in his pastimes. It was unbecoming to boast of them, especially at his age. With a puzzled expression, old Zhang departed, unsure of why Wang Chen had suddenly turned displeased. Had he misspoken? It seemed improbable, as he had only uttered two commonplace remarks. Once old Zhang left, Wang Chen resumed scrolling through the news on his phone. This world was vast, brimming with an array of bizarre and fascinating stories. Suddenly, he came across a headline. Wang Chen breaks through to the pinnacle of Grandmaster. Wang Chen sensed that by Wang Chen had concluded her cultivation. As anticipated, after consuming the boundary-breaking pill, she had ascended from the early stages of Grandmaster directly to its pinnacle. Sir, I have reached the peak of Grandmaster. There is still plenty of beast essence remaining. Bai Wanqing approached Wang Chen, her expression somewhat uneasy as she extended the remaining beast essence toward him. Haha, quite good. As for the remaining essence of the demonic beasts, you may keep it for yourself. I have no need for such trinkets. After you have devoted some time to consolidating your cultivation, you may use this essence to attempt a breakthrough into the martial king realm. Wang Chen's mood brightened considerably upon seeing Bai Wanqing, and his tone became noticeably gentler. A stunning beauty, indeed, who would not be enamored. Moreover, Bai Wanqing, in both appearance and character, epitomized Wang Chen's ideal type. Well then, thank you, sir. What for? There is no need for such formality between us. We are all on the same side. Expressing gratitude back and forth seems rather distant. In truth, Wang Chen's words were not solely directed at Bai Wanqing, but also encompassed Meng, Zerui, and Old Zhang, perhaps due to his own strength. Wang Chen often sensed their restraint in his presence. He believed himself to be quite affable and felt there was no need for them to harbor excessive trepidation. Wang Chen's remarks appeared innocuous, yet they struck a different chord in Bai Wanqing's ears. Same side, those two words reverberated in her heart like a thunderclap. Just as she had managed to quell the tumult of emotions within, these words unraveled her composure once more. I understand. Bai Wanqing's face flushed slightly, and she feigned calmness. Her gaze lowered, unable to meet Wang Chen's eyes. What is wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you overly excited about breaking through the peak of the Grandmaster level? In truth, there is no need for such excitement. I believe it won't be long before you achieve a breakthrough to become a martial king. At that point, you can allow yourself to be excited. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Bai Wanqing raised her head, staring at him in disbelief. Was she excited? Unable to distinguish between shyness and exhilaration. It was no wonder that such a striking beauty remained unaffected in his presence. He was, after all, emotionally oblivious. What kind of look is that? Nothing. You were right. Sir, I was just too excited a moment ago, but I'm fine now. Bai Wanqing hastily adjusted her demeanor, reverting to her gentle and demure self. Bang! A loud crash echoed as a figure leaped from the third floor of the villa. Haha, sir, my injuries have healed. Not only that, but my strength has also made a breakthrough. Brother Meng, you've broken through to the martial king realm? Bai Wanqing, astonished, inquired upon hearing Meng Zirui's declaration. A martial king? How rare are they in the dragon country? It is known that upon breaking through to the martial king realm, one qualifies to become an elder of the dragon country. No, breaking through to the martial king is no simple feat, however. I may not have become a martial king just yet I have made a significant leap to the half-martial king level. Half-martial king? Indeed, I have surpassed the peak of the Grandmaster level. What remains is to master the power of heaven and earth, which requires a process. Meng Zirue was exhilarated. Not only had he healed, but his strength had also ascended to the half-martial king level. Once he fully harnessed the power of heaven and earth, he would truly be a formidable martial king. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Had he not been injured, he would still be the commander of the Demon Suppression City, thus lacking the opportunity to accompany Wang Chen, and, consequently, it would have been impossible for him to ascend to the rank of martial king. Those of his generation remain, to this day, merely grandmasters. The path to breaking through to martial king is indeed fraught with formidable challenges. Indeed, mastering the forces of heaven and earth necessitates a process. During this time, focus on your cultivation, for we have little else to occupy our time. Understood, sir. Thank you very much. Meng Zirue responded with profound respect, bowing deeply to Wang Chen. This bow was genuine. Though he may have arrived with ulterior motives, he now felt a true sense of gratitude towards Wang Chen. Enough of the formalities. We are all comrades here. There is no need for such politeness. Just concentrate on your training. Wang Chen waved his hand, perceiving their excessive courtesy. Of course, he felt quite pleased. With the enhancement of their abilities, all three of them had now reached the realm of Grandmaster. Thus, venturing out with them would undoubtedly elevate his stature, befitting his identity. Chapter 70. The Thoughts of Chen Changji 2 days later. Wang Chen resolved to take Meng Zirue and Bai Wanqing to the grand competition of universities in the magical city of Wu University. This marked Wang Chen's first public appearance since his identity was revealed, and the scale of the event was nothing short of monumental. Upon Wang Chen's decision to travel to the magical city, Meng Zirue promptly informed Mayor Pan Yuehua of Jiangnan City. Pan, not daring to be negligent, immediately contacted Mayor Chen Changji of the magical city. The two engaged in a thorough discussion regarding Wang Chen's journey, particularly noting that Meng Zirue and Bai Wanqing would accompany him. Had Wang Chen ventured alone, such arrangements would have been unnecessary. He could have effortlessly soared through the skies, expediting the journey significantly. This trip allowed Wang Chen to experience the grandeur of such an occasion for the first time. The route from their residence at Yujing Biyuan to Jiangnan City Airport was comprehensively secured during their passage, with city defense forces stationed every few steps, creating a veritable fortress. Wang Chen had only witnessed such scenes on television, yet experiencing it firsthand was infinitely more exhilarating, stirring profound emotions within him. Upon boarding the military aircraft destined for the magical city, Wang Chen noted the presence of 4 fighter jets flanking the plane, providing aerial escort. Naturally, the magical city could not remain unresponsive. Upon learning that Wang Chen's flight had taken off, they dispatched 4 fighter jets to greet them in the skies. Midway through the journey, the magical city's jets seamlessly joined the formation of Wang Chen's aircraft. Thus, their plane led the way, flanked by 8 escorting fighter jets, soaring through the heavens. Such an impressive aerial convoy undoubtedly caused a significant stir. "What is that?" exclaimed onlookers. A formation of fighter jets, 9 aircraft deployed at once. Something monumental must be underway. What could it be? Surely, a distinguished figure is traveling. Can't you see that the 8 jets are guarding the central plane? Impossible. What sort of person would warrant such a grand display? Quick, capture this on camera and share it online. Perhaps someone will recognize the significance. It is essential to note that the distance from Jiangnan City to the magical city is considerable. Even aboard a military aircraft, the journey exceeds an hour. Along the way, they passed numerous cities of varying sizes. Countless individuals, upon witnessing the roaring fighter jet formation overhead, hastily retrieved their phones to document the spectacle. As photos of the aerial convoy proliferated online, they captivated the curiosity of many. Which prominent figure is traveling? Why such an extravagant display? This is unprecedented. I recall the last time the Grand Elder visited the magical city. It was not nearly as grand. Does anyone know what this is all about? I am a resident of the bustling metropolis, and I have just witnessed 4 military aircraft departing from the local airport. I am left wondering whether these 4 planes belong to the 8 that have taken flight. Haha, I suspect I might already know who is aboard those aircraft. To the gentleman above, Are you certain you are not merely boasting? I seek clarification from the esteemed elder above. As a citizen of Jiangnan City, I personally observed that this formation of aircraft took off from Jiangnan City. Initially, there were only 5 planes. And I also heard that a road in Jiangnan City had just been sealed off, coupled with what the brother from the metropolis mentioned about 4 aircraft flying out. It is evident that they converged with the planes that departed from Jiangnan City. Who in Jiangnan City possesses such prestige? Think about it. Jiangnan City? It must be Elder Wang Chen. Indeed, only Elder Wang Chen is worthy of such grandeur. This is conclusive evidence. Without a doubt, this is Elder Wang Chen, and it appears he is heading to the metropolis. Ah, how I yearn to encounter Elder Wang in the bustling city. In every realm, there are no shortages of astute individuals, and since Elder Wang Chen did not make a concerted effort to conceal his journey, it was swiftly deduced. Presently, Elder Wang Chen enjoys a significant reputation in the Dragon Nation, adored by all. His formidable prowess was demonstrated when he dispatched a beast of the Martial King realm in the Demon Suppression City as effortlessly as one would slay a chicken. Consequently, everyone recognizes Elder Wang Chen's terrifying strength. In the hearts of the people of the Dragon Nation, he has ascended to the position of the foremost powerhouse. Thus, every action of Elder Wang Chen captures the attention of all. The airport in the metropolis is now under strict surveillance. All prominent leaders and certain influential figures are already awaiting his arrival. As everyone anxiously anticipates, suddenly, a young man hurriedly approaches Mayor Chen Changji, speaking with an air of urgency. Mayor, news of Elder Wang Chen's arrival in the metropolis has spread online, and many people are flocking to the airport. Upon hearing his secretary's words, Mayor Chen was not taken aback. After all, this journey of Elder Wang Chen was not shrouded in secrecy, and its disclosure was to be expected. Old he, have all the arrangements been made? Rest assured, everything is in order. We will not allow anyone to disturb Elder Wang. He-Yong, the military governor of the metropolis, has been a college classmate of Chen Changji, and they have managed this vast super city together for over a decade. Upon learning of Elder Wang Chen's impending arrival, they had made extensive preparations, including anticipating situations such as the one they now face. And they had already established various defensive measures. Well then, it is fortunate. This visit from Elder Wang Chen to our metropolis is an opportunity for both of us. And it remains to be seen whether we can seize it. Why overthink it? Let things unfold naturally. You tend to ponder too much. He-Yong remarked nonchalantly in response to Chen Changji's words. They are not only classmates, but also close friends. Recently, they received news that Elder Wang Chen gifted a Martial King realm beast to the nation. The formidable beast of the Martial King realm has had its essence extracted by the nation, with 3 portions of this precious blood allocated to Nangong Wentian of the Demon Suppression City, Jiang Wei of the Lintian City, and Zhao Ziwu of the Qinglong Legion. It is rumored that all 3 are currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the Martial King realm. It may not be long before the Dragon Kingdom witnesses the emergence of 3 new Martial Kings. Upon hearing this news, Chen Changji was overcome with envy, for he shared a university bond with He-Yong and Nangong Wentian, and in their school days, they were affectionately referred to as the 3 Musketeers. Now, while Nangong Wentian inches closer to a breakthrough into the Martial King realm, they find themselves lingering at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster stage. There's a saying that aptly captures Chen Changji's sentiment. One fears a brother's hardships, yet also dreads his brother's prosperity. This encapsulates Chen's current state of mind. Thus, upon learning of Wang Chen's impending arrival in the magical metropolis, a restless excitement stirred within him. They all understand that Wang Chen possesses more than 1 beast of the Martial King realm, for a single beast can yield 3 portions of essence. This implies that Wang Chen is far from lacking in the vital essence of Martial King beasts. Chen shared his thoughts with He-Yong, as he too yearned for his friend to seize this opportunity. While they were uncertain if they could acquire the beast's essence bestowed by Wang Chen, they believed that providing exemplary service to him would surely present them with a glimmer of hope, even if this occasion did not grant them the coveted essence. At the very least, they could leave a favorable impression on Wang Chen, which might open doors for future opportunities. Chapter 71 Du Zitong, the thunderous roar of the airplane's engine surged like tumultuous waves, rolling in from the horizon. As the aircraft drew nearer, the sound intensified dramatically, reminiscent of countless drums being struck in unison. Elder Wang Chen had arrived, and everyone was prepared to welcome him. Observing the approaching plane, Chen Changji solemnly cautioned those beside him, instinctively adjusting his attire. When the plane finally came to a halt, the first to disembark was not Wang Chen, but Meng Zirui. Upon stepping out, he scanned the area before respectfully positioning himself at the side of the aircraft's entrance. As Wang Chen and Bai Wanqing emerged from the airplane, he immediately noticed the large crowd gathered below the aircraft's door. "Welcome, Mr. Wang, to Moda City." The harmonious voices of dozens resonated in unison, momentarily leaving Wang Chen at a loss for words. A response of "You must have worked hard, comrades," felt somewhat inappropriate. With no other recourse, Wang Chen feigned aloofness, nodding and uttering, "You are all too kind. Mr. Wang, I am Chen Changji, the mayor of Moda City. It is a privilege to welcome you here to guide our work." At the moment Wang Chen stepped off the plane, Chen Changji excitedly approached him, extending both hands. "Hello, my dear Chen." Wang Chen shook hands with Chen Changji, feeling the firm grip, which clearly reflected the mayor's excitement. Wang Chen was puzzled, wondering what warranted such fervor. After all, he was not a captivating beauty. "Mr. Wang, allow me to introduce you to the commander of the Modu City Defense Forces, He-Yong, who is a college classmate of mine." "Greetings, Mr. Wang. I am He-Yong." Upon hearing Chen Changji's introduction, He-Yong hurriedly stepped forward, extending his hands to greet Wang Chen. Wang Chen exchanged a handshake and replied, "Hello, Commander He." Subsequently, Chen Changji introduced several other leaders from Moda City, including a few distinguished individuals, among whom one particularly piqued Wang Chen's interest, Zhang Xinjian, the president of Modu Wu University. In terms of renown, Zhang Xinjian, as the president of Modu Wu University, overshadowed that of Mayor Chen Changji. Throughout the Dragon Nation, while many recognize Modu as one of the two super cities, few are familiar with the identity of its mayor. In contrast, Zhang Xinjian, as the head of one of the 5 prestigious universities in the nation, is a well-known figure in a world where martial prowess is revered, with nearly all who have taken martial examinations having heard of him. Each year, following the martial exams, university presidents typically make media appearances to outline their enrollment plans, including Zhang Xinjian. "Hello, Mr. Wang. I am Zhang Xinjian, the president of Modu Wu University." With Chen Changji's introduction, Zhang Xinjian cordially greeted Wang Chen. In contrast to the sycophantic attitudes of others, Zhang Xinjian appeared to possess a certain nobility. His demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant, imbued with courtesy that carried a sense of respect, yet devoid of any trace of flattery. "Haha, Principal Zhang, you are being too modest. I have certainly heard of your esteemed name." Wang Chen remarked with a smile. "I have come to the magical city to witness the grand competition of numerous schools. I have heard that one requires an invitation to attend if they are not from one of the 100 schools. Might I request an invitation from you, Principal Zhang?" Wang Chen was well aware that, given his current status, he had no need for such an invitation. His very identity served as the most compelling invitation. "Mr. Wang, it is our honor to have you attend the grand competition. What need have we for an invitation?" "You are teasing me," Principal Zhang replied, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face, though excitement flickered in his eyes. Historically, no formidable warriors had attended the grand competition. If Wang Chen were to grace their event, it would bring immense prestige to their institution. Just by that merit alone, they could overshadow the other 4 esteemed academies. "Haha, then it is settled," Wang Chen declared. "Very well, Mr. Wang. I shall eagerly await your arrival at the Magical City Martial University tomorrow." Subsequently, Wang Chen followed Chen Changji into a vehicle they had prepared in advance. The convoy set off, gradually making its way out of the airport. As soon as the convoy exited the airport, Wang Chen was met with a cacophony of voices. "Look, a convoy is coming out. Elder Wang must be in that very vehicle." Alas, they could not see him. What should they do? "Elder Wang, I adore you." "I long to meet Elder Wang." The area outside the airport was a veritable sea of humanity, with throngs of people lining the streets. Wang Chen was taken aback by such an occurrence. Had his fame grown to this magnitude? Although surprised, he dared not exit the vehicle to greet the adoring crowd, for they appeared to be somewhat frenzied. It was no wonder that many celebrities in his past life required numerous bodyguards whenever they ventured out. If he were to step out, he might be torn apart by the very fans who adored him. Though he was a formidable warrior, he could not bring himself to harm these innocent individuals, as they were, after all, his admirers. Moreover, he understood that as a powerful warrior, he must maintain an air of aloofness. Fortunately, in this high martial world, despite their fervor, the crowd retained a semblance of rationality. They would not dare to recklessly accost a powerful warrior. Chen Changji and the others had prepared a lavish mountaintop villa for Wang Chen. As they approached the villa, the rest of the entourage ceased to follow, leaving only Chen Changji and He Yong to accompany him. Upon entering the villa, Chen Changji provided Wang Chen with an overview of the premises before taking his leave, assuring him that should he require anything, he could call upon them at any time, and they would be at his service. Wang Chen and his companions did not linger long within the villa. After taking a turn, Wang Chen led them away from the villa, making their way towards the bustling center of Magic City. As a super metropolis in the Dragon Kingdom, it was a rare opportunity to explore, and how could they possibly resist? Despite Wang Chen's current status as a formidable warrior, deep down, he remained a young man. In his previous life, poverty had prevented him from visiting grand cities. Now that he stood at the pinnacle of this world, he felt no need for reservations. It was time to make amends for the regrets that lingered in his heart. However, as soon as they entered the city center of Magic City, Wang Chen sensed a familiar aura. Instinctively, he turned towards the source of this resonance. Not far from them, two groups of young people were locked in confrontation. Judging by their appearance, both groups were likely university students, embroiled in conflict for reasons unknown. Among them was a young man whose presence struck Wang Chen as particularly familiar. Du Ziton? What was he doing here? Chapter 72. What are you staring at? Despite recognizing a familiar face, Wang Chen refrained from approaching for a greeting. It was evident that the individual was in distress, as a crowd had already gathered to witness the spectacle. Wang Chen, accompanied by Meng Zue and by Wan Qing, made his way over. Although this was a world of advanced martial arts, the innate curiosity of the populace mirrored that of Wang Chen's previous life. In the midst of the commotion, two groups of individuals had formed. One comprised entirely of males, among whom was a particularly unsightly man, perhaps born with such unfortunate features. The opposing group consisted of 4 men and 2 women, one of whom was Wang Chen's acquaintance, Du Ziting. The leader of the all-male faction suddenly directed a question at Du Ziting's group. Are you here to participate in the grand competition of schools? Which institution do you represent? Unfazed, Du Ziting's group retorted, what concern is it of yours which school we hail from? If you do not apologize, do not blame us for being impolite. The atmosphere thickened with tension as Du Ziting's party, clearly incensed, responded with vehemence. How dare you? You're asking for an apology? You must be dreaming. You have no right to dictate our actions. We can do as we please. The source of this conflict lay with the lewd gazes cast by the unsightly man upon Du Ziting's female companions, coupled with his crude remarks. Even at this juncture, the lewd individual showed no signs of restraint, igniting the fury of Du Ziting's group. What are you staring at? This seemingly innocuous phrase held an extraordinary weight. The moment it was uttered, the 6 men instinctively replied in unison, what are you looking at? Their collective voice resonated with an intensity reminiscent of a grand military parade from Wang Chen's previous life. This unexpected display left the onlookers momentarily speechless. Goodness, the youth today have no sense of martial ethics. Did they not consider the surprise they might evoke? While the spectators were taken aback, Du Ziting and his companions remained undeterred. Reacting almost reflexively, they pointed at their adversaries and shouted, try staring again. The surrounding crowd, still reeling from the initial shock, was further jolted by this sudden outburst. The synchrony of voices was striking, as though they had been meticulously trained. Most astonishingly, the power of their rallying cry seemed to possess an enchanting quality, compelling others to join in. The all-male faction, Try it if you dare. Du Zeding's group. What are you staring at? The all-male faction, joined by the onlookers. What are you looking at? Du Zeding and the surrounding crowd. Try staring again. The all-male faction, joined by the onlookers. Try it if you dare. As Wang Chen beheld the scene before him, he nearly erupted with laughter. Even Wang Chen covered her delicate lips with her hand, though the subtle tremors at the corners of her eyes revealed her struggle to suppress her amusement. Meanwhile, Meng Ziri had already immersed himself among the surrounding crowd. Not only that, but amidst the cacophony of voices, his call resounded the loudest. Look, you scoundrels! Brothers, let us get them! Bang! Ah, you rascals! How dare you ambush us? You lack martial ethics. Brothers, let us finish them off. Damn it! Quickly dodge! Don't let their blood splatter on us. Observing the commotion, the onlookers instinctively stepped back, allowing ample space for the combatants to engage. At this moment, Meng Ziri returned to Wang Chen's side, though a hint of lingering excitement still danced across his expression. Sir, should we intervene? Meng Ziri inquired. No need. They're not fools. They wouldn't dare to escalate to fatality. Let them be. Wang Chen was quite surprised. Every movement of both parties was within his perceptive grasp. He was utterly astonished to see that the first to strike was actually Du Zedong. In his memory, Du Zedong was not an impulsive individual. On the contrary, he was relatively mild-mannered. How could he have changed so drastically in such a short span? Go for it, handsome. Target his lower regions. Oh dear, how shameless. He.S. attacking the girl as private parts. Look at that lecherous face. He clearly isn't a good person. Hurry up and fight, or the city defense forces will arrive. The crowd, reveling in the spectacle, was all too eager to voice their opinions. Wang Chen discerned that both groups were likely representatives of their respective schools participating in the grand competition of 100 schools. However, given their displayed prowess, the strongest among them barely reached the 9th tier of martial artists. It was evident that both schools were relatively weak, ranking towards the bottom of the 100. Although the skirmish appeared intense, it was merely a trivial altercation. Not only Wang Chen and his companions, but even the spectators did not take it seriously. After all, this was the Magic City, where nearly anyone one could encounter was at least a martial artist, with many martial masters present as well. In Wang Chen's perception, among the crowd, there were 8 martial masters and even 1 grandmaster. Stop fighting. The city defense forces are coming. A voice rang out, causing the onlookers to scatter, and even the combatants ceased their tussle simultaneously. Although fighting was not outright prohibited in the city, especially in a world of high martial arts where drawing blades over minor disagreements was commonplace, one could not act recklessly. If one continued to fight in the presence of the city defense forces, it would be seen as a blatant disregard for authority, risking arrest and subsequent consequences. It must be understood that in this world, the city defense forces held considerable power to act as they pleased. What is everyone doing gathered here? Disperse. Disperse. Now, pray tell me, why are you engaging in combat here? A middle-aged man, the leader of the city defense army, approached Du Zeding and his companions with an inquiry. It was evident that they were already aware of who was involved in the altercation. Fear not, dear city defense officer. We were merely having some fun. One replied, Indeed, we have all come to participate in the great tournament of schools. We happened to cross paths, and, in a moment of exuberance, engaged in a friendly spar. Another chimed in, Yes, we were merely sparring, not fighting. The middle-aged man surveyed the group with a discerning gaze, then nodded slightly. Since there is no harm done, you may disperse. As you are here in a Magic City for the great tournament, focus on your preparations and refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. Understood? Understood. We shall be on our way, came their chorus of agreement. Thus, this minor farce concluded with the intervention of the city defense army. Du Zeding and his companions dared not linger, swiftly vanishing from sight. Wang Chen, observing Du Zeding's retreating figure, chose not to pursue him, but instead turned to Meng Ziri and remarked, Let us also depart and explore a bit more. Chapter 73. Confidence. As Du Zedong and his companions returned to the hotel, they were unexpectedly confronted by their principal. The grand inter-school competition was set to commence the following day, and it had been agreed that they would utilize their time in the hotel for thorough preparation. To facilitate this, The principal had even provided them with additional training resources. However, in a moment of distraction, the students had vanished without a trace. What have you all been up to? Were you not instructed to focus on your training here in the hotel? And why do you appear so disheveled? What transpired? Initially poised to reprimand them, the principal's intentions shifted upon witnessing their disheartened demeanor. It was crucial to remember that they were in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, a place teeming with formidable individuals and countless experts. Despite his status as a university president, he recognized that it paled in comparison to the might present in Magic City. In the hierarchy of the Dragon Kingdom's educational institutions, besides the 5 prestigious universities, those ranked in the top 20 were considered elite, while those from 21 to 50 fell into the second tier. Schools ranked below 50 were, at best, regarded as mere diploma mills. Given the stature of their own institution, it could hardly compete with even the third-rate families of Magic City. Upon observing the state of his students, the principal surmised that they had encountered some form of conflict. His only hope was that they had not offended anyone of significant influence. Principal, we had a minor altercation with students from another school, but it's been resolved, so no need to worry. An altercation with students from another school? That is not too concerning, as long as you haven't crossed paths with any local powers in Magic City. The principal's anxiety eased upon realizing they had not provoked any of the local factions. Rivalries and conflicts among students were commonplace. Even if they had clashed with a superior institution, it was not an insurmountable issue, as they were all part of the same educational system. Which school were these students from? When not entirely sure, they never disclosed their school's name. And what are their strengths? Their capabilities were comparable to ours. We engaged in a skirmish, but neither side gained the upper hand. Well then, that is a relief. You all should rest now and prepare thoroughly for tomorrow as competition. With that, the principal departed, a look of ease replacing his earlier tension. After exchanging farewells, Du Zedong and his friends retreated to their respective rooms. Although the recent confrontation had posed no significant danger, it had still taken a toll on their energy, necessitating some recuperation. Once back in his room, Du Zedong opted not to resume his training immediately. Instead, he poured himself a glass of water and sipped it slowly, reflecting on the day's events. He felt a twinge of astonishment at his own impulsiveness during the encounter. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room, jolting him from his reverie. As Du Zedong opened the door, he was greeted by the charming figure of his girlfriend, Guo Xiaoya, standing at the threshold. "Come in, Xiao Yue." He beckoned. As she stepped inside, she inquired, "Zedong, I hope I'm not interrupting your training?" "Not at all," he replied. "I just took a brief rest and have yet to begin my practice." Once seated, Du Zedong poured a glass of water for Guo Xiaoya. "Is there something urgent that brings you here?" Though they were a couple, he sensed that her visit had a purpose, especially with the prestigious competition looming tomorrow, a time when one should be diligently honing their skills. Moreover, having recently endured a battle, they both needed to recuperate their inner strength. It seemed unlikely that her sudden appearance was merely for romantic discourse. Their desires had not yet reached such fervor. "Well, there is something," she confessed. "I wanted to ask why you acted so impulsively today. You're not usually one to jump into a confrontation." "Ah, you mean my reaction during the scuffle?" he replied, slightly taken aback. "What is so difficult to understand?" It was a perfectly natural response. That lecherous man not only leered at you with those lascivious eyes, but also uttered such vile words. As your boyfriend, how could I possibly tolerate that? You may see me as mild-mannered, but I am a man of principles. I must protect my girlfriend with my very life. His words resonated with conviction, and in that moment, Du Zedong appeared to grow larger in Guo Xiaoya's eyes. An overwhelming sense of security enveloped her, causing her heart to race, and she nearly yearned to leap into his arms. "Thank you, I understand now. I should be going. Please, take care of yourself," she said, rising to leave. Her cheeks flushed, her heartbeat quickened, and she found it difficult to meet his gaze, her steps betraying a hint of nervousness. However, as Guo Xiaoya reached the door, she paused and turned back to Du Zedong, saying, "I'm very happy today, and I will cherish your words." With that, she departed, leaving Du Zedong in a state of quiet turmoil. What he had conveyed to her was indeed heartfelt. Their relationship had been established long ago, and his affection for her was profound. He was genuinely willing to safeguard this bond with his life. Yet, the impetus for his boldness today stemmed from a deeper revelation. He had learned that his parents had achieved the status of masters, understanding the circumstances that led to their breakthrough. Indeed, Du Ziding was the son of Master Xiaolin and Master Du, a childhood companion of Wang Chen. Although he was 2 years older than Wang Chen, they had spent much of their youth together, and their bond had always been strong. During this period, the discussions surrounding Wang Chen's identity have garnered significant attention, and he is naturally aware of it. He never anticipated that Wang Chen would ascend to the esteemed position of an elder in the martial king realm of the Dragon Kingdom, standing atop its pinnacle. He refrained from reaching out to Wang Chen, uncertain if the bond they once shared still held any significance for him. There's a saying that accompanying a ruler is akin to befriending a tiger. Given Wang Chen's current prowess, countless individuals are eager to forge connections with him, and the social dynamics between them have undoubtedly shifted. From the perspective of his parents' circumstances, it is evident that Wang Chen still values their friendship. Otherwise, he would not have assisted his parents in breaking through to the master realm. While he does not intend to exploit Wang Chen's status for his own gain, he firmly believes that if someone were to unjustly bully him, Wang Chen would not stand idly by. This belief serves as his source of confidence. Today, he had the audacity to take direct action, firstly because they were in the right, and secondly due to the unspoken strength that Wang Chen bestowed upon him. Although their relationship with Wang Chen remains discreet, even his girlfriend, Gui Xiaoya, is unaware of it. This does not diminish the unparalleled confidence he draws from it. This is precisely why he could suddenly shed his formerly docile demeanor and boldly confront his adversaries. Chapter 74. Astonishment in the evening. Wang Chen and his companions returned to their lodging after a day filled with exploration, having witnessed the splendor of the magical metropolis. They had visited numerous renowned locations they had only heard of before and indulged in a variety of local delicacies. Old Meng, please seek out those students who clashed on the street today. One party comprises students from the Literature College, and among them is the son of Teacher Xia. Bring him to me. Wang Chen felt it was essential to meet Du Zitong, especially since their relationship was quite amicable. In his memories, they had been neighbors in their childhood, attending school together each day. Over time, Wang Chen's classmates came to believe that Du Zitong was his elder brother. Children are often innocent. Having an older brother provides a sense of protection that is profoundly reassuring. Many assumed that Wang Chen had an older brother 2 grades above them, which deterred anyone from bullying him at school. Thus, Wang Chen indirectly benefited from Du Zitong's reputation, riding on his coattails. While Du Zitong possessed considerable talent, Wang Chen's gifts were modest, yet Du Zitong had never looked down upon him for it. Their bond, though not quite akin to brotherhood, was strikingly close, and Wang Chen cherished this camaraderie. I understand, sir. I will head out immediately, Meng Ziri replied without hesitation before departing. Based on the information provided by Wang Chen, he promptly contacted the principal of Magic City Wu University, Zhang Xinjian. As the host of the Grand Inter-School Competition, Wu University would certainly have information regarding other participating institutions. A simple inquiry should reveal Du Zitong's current whereabouts. Even if the staff at Wu University were unaware, they could certainly assist in the search, as all were part of the same academic system and would possess contact details for one another, such as the allure of authority. With merely a phone call, one can uncover the desired information. At the Millennium Hotel in Magic City, where Du Zitong and his companions were staying, the establishment is considered quite upscale. Although they hailed from a smaller city and might not seem significant in the grand scheme of Magic City, their affiliation with the university justified their choice of accommodation. Upon arriving at the hotel, Meng Ziri discreetly approached the manager, who provided him with Du Zitong's room number. General Meng. A knock at the door roused Du Zitong from his meditative state. Upon opening the door and recognizing Meng Ziri, he paused for a moment before responding. Greeting, Brother Du. I must trouble you to accompany me. Mr. Wang wishes to see you. Why, you mean Mr. Wang wishes to see me now? Indeed, Brother Du. Please prepare yourself swiftly. We wouldn't want Mr. Wang to be kept waiting, Meng Ziri said courteously, addressing Du Zitong with a respectful title. For no other reason than the relationship between Du Zitong and Wang Chen, it is necessary for him to exercise a degree of politeness. As the saying goes, one should not merely regard the monk's face, but also that of the Buddha. Being courteous poses no detriment to him. All right, please wait a moment, General Meng. I shall inform our principal, lest they grow concerned, he said. Very well. I shall wait downstairs for Brother Du after speaking. Meng Zhui turned and departed. Knock, knock, knock. Du Zitong, feeling somewhat agitated, rapped on the principal's door. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not excited about meeting Wang Chen. Despite having grown up together, Wang Chen now held the esteemed position of an elder in the martial king realm of the Dragon Kingdom. For ordinary martial artists, such a figure is indeed an unattainable existence. Were it not for their connection with Wang Chen, they would not even possess the qualifications to meet him. It is you, Du Zitong. What brings you here? The principal opened the door, somewhat surprised, uncertain as to why Du Zitong, instead of diligently cultivating in his room. I come to seek him out. Principal, I need to step out for a moment. I wanted to inform you. What? You're going out again? What is it this time? You must realize that your most pressing concern now is to focus on your cultivation in preparation for tomorrow's competition. The principal's demeanor was grave. You went out once today and got into a conflict. Thankfully, it did not escalate into a major issue. And now you wish to go out again? What if you provoke someone else? You truly are a source of worry. Principal, I genuinely have business to attend to. A senior is waiting for me downstairs. You mean to say someone is waiting for you downstairs? Do not deceive me. I have not heard of any relatives you have in the Magic City, the principal replied, not speaking falsely. For being a representative of the school at the competition, he was well acquainted with each student. Du Zitong was no exception. The school had long since clarified his background, which was quite clean, and there was no mention of any relatives in the Magic City. Indeed, principal, would I dare to deceive you? I must take my leave. Otherwise, it would be improper to keep them waiting. With that, Du Zitong prepared to turn away, feeling a sense of urgency. It was General Meng Zhui who was there to meet him, a formidable master. Should he keep the general waiting for too long, it might provoke displeasure, which could spell trouble. Now, the entire nation was aware that Meng Zhui was aligned with Wang Chen. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to provoke, but the little ghosts are troublesome. If Meng Zhui were to hold a grudge against him, believing he had become arrogant due to Wang Chen's status, he would be grievously wronged. Wait a moment. I shall accompany you. The principal interjected. You are a student of our school, one whom I have personally guided. I cannot allow you to venture out alone at night. Do not fall prey to deceit. Hearing the principal's words, Du Zitong was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the principal would choose to accompany him. Furthermore, seeing the principal's serious expression, he felt a touch of gratitude. Very well, let us proceed, principal, lest we keep our esteemed senior waiting. Du Zitong offered no objections, aware that his dissent would bear no fruit, as the principal would remain resolute in his decision. After all, their initial encounter was with Meng Zhui, not directly with Wang Chen. Were it the latter, he would never dare to bring someone along without prior consent. As the duo descended in the hotel elevator and reached the ground floor, an unmistakable sense of unease enveloped them. It was eerily quiet, too quiet. In such an opulent establishment, teeming with guests at all hours, this stillness was utterly abnormal. Sensing the strange atmosphere, the principal, trailing closely behind Du Zitong, became acutely vigilant. He was prepared to whisk Du Zitong away at the first hint of danger. Within the grand lobby, aside from the two beautiful receptionists, sat a middle-aged gentleman in the lounge area, flanked respectfully by a sharply dressed man, the hotel manager, whom Du Zitong recognized. What was the meaning of this? A state of emergency? Observing the scene before him, the principal quickly deduced that a person of great importance had arrived, prompting the hotel's sudden lockdown. However, he was perplexed as to why no one had informed them or attempted to impede their entrance. Upon descending, Du Zitong immediately spotted Meng Zhui, prompting him to approach without further contemplation. As they drew closer, the principal finally recognized the figure seated in the lounge. Meng Zhui. A resounding shock reverberated in Du Zitong's mind, and a look of astonishment manifested upon his face. Chapter 75. Principal Wang's Intellectual Struggle. General Meng. The principal beside Du Zitong stammered in surprise, never expecting to encounter Meng Zhui here. Meng Zhe had become quite a notable figure, once the commander of the original Jinyao city, a national hero, and a master at the peak of his power. Now, he bore yet another title, that of a steward serving by Wang Chen's side. Although they had not publicly announced this fact, one must not underestimate the perceptiveness of the populace. His role as a steward had long been uncovered. Despite being merely a steward, the significance of this position outweighed all the titles he previously held combined. When Wang Chen is present, one may regard him as just a steward without concern. However, in Wang Chen's absence, to consider him merely a steward would be quite naive. Hadn't he the hotel enforced a lockdown upon his arrival? General Meng, I apologize for keeping you waiting. This is our school principal, who was worried about me being out so late and insisted on accompanying me. Du Ziding's voice jolted the principal from his thoughts, and he was astonished to see Du Ziding had approached Meng Zhe. As he stood there, a look of sheer panic on his face, he witnessed an unexpected scene unfold. Meng Zhe, upon hearing Du Ziding's words, stood up with a smile and warmly addressed him. Young brother Du, you flatter me. Your principal is indeed commendable, a responsible leader. If you have nothing pressing, let us take our leave and not keep the gentleman waiting. Upon hearing Meng Zhue's words, Du Ziding readily agreed. Understood, General Meng. General Meng, greetings. I am Wang Zhiong, the principal of Du Ziding. Did you just mention that the gentleman wishes to meet him? Could it be? Hello, Principal Wang. You guessed correctly. It is indeed Mr. Wang who wishes to meet young brother Du. Meng Zhe held a favorable impression of this principal. For a leader who genuinely cares for his students is deserving of respect. The reality that Mr. Wang desired to meet Du Ziding left Wang Zhiong in disbelief. How could it be possible? Upon receiving confirmation, waves of astonishment surged within him. He never anticipated that a student from their school would be fortunate enough to be received by Wang Chen. This was utterly preposterous. Well then, we should be on our way. Would you care to join us, Principal Wang? Meng Zhe did not wish to delay any further, as Wang Chen was awaiting them. Prolonged delays would reflect poorly on his efficiency. No, thank you. You may go on without me. It is a privilege for Du Ziding to be received by Mr. Wang. Principal Wang promptly declined without hesitation. Did he not wish to meet Wang Chen? Certainly not. Who in the nation would not want to meet him? Yet, without Wang Chen's explicit permission, who would dare to go uninvited? Meng Zhe was merely being polite. If he had truly, foolishly agreed, that would have been a grave mistake indeed. It could be confidently asserted that if he had acquiesced, Meng Zhe would have found another excuse to decline him. For Meng Zhe would never dare take someone to meet Wang Chen without prior permission. Well then, Brother Du, shall we proceed? The gentleman is awaiting us. Certainly, General Meng. Du Zitong responded, then turned to Principal Wang and said, Principal, I shall accompany General Meng now. Very well. Do hurry along, and do not keep Mr. Wang waiting. Moreover, when you meet Mr. Wang, be sure to show the utmost respect and courtesy. Understood? Of course, Principal, I understand. After Du Zitong acknowledged this, he followed Meng Zhe out of the hotel. As he watched the figures of Du Zitong and Meng Zhe vanish, Principal Wang stood in a daze, as if everything that had just transpired was nothing more than a dream. Good day, Principal Wang. I never imagined your student would be granted an audience with that esteemed gentleman. His future is undoubtedly boundless. Congratulations. You flatter me. Indeed, for my student, being granted an audience with that gentleman is an incredible opportunity, but whether he can seize it depends solely on him. Observing the sycophantic demeanor of the hotel manager, Principal Wang maintained a courteous exterior while internally reveling in delight. The hotel manager before him had reached the level of a master. Though they had encountered this manager several times since their arrival, no interaction had ever taken place, primarily because they did not capture his attention. Despite being a principal with the strength of a grandmaster in this magical city, he remained unworthy of the manager's engagement. Oh, Principal Wang, you are too modest. Being summoned by that gentleman signifies that your student has indeed caught his eye. Should you have any requests during your stay at the hotel, do not hesitate to inform me. I will arrange for a dedicated staff member to provide you with 24-hour service. Should you require anything, simply let us know. You are exceedingly gracious, but it is unnecessary. We are quite comfortable here and have no particular needs. Particular needs? Oh, but we do have those, Principal Wang. Shall I make arrangements for you? Rest assured, we are professionals and will undoubtedly satisfy your expectations. As the hotel manager spoke, Principal Wang distinctly noticed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, and his demeanor seemed to take on a rather unsavory quality. The special services you mention, could they possibly be? Let us not speak too plainly. We are all adults here, and such matters are understood implicitly. You, of course, comprehend this. Principal Wang, rest assured, I am aware of your position as principal and the importance of maintaining an image. However, you must trust that we are professionals, and I guarantee that only the heavens, the earth, you, I, and she will know. The fourth person shall remain oblivious. If any of your other students have similar needs, feel free to inform me, and I shall make the arrangements accordingly. Upon hearing the hotel manager's words, Principal Wang's gaze momentarily flickered with a hint of unease. The temptation was rather overwhelming. In testing the mettle of officials, who among them could withstand such trials? They're all men, after all. Who doesn't harbor a few thoughts? If one could ensure that no complications would arise, it seems that such unique services might not be entirely unacceptable. At that moment, Principal Wang's mind was inundated with countless thoughts, as if several little figures were engaged in a fervent debate within him. After a period of internal struggle, his expression finally settled into calmness, and his gaze regained clarity. As for the special services, he resolved that he was not that kind of person, and he graciously declined the offer. With a silent sigh, Principal Wang mused to himself, I truly do wonder what distinguishes the unique services of this metropolis. Chapter 76. The meeting on the other side. Meng Zirui had brought Du Ziting to the residence of Wang Chen and his companions. Standing before the opulent villa entrance, Du Ziting could not suppress a twinge of anxiety. A place like this was, under normal circumstances, far beyond his reach. Sensing Du Ziting's unease, Meng Zirui chuckled and remarked, "Ha, Brother Du, why are you so nervous? Given your relationship with Mr. Wang, there is absolutely no need for that. Indeed, General Meng speaks truthfully. I apologize for my demeanor." Du Ziting replied with an awkward smile, yet the tension within him showed no sign of abating. "I cannot quite explain it. I just feel inexplicably nervous." Du Ziting pondered, considering that it should be quite normal to meet someone he had grown up with, especially since it had not been long since their last encounter. It is entirely natural to feel this way. It stems from the innate aura of the powerful. Meng Zirui stated with earnestness, "Those exalted beings, even in silence, command an involuntary respect due to their strength and status." In this regard, Meng Zirui spoke from experience, having felt it himself. Although Wang Chen usually exhibited a pleasant demeanor and was courteous to them, even assisting in enhancing their abilities, they could not help but tread carefully in his presence, as if guided by instinct, wary of any behavior that might overstep boundaries. You and your family have conducted yourselves admirably, never abusing Mr. Wang's status, while maintaining a sense of reverence. This is indeed the wisest course of action. One must understand that without a sense of awe, life can be perilously short. Given the bond you share with Mr. Wang, as long as you remain prudent, you will reap endless benefits. Upon hearing Meng Zirui's words, Du Ziting nodded in agreement. "Thank you, General Meng, for your wise counsel. I shall remember this, and we will not act recklessly." "Very well, let us proceed inside," Meng Zirui said. As the two entered the villa, they immediately spotted Wang Chen standing in the courtyard, clearly awaiting their arrival. "Ha, Brother Tung has arrived," Wang Chen greeted, his spirits high upon seeing Du Ziting. It was well known that he and Du Ziting shared a deep bond, having looked out for one another throughout their childhood. Despite his elevated status now, Wang Chen found himself devoid of a true friend with whom he could share his heart. "Little Mr. Wang, greetings." Du Ziting began to address Wang Chen as Little Chen, but quickly corrected himself. It was understandable for his parents to refer to Wang Chen in such a familiar manner, being elders, but he felt it inappropriate. He and Wang Chen were contemporaries and not blood relatives. In this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, calling Wang Chen Little Chen might not offend him. It would likely imply a lack of decorum on his part. Why does Brother Ting still treat me so formally? Just address me as Little Chun as you always have. Wang Chen never anticipated that Du Zitong would become so distant with him. It appears that the change in his identity has indeed altered many things. No, that cannot be. Such behavior is utterly improper. I shall continue to address you as Mr. Wang. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Du Zitong was startled and quickly waved his hands in refusal. Although Wang Chen urged him not to stand on ceremony, he truly dared not do so. After all, who across the nation would dare to call Wang Chen by his name without the utmost respect, addressing him as Mr. Wang or Elder Wang? If others were to discover that he, a mere junior in the martial realm, had the audacity to directly refer to Wang Chen by his given name, what consequences would he face? Such decorum is paramount. I shall have the final say here. Let us maintain our previous camaraderie. Please, I insist, it is best that I continue to call you Mr. Wang, and you should refrain from calling me Brother Tong. It frightens me. You may call me Zitong or Xiaodu instead. We must not disrupt the hierarchy that esteems the strong in this world. Du Zitong understood well that the lower he positioned himself, the more beneficial it would be for him. If he were to heed Wang Chen's suggestion, he could not be certain that Wang Chen would genuinely harbor no objections, given the latter's esteemed status. However, by adopting a humble demeanor and affording Wang Chen the respect he deserved, he could be assured that Wang Chen would not take issue with him. Observing Du Zitong's steadfastness, Wang Chen realized that if he persisted, it would only serve to compel the other, perhaps reflecting the unspoken rules of this world. With his current strength, he indeed possessed the qualifications to embody those rules. Very well, I shall acquiesce. I will henceforth call you Zitong. Come, let's enter in converse. Through their discussions, Wang Chen learned of Du Zitong's circumstances. He represented his second-year class in the grand inter-school competition. Given their school's standing, it was almost accurate to say they were merely participating for the sake of participation, as they were unlikely to place within the top 50, merely a chance to broaden their horizons. During this time, Wang Chen had inquired whether Du Zitong needed assistance in transferring to a better school. There was no doubt regarding Wang Chen's capabilities with his current status. Gaining admission to one of the 5 prestigious universities in Longhua would pose no challenge. After all, a reputable school signifies access to superior training resources and faculty. And for any martial artist, attending a better institution represents a significant opportunity. Yet, Du Zitong refused without a moment's hesitation. This bewildered Wang Chen, as it seemed a splendid opportunity, and he could not fathom the reason for such a decisive rejection. Ultimately, through further inquiry, he discovered that Du Zitong had a girlfriend and did not wish to part ways with her. Such a decline, how utterly pedestrian. Reflecting on his own life, having lived 2 existences without ever having held a girl's hand or tasted the bittersweet essence of love, he felt a twinge of discontent in comparison. Nevertheless, despite the slight vexation within, Wang Chen maintained an unflappable exterior, betraying not an ounce of envy. He even suggested to Du Zitong that they could arrange for his girlfriend to transfer to a better school alongside him. Yet, Du Zitong remained resolute in his refusal. In his own words, he expressed a reluctance to trouble Wang Chen, even though this matter might merely require a few words from him. However, even a few words create a sense of indebtedness, and it is evident how significant a favor from Wang Chen has become. Moreover, given their limited talents, even if they were to attend a more prestigious school, they would merely occupy the lower echelons. It is far better for them to remain in their current institution, where they are regarded as prodigies deserving of cultivation. The resources for training they receive at their school may well be on par with, if not superior to, those offered at more esteemed establishments. Wang Chen did not press him further. Everyone has their own aspirations, and this was his choice. Ultimately, Wang Chen bestowed upon Du Zitong a plethora of training resources, encompassing everything from high-level martial artists to those required for reaching the master realm, sufficient for him to advance to the rank of a high-level martial artist. He also assured him that he could reach out at any time should the need arise. Through this encounter with Du Zitong, Wang Chen became acutely aware that the vast disparity in their statuses rendered it challenging for them to return to their former selves. Although he had yet to meet Teacher Xia and the others, Wang Chen could easily envision their reaction upon seeing him, likely mirroring that of Du Zito. Unless their strength approached his own, they would be unable to alter the imposing aura that his power and status commanded. Chapter 77. The dominant team early the next morning. Under the meticulous arrangement of Meng Zhui, the trio embarked on a specially designed maglev vehicle, heading directly towards the prestigious Wuda University in Magic City. Wang Chen was entirely unconcerned with the origins of the vehicle or the travel arrangements. These were all matters for Meng Zhui to handle. After all, what purpose would there be for him as a steward if not to manage such affairs? At this moment, Wuda University in Magic City was bustling with activity, far exceeding the vibrancy of previous years' inter-school competitions. Not only had all the participants of the competition arrived, but numerous dignitaries from the city were also present, including Chen Changji and He Yao. Each year, regardless of the hosting institution, the organizers of the competition extend invitations to local influential figures and formidable individuals to witness the event. This year's heightened excitement stemmed from news that Wang Chen would be attending the competition, drawing an unprecedented crowd. Throughout the entirety of the previous day, the phone of the university's president, Zhang Xinjian, was nearly overwhelmed with calls. Many people, some with close ties and others a mere acquaintance, expressed their desire to attend the competition. Mayor Chen, Commander He, it is a pleasure to see you both. Zhang greeted them warmly. President Zhang, what is going on? Why are there so many people gathered here? Chen Changji inquired, his brow furrowing as he surveyed the throng that nearly blocked the entrance. Do not even mention it. I too was taken aback by the turnout. The university has already begun to disperse the crowd, but there are simply too many people to manage swiftly. Zhang Xinjian lamented. He understood all too well why these individuals had gathered, yet he dared not voice the truth. They had come to catch a glimpse of Wang Chen, who was widely known to be attending that day. These people were akin to fervent admirers of Wang Chen, and despite having no direct connection to him, it would be inappropriate to forcibly disperse them. After all, provoking Wang Chen's ire could lead to dire consequences. Old He, please deploy additional city defense forces to maintain order, and do so with a friendly demeanor. Rest assured, there is no need for you to remind me. I had already arranged for it. They will be arriving shortly. He Yong, as the commander of the city defense forces, was astute enough to recognize the situation immediately and had already made the necessary calls. Before long, 2 military vehicles from the city defense forces arrived at the gates of Wuda University, and several dozen fully armed personnel disembarked. What are the city defense forces doing here? Are they here to drive us away? Oh no, they are coming towards us. It seems they are indeed here to remove us. We came to see Elder Wang Chen. On what grounds do they have to expel us? Let us not heed their words. Let us see what they can do. Indeed, no one move. We are not causing any trouble. As the newly arrived city defense personnel observed the hostile gazes from the crowd, they exchanged looks of resignation. Their orders were clear. Maintain order at the gates of Wuda University while employing a gentle approach, avoiding any conflict with the gathering crowd. Upon receiving the order, the squad leader was utterly bewildered. Who were they? The City Defense Army, a formidable institution tasked with combating monstrous beasts and suppressing all malevolent warriors. To expect them to exercise gentle enforcement was nothing short of absurd. Captain, what does gentle enforcement entail? How should we proceed? Others echoed. Indeed, Captain, we could engage in lethal actions, but to learn gentleness? That is beyond our capabilities. Enough of your incessant chatter. Do you think I can comprehend all of this? From now on, follow my lead, and refrain from causing any trouble. After delivering his orders, the captain strode towards the crowd. As he approached the group, the City Defense Army's captain suddenly stomped forcefully on the ground without any warning. A tremendous roar erupted as a large pit was formed beneath his foot. Immediately, an overwhelming aura of a peak martial master enveloped the area. Listen closely. If you behave yourselves, we shall not interfere, but should anyone dare to disturb the peace, I will sever their head. The captain's declaration left the entire assembly in a state of shock. Was this truly the captain's notion of gentle enforcement? It appeared effective, as the crowd had grown subdued. Indeed, the captain was impressive, possessing remarkable wisdom. Meanwhile, Hyung, witnessing the scene, wished for a crevice to hide within. Where was the promised, gentle enforcement? Was this the approach? This Zhang Dabiao remained as fierce as ever. Did he consider He Yong's words mere nonsense? Enough of your complaints, he. The results speak for themselves, Chen Changji remarked, maintaining his composure. What matters is the outcome. Sometimes, the simplest and most direct methods yield extraordinary results. Huh. Indeed, one could say he stumbled upon success this time. He Yong chuckled, realizing that his earlier display of frustration was merely an act. It should be noted that Zhang Dabiao was a favored squad leader of his. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen for such a critical assignment. Damn it, that fellow startled me. Why is his voice so thunderous? This squad leader was not only vociferous, but also possessed formidable strength, having reached the peak of martial mastery. Huh, it seems the city defense army is not here to drive us away. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd as they realized they were not being expelled. Most of them were ordinary martial artists. Those of higher status were unperturbed, having already secured connections. During the upcoming grand competition, they would undoubtedly meet Wang Chen at the prestigious Magic City Martial University. Every world has its idols, akin to the celebrities in Wang Chen's previous life. Wherever they went, there were always fervent admirers trailing behind. Despite the indifference of those stars, some fans relentlessly pursued them. In this world, Wang Chen epitomized the pinnacle of stardom. Revered for his strength, all admired the powerful, and Wang Chen was the epitome of excellence. In truth, everyone is aware that with Wang Chen's strength and status, he would undoubtedly dismiss them. Yet they remained steadfast in their vigil. Look, a convoy is approaching. A sudden shout captured everyone's attention. Before the entrance of the Martial University of Magic City, an imposing convoy emerged. Leading the procession were two heavy armored vehicles from the city defense force, flanked by a dozen light military vehicles. At the rear, more heavy armored vehicles followed, alongside two troop transporters. At the heart of the convoy was a luxurious and dignified magnetic levitation sedan, distinguished by its striking red license plate. This red license plate signifies a vehicle designated for the elders of the Dragon Kingdom. In this moment, without the need for further introduction, everyone recognized that Wang Chen had arrived. Chapter 78. Under scrutiny, the convoy approached slowly and with a sharp screech of brakes. It came to a halt at the entrance of Magic City Wu University. There exists an unwritten rule among the prestigious institutions of Long Country. No vehicles are permitted within the campus. Simultaneously, a throng of city defense soldiers surged forth from the troop carriers, swiftly encircling the specially designed magnetic levitation vehicle at the center, providing a steadfast guard. With a decisive thud, Meng Zirui emerged from the driver's seat of the bespoke vehicle. His movements were precise and efficient. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he swiftly rounded to the rear of the car. With a slight bow and an erect posture, he focused intently on the door handle, gently yet resolutely pulling it open. In a graceful motion, one hand hung naturally by his side, while the other positioned itself above the door, exuding a demeanor of utmost respect, leaving no room for criticism. What imposing sight! Is this the treatment afforded to an elder? Witnessing such a scene is truly worth the visit. Ah, how I wish to experience such privilege myself. I would willingly sacrifice everything for a moment of such grandeur. Many male martial artists present felt their blood surge with excitement upon witnessing this commanding display. Truly magnificent, absolutely awe-inspiring. Suddenly, a young man clad in black martial attire stepped out of the vehicle, his demeanor gentle yet authoritative, radiating a calm confidence. As he stood there, it was as if he embodied the very center of the universe. This was Wang Chen, an elder of the Martial King realm in Long Country. Upon seeing Wang Chen disembark, a crowd rushed forward. Greetings, Mr. Wang. Welcome. Hello, Mr. Wang. Welcome, Mr. Wang. Individuals such as Chen Changji, Hiyong, and Zheng Xinjian hurried to offer their greetings. Wang Chen scanned the eager faces before him, recognizing some while others were unfamiliar. Each person gazed at him with palpable excitement, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Wang Chen greeted, shaking hands with Chen Changji and the others. After exchanging pleasantries, He was enveloped by the crowd as they made their way into Magic City Wu University. As Wang Chen moved, the surrounding city defense soldiers promptly followed suit, forming two rows to protect him on either side, with the rest trailing behind. These soldiers, fully armed, emanated an overwhelming presence, their movements exuding an air of intimidation. This spectacular scene unfolded before the eyes of all present, the grandeur and might of it leaving everyone in awe. Such a display, typically reserved for television, was a staggering experience in real life. Observers felt their hearts race, marveling at the extraordinary spectacle of such a commanding presence. In the past, I marveled at such scenes depicted in films, finding them grandiose. Yet now, I realize how naive we were, for the reality of such spectacles is far more astonishing. My goodness, is this the grandeur befitting the elders of our dragon nation? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to rigorous training. I too aspire to such magnificence. The sheer impact of this scene is beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. Countless spectators in attendance found themselves embodying Wang Chen, particularly the men, who, upon contemplation, felt a tingling sensation coursing through their scalps, a euphoric thrill surging from their feet to the crown of their heads, elevating their blood pressure. It was exhilarating. Such a scene will undoubtedly be etched in the memories of all present, never to be forgotten. At the Martial University of Magic City, preparations for the grand competition among the 100 schools were underway, with 10 colossal arenas lined up on the university's grounds. Surrounding the arenas was a throng of students eager to witness the contests, the majority being from the Martial University of Magic City. Under the guidance of Principal Zhang Xinjian, Wang Chen and his companions traversed a special passage, directly ascending to the viewing platform on one side of the playground. Those who qualified for the viewing platform were none other than individuals of significant standing within Magic City, including Mayor Chen Changji, Commander He Yong, and several heads of powerful factions, along with the university's leadership and dignitaries attending the competition. Mr. Wang, General Meng, please. Upon reaching the viewing platform, Principal Zhang Xinjian promptly escorted Wang Chen to the central seat of honor. Even Meng Zirue was positioned beside Wang Chen. The seating arrangement was not something Wang Chen felt inclined to decline. Having arrived at this juncture, the principal seat was undoubtedly his. Who would dare occupy it if he did not? In this world, the notion of guests freely choosing their seats does not apply, unless two individuals possess comparable strength and status. Please hold on for a moment. The grand competition among the 100 schools will commence shortly. Principal Zhang was overly courteous. No need to concern yourself with me. You may proceed as per your arrangements. Wang Chen was remarkably accommodating, although he now stood at the pinnacle of the Dragon Nation. With a single word capable of altering destinies, he had yet to fully shed the mindset of an ordinary person, lacking the demeanor of aloof superiority. While Wang Chen and his companions awaited the commencement of the grand competition, on the other side, his 3 disciples were embroiled in a desperate escape. After departing from Jiangnan City, Xiao Yishan and his companions ventured to the nearby Nanhu City, having heard of a recent beast tide there. This journey promised not only training, but also the opportunity to acquire resources through the hunting of demonic beasts. Through their recent experiences, Xiao Yishan's cultivation had caught up with that of Lung Mingyue and her companions, reaching the pinnacle of the warrior realm. This remarkable progress was attributed to his extraordinary physique, allowing him to unreservedly refine the blood essence of demonic beasts at the master realm level. Coupled with the ample training resources Wang Chen had provided before their departure, his cultivation had surged dramatically. Now, all 3 had attained the pinnacle of the warrior realm, and being prodigies, they possessed the capability to engage in battles beyond their levels. Together, they could effortlessly vanquish even advanced martial masters. In just a few days, 3 individuals have forged a remarkable reputation in the city of Nanhu. Such notoriety naturally attracted considerable attention. The wolf hunting team, a disreputable martial arts squad in Nanhu, comprises 9 members, with their leader being a formidable master-level expert. The remaining 8 members are all equally skilled martial artists. Ostensibly, they are a team dedicated to hunting beasts. However, Their activities primarily revolve around murder and plunder. Once one becomes their target in the wilderness, there is no chance of survival. Before each assault, they swiftly disable all communication devices, leaving no opportunity for victims to relay any messages. Consequently, the city's defense forces have been unable to gather evidence against their criminal activities. This time, their sights were set on Xiao Yishan and his two companions. Early in the day, after the trio exited the city, members of the wolf hunting team stealthily trailed them. Outside the city, after Xiao Yishan and his companions had just united to vanquish 3 beast-level creatures, they were encircled by the wolf hunting team before they had a moment to rest. Since cultivating the techniques imparted by Wang Chen, the trio has experienced a significant enhancement in their prowess. Coupled with their burgeoning reputation, they grew somewhat overconfident. When confronted by adversaries, they exhibited no trepidation and recklessly engaged in combat. However, they soon realized their folly. They were outmatched, as every member of the opposing team was a martial artist, with their leader being a master-level expert. Left with no choice, the trio could only opt for retreat. Chapter 79. Benevolent Lies. The members of the wolf hunting team were utterly taken aback by the decisiveness of the trio. Upon realizing they were outmatched, they exhibited no hesitation and promptly chose to flee. Remarkably, the 3 managed to break free from their encirclement, sending a wave of panic among the hunters. It was well known that the city defense forces had been keeping a vigilant watch over them. Should the city defense forces solidify their suspicions regarding their heinous acts against martial artists, it would spell certain doom for them, even in the absence of irrefutable evidence. If the city defense forces found a reason to act against them, their escape would be rendered impossible. Thus, for the wolf hunting team, retreat was not an option. They had to eliminate Xiao Yishan and his companions. Although the trio were merely martial artists, the techniques they practiced were bestowed upon them by Wang Chen, particularly in the realm of martial arts, with each possessing a unique evasive technique. Astonishingly, the hunters found themselves unable to catch up to them. As the chase ensued, half an hour slipped away. Initially, Xiao Yishan and his companions maintained a comfortable pace, but as time dragged on, the depletion of their energy became increasingly apparent. Several times they attempted to shake off their pursuers, but the speed of the master-level opponent was formidable, and they found themselves nearly caught. This cannot continue. Our adversary is a master. We cannot outlast him. The longer this drags on, the more unfavorable it becomes for us. Xiao Yishan reflected on their dire situation, acutely aware of the rapid exhaustion within. At this rate, it would not be long before they were overtaken. Perhaps we should separate and rendezvous in Nanhushi, he suggested. No, junior sister. Together, we still have a glimmer of hope for resistance. If we part ways, whoever encounters that master will undoubtedly meet their demise. What then? At this rate, none of us will escape. Cold Mingyue was not naive. She understood the grave consequences of fleeing separately. However, sacrificing one was preferable to the demise of all 3. How about this? You 2 go ahead, and I will divert their attention. We can meet again at our old spot in Nanhushi. Just as Xiao Yishan prepared to turn back and lead their pursuers away, Zhou Hao interjected. Senior brother, wait. You and senior sister should proceed. I will draw them away. What? Zhou Shigi, Donotiist. As your senior brother, it is my duty to protect you. You and cold junior sister shall go first. That is final. No arguments. Senior brother. Zhou Hao chuckled lightly before continuing. Trust me, I am confident I can mislead them without facing death. The techniques imparted to me by Master include a method to conceal my presence. Once I draw them away, I can hide, and they will not be able to find me. Zhou Shidi, do not fabricate tales. I have yet to witness you employ the technique of concealment. Haha, senior brother. I simply have not had the opportunity to use it, so I did not mention it to you. Now let me go divert them, and you both wait for me in Nanhushi. Without allowing Xiao Yishan and Cold Mingyue a chance to respond, Zhou Hao dashed away towards the pursuers. As Zhou Hao returned not far, he soon caught sight of the figure of that strong master. To attract the others' attention, he couldn't resist taunting, Haha, you useless fools. Calling yourselves masters? If you have the guts, come and catch me. Here is your chance. You are utterly inept. After delivering his scornful remarks, Zhou Hao swiftly fled in another direction. Brat, you seek your own demise. The master from the wolf hunting squad, upon hearing Zhou Hao's mockery, nearly succumbed to rage. How humiliating it was for a dignified master to be unable to catch a few mere warriors, and yet the audacity of the other to ridicule him was beyond comprehension. This scene was witnessed by Wang Chen, hidden in the void. No wonder he had caught the attention of his master. It was difficult not to like someone of such character. As a martial king, how could Zhou Hao's circumstances evade his keen perception? It was evident that there were techniques to conceal one's aura, yet Zhou Hao clearly lacked mastery over such abilities. His lies were merely a manifestation of his intent to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. Meanwhile, Zhou Hao was desperately fleeing deeper into the wilderness. I must persevere and buy as much time as possible for my senior brothers. As he ran, he continuously stuffed restorative pills into his mouth. He understood that the opponent was a master. Should he be caught, resistance would be futile. There was a chance that the opponent might not only kill him, but also return to pursue Xiao Shan and the others. His talent did not match that of his senior brothers. Sacrificing himself was worthwhile, yet he would never again see his parents. Zhou Hao had lost track of time, only aware that his strength was nearly depleted. Even with the relentless consumption of pills, the recovery was far outpaced by his exhaustion. He was now instinctively propelling himself forward, driven by the obsession in his mind. Boom! The master of the wolf hunting squad eventually caught up. As he neared Zhou Hao, he struck him down with a palm. Zhou Hao's moving body was sent crashing to the ground, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. Even geniuses have their limits. Although Zhou Hao and his companions could battle above their level, they could only contend with high-ranking warriors at best. The disparity against a master was enormous. The master realm marked a significant divide in the cultivation hierarchy. If he could break through to become a warrior, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope to escape. But to confront such an opponent, one would need to be at least a high-ranking warrior. Why have you stopped running, you little brat? Do you dare to toy with me? Have you thought about how you wish to die? Ha! If death is my fate, then so be it. You may kill or maim as you please. Zhou Hao replied defiantly. He had anticipated this outcome when he chose to be the bait. Fortunately, he had managed to buy ample time for his senior brothers. They should be beyond capture by now. Useless. The master of the wolf hunting squad wore a grim expression, for he was acutely aware of their impending doom. Once those two individuals returned to South Lake City, it would herald the end for the wolf hunting squad. Thus, he refrained from further words and, with a swift motion, aimed a palm strike at Zhou Hao, intent on reducing him to mere pulp, as a means to alleviate his seething wrath. Faced with the approaching colossal palm, Zhou Hao found himself devoid of any strength to resist. In a desperate attempt to buy time, he fled with all his might, having exhausted every ounce of energy within him. Coupled with the recent blow he had endured, he now lacked even the strength to rise. Just as Zhou Hao prepared to close his eyes and await his fate, the previously tranquil sky underwent a sudden and dramatic transformation. A formidable celestial might descended as if it bore substance, akin to a majestic divine mountain crashing down from the heavens, causing all of creation to tremble in its wake. The massive palm aimed at Zhou Hao vanished without a trace, and, even more astonishingly, the master of the wolf hunting squad was compelled to the ground by this overwhelming force. Chapter 80. A family united with a violent cough. Blood gushed forth from the mouth of the master of the wolf hunting team, his bones creaking ominously as if they were on the verge of disintegration. Struggling against his own frailty, he managed to lift his head from the ground, desperate to comprehend the unfolding situation. However, upon gazing into the sky, he was rendered utterly speechless. There, suspended in the void, stood a middle-aged man clad in simple white attire. Around him, the forces of nature surged, coalescing into spiraling streams of white energy that danced and whirled, producing an eerie, heart-stirring howl. The oppressive aura descended upon him like an impending cataclysm. The mastery of the forces of nature was the hallmark of a martial king, and the realization of this fact plunged the master of the wolf hunting team into despair. He soon discerned that this terrifying pressure was directed solely at him, while the young boy he had been pursuing remained untouched. It was evident that there was a connection between them, and the timing of the other's appearance was far too coincidental. Master Wang. Upon recognizing the figure in the void, Zhou Hao exclaimed with excitement. He was not foolish the moment he laid eyes on Wang Outyin. He surmised that Wang Chen must have arranged for Wang Outyin to secretly protect them. Otherwise, how could the timing be so fortuitous? Upon hearing Zhou Hao's voice, Wang Outyin nodded and began to descend, step by step, from the void. With each step, the forces of nature coalesced beneath his feet, forming a staircase of ethereal energy. Each step was a spectacle of grandeur, elevating his presence to an almost divine level. With his prowess, he could have easily appeared before Zhou Hao in an instant. Yet, he chose this theatrical descent, reveling in the display of power. It must be said, Wang Outyin executed this display with remarkable success, though the audience was regrettably limited to just 2 individuals. You've done well, Wang Outyin commended Zhou Hao, unable to suppress his praise. Although summoned by the system, his demeanor was one of great pride, and few in this world could earn his respect. Thank you for your kind words, Master Wang. I simply acted upon what I believed to be right, Zhou Hao replied, scratching his head in modesty. He had not sought recognition. He merely felt he had made a sensible choice. You impudent young man, if I say you are commendable, then you are commendable. Here, take this. With that, Wang Outyin tossed a small vial into Zhou Hao's hands. What is this? Blood essence of a master-level beast. Throughout our journey, while secretly safeguarding the 3 of us, I have slain numerous beasts of master level and above. In the vicinity where they honed their skills, whenever a beast beyond their capabilities appeared, Wang Outyin would stealthily eliminate it. As a result, he accumulated a substantial amount of cultivation resources, particularly an abundance of the blood essence from these beasts. Master Wang, should we deal with him first? Zhou Hao inquired, gesturing toward the master of the wild wolf hunting team who was still lying on the ground. Why bother with him? He is but an insignificant insect. It would be prudent to wait until his companions arrive and address them all at once. Very well, Zhou Hao conceded, aware that with Wang Outyin present, no unexpected occurrences were likely. He simply needed to listen. Upon consuming the blood essence of the master-level beast, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted within Zhou Hao's body. A muffled groan escaped his lips. He dared not be negligent and immediately began to circulate his internal techniques. The energy contained within the master-level beast's blood was somewhat tumultuous for him, given that he was merely at the martial artist level and lacked the special constitution of someone like Xiao Yishan. Observing this, Wang Outyin refrained from intervening. He had already discerned Zhou Hao's condition. He was on the brink of breaking through to the martial master level. Originally, he was the least gifted among the 3. However, his willingness to sacrifice himself for the sake of others resonated deeply with the essence of the righteous technique he practiced, causing the barriers of his realm to loosen. After consuming the blood essence, if he could endure, he would ascend to the martial master level. Even if he faltered, it would not be too late for Wang Outyin to lend a hand. A mere novice martial artist would find it exceedingly difficult to cause a commotion in his presence. While Zhou Hao was engaged in his cultivation, the master of the wild wolf hunting team remained motionless on the ground, lacking even the courage to look up at Wang Outyin. He had anticipated being slain by a single slap from Wang Outyin. Yet after waiting for what felt like an eternity, neither of the 2 men paid him any mind. Such torment was unbearable. A swift end would have been more merciful. Was this not an affront to his dignity? After all, he was a master-level powerhouse, a notable figure in Nanhu City. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Boss, we're here. At that moment, the remaining members of the wild wolf hunting team arrived, following the markers left by their captain. Unfortunately, just as they arrived and were about to comprehend the situation, a terrifying pressure overwhelmed them, forcing them to the ground. Coincidentally, they all ended up lying beside their captain, creating a perfectly aligned tableau of the entire team. When the world is happening, one murmured, "Boss, forget about the boss. He is about to perish." As the captain of the wild wolf hunting team, he had long accepted the gravity of their situation and realized their escape was futile. Thus, he did not even bother to lift his head, opting instead to feign death and resignation. "Stay quiet and lie still, or I won't hesitate to eliminate you all," Wang Chen warned without glancing back at Zhou Hao, who was still deep in his cultivation. Wang Chen's words acted like a mute button. The members of the wild wolf hunting team fell silent, their eyes brimming with reluctant fear as they darted about nervously. All eyes were incessantly directed towards their captain, the unspoken question evident within them. What on earth is happening? Why did you not forewarn us about this situation? Are you afraid of facing death alone, thus leading us to our doom? The silent exchange of glances among the few was of little concern to Wang Chen. Their fates were already sealed, unworthy of his attention. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Zhou Hao. In a remarkably brief span, Zhou had unexpectedly ascended to the realm of a martial master, the process surprisingly smooth. Now, Zhou Hao even contemplated a direct leap to an intermediate martial master, for the beastly essence within him remained unrefined. With a soft sound emanating from his body, he opened his tightly shut eyes. Well done, young man. Remarkably, you have indeed achieved the intermediate martial master rank in one breath. I am grateful to you, Master Wang. Had it not been for you, I would have perished moments ago. Enough of the pleasantries. How to deal with these individuals is now your responsibility. Hand it over to me? Surely you jest. Do you expect me to take action myself? What is the matter? Are you afraid? Surely, you have not taken a life before? Chapter 81. Is someone trying to be the Yellow Sparrow? Murder indeed. He has never actually done it. Although this world is one of high martial arts, it does not imply that one can kill without restraint. In this realm, prior to high school, the student's sole duty is to cultivate, to strive relentlessly in their training, with the affairs of battling demons being of no concern to them. Occasionally, schools may provide a few weaker demonic beasts for students to practice against. However, it is absolutely forbidden to use humans as practice targets. Only after entering university do they have the opportunity to venture out to undertake missions. It is then that they come to witness the harsh realities of society, where threats to their lives can arise not only from demonic beasts but also from other humans. Despite the fact that Zhou Hao and his companions have recently slain many demonic beasts, appearing decisive in their actions, the truth is that their aggression is solely directed at these beasts. Faced with a human, they might not exhibit the same resolution. What is the matter? Afraid? You must understand, they intend to kill you. Had I not appeared, you would already be deceased. Master Uncle, it's not about fear. It's merely killing a person. What is there to be afraid of? I simply feel that such a rare opportunity should involve calling upon the senior brothers as well. Very well then, you may call them. Noticing Wang Chen's demeanor, Zhou Hao felt a bit embarrassed and quickly took out his phone to call Xiao Yishan and the others. Zhou Hao's little thoughts could hardly escape Wang Chen's perception. It was merely a matter of numbers bolstering their courage. Yet this suited Wang Chen just fine, as they would eventually have to confront this lesson. In truth, in this world, no one fears killing, for a person's strength is directly proportional to their bravery. As one's power increases, so too does their audacity. In this martial arts-dominated society, everyone possesses cultivation, and thus, their courage is naturally considerable. Take Wang Chen from his previous life as an example. Those in positions of power, although lacking in formidable cultivation, wield their authority as a source of strength, emboldening them to kill at will. Do Zhou Hao and his companions possess the courage to kill? The answer is a resounding yes. It is merely the initial discomfort that poses a challenge. In a mutually desperate struggle, wherein it is a battle of life and death, they might not hesitate to fight fiercely against one another. Yet, when it comes to taking the life of someone lying defenseless on the ground, they find themselves faltering. Wang Chen, however, remains unperturbed. He retrieved a lounge chair from his storage ring and leisurely reclined upon it. With one hand holding a bottle of beverage and the other grasping a handful of sunflower seeds, he appeared completely at ease. In stark contrast to Wang Chen's contentment, the members of the wolf hunting team are enduring immense torment. They had overheard the conversation between Wang Chen and Zhou Hao and were acutely aware that their deaths were imminent. At this moment, they resembled fish on a chopping board, with no chance for resistance. If they were to be swiftly dispatched with a mere slap, it might be bearable. Yet, the anticipation of death is what truly terrifies them. Despite their usual ruthlessness, They too recognize fear when faced with their own mortality. Wang Chen distinctly sensed the palpable fear among the two individuals who had clearly soiled themselves. "Senior, please spare us. I do not wish to perish," they pleaded. "Senior, I possess wealth. I shall offer you all my riches. In the future, I will serve you diligently. I implore you to grant me mercy." Another cried, "Senior, I have an elderly mother of 80 and a child in need of nourishment. I beg you, let me live. From this day forth, I vow to reform and be a better person." Yet another added, "Senior, I assure you, I am capable of performing any arduous task. I can serve you faithfully. Please grant me this opportunity." The entire wolf hunting team, with the exception of their leader, succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of impending death and began to plead for their lives. Only their captain understood that Wang Chen was a formidable warrior at the martial king realm, and it was utterly futile to expect such a powerful individual to change his mind easily. Their attempts to beseech a martial king for mercy were nothing short of a delusion. They were unworthy of such consideration. Wang Chen cast a glance at the supplicants, initially disinclined to engage. However, he suddenly recalled that Zhou Hao had just recently advanced to the intermediate martial master level, still unfamiliar with his newfound strength. Perhaps it will be beneficial for these individuals to serve as his sparring partners. "Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. You, and you, engage in a life and death battle with him. Should you emerge victorious, I shall intercede on your behalf and spare you." After issuing this decree, Wang Chen turned to Zhou Hao and inquired, "What say you? Do you dare take on this challenge? Allow me to clarify. This is a battle to the death, and I shall not intervene. Of course, why would I hesitate? I am eager to test my current strength." Zhou Hao responded, undeterred by the gravity of the situation, his newfound power instilling a burgeoning confidence within him. "Excellent. Then let the battle commence." With that, as Wang Chen's words faded, the four members of the wolf hunting team surged towards Zhou Hao, launching a fierce assault with lethal intent. Truly, their nefarious backgrounds were evident in their treachery. Observing their conduct, Wang Chen found a certain admiration for their relentless determination. They spared no effort in their confrontation with the enemy. In a world such as this, indecisiveness and compassion would lead to a swift demise. How brazen! They forsake martial ethics, attack. Zhou Hao had not anticipated such a treacherous ambush and caught off guard. He found himself momentarily at a disadvantage. Yet, it was understandable. The opponents were fighting for their lives, employing every underhanded technique they possessed. The four acted in perfect harmony, each of their abilities matching or exceeding Zhou Hao's. The battle was fiercely contested, with Zhou Hao initially struggling but gradually regaining his composure and finding his rhythm, allowing the conflict to evolve into a stalemate. "Master Wang," he called out, "You two have arrived." Upon receiving Zhou Hao's message, Xiao Yishan and Long Mingyue rushed to the scene without delay. Upon witnessing the scene before them, the two individuals found themselves momentarily bewildered. They had already gleaned a general understanding of the circumstances through their phone conversation. Hence, their encounter with Wang Chen did not evoke surprise. However, what was the situation with Zhou Hao? How had he become so formidable, single-handedly taking on four adversaries and seemingly gaining the upper hand? Wang Shushu, what has transpired with Zhou Shidi to elevate him to such prowess? In response to Xiao Yishan's inquiry, Wang Chen did not withhold any information. Zhou Hao had willingly sacrificed his own safety to shield the two of them, and he felt it imperative for them to be informed. In order to create an opportunity for their escape, he chose to divert the enemy's attention alone. Had I not arrived in time, he would have perished. After enduring severe injuries, he transformed his adversity into strength, thus directly achieving the rank of intermediate martial master. Wang Shushu, did you say Zhou Shidi nearly lost his life? Wang Chen's revelation startled Xiao Yishan and Lung Mingyue. Indeed, did you truly believe he was cultivating a technique to conceal his presence? That was merely a ruse to deceive you. How could it be that Zhou Shidi was on the verge of death while I was spared? Observing the guilt-ridden expressions of Xiao Yishan and Lung Mingyue, Wang Chen refrained from offering solace. Their remorse was warranted. "What is it? Are you both planning to stand idly by? There are still a few opponents over there. Each of you should select one to contend with." "Affirmative." Without a hint of hesitation, the pair charged forth, promptly selecting their adversaries and engaging in battle. While he was enjoying the spectacle of Xiao Yishan's skirmish, Wang Outyin suddenly sensed something amiss and turned his gaze to the side. Intriguing, there truly exists someone undeterred by danger, attempting to play the role of a hidden predator? Chapter 82. The young master Jiang Zhengtai not far from Wang Outyin and his companions. A group of individuals was brazenly observing them. These individuals made no effort to conceal their presence, clearly dismissing Wang Outyin and his associates as inconsequential. Young master, I cannot discern the strength of that seated figure. He may possess greater power than I. It would be prudent for us to exercise caution. Uncle, do you suggest that individual might be stronger than you? Could he possibly be a grandmaster? Quite possibly. Hence, it would be wise to remain vigilant. Haha, Uncle, you are overly cautious. What is a grandmaster to us? Surely he wouldn't dare to offend the Jiang family. The young man, referred to as the young master, spoke with disdain. A grandmaster, merely. In the past, he might have instilled some trepidation. However, with my father on the verge of breaking through to become a martial king, our Jiang family is poised to ascend as the foremost family in the Dragon Kingdom. A grandmaster holds no significance for us. Young master, I still feel this is too risky. Remember, we are in the wilderness. Should any unforeseen events occur, even the family head would be powerless to assist. Rest assured, Uncle, even if we fail to acquire their martial techniques, it would not be a loss for us. Do you truly believe they would dare to kill me? Well, very well. Seeing that his young master was resolute, Uncle De refrained from further argument, recognizing the validity in his words. Surely, once their identities were revealed, no one in the Dragon Kingdom would dare to harm them. They had initially been drawn to the sounds of combat in the vicinity. However, upon discerning the situation, their excitement grew, for they were witnessing three extraordinary prodigies capable of battling beyond their ranks. A warrior at the martial realm was able to contend with an intermediate martial master, while the young martial master exhibited an even more remarkable feat, facing four opponents without faltering. It was evident that they had cultivated exceedingly advanced martial arts. Otherwise, such prowess would be unattainable. Faced with such formidable martial techniques, how could one not be enticed? Thus, the young master resolved to adopt a strategy akin to that of the mantis stalking the cicada, biding his time until the combatants had concluded their skirmish before seizing their techniques. Unbeknownst to them, every action they took, every word they exchanged, was heard clearly by Wang Outyin. The terrifying perceptual abilities of a martial king were not to be trifled with. In fact, as they approached, Wang Outyin had already sensed their presence. However, to him, they were but insignificant insects, hardly worth his attention. As time progressed, the battle on the scene began to reveal its victor. With a resounding crash, a figure was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Despite several attempts to rise, he ultimately succumbed, having clearly lost the will to fight. Observing the triumphant expression on Xiao Yishan's face, Wang Outyin's countenance darkened as he admonished, "You insolent brat, what are you so proud of? Have you forgotten what I told you? This is a life-and-death battle. You intend to spare his life for the new year?" I understand, Master Uncle," Xiao Yishan replied, offering no rebuttal as he strode purposefully toward his fallen opponent. "Brother, spare me my life. I have elders above and children below who are all waiting for me. I beg you, brother." As he beheld the man pleading on the ground, Xiao Yishan's expression flickered, a hint of internal conflict flashing in his eyes. Moments later, he suddenly raised his fist and delivered a powerful blow to his opponent's chest. Bang! Xiao Yishan's strike created a gaping hole in the man's chest, resulting in a scene of sheer brutality. After exhaling deeply, Xiao Yishan cast a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, his expression darkening as he walked towards Wang Outyin. At that moment, Lung Ningyue had also dispatched her adversary. Unlike Xiao Yishan, she had not required Wang Outyin's prompt. She effortlessly severed her opponent's head with a single stroke of her sword. Witnessing this, even Wang Outyin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young girl, Lung Ningyue, could be so formidable. After decapitating her foe, she remained remarkably composed, contrasting sharply with Xiao Yishan, whose face bore a look of discomfort. Truly, in the absence of comparison, one cannot feel the sting of humiliation. Noticing Wang Outyan's disdainful gaze, Xiao Yishan sheepishly scratched his head. How embarrassing! The esteemed senior brother had been outshone by his own junior sister. What a bitter pill to swallow. As Lung Mingyue approached, Xiao Yishan quickly flashed her a thumbs up. Junior sister, you are truly impressive. In response to Xiao Yishan's demeanor, Lung Mingyue merely smiled, choosing not to comment. It was not that she lacked the desire to speak. Rather, her heart was tumultuous. She was merely a young girl fresh from high school, and how could she remain unaffected by her first experience of taking a life? Though she concealed her turmoil beneath a facade of stoicism, women often excel at masking their emotions, and she wore her indifference as a shield against her inner discomfort. Kill. Au soir technique. Boom. After witnessing Xiao Yishan and Lung Mingyue dispatch their adversaries, Zhou Hao grew anxious and unleashed his most formidable martial skill. The Haoran sword technique, a secret move, sent the four weary foes hurtling through the air. The only reason the four had managed to hold their ground against Zhou Hao for so long was their seamless cooperation. In a one-on-one confrontation, they would likely struggle to endure even a couple of strikes against him. Observing the fallen four, Zhou Hao did not hesitate. He advanced towards them with his sword in hand. Despite the considerable depletion of his strength and his pale countenance, his gaze remained resolute. Alas, we concede. If it is to be death, then let it come. I had anticipated this day, though I did not expect it to arrive so soon. The four prostrate on the ground did not plead for mercy. Perhaps they understood the futility of such a request and wished to preserve a modicum of dignity. Zhou Hao surveyed the fallen figures, his expression somber. Yet he did not waver. This was a path he must traverse, a confrontation he would inevitably face. Taking a deep breath, he then unleashed a series of 4 swift sword strikes. Compared to the brutal act of directly severing a person's head, Zhou Hao exhibited a gentler approach, merely slitting the throats of the 4 individuals. How thrilling, truly exhilarating. Suddenly, an unexpected voice startled Xiao Yishan and his companions. Their low levels of strength rendered them oblivious to the presence of an approaching figure. As the trio gazed on, a group strolled towards them with an air of confidence. Leading the procession was a young gentleman, clad in an opulent robe and adorned with a jade crown, his face reflecting an expression of arrogance. It was he who had spoken. Beside him stood an elderly man, followed by 3 burly guards whose eyes betrayed a fierce and haughty demeanor. Esteemed guests, I find myself quite intrigued by the martial arts techniques you 3 employ. Might I request a copy of your cultivated methods? Rest assured, I would not ask for this without recompense. Should you consent, I would gladly welcome you into the Jiang family. Chapter 83. Permission to make a call for reinforcements. What is this? Stealing their martial arts and skills is one thing, but it seems they wish to recruit them as well. The Jiang family. What is the Jiang family, anyway? The expressions of Xiao Yishan and his companions were unified, gazing at the young dandy before them with an air of incredulity. May I inquire, who might you be? Xiao Yishan tilted his head slightly, his eyes reflecting a casual indifference as he stared directly at the young man. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smirk, a smile that brimmed with sarcasm and disdain. As for Wang Outyan, he did not even glance in the young man's direction, reclining comfortably in his chair, leisurely sipping a drink and munching on snacks. In no time, a multitude of snack wrappers and sunflower seed shells had accumulated beside his lounge chair. For Wang Outyan, these individuals were far less captivating than the treats in his hand. Who am I, you ask? The answer will shock you to your core. Please enlighten them about my identity. The young dandy did not respond directly to Xiao Yishan, but instead arrogantly called upon someone nearby to introduce him. Listen well. This is the young master of the Jiang family from the capital, Jiang Zhongtai. The commander of Lintian City, Jiang Wei, is the head of our Jiang family. With Uncle De's introduction, Jiang Zhongtai held his head high, eagerly awaiting praise from others. However, after a prolonged silence, he found Xiao Yishan and his companions wearing expressions of utter confusion. Xiao Yishan asked, "Does anyone know about the Jiang family? Are they particularly formidable?" Lung Mingyue replied, I have not heard of them. I have only heard of Commander Jiang Wei. Zhou Hao added, Jiang Wei is the commander of Lintian City, a grandmaster at the pinnacle of his realm, indeed, quite powerful. Xiao Yishan remarked, Oh, a grandmaster, is that it? Just so, I suppose. Impudent. Upon hearing Xiao Yishan's words, Jiang Zhengtai's face flushed with anger, and even Uncle Da's countenance darkened. Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. Initially, I had considered giving you a chance to join the Jiang family if you complied, but it appears that opportunity has evaporated. At this statement, Xiao Yishan and his companions were rendered speechless. You offer us a chance? Do we truly desire it? We initially believed you to be impressive, yet your proclamation of identity appears more befitting of our own sentiments. Now, I grant you one final opportunity. Surrender your martial arts and skills, or face dire consequences. Boom! As Jiang Zhengtai's words echoed, Uncle Da unleashed his formidable Grandmaster aura. Their coordination was seamless, indicating that such actions were not unfamiliar to them. The aura of a Grandmaster was undeniably terrifying. Typically, those below the Master realm could not withstand it. However, just as this overwhelming pressure was about to descend upon Xiao Yishan and his companions, it suddenly dissipated. The trio stood enveloped in an aura of their own, seemingly untouched by any external influence. How is this possible? How can you withstand my aura? Uncle Da was left dumbfounded, displaying an expression of sheer disbelief. He could not perceive the realm of Wang Outyin, yet he knew that Wang Outyin might indeed be a grandmaster. However, he clearly discerned that Wang Outyin had not made a move. Not a hint of aura emanated from him, making it impossible for him to have instigated anything. So why was his own momentum ineffective against the three? Xiao Yishan remarked, Zhou Shidi, did he just declare his intent to kill us? Zhou Hao replied, Indeed, senior brother. I heard it distinctly. He not only wishes to seize our martial skills, but also aims to take our lives. Xiao Yishan continued, Yet I sense they lack the capability to carry it out. Just look at that old man. He seems rather flustered. Zhou Hao concurred. Yes, senior brother is correct. They truly lack the ability. Upon hearing Xiao Yishan and Zhou Hao's words, Jiang Zhengtai was utterly infuriated. How dare they brazenly mock him before his very eyes? Was he not the esteemed son of the Jiang family? He had initially sought their martial arts techniques, but now he wanted nothing to do with them. Unjustly. Eliminate them. Understood, young master. Uncle Da responded, preparing to act, but was interrupted by Xiao Yishan's voice. Wait. Your Jiang family is considered a prominent clan in our Dragon Nation, and your father, Jiang Wei, is the commander of Lintian City. Do you dare to kill recklessly? How naive you are. What would it matter to kill you? This world respects the strong. My father is on the verge of breaking through to the Martial King realm. Should anyone pursue this matter, it would be simple to fabricate a charge against you, and perhaps I might even receive commendation for it. Are you implying that the strong can act with impunity? Indeed, the strong may do as they please, as I have stated. Upon hearing Jiang Zhengtai's words, Xiao Yishan smiled faintly and turned to Wang Outyin, asking, Master Wang, he claims the strong can act as they wish. What should we do? After taking a sip of his drink, Wang Outyin replied leisurely, his father must have consumed the blood essence of a martial king beast. If I am not mistaken, that essence was derived from the beast bestowed upon the Dragon Nation by the esteemed master. How intriguing that his son has seized it from you. Wang Outyin found the situation increasingly fascinating, pondering what expression Jiang Wei would wear upon learning this news. Uncle Da, proceed to eliminate them, Jiang Zhengtai urged, feeling an unsettling anxiety, particularly as he observed the audacious demeanor of Xiao Yishan and the others. I know you must also be a grandmaster. The old man wishes to spar with you. Uncle Da refrained from hastily attacking Xiao Yishan and his companions, instead focusing his gaze on Wang Outyin. If they could eliminate Wang Outyin, the other three would be mere ants, easily dismissed with a wave of the hand. To spar with me? Are you certain? Wang Outyin replied with a smirk, contemplating whether to swiftly dispose of him or to indulge in a game with them. Upon hearing that Uncle Da intended to confront Wang Outyin, Xiao Yishan and his companions displayed expressions of sheer astonishment, their faces brimming with a sense of schadenfreude. As they observed the unfolding scenario, They began to murmur amongst themselves. Remarkable. This old man truly possesses audacity, daring to challenge Master Wang. Indeed, it appears he is courting disaster, akin to an old immortal hanging himself, clearly valuing life too lightly. Do you think Master Wang might dispatch him with a mere slap? Without a doubt. It is inevitable. As the Grand Master prepared to engage, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation, for Wang Outyan's true prowess was inscrutable, compelling him to unleash his full strength from the outset. Regrettably, the outcome was swift and decisive. With a thunderous crash, Uncle Da was sent flying back by a single strike from Wang Outyan, landing at Jiang Zhengtai's feet, his consciousness obscured. Seeing Uncle Da in such a state, Jiang Zhengtai was filled with dread. The formidable Grandmaster had, astonishingly, been unable to withstand even a single blow. What manner of individual had he provoked? Would he himself be the next casualty? Desperately, he called out for Uncle Da, for it was only in the presence of the elder that he felt a semblance of security. Enough. Cease your wailing. He will not perish. He has merely been rendered powerless. Wang Outyan remarked, his expression one of impatience, surprised that the once arrogant young master now appeared so terrified. You now have the opportunity to summon assistance. Is the Jiang family not renowned? Gather all the allies you can muster. Whether you retain your life hinges upon their efficacy. With that, Wang Outyan dismissed them and returned to recline upon his chair. Chapter 84. Vibrations in Kyoto, in the illustrious city of Kyoto. The Jiang family stands as a paragon of nobility. Their residence, an architectural marvel, gracefully showcases their immense power and profound legacy. However, the Jiang family, which has enjoyed a century of tranquility, found itself abruptly engulfed in turmoil today. When the desperate call for help from young Master Jiang Zhengtai reached them, pandemonium erupted within the household, shattering the previously serene atmosphere. They were left bewildered, questioning who would dare provoke the Jiang family at such a critical juncture. It was no secret that their patriarch was on the verge of breaking through to the martial king realm, and countless visitors had been frequenting their estate, eager to forge connections. To think that someone would attempt to harm their young master was tantamount to courting death. Meanwhile, Jiang Wei, the head of the family, was sequestered in a secret chamber, diligently striving to ascend to the martial king realm. Ever since the state had bestowed upon him the blood of a martial king's beast as a reward, he had delegated all responsibilities in Lingtian City to his deputy. He returned to the Jiang estate in Kyoto, intent on dedicating himself entirely to this pivotal breakthrough. Within the confines of the chamber, the forces of heaven and earth surged violently, casting radiant light around him, as Jiang Wei was enveloped in a dense aura of cosmic energy. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, a clear indication of his relentless struggle against the bottleneck. Upon receiving Jiang Zhengtai's alarming news, the guardians stationed outside the chamber were struck with grave concern. They understood the urgency of the situation. After all, Jiang Zhengtai was Jiang Wei's only son. Should anything happen to him, Jiang Wei would undoubtedly descend into madness. Yet they were also apprehensive of disturbing Jiang Wei during his seclusion, for interruptions were particularly detrimental during critical moments of cultivation, especially when attempting to break through to a new realm. After pacing back and forth, they recognized that time was of the essence. With resolute determination, one of them steeled himself and forcefully flung open the chamber door. A torrent of formidable cosmic energy rushed forth, causing the Jiang family guardian to stagger back 2 steps before regaining his composure. Breathlessly, he reported, "Master, trouble looms. Young Master has been attacked, and his life is in peril. Immediate assistance is required." Jiang Wei, deeply engrossed in this pivotal moment of breakthrough, was jolted by the news. His previously closed eyes flew open, radiating a fierce intensity. His aura became tumultuous as he forcibly interrupted his breakthrough, a surge of blood rising in his throat, which he suppressed with sheer will. His expression darkened, and he rose abruptly, bellowing, "Who dares to lay a hand on my son?" The voice echoed like thunder within the chamber, imbued with boundless fury and lethal intent. "Master, we do not yet know who the assailant is, but the young master has provided a location, near Nanhushi, and he has requested your personal involvement. Me? To go in person? Jiang Wei mused, sensing that the situation was indeed grave. Nevertheless, he was eager to uncover who possessed the audacity to defy the Jiang family. His words carried an air of authority befitting his status. And with his current strength at the threshold of the martial king realm, he truly had justification for such bravado. Summon all experts within the family who have reached the master realm and instruct them to proceed to Nanhushi. Also, notify the airport to prepare a private aircraft. As the head of the family, I shall make arrangements forthwith. The formidable members of the Jiang clan are mobilizing, led by none other than Jiang Wei himself, causing quite a stir throughout the entire capital. It is worth noting that Jiang Wei is currently under the scrutiny of various factions, including several elders from the Dragon Kingdom. Elder, we have just received notification from the airport that General Jiang Wei has requested a private aircraft to South Lake City. What could Jiang Wei be up to? Instead of diligently pursuing a breakthrough to the martial king realm at home, he suddenly departs for South Lake City with such fanfare. Little Lou, please reach out to South Lake City and inquire about the situation there. Understood. Elder, I shall attend to it immediately. After Lou, the secretary, exited the Grand Elder's office. He had already contacted the leaders of South Lake City upon learning of Jiang Wei's departure, but they were equally in the dark regarding the circumstances. In the city of Kyoto, not only is the Grand Elder curious, but other families are also keenly interested in the affairs of the Jiang clan, all striving to gather intelligence. The most inquisitive among them is undoubtedly the Nangong family. The Nangong family and the Jiang family possess comparable strength in Kyoto, standing as formidable rivals. Both Nangong Wentian and Jiang Wei serve as commanders guarding the spatial passage, and although they are not adversaries, they often engage in subtle competitions. Within the hall of the Nangong family, Nangong Wentian's sister, Nangong Wenya, is attentively listening to a report, as Nangong Wentian is currently in seclusion. Striving for a breakthrough to the martial king realm, his sister temporarily oversees the family affairs. Miss, we have just confirmed that Jiang Wei has led all the strong members of the Jiang family aboard a private aircraft directly to South Lake City. A private aircraft? Have we discovered what is transpiring in South Lake City? Nangong Wenya inquired, puzzled. For both Jiang Wei and Nangong Wentian are currently focused on their critical breakthroughs to the martial king realm. What could possibly warrant Jiang Wei's temporary abandonment of this pursuit? We have not discerned the reason, but we reached out to the leaders of South Lake City. Although there is a beast tide occurring, it remains within manageable limits. Jiang Wei's visit to South Lake City appears to be related to personal matters, possibly concerning his son Jiang Zhengtai, as we have learned that his son has been sighted in South Lake City. Personal matters indeed make for an intriguing scenario. To commandeer a private aircraft for non-military affairs is quite audacious of Jiang Wei. It is essential to remember that this is Kyoto, the epicenter of power within the Dragon Kingdom, where not only the elders but numerous committee members reside. The policies of the Dragon Kingdom largely stem from these committee members. Even the mayor and military governor of Kyoto hold little sway here. Committee members outrank the mayors of various cities. To mobilize a private aircraft in Kyoto, one must submit a prior request. This holds true even for someone of Jiang Wei's stature. However, individuals of Jiang Wei's standing typically find such requests to be mere formalities. Yet, a lack of obstacles does not permit one to disregard the established protocols. Only upon achieving the status of martial king would he possess the authority to flout the rules. What has transpired within the Jiang family that such an array of formidable individuals has been mobilized all at once? At this juncture, who would dare to provoke the Jiang family? Are they courting death? Jiang Wei has exhibited a degree of impulsiveness, audaciously commandeering a private aircraft without authorization. He is yet to ascend to the rank of martial king, and already he displays such a lack of decorum. If he were to attain that status, would he not ascend to the heavens? Jiang Wei is acutely aware of the propriety of his actions, for he is indeed a high-ranking general. Yet at this moment, he pays it no mind. He is on the verge of a breakthrough to become a martial king, and there are still those who dare to threaten his son. Is this not a slap in the face? His singular thought now is to annihilate all those who dare to provoke him. Chapter 85. rolling down. How much longer until we reach Nanhu City? Master Jiang, we will arrive at Nanhu City Airport in half an hour. Jiang Wei responded with a slight hum, then closed his eyes once more. Though a sense of urgency coursed through him, there was little he could do. The aircraft had already accelerated to its utmost limit at his command. Upon landing at Nanhu City Airport, the local officials were eagerly awaiting his arrival. To them, Jiang Wei was undoubtedly a significant figure, and his presence demanded their utmost attention. Thus, as soon as they were informed of his impending arrival, they rushed to the airport to prepare a warm welcome. However, they were left utterly bewildered. Once the plane came to a halt, Jiang Wei, accompanied by members of the Jiang family, completely disregarded them and vanished before their eyes in a matter of moments. What on earth is happening? The mayor of Nanhu City was left in a state of shock. With so many of them gathered, did they not register in his sight? Clearly, it was evident that he had no intention of acknowledging them, nor did he hold them in any regard. Let us disperse. He has already left. What are we still doing here? This is utterly embarrassing. As for what the leaders of Nanhu City thought, Jiang Wei remained oblivious. Nor did he care even if he did know. Ever since he had reached the threshold of a half-step martial king, he felt that a breakthrough to martial king status was imminent, and this newfound power had inflated his ego considerably. In the wilderness outside Nanhu City, while waiting for Jiang Zhengtai to gather people, Wang Chen instructed Shaoishan and the other three to eliminate the remaining members of the wolf hunting squad. This time, they executed their task with a calmness and efficiency that starkly contrasted their initial hesitance. In this world where strength reigned supreme, once accustomed, killing became as trivial as slaughtering chickens. Yet, the sight of their ruthlessness left Jiang Zhengtai quite frightened, concerned that he might inadvertently become their next victim. While Jiang Zhengtai was making a phone call, Wang Chen and his companions overheard, but none took it seriously. Even if Jiang Wei were present, or the three old martial kings from Long Country appeared, it would be of no consequence, not to mention that Wang Chen stood behind them. Wang Chen alone could sweep away any opposition. Boom! Who dares to harm my son? A thunderous roar accompanied by an overwhelming aura echoed from afar. It arrived in an instant, hovering above Wang Chen and the others. Father, I'm here. Save me. Seeing the figure in the sky, Jiang Zhengtai exclaimed with fervor, believing that his father's arrival signified his safety. My son. Upon noticing that Jiang Zhengtai appeared somewhat disheveled yet unharmed, Jiang Wei's anxious heart finally found solace. After disembarking from a plane at Nanhu Airport, he had not paused for even a moment, directing his swift steps towards the location provided by Jiang Zhengtai. In his eagerness to reunite with his son, he had not even waited for the other members of the Jiang family. Only after confirming that Jiang Zhengtai was unharmed did he shift his gaze towards Wang Chen and the others, his expression turning frosty as he spoke. So, is you who seek to harm my son? An overwhelming aura bore down upon Wang Chen and his companions. Alas for them, it proved utterly ineffective. Wang Chen glanced up at Jiang Wei, who was barely managing to remain aloft in the void, and his previously gentle demeanor darkened instantly. Merely a half-step martial king, he could only manage to hover precariously, unable to sustain it for long. How dare he display such arrogance before him? The audacity was outrageous. He had been contemplating how to deal with Jiang Wei, given that he was a general of the Dragon Kingdom, having guarded Lintian City for many years, earning at least some measure of respect. It seemed now that he could not be spared. His arrogance was unbearable. How could one be so pretentious, even surpassing himself? This was intolerable. Who granted him the audacity to stand above him? Get down. With Wang Chen command, the surrounding forces of nature instantaneously coalesced above Jiang Wei, manifesting as a colossal hand. As a massive palm formed, it descended with tremendous force. Jiang Wei, upon witnessing the giant hand descending from the heavens, was momentarily struck dumb with fear. However, being a decisive general, he quickly regained his composure and prepared to resist. The outcome was predictable. He had no means to counter such an overwhelming force and was ruthlessly smashed to the ground. Struggling to rise, he looked up in horror at Wang Chen, who reclined comfortably in his chair. A martial king. Initially, When he noticed that a few individuals remained unaffected by his imposing presence, a sense of dread gripped him. Yet, before he could contemplate further, he was struck down. He never anticipated encountering a martial king here, especially an unfamiliar one. As a half-step martial king himself, he believed he was among the most formidable in this realm, with only a few elder martial kings surpassing him. To find himself confronted by an unknown martial king while merely attempting to assert his dominance was truly unfortunate. Senior, it is a misunderstanding. A grave misunderstanding. Jiang Wei capitulated, realizing that if he did not concede, he might not see the dawn of tomorrow. A martial king could kill him without consequence, and his death would be in vain. He dare not take that risk. A misunderstanding? Are you certain it is a misunderstanding? You seem to have come here to seek retribution, Wang Chen observed with keen interest, surprised by how swiftly Jiang Wei yielded. He had anticipated that, as a soldier, Jiang Wei would exhibit some fortitude. Yet this was disappointing. Senior, it truly is a misunderstanding. I had no idea that this ungrateful wretch had offended you. Rest assured, I shall impose severe punishment upon him when I return. Jiang Wei prostrated himself, his tone dripping with humility. Observing this scene, Jiang Zhongtai was utterly flabbergasted. The father he had placed such high hopes on had transformed into someone unrecognizable. Particularly, when he witnessed his father being struck down with a single blow, his mind became a whirlwind of confusion. Moreover, the words spoken by his father resonated in his ears. Martial King. He had unwittingly offended a formidable martial king expert. How astonishing it was. An individual he had never encountered before, yet by a stroke of fate, he had come face to face with one, only to end up antagonizing them. How could a mere half-step martial king possess the audacity to act so arrogantly, especially in my presence? Senior, I was in the wrong. I beseech your forgiveness this once. I shall amend my ways and never act with such arrogance again. Just then, a voice echoed, "Head of the family, we have arrived." A host of experts from the Jiang family rushed in, their voices brimming with brazen bravado, proclaiming, "Who dares to lay a hand on our young master? We shall end them." Amidst Jiang Wei's grim expression, they advanced with an air of unyielding confidence. Chapter 86. Unyielding attitude, what an absurdity. Just moments after declaring his intent to slay Wang Chen, a member of the Jiang family rushed before Jiang Wei, only to be sent sprawling by a resounding slap. Master, the bewildered members of the Jiang family, who had hurried to the scene, were left perplexed, unable to comprehend why their leader had struck one of their own. The individual who had been smacked to the ground lay there, questioning the very essence of his existence. He had merely wished to showcase his capabilities. How had it come to this? In the past, he had often sought to demonstrate his prowess, consistently earning praise from the master. Why, on this occasion, had he been met with such a harsh rebuke? Had his display been too pedestrian, lacking in innovation? At that moment, Jiang Wei was too preoccupied to address their confusion. He hastened to Wang Chen side, his face a mask of terror. Senior, please disregard their foolish words. It is solely my failure in guidance that has led to this offense. I implore you, grant us mercy just this once. Jiang Wei's demeanor was one of utmost humility. Deep down, he understood the root of his recent arrogance, the belief that he was on the cusp of breaking through to the martial king realm. However, the distinction between merely being on the verge and actually attaining that status was monumental. It was unequivocal that had they been slain, not even the Dragon Kingdom would seek retribution against a martial king for their demise. In stark terms, their deaths would be utterly inconsequential. Reclining comfortably, Wang Chen exuded an air of authority, flanked by Xiao Yishan and two others, presenting a picture of indomitable power. Do you know what I detest the most? Wang Chen's voice, though soft, reverberated in Jiang Wei's ears like a thunderclap, sending a shiver down his spine. He was no fool. He could discern the underlying meaning of Wang Chen's words. It was clear that certain behaviors of theirs had provoked the senior's disdain. Please, senior, enlighten me. All faults lie with me. I shall amend my ways. I beseech you to grant me an opportunity for redemption. You are not merely acknowledging your errors. You are acutely aware of your impending demise. My greatest aversion is those who revel in pretense, particularly in my presence. You, sir, embody both traits. What do you think I should do about that? Senior, you are justified in your chastisement. It is indeed my folly, my arrogance that has led to this. I earnestly hope for a chance to rectify my mistakes. Were this a different time, Jiang Wei would never have adopted such a subservient stance. As a commander of Lingtian City, he would not typically humiliate himself in such a manner. Yet now, the prospect of death loomed large. He could not afford to perish, especially when the opportunity to ascend to the Martial King realm was within reach. Much like an ordinary person on the verge of becoming a billionaire, he would surely value his life all the more. Yet, to be fair, had it not been for his impending breakthrough, he would not have exhibited such arrogance, and this scene may never have unfolded. I appreciate your contrition, hence I may be lenient in my judgment of you. However, your son's actions have crossed a line and must be met with consequences. Then, might I inquire how the senior intends to address my son's behavior? Jiang Wei, with a face full of trepidation, inquired, for Jiang Zhengtai was his only son, and to claim he was not anxious would be a deceit. Death, Wang Chen uttered but a single word, yet it resonated with a formidable malice that pierced the minds of all present. This malevolence manifested itself like a tangible blade, cold and keen, instantly penetrating the marrow of the onlookers, rendering their blood seemingly frozen in an ephemeral moment. A few members of the Jiang family, whose resolve faltered, found their legs giving way uncontrollably. Thud! Several collapsed to the ground, their faces as pale as parchment, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads, their gazes towards Wang Chen filled with terror and despair, as if they sensed their imminent demise. What? Jiang Wei was astounded. He could not fathom that a man of such stature, a half-step martial king and a high-ranking general of the Dragon Kingdom, would seek to slay his son. He had assumed that the worst outcome would be the annulment of Jiang Zhengtai's martial prowess. After all, in this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, the obliteration of one's abilities bore little distinction from death itself. Many would prefer to perish than to be rendered powerless. However, Jiang Zhengtai was different, for his innate talent was modest, and he had only just recently ascended to the status of a martial artist. No matter how hard he endeavored, his future accomplishments would remain limited, and with the protection of the Jiang family, he could still lead a carefree life even without martial abilities. Is it permissible for your son to take lives, yet not for others to take your sons? Wang Chen regarded Jiang Wei with a playful expression, eager to discern whether this father would acquiesce or attempt to resist. Senior, might you spare my son's life? As long as he is not killed. I am open to any terms. No. Upon hearing Wang Chen's resolute response, Jiang Wei had yet to articulate his thoughts when Jiang Zhengtai suddenly rushed to his side. Father, I do not wish to die. You must save me. Are you not a general of the Dragon Kingdom? Do you not know the elders? Call them on my behalf. I am your only son. The sight of his son, weeping and pleading desperately, filled Jiang Wei with profound sorrow. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he ultimately resolved to rescue Jiang Zhengtai. With determination now glimmering in his eyes, he once again directed his plea toward Wang Chen. Senior, is there truly no room for negotiation? No, your son, Jiang Zhengtai, is doomed without question. I assure you, no one can save him. Wang Chen remained unwavering, his reply devoid of any hesitation. His insistence stemmed from the fact that Jiang Zhengtai had intended to kill Xiao Yishan and his companions, who were disciples of Wang Chen. Wang Chen had entrusted him with their protection, making him their guardian. To allow harm to befall Xiao Yishan and his associates would be tantamount to slapping Wang Chen's face. If he mishandled the situation, how could he face Wang Chen afterward? The handling of the situation is severe. Wang Chen may not voice his discontent. Yet should the response be too lenient, he might very well express his grievances. Thus, the only course of action is to proceed with rigor. For they are indeed in the right, and even resorting to lethal measures against the adversary could be deemed justifiable. Senior, while you are indeed a martial king, such tyranny cannot be tolerated. One must remember that the Dragon Kingdom is not solely represented by you. Haha, you possess a modicum of spirit. In light of this, I shall grant you yet another opportunity to rally support. Let us see who might come to your son's aid. Thank you, esteemed senior. Jiang Wei responded, retrieving his phone to commence contacting potential allies. Although he understood the likelihood of success was slim, given the formidable status of the martial king, and that few would dare to offend such a figure on his behalf, even the state itself would likely refrain from intervening. Nevertheless, despite the faint hope, he felt compelled to make the attempt, for it concerned the very life of his son. Chapter 87. You decide. Master Wang, should we inform my mentor? What is there to discuss? Is this trivial matter worthy of alarming him? Wang Outyin waved his hand dismissively, displaying his indifference. In his eyes, this truly was not a significant issue. Even if he summoned the elders of the Dragon Kingdom, it would be futile. He was confident in his ability to suppress everything single-handedly, possessing the strength of the late stage of the martial king realm, and feeling invincible among his peers. He did not believe that anyone, aside from Wang Chen, could pose a threat to him within the Dragon Kingdom. Uncle Master, we are indeed contacting the elders of our Dragon Kingdom. I feel it is necessary to inform our mentor and hear his thoughts. At this moment, Jiang Wei sought to save his son, and the only ones he could reach out to were those few elders of the Dragon Kingdom. They had not anticipated that matters would escalate to such an extent, with even the elders needing to intervene. Well, you make a valid point. Let us inform him then. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Outyin nodded in agreement with Xiao Yishan and the other suggestion. Although he regarded this as a minor issue that he could handle with ease, he considered Wang Chen's position as an elder of the Dragon Kingdom. If he mishandled the situation, it could place Wang Chen in a difficult position, which he wished to avoid. At this time, Wang Chen was engrossed in the grand competition at the Martial University in the Demon Capital, completely unaware of Wang Outyin's predicaments. The atmosphere of the competition was exceedingly vibrant. The first-year matches had just concluded, and the second-year students were now competing. Wang Chen watched with great interest. For those who participated in the tournament could indeed be considered geniuses. The contests among the 5 prestigious universities were particularly fierce, akin to a struggle between dragons and tigers. While Wang Chen was captivated by the matches, he received an unexpected phone call from Wang Outyin. Surprised to see Wang Outyin's name on the screen, he wondered why he would reach out to him, as it was uncommon for the two to communicate without reason. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wang Chen answered the call. Under normal circumstances, one would avoid taking calls in such a prominent setting, but being a powerful martial king, Wang Chen felt no need for such precautions. Once the call connected, Wang Outyin outlined the situation and mentioned that the other party had contacted the elders of the Dragon Kingdom, seeking advice. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen did not hesitate, but rather responded directly. Such trivial matters, you may handle them as you see fit, without any reservations. After ending the call, Wang Chen resumed watching the competition, not allowing it to weigh on his mind. A mere half-step martial king posed no real concern to him. What of the Dragon Kingdom's elders? Attempting to seize his disciples' martial techniques, and even contemplating murder, if he were to tolerate such actions. What would be the purpose of his peak martial king cultivation? Mia de creation. If the elders of the Dragon Kingdom intended to exert pressure on Wang Outyin due to Jiang Wei's status, he would not stand idly by. The identity of a mere elder from the Dragon Kingdom holds little regard for him. Were it not for the fact that he hails from the Dragon Kingdom and to avoid unnecessary complications, he might have reconsidered accepting the title of elder. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Wei's call was directed straight to the Grand Elder. The call was answered by the Grand Elder's secretary. Upon hearing Jiang Wei mention an important matter, did not hesitate to pass the phone to the Grand Elder at once. Upon receiving the call, the Grand Elder promptly stated, "Is this General Jiang Wei? This is Lin Qingxian. Greetings, Grand Elder. This is Jiang Wei." "Ha, General Jiang, your grand entrance to Nanhushi has certainly stirred quite a commotion. The entire capital is abuzz. What brings you here?" "Grand Elder, it is I, Jiang Wei, who has overstepped. My son is in danger, and thus I had no choice but to deploy a private plane. As you know, he is my only son." "Oh, I see. That is indeed understandable." The Grand Elder expressed understanding upon hearing Jiang Wei's words. Having heard of Jiang Zhengtai's situation, who is typically showered with affection by Jiang Wei. "Grand Elder, my son has offended a senior at the martial king level, who now seeks to take his life. I kindly request your assistance in pleading for my son's mercy." What? You say your son has offended a senior at the Martial King level? From Jiang Wei's reference to the Martial King, it was evident that he was unfamiliar with this formidable figure, piquing the Grand Elder's curiosity. The Dragon Kingdom boasts several Martial Kings, with only 4 currently known publicly. Could it be that a new Martial King has emerged? If so, provided the individual is not malevolent, it might bode well for the Dragon Kingdom. General Jiang Wei, you do not know this individual, do you? Indeed, Grand Elder, I have never encountered this person. If I had met him, I would not have acted so presumptuously in his presence. Could you provide a brief description of this individual? Approximately what age are they? Are there any companions with them? It is well understood how arduous it is to ascend to the Martial King level. Otherwise, the Dragon Kingdom would not have had so few Martial Kings over the years. Recently, the sudden emergence of Wang Chen as a Martial King had already left people astounded, and now another unknown Martial King appears, which the Grand Elder found somewhat improbable. Suddenly, he recalled the Martial King associated with Wang Chen. They had placed significant importance on matters concerning Wang Chen, having recently received news that Wang Aoyan had departed Jiangnan City with 3 disciples of Wang Chen. Now, with Jiang Wei suddenly encountering a Martial King, could it possibly be Wang Aoyan? If it is indeed Wang Aoyan, he could only extend his apologies to Jiang Wei. Grand Elder, this Martial King appears to be around 40 years of age, dressed in black, and exuding a rather cold demeanor. Oh, and he is accompanied by 3 youths, 2 males and 1 female. The Grand Elder, having just taken a sip of tea, promptly spewed it out upon hearing Jiang Wei's words. It has been conclusively established that Wang Aoyan is undoubtedly the one. With such a formidable combination, coupled with the cultivation of a Martial King, who else could it be? Aside from the 3 disciples of Wang Aoyan and Wang Chen, Dear Xiao Zhang, let's be candid, your age is still relatively tender. Perhaps consider finding someone and striving to have another child. Let's forget about this one. The Grand Elder felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet found himself powerless in the situation. It is essential to recognize that Wang Aoyan has the formidable Wang Chen backing him. While they may not be entirely aware of Wang Aoyan's strength, they certainly have knowledge of Wang Chen's prowess. It is not merely a matter of being unable to offend him. It is imperative to exercise caution. Grand Elder, are you truly suggesting we let this go? Jiang Wei found it hard to believe his ears. After all, the esteemed elder from the Dragon Kingdom was before him. How could he so readily concede? Shout Jiang, the Martial King before you is a force you do not yet comprehend, but I do. I can only convey this. If he desires to take a life, no one can impede him. Not I, nor the other elders, nor even the entire Dragon Kingdom. Do you grasp the gravity of this? Chapter 88 Regret. The words echoed in Jiang Wei's ears like a thunderclap. The entire Dragon Kingdom cannot prevent it. He harbored no doubt regarding their veracity, for they were spoken by the Grand Elder himself. Yet, if such were the case, it would signify that his son was beyond salvation, and even he could not evade responsibility. In that moment, Jiang Wei felt the fervor of his earlier bravado dissipate entirely. His son was on the brink of death, and he was powerless to intervene, all the while believing he was on the cusp of achieving greatness. In hindsight, he realized how woefully ignorant he had been. In this dire circumstance, even if he ascended to the rank of Martial King, it would likely prove futile. Father, what is happening? Did the elder agree? Upon witnessing Jiang Wei's stunned expression after hanging up the phone, Jiang Zhengtai seemed to foresee something amiss and inquired. Panic etched upon his face. My son, I have done my utmost, Jiang Wei replied, closing his eyes in anguish, unable to bear the sight of his son. The sorrow of a white-haired man bidding farewell to a black-haired one. How many souls can endure such a fate? Upon hearing his father's response, Jiang Zhengtai felt as if struck by lightning. The initial terror in his eyes was swiftly replaced by despair. At that moment, he resembled a helpless child. Rushing to Jiang Wei's side, clutching his father's arm tightly, his voice trembling with tears as he implored, No. Please, father, I do not wish to die. Surely, you must have a way, mustn't you? Jiang Wei slowly opened his eyes, his heart wrenched at the sight of his son teetering on the brink of collapse. He raised his hand, yearning to stroke his son's hair, but his arm felt as though it were burdened by 1,000 pounds, refusing to lift. He parted his lips to speak, yet found his throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. Meanwhile, the members of the Jiang clan stood silent, heads bowed in the presence of this bleak reality. They were not oblivious. They recognized the gravity of the situation. It was evident that the Jiang family had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, one far beyond the ordinary. Even the head of their family, as call to the elder, had proven fruitless, underscoring the formidable nature of their predicament. Witnessing their usually formidable leader now so dejected, and the once arrogant young master so stricken with fear and helplessness, left the onlookers with a tumult of emotions. Yet, regardless of their inner turmoil, none dared to step forward. Even their breaths were cautious, fearful of attracting Wang Outyan's attention, lest they lose their lives without recourse. "I cannot perish. I refuse to die," Jiang Zhengtai exclaimed, rising abruptly and rushing towards Wang Outyan, kneeling before him with fervent urgency. "Senior, I implore you, spare my life. I was wrong. I truly acknowledge my mistakes." "Oh, you genuinely recognize your errors? Then tell me, what exactly did you do wrong?" Wang Outyan inquired, regarding the kneeling Jiang Zhengtai with an amused expression, clearly relishing the moment. "Senior, I truly recognize my mistakes. I should not have coveted their martial arts, nor should I have wished for Uncle to take their lives. It is all my fault. I implore you to show mercy and spare my life." As Jiang Zhengtai knelt before him, beseeching for mercy, Wang Outyan remained unmoved. The moment he sought to take the lives of Xiao Yishan and the others, his fate had already been sealed, unchangeable by anyone. Furthermore, despite his current pitiful state, it was only due to the imminent threat of death. Given his past actions, the number of lives he had extinguished was certainly not insignificant. This world is rife with fearsome beasts, yet at times, humans can be far more terrifying. Individuals like Jiang Zhengtai, a spoiled scion who readily resorts to murder for treasure, are hardly deserving of sympathy. Sighing, Wang Outyan mused, "Ah, I do prefer your rebellious demeanor. You must regain your defiance, or else you put me in quite the predicament." As he feigned difficulty, he simultaneously summoned the surrounding celestial energies. With a resounding roar, as the energies surged, Jiang Zhengtai's desperate pleas were abruptly halted, his body freezing in place. Gradually, starting from his legs, he was inexorably reduced to nothingness by the celestial forces. Ultimately, only his terrified head remained, eerily suspended in the air. Witnessing this, Xiao Yishan and the others beside Wang Outyan felt their faces pale in horror, watching a person disintegrate before their very eyes. Leaving behind only a head was far more chilling than a swift death. "So, young master," Jiang Wei collapsed to the ground upon seeing his son's disembodied head. It was not that he wished to intervene, but rather that he was utterly powerless to do so. Wang Outyan's formidable strength and the overwhelming celestial energy he wielded rendered Jiang Wei a mere half-step martial king, incapable even of approaching. As for the other members of the Jiang family, aside from a few cries, they were paralyzed into inaction. Had it not been for Jiang Wei's presence, they would have had no inclination to even shout. Their actions were mere formalities. The thought of intervening was beyond consideration. They were not inclined to sacrifice their own lives for a spoiled youth on the brink of death. With a soft thud, the head suspended in the air was obliterated by the celestial forces, vanishing into nothingness. Thus, Jiang Zhengtai was irrevocably erased from this world, leaving no trace behind. "So," Jiang Wei lunged toward the spot where his son had vanished, frantically searching the ground as if to uncover some remnant of him. Yet, there was nothing, no scrap of clothing, no drop of blood, not a single sign that Jiang Zhengtai had ever existed there at all. At this moment, Jiang Wei was overwhelmed with tears, his heart heavy with boundless regret. How could he be unaware of his son's situation? Yet, due to the fact that he had but one son, he had consistently indulged him without restraint. Even when mistakes were made, he would shield his son from the consequences. He had always believed that with his own strength and status, coupled with the support of the Jiang family, he could sufficiently protect his son. As long as they did not provoke the elder families, he felt confident in safeguarding his son, especially with his imminent breakthrough to the martial king realm, which further bolstered his confidence. This complacency, however, led to his son, Jiang Zhengtai, becoming increasingly reckless. Just considering what he was aware of, there were hundreds of lives taken by Jiang Zhengtai for various reasons. The number of women he had toyed with was countless, and even married women were not spared if he took a fancy to them. He was fully aware of these transgressions, yet he had never intervened. Not only had he failed to act, but he had also continuously cleaned up after him and protected him. As the saying goes, if a son is uneducated, it is the father's fault. He bore significant responsibility for the current outcome. Enough lamenting. It is now time to address your matters. Chapter 89. They Dare. In regard to Jiang Wei, Wang Chen felt he had committed no wrongdoing. It was merely a matter of the victor and the vanquished. Protecting one's son and standing up for him is an inherent duty of a father. His sole misstep lay in his lack of strength. Had he possessed greater power, his arrogance or even acts of violence would have posed no issues. However, given his current inadequacy, he must naturally bear the consequences of his actions. My son is already deceased. Esteemed elder, you may dispose of me as you see fit. Jiang Wei's eyes were filled with sorrow and despair, his voice trembling, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Wang Chen regarded Jiang Wei with a calm demeanor before speaking slowly. Jiang Wei, I am indifferent to whether your family is steeped in villainy or upholds righteousness. Such matters hold no relevance for me. However, your son sought to seize or even take the lives of my 3 juniors, and thus I must intervene. Those who have come to his aid are complicit in his transgressions. Jiang Wei's body trembled. He wished to offer a rebuttal, yet found himself at a loss for words. The truth was undeniable. They had come to rescue his son, intent on eliminating those who had wronged him. You speak the truth. The fault lies with us. I can only hope that, considering my son's demise, you might show leniency towards the remaining members of the Jiang family. Jiang Wei's voice was laden with supplication. He understood that he was at the mercy of another, a mere fish upon a butcher's block. Despite witnessing his son perish before his eyes, he remained powerless to change the outcome. Thus, he could only adopt a humble stance and plead earnestly. Whether leniency will be granted is beyond my concern. I shall act according to my own convictions, Wang Chen declared, his aura intensifying as a formidable presence surged forth, causing the very fabric of the world to tremble. The members of the Jiang family, witnessing this spectacle, were instantly engulfed in terror. Wang Chen's gaze swept over Jiang Wei and the accompanying members of the Jiang clan, and then, with a mere gesture, an overwhelming force descended upon them all. At that moment, the Jiang family felt their powers constrained by an invisible force, rapidly dissipating into nothingness. The once palpable sensation of strength faded, leaving them weak and trembling, with many nearly collapsing to the ground. What is happening? Why has my power vanished? Me too. How has my mastery as a grandmaster disappeared? Am I now but an ordinary person? Please, esteemed elder, I cannot lose my cultivation. I have worked tirelessly to reach the grandmaster realm. Without my powers, I cannot survive. Panic seized them all, many among them, who had often flaunted their Jiang family status and acted with impunity, now faced ruin should their loss of power become known. The transition from exalted strength to that of a powerless commoner was a fate more cruel than death. Among them, the most horrified was undoubtedly Jiang Wei. As he stood on the precipice of becoming a formidable warrior, the prospect of suddenly being reduced to an ordinary person was utterly unbearable. With a face etched in panic, he gazed at Wang Chen, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Elder, have you rendered our cultivation abilities null and void?" Wang Chen, perplexed by their reactions, could hardly contain his disbelief. After all, these individuals were esteemed experts, each above the master realm, with Jiang Wei being on the verge of the warrior king realm. Why were they so quick to panic? Could they not take a moment to assess their own circumstances? Why had he ever stripped them of their powers? Take a moment to reflect. When did I ever invalidate your cultivation? Wang Chen's words left the members of the Jiang family momentarily stunned. Soon, they began to carefully sense their internal states. My cultivation has not been abolished, but why can I not harness my inner strength? One voiced confusion evident. Indeed, I can feel the presence of power within me, yet I am utterly unable to summon it. There exists a formidable force suppressing our cultivation. Jiang Wei, with his heightened sensitivity due to his elevated status, was the first to discern the overwhelming force within him. In the face of such might, his own power offered no resistance, retreating submissively within him, paralyzed with fear. Elder, what is the meaning of this? Why can we not utilize the power within us? Jiang Wei asked, his face a mask of terror. Although he sensed that his cultivation remained intact, the current predicament felt no different from being rendered powerless. The sensation of being unable to wield one's own strength was profoundly terrifying. This is your punishment. I shall seal your cultivation for 3 years. After this duration, the seal will be lifted. What? Do you have any objections? Upon the conclusion of Wang Chen proclamation, an overwhelming pressure engulfed them. With their abilities sealed, many trembled uncontrollably under the weight of this oppressive force, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. Did they harbor grievances? Certainly, for being rendered powerless equated to becoming mere mortals, vulnerable to threats that could extinguish their lives in an instant. Would they dare voice such thoughts? Absolutely not. Presently, they were merely stripped of their powers. Speaking out could very well lead to their demise. They understood this much. Silence and acceptance might allow them to endure until the 3 years elapsed, at which point they could reclaim their former strength and rise anew. However, defiance could spell the end of their futures. Now, make arrangements for someone to come and escort you. Given your current state, returning to the city alone is out of the question. Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Without the ability to utilize their powers, should no one come to their aid, they risked being devoured by beasts on their journey back. Thank you, Elder, for your guidance. Wang Chen chose not to elaborate further and directly led Xiao Ishan and the others away. Their day had been fraught with twists and turns. Thus he resolved to return them to Nanhushi for a much-needed respite. Once Wang Chen and his entourage departed, the members of the Jiang family collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, with several individuals collapsing onto the ground in sheer exhaustion. The overwhelming presence of Wang Chen had left them in a state of immense pressure. Every word and gesture from him felt like a heavy weight upon their shoulders. Patriarch, what shall we do now? What else can we do? We have already contacted the leaders of Nanhu City. We simply await their arrival to escort us. Have you forgotten? When we arrived, the leaders of Nanhu City were present at the airport to greet us, yet we disregarded them. Do you think they will still come for us? This. Do they dare? Would the leaders of Nanhu City truly take such a risk? Their uncertainty lingered as they reflected on how they had treated these dignitaries. Now, all they could do was pray, hoping that past grievances would be overlooked. Chapter 90. The decision of the leaders of Nanhu City on the other side. The leaders of Nanhu City, upon receiving a call from the Jiang family, should have promptly gone to assist them. However, they did not do so. Had there been a more tactful city leader, they might have overlooked the Jiang family's rudeness at the airport, considering the favor owed to Jiang Wei or the Jiang family. Yet, coincidentally, both the mayor and the military governor of Nanhu City hail from a military background, characterized by their unyielding nature. You think so little of us? Now you expect us to come to your aid? Dream on, the mayor remarked, although their behavior is infuriating. Neglecting to assist them would lead to complications for us in the future. Another leader added, indeed, while we are unaware of their circumstances, if we refuse to help, they may cause us trouble down the line. Precisely, especially Jiang Wei, the head of the Jiang family, who is rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to the Martial King level. If he holds a grudge against us, we may find ourselves in dire straits. Hearing the discourse among the leaders, Ding Dawei, the military governor of Nanhu City, expressed his discontent. Have you all so quickly forgotten what transpired at Nanhu Airport? Can we not maintain some dignity? One phone call, and we are at their beck and call? Do we not value our pride? Seated at the head of the conference table was Mayor Zhang Chong, a formidable master at the pinnacle of his realm. Since assuming the role of mayor, he had tempered his straightforward military demeanor, recognizing the need for broader consideration. However, recalling the scene at the airport, his expression darkened, for the actions of the Jiang family had effectively slapped him in the face. Yet, the leader's arguments held merit. After all, the Jiang family was a prominent household from the capital, and Jiang Wei was the commander of Lintian City, a superpower on the verge of becoming a martial king. If matters escalated embarrassingly, it would serve no one well. Well, you all make valid points. Since they have reached out for our assistance, we cannot simply turn a blind eye. However, our city is currently besieged by frequent beast tides, and our manpower is critically stretched. We cannot jeopardize the safety of Nanhu City merely to assist them. I concur with the mayor. Our city defense forces are indeed lacking in personnel. The others present understood the implications of the discussion. It was clear that they were unwilling to assist the Jiang family. Their arguments, although valid, reflected the dire situation faced by Nanhu City, which had become notorious for its beast tide issues. Mayor, wouldn't this reflect poorly on us? What if what? Do you think I do not wish to send someone to assist them? Yet, you are aware of our predicament. We simply cannot spare the manpower. However, I have heard that Director Liu has a number of strong individuals at his disposal. Perhaps we can entrust this matter to you, and who knows? You might even strengthen ties with the Jiang family in the process. Upon hearing the mayor's words, Director Liu, who had just spoken, was utterly taken aback. He quickly realized that both the mayor and the military governor, the highest authorities in the city, had made it abundantly clear that they were unwilling to provide assistance. How foolish of him to have suggested otherwise. Was he courting disaster? Moreover, the Jiangs were a formidable clan, with members boasting at least the mastery of the Grandmaster realm, several Grandmasters among them, and the likes of Jiang Wei, a peak expert on the verge of breaking through to the martial king level. Their need for assistance underscored the gravity of their predicament. If any of their family members were to venture out to help, they might not even comprehend the peril they would face. Ah, Mayor, you jest. Our family possesses no such formidable warriors. Furthermore, I have dispatched all our members to valiantly resist the beast tide. We truly cannot spare anyone to assist them. Director Liu demonstrated a commendable awareness, acknowledging that it was not a matter of unwillingness to extend help, but rather that the burden upon them was equally substantial. Just as Zhang Chong was poised to elaborate on the dire situation in Nanhu City, a sudden knock reverberated through the conference room. Enter, Mayor. The Jiangs have just called again, inquiring whether we have dispatch personnel to assist them and how long it might take. Their tone was rather unsatisfactory. Upon hearing his secretary's report, Zhang Chong's eyebrow arched with intrigue as he instructed Secretary Jean, informed them that we are actively coordinating our personnel to assist, but unfortunately, we are currently facing a beast tide in Nanhu City, and our resources are severely strained. Please ask them to wait a moment longer. Understood, Mayor. I will notify them at once. Once the secretary exited, the others in the conference room exchanged knowing smiles, confident that their decision was indeed prudent. They had overheard the secretary's words. The so-called unsatisfactory tone was merely a diplomatic euphemism. They could easily surmise the true nature of the situation. This was a common ailment among prominent families. Accustomed to their elevated status, they often issued commands without deigning to lower their posture, even in requests for assistance. Little did they know, the Jiang's brusque tone was not intentional, but rather a reflection of their genuine anxiety. In the wilderness, the realm of beasts was ever present, and encounters with ferocious creatures were inevitable. After Wang Chen and his companions departed, Jiang Wei led his kin away from their previous location, for the scent of blood would undoubtedly attract the beasts. Yet, not far into their escape, they encountered 3 wandering beast entities of the martial realm. Under normal circumstances, they would have dismissed such creatures with disdain, but now they felt as if they were facing a formidable foe. Damn it, how humiliating. Here I am, a dignified Grandmaster, wounded by a mere martial realm beast. Enough with the chatter. Even a Grandmaster must tread carefully. So what makes you think a mere master is of any significance? Zhang Er, whom do you dare to belittle? Speak again and see what happens. What will you do? You, a mere pipsqueak, have a problem with that? Do you dare to challenge me? Ha! Do you still wish to strike me? Have you not grasped the current situation? You still consider yourself a Grandmaster? The uncertainty of who might overpower whom looms large now. Ha ha! As he beheld the imposing stature of his opponent, Jiang Er felt a twinge of trepidation. In the past, he had often bullied the other, relying on his mastery as a Grandmaster, but now that their powers had been sealed, he was uncertain if he could still prevail. This tension was not confined to the two of them. Within the Jiang clan, many had grievances against one another, yet previously, the disparities in cultivation had rendered the weaker unable to resist. Now, however, with everyone stripped of their powers, the balance of strength had become ambiguous. Jiang Wei observed the unfolding scene, his brow furrowing with concern. He understood that leading the group under these circumstances would prove challenging. Even he had been reduced to the status of an ordinary person. Could he still maintain authority over these individuals? Doubts began to creep into his mind. Chapter 91. Surely, subsequently, the members of the Jiang family, after enduring countless hardships, finally returned to the capital. However, according to rumors, upon their arrival, each member of the Jiang family bore bruises and wounds, including Jiang Wei himself. Tragically, several individuals lost their lives, reportedly in the wilderness outside Nanhu City. The cause of their demise remains shrouded in mystery. Whether they fell victim to ferocious beasts or met another fate is unknown. Nevertheless, the fact that their powers were sealed is indeed true. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the community, even alarming several elders in the capital. What was particularly surprising was the elder silence on the matter. No directives were issued, nor any information leaked, leading many to sense the gravity of the situation. It is essential to note that Jiang Wei is no ordinary warrior. He is a high-ranking commander in the Dragon Kingdom. Within the military hierarchy, aside from the elders, the highest-ranking official is Nangong Wentian, who guards the Demon Suppression City, followed closely by Jiang Wei, who oversees Lintian City, with the commanders of the 4 major legions following thereafter. This clearly illustrates Jiang Wei's esteemed position within the Dragon Kingdom. How could such a powerful commander, a formidable figure on the verge of breaking through to the martial king realm, have his abilities inexplicably sealed? Everyone understands that only a martial king possesses the power to achieve such a feat. This implies that, beyond the 4 openly recognized martial kings, there exists at least one more concealed within the shadows of the Dragon Kingdom. The Jiang family must have offended this hidden martial king, leading to their current predicament. Upon this conclusion, every family in the capital swiftly began to caution their members, particularly the young, reckless scions. They were warned to conduct themselves with utmost discretion to avoid provoking forces they ought not to challenge, lest they meet dire consequences. In an instant, the atmosphere in the capital improved significantly, as the usual ruffians seemed to vanish.